Our protagonist is named Jiangju, an outstanding young man of the 21st century. For reasons unknown, he transmigrated into this world of demons, devils, and immortals, and even awakened some so-called fate divination system. This system lets him see other people's pasts and futures, but it requires points, and he also has to search everywhere for rare heavenly treasures to feed it. Yet he can only divine for others. He can even change other people's fates, but he cannot divine for himself. What is more, he feels that there is something wrong with this system. During one divination for the great demoness, the nine-tailed fox, he discovers that he himself will become her husband. 10,000 years later, unwilling to accept this, the male lead decides to run away, using his accumulated points to change his own fate. What will this journey of changing fate and evading the demon fox's pursuit be like? Let us follow along and find out right away. The story begins in the Qin Kingdom, Liuzhou, Zhejiang City, East City. The male lead is sitting there waiting for divination customers when a voice asks, "Hey, can fortune-telling divine marriage fate?" It turns out to be a bald man carrying something over for a divination. Jiangju gets straight to the point. 10 coins. Okay, is he immortal? He probably does not have any treasures I can give to. The system. The bald man puts down his things, sits down, and asks with a frown, "Is it accurate? Why is it so expensive?" If my divination is inaccurate, sir, you can just smash my stall to pieces." Then Jiangju hands the bald man a brush and says, "Write one character or draw anything you like." So the bald man draws a turtle on the paper. Jiangju takes the picture and examines it. At this moment, the system announces, beginning fate divination for Zhao Debao. This divination consumes 1 point. Age 0. A baby boy is born in Yotu village. His father, Zhao Ergu, names him Zhao Debao. Age 16. Zhao Debao instigates his friends to peep at Widow Lu bathing and is beaten after Widow Lu's lover climbs up a tree to get him. Age 30. Zhao Debao's reputation in the village is terrible, and none of the girls in the village are willing to marry him. Age 50. Zhao Debao suffers a disaster and dies at the hands of bandits, never marrying in his entire life. Simulation complete. Do you wish to change his fate? Changing his fate will consume 10 of Zhao Debao's merit points. Zhao Debao's current merit is 3. The host may choose to consume his own merit points. Current merit, 89,539 points. Damn it, stop joking around. He's just a passerby. Why would I spend merit points to change his fate? The system announces again. The host has interfered with fate and may choose to conceal the heavenly secret. Reward, merit minus 100, 3 calamities curse. You have interfered with fate. If you choose to reveal the heavenly secret, punishment, merit plus 10, and choose one of the following punishments. 1. Zhao Debao's peeping experience. 2. Zhao Debao's forging skills. 3. Widow Lu's sword. What the hell kind of game is this? I already said there's something wrong with this system. Normally, fortune-telling means you cannot reveal heavenly secrets. Only this thing forces me to tell the truth. If I speak, I actually gain merit and a special reward, but if I do not speak, it rewards me with the 3 calamities and I will die without a burial place. The bald man anxiously urges him, "Are you done?" "How is it?" Jiangju props up his chin and says, "Have you ever heard a frog croak?" "What?" "It goes ribbit, ribbit." That sound is a homophone for loneliness, so you have no marriage fate. Hearing this, the bald man angrily flips the table. "Go to hell. Why are people in this world so hot-tempered? You have revealed a heavenly secret." Punishment received, merit plus 10, Zhao Debao's forging skill. Forget it. What about the other 2 people? Jiangju raises his hand, intending to grab the system, but it has already slipped away and is pretending to be dead again. It forces me to tell fortunes for 3 people every day. The people in this world will not even let me find someone else to divine for. It only counts if others come to me on their own. With this mouth of mine that tells the truth as it is, I'm afraid no one will come to me for divination. I can only go to West City and try my luck. There are many people there. Someone is bound to lose their senses and want a fortune told. The scene shifts to West City, where a little rabbit demon named Chi Hongdan is running across the rooftops. She is holding something in her hand and is delighted, never expecting that she would obtain the treasure of the 10,000 demon kingdom so easily, and even less expecting that the heavenly demon Lord Tu Shanlan would be hiding a secret like this. Suddenly, she notices something. Looking over, she sees our Jiangju walking below. On the 2 cloth banners Jiangju carries, it is written, "Only speak reason, never half-baked, empty words." That sounds so familiar. The red-haired woman also remembers now. Thinking back, the elders of her clan once personally invited him over. At that time, the bamboo basket he was carrying also had these 2 strips of cloth. I remember that he is a fortune teller. I never thought I would meet him here. I cannot waste this chance. Ah, young sir, please wait. Looking at the red-haired woman, Jiangju is speechless too. You really are bold. You dare enter a human city in broad daylight. Seeing that Jiangju knows at a glance that she is a stinking demon, she is startled for a moment, then says, "Young sir is a fortune teller. Could you perhaps perform a divination for this humble woman? I am best at restraining my aura, and it was thanks to that I obtained the heavenly demon lord's treasure. Yet he saw through me completely. As expected, he is an expert." Jiangju says, "If you want me to do a divination, it will be very expensive. She is clearly a demon. If I divine for her and tell the truth, what if I make her go crazy? Not only will my stall collapse, even my life might be gone. Damn it, this system only counts it as valid if someone else takes the initiative to ask me for divination, and it does not even give me the right to refuse. It really wants to kill me. Ah, this humble woman understands. I still hope young sir will perform a divination. Okay then, 100,000 spirit stones. This is no small amount. Hopefully she will back down after seeing the difficulty." Hearing 100,000 spirit stones, the red-haired woman is stunned. It is that expensive? Even though I have cultivated to the spiritual law stage, I would have to save for almost 100 years to get that many spirit stones. Ordinary mortals do not even know what spirit stones are. Since he dares say this, it seems I did not find the wrong person. Even the elders must respect this man. 100,000 spirit stones is not really expensive. Seeing Jiangju about to leave, the red-haired woman calls after him. "Ah, I will have the divination." Then she takes out something and says, "Young sir, may I use this top-grade magical artifact, the Zichuan Pearl, as payment?" The Zichuan Pearl? How many points can this thing exchange for? At this moment, the system answers Jiangju's question. Top-grade magical artifact, Zichuan Pearl, could be exchanged for 22,000 points. After hearing this, Jiangju feels as though he has struck gold and immediately holds out paper and brush for the red-haired woman to begin. "Yes, you may. Write 1 character. Haha, I'm rich. Hee, sorry to trouble you, sir." This humble woman wants to see the future. The system announces, "Do you wish to divine Qi Hongdan's fate?" This divination requires 10,000 points. Yes, divining for demons really is different from divining for ordinary people. Age 0. A rabbit is born in withered profound ridge of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Age 300. The rabbit absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, transforms into a human, and takes the name Qi Hongdan. Age 500. Qi Hongdan joins the 10,000 demon kingdom and submits under General Black Abyss. Age 600. Ah, she actually dared to steal the heavenly demon lord's belongings. So the heavenly demon lord actually has this secret. Wait, this is Jiangju seems to read something extremely terrifying, and his face turns deathly pale. You have interfered with fate and may choose to reveal the heavenly secret. Punishment. Merit plus 1,000 in one of the following punishments. 1. Qi Hongdan's Cultivation Insights. 2. The top-grade Cultivation Method Charm Hard Art. 3. The miscellaneous book 100 Ways to Capture a Man. You have interfered with fate and may choose to conceal the heavenly secret. Reward. Merit minus 10,000. Punishment of the 3 calamities. Damn it, it's over. This means I also know that Heavenly Demon Lord's secret. That Heavenly Demon Lord can do anything. I'm afraid I'll be implicated too. At this moment, the red-haired woman urges Jiangju. "Young sir, what is this humble woman's future like?" Just as Jiangju is hesitating over whether or not to speak, a burst of laughter rings out. "Your future? Haha, you are about to die. So what future is there to speak of?" The red-haired woman only lets out a sound of surprise before her head leaves her neck. Witnessing this scene, Jiangju freezes. On the spot, a loud shout rings out, "Kill!" The surrounding commoners flee in terror. "Ah, murder! Hurry and run!" A figure with white ears appears and flashes through these people. In an instant, all their heads fall from their necks. Appearing now is a many-tailed demoness holding an umbrella painted with peach blossoms. She is the supreme ruler of the 10,000 demon kingdom, the heavenly demon Lord Tu Shanlan. She walks at the front, followed by 2 masked subordinates who clean up the corpses. One of them finds a box and presents it. "Venerable Lord, we found it." At this moment, Jiangju laments inwardly. I really got horribly screwed by that rabbit. She already touched the heavenly demon lord's things, yet still dared come to me for a divination. What is even worse is that standing before me now is the heavenly demon lord, Tu Shanlan. The demon lord approaches Jiangju and says, "Since Qi Hongdan came to young sir to have her fate read, why doesn't young sir perform a divination for me too? How about it?" Jiangju immediately pulls out the cloth banner stuck behind his back and snaps them in two. "Ah, divine what? I do not understand. I do not understand. I'm only a passerby." So she had arrived long ago. I should not have said those damned words. But if I had not spoken, the system would not have let me off either. Great. Now I even have to divine for her. Boo-hoo, help me. Just as he is about to run, he is blocked by several of the demon lord subordinates. The venerable lord did not say you could leave. Leave a path open for others, and things will be easier to discuss in the future. But I'm a demon, bro. Right, my mistake. Actually, my divination fee is very expensive. No matter. I have money. Actually, revealing heavenly secrets for others comes with many taboos. The demon lord wastes no words and pronounces one sentence. Divine for me or die. Hearing this, Jiangju is instantly terrified. He offers up the brush and says, "Please bestow a character." In his heart, he thinks, "I forget it. Whether it is the heavenly demon lord or the system, I cannot refuse either one. Whether I live or die is up to heaven now." The demon lord decisively writes the character kill. The system asks, "Do you wish to perform a divination for Tu Shanlan?" This divination consumes 100 million points. Hearing the number 100 million, Jiangju turns to stone on the spot. 100 million? I have been in this world for 5 years, and this is the first time a divination for someone else has cost so many points. But I do not even have enough points to look at one corner of it. Right, for the system's divination targets, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the innate talent, and the greater the future achievements, the higher the difficulty. She is the heavenly demon lord, and both her cultivation and innate talent are among the very strongest, so that is why it costs so many points. Seeing Jiangju say nothing, the demon lord asks, "You cannot divine it?" She thinks to herself, "I originally thought that since he could clearly state the matter of Qi Hongdan's life and death, he had some ability. Yet upon seeing this character kill, he is frightened like this. How useless." She immediately orders her subordinates, "Kill him." "Yes." Seeing the blade about to reach his neck, Jiangju panics and says, "Who said I cannot divine it? I only fear that once I divine it, the heavenly demon lord will not like what she hears." Hearing this, the demon lord asks, "How much does young sir want?" Jiangju points and says, "If the venerable lord agrees to give me the 10,000 demon kingdom as payment, perhaps I." Before he can finish, the demon lord wants to skewer Jiangju. "Charlatan, kill him for me." "Oh, wait. Although the heavenly demon lord cannot pay me, I can still view a portion of your future. Could it be that the heavenly demon lord does not want to know what she will have thousands upon thousands of years later? Could it be that you do not want to know whether, thousands upon thousands of years later, you will still be you? Stop. You can see what happens to me 1,000 years from now. We could try. Come on, let me see how formidable this demon emperor will be thousands of years from now. Tu Shanlan insists on making me divine, not only because she wants to know my secret. After all, when I divine for Qi Hongdan, I already learned that secret. But what should I say? If I say something I should not, she will definitely stab me to death. The system announces, "You have chosen a segment of Tu Shanlan's fate divination. You have chosen to view 10 fated years within the next 1,000 years. This will consume 1 million points." Jiangju trembles but still stretches out his hand and says, "Payment first, goods after. Pay first. 1 low-grade Dao artifact or 5 million spirit stones." She does not hesitate and hands Jiangju a golden gourd. Holding the gourd, Jiangju begins divining for Tu Shanlan. 1,000 years later, Tu Shanlan is at Crimson Cloud Valley with 100 children. Holy crap, what? 100 children? The leader of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Humanity's nightmare. 1,000 years later, she has 100 children and looks so happy. Who is that utterly wicked ghost king? Who has such ability? 1,001 years later, Tu Shanlan has a headache over the matter of educating her eldest son. This brat does not want to follow her path of slaughter, but instead wants to learn his father's useless fortune-telling trade. This makes her very angry. Holy crap, something is not right here. 1,002 years later, Tu Shanlan begins seriously teaching her second daughter. Her daughter's cultivation greatly satisfies her. 1,003 years later, when her fourth son chooses objects on his first birthday, he chooses the two banners his father once used, the ones that say only speak reason, never half-baked, empty words. She is very angry. She had clearly prepared all kinds of divine weapons and spiritual treasures, such as hammers, axes, sabers, swords, and halberds, but the baby chooses none of them. 1,004 years later, the fifth child in Tu Shanlan's womb still shows no signs of being born, making her very worried. 1,005 years later, seeing up to this point, Jiangju already feels that something seems rather wrong, but he continues watching. 1,015 years later, Tu Shanlan's husband, Jiangju, finally returns from the Yellow Springs Prefecture, making her very happy. But during their intimacy, she keenly senses the scent of another woman on her husband. At this moment, Jiangju is seen in a daze. Holy crap, Tu Shanlan's husband is Jiangju. What the hell? Damn it, what on earth is this? After panicking for a while, Jiangju now ponders. I was still wondering who had such great ability that he could make this utterly wicked heavenly demon lord willingly become a gentle mother. Turns out it is me. Then there is no problem. He thinks he might be able to use merit points to change the demon lord's fate, but the system announces simulation complete. Do you wish to change Tu Shanlan's fate and redo the divination from the beginning? Redivination requires consuming 1 million of Tu Shanlan's merit points. Tu Shanlan's current merit is negative 11,250,000 points. You may choose to consume your own merit to change Tu Shanlan's fate. Your current merit is 89,539 points. After hearing this, Jiangju is so stunned, he almost falls over. I've been thinking that if I saw an unfavorable future, I could spend a little merit to change her fate so she would not kill me. Negative more than 10 million merit? What cruel things has this demoness done? Why has heaven not punished her to death? The merit I have saved up over these years is not even enough to change a portion of her fate. Ahem, young sir, have you divined it? I'm finished. If I tell the truth, I will definitely be killed by Tu Shanlan subordinates. You have interfered with fate and may choose to conceal the heavenly secret. Reward, merit minus 100,000, death by the punishment of ninth heaven thunder. You have interfered with fate and may choose to reveal the heavenly secret. Punishment, merit plus 10,000 and choose one of the following punishments. Under ordinary circumstances, I would choose to conceal the heavenly secret. Although the punishment is the 3 calamities, the system never said I would definitely die. But this time, the system is clearly telling me that if I do not say it, I am definitely dead. The 3 rewards are 1. Tu Shanlan's child-rearing experience. 2. The book 1,000 Ways to Train a Husband. 3. Half a jade pendant. Damn it, what the hell are these 3 rewards? My heart hurts so much, boo-hoo. No other choice. I'll choose the third one. This ordinary jade pendant has no spiritual power at all. For some reason, only half remains. It is contaminated with Tu Shanlan's aura, and it must hide a secret related to this woman. The holder of this half jade pendant can freely request that Tu Shanlan do one thing. Hearing the system's explanation of the jade pendant, Jiangju feels as if he has seen a path to survival. With this jade pendant, I am saved. The demon lord, having waited too long, says impatiently, "Why does young sir say nothing? You are not deceiving me, are you?" Congratulations, Demon Lord, congratulations. What is there to congratulate? 1,000 years later, the Demon Lord will have a wonderful marriage fate, giving birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters. There will also be happy news in your womb. Hearing this, the Demon Lord begins to flare with anger. Jiangju continues. The eldest young master is intelligent from childhood, proficient in the 8 trigrams and the Book of Changes, well-versed in yin and yang and the 5 elements, and knowledgeable about matters ancient and modern. The second young lady and third young lady are twin sisters with extraordinary innate talent. They are born with astonishing power, excel in killing and conquest, and live proud lives. The fourth young master is still young and has never cultivated, but he is born with the appearance of a sage, his body pure and untouched by mortal dust, with 5 immortals protecting him and 5 ghosts opening his path. The fifth young master is still in the womb, but he carries imperial purple chi from the womb and is surrounded by dragon veins. He is a heaven-ordained emperor. Hearing this, the The demon lord is enraged and sends Jiangju flying with one strike. Do you know the price of talking nonsense? Jiangju scrambles to his feet, raises his hand to the sky, and says, "If I am wrong, may heaven punish me." Holy crap, why is there lightning in broad daylight? It scares Jiangju stiff. Seeing Jiangju so resolute, the demon lord folds her arms before her chest and asks, "If that is so, why don't you tell me clearly what kind of man could make me willingly bear children for him?" Jiangju points at himself and says with a smile, "It is yours truly." Surprised? How bold. You are talking nonsense. You deserve to die. Sir, I'm afraid your reading was inaccurate. As she spoke, the demon lord raised her hand, about to kill Jiangju. But Jiangju was quicker. He picked up the jade pendant and said, "Whether it was accurate or not is not for you to decide. I hope the demon lord will look at this item." Seeing the jade, the demon lord was startled. "Ah, where did you get this jade?" "I heard that whoever holds this jade pendant can make the heavenly demon lord agree to one request." "Is that true?" "Yes. Even if the request is to marry me, that is acceptable too." "Damn, even marriage is acceptable?" Haha. Looking closely, you do count as handsome. However, sir, I'm afraid this divination of yours was wrong. Why is that? Because I will take you back to the 10,000 demon kingdom to marry me. But I only agreed to marry you. On the wedding night, sir, you had best die. But in the end, sir's death date is still within this year. Tell me, sir, was your divination right or wrong? Haha, just now, I merely held this jade pendant and asked a question. It was not as if I truly intended that. I hope the demon lord will return the jade pendant to me so I can examine it more carefully. Damn it, this woman is bullying the weak with her strength. The demon lord ordered sword slave and attendant slave. Take him back to the 10,000 demon kingdom. Yes, seeing that words would not work, Jiangju took out a talisman and said, "You female demon, whoever marries you is cursed with misfortune. If I accumulate enough merit in the future, I will definitely escape this calamity. Goodbye." Then he teleported away. Seeing this, the demon lord was shocked. Is that talisman of his from that old dragon? This fortune teller was actually able to make the dragon of Sun Moon Lake draw him a protective talisman. Just who exactly is he? Demon Lord, should your subordinate capture him back, keep him alive, and bring him to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Speaking of which, Chi Hongdan, who stole my profound Ice Jade Soul Pearl, is probably a subordinate of that old dragon. Just who are they? Let's go. My lord, do you wish to return to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? No, to Sun Moon Lake. The scene shifts to the Jade Flower River in the Tianan Mountains of the Wei Kingdom. Jiangju fell from the sky with a splash into the stream. Then he crawled out in a sorry state, tears streaming down his face. Good heavens, what terrible luck. My protective talisman. I spent half a month at Sun Moon Lake before I got it from that old dragon. I only had this one talisman, and I never expected I would have to use it like this today. Tushan Lan, just you wait. After 1,000 years, 10,000 years, when I become invincible, I definitely won't let you off. But according to the system's divination result, 1,000 years later, Tushan Lan would marry him and even give birth to 5 children for him. This method of revenge was really not bad. Haha. But when he imagined the scene of being strangled around the neck by the demon fox's tail, Brother Ju calmly shook his head again and again. No, that is a demon who kills without blinking. Forget it. I couldn't have that even if I wanted to. I should work hard to accumulate merit points and change this fate instead. Then Brother Ju looked around and wondered, but where is this place now? I'll walk around and take a look. What if there are treasures here? Half a month later, no one knew where Brother Ju had found a little tiger, but he was riding it as it sped along like the wind. At last, he was about to leave the Tianan Mountains. I never expected that old dragon's talisman would send me to the border region of the Wei Kingdom. This Wei Kingdom is so close to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, so of course I don't dare go back. I absolutely cannot let that female demon catch me. The little tiger asked, "Where does Sir wish to go now?" I had better go to the Qin Kingdom. But at this moment, Jiangju suddenly remembered, to go to the Qin Kingdom, I must cross the Jade Flower River. But I don't have a boat. The little tiger replied, "Do not worry, sir. I have a way to help you cross the river." Really? Then I must thank Brother Tiger properly. Brother Ju picked up his bag of fruit and thought to himself, this half month really wasn't wasted. Who would have known there were quite a few demons with cultivation here? Not only did they help me complete my daily task of divining for 3 people, I even obtained so many treasures. At this moment, the little tiger turned back and asked, "Sir, thank you for divining for us during this half month. You let us know that an orthodox deity will appear here in the future. Everyone wanted to see you off for a while. So why did you refuse? Jiangju waved his hand and answered, it was only a small matter. There is no need to trouble everyone. No need, no need. When that deity manifests, as long as you all do more good deeds, you will definitely all become divine spirits respected by everyone. These demons were not stupid either. If he had not divined that an orthodox deity would appear in the Tianan Mountains in the future, and that these demons would also receive some benefits and ultimately enjoy a little incense worship, they would not have given him face like this. The little tiger asked again, I wonder who exactly that lord will be. Ah, this is a heavenly secret. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. Brother Ju thought to himself, I still don't know who this deity is. Perhaps they haven't even been born yet. Once I escape to Shanlan Spearhead, I'll come back and take a look. After walking for a while, they arrived at the riverbank. Brother Ju bid farewell to the little tiger. Seeing me off to here is enough. Go back. The river is dangerous. Even with a boat, it would be hard to cross. Brother Tiger, do you really have a way to help me cross the river? The little tiger let out a roar that shook the sky. A huge whirlpool appeared in the river, and water splashed everywhere. In the middle of the river, an enormous turtle shell emerged. Jiangju could only utter one word. Whoa! The old turtle approached and said, who is disturbing this old man's rest? Brother Ju thought to himself, it can speak human language. It must be a demon with profound cultivation. I heard that recently a sir skilled in divination came here and enlightened many lesser demons in these Tianan Mountains. Would that be you? How should I address you, sir? My surname is Jiang. Mr. Jiang, may I ask what brings you to this old man's place? At this moment, the little tiger spoke to the old turtle in tiger language. Only a few growls could be heard. So sir wishes to cross the river. That is only a small matter. If sir does not mind, this old man can take you across. The old turtle thought to himself, it is rare for a master to come to these Tianan Mountains. This old man must form a connection with him. Since that is so, I will not stand on ceremony. And so, Jiangju was carried across the river by the old turtle. Brother Tiger, we'll meet again in the future. The old turtle asked, may I ask where sir wishes to go? Brother Ju answered, to the Qin Kingdom. Brother Ju thought of that demon lord. For the time being, I cannot stay in this way kingdom. Does sir have urgent business in the Qin Kingdom? Actually, there isn't anywhere in particular I want to go. All these years, I have always wandered in all directions, going wherever circumstances take me. In that case, this old man advises sir, it would be best not to go to the Qin Kingdom these days. Why is that? Since sir can divine fortunes, why not try to see what the Qin Kingdom is like at present? Hearing this, Jiangju immediately fell silent because he could only rely on the system for divination and could not do it himself. Then he started talking nonsense. The fate of an entire dynasty is something best left uninvolved. In his heart, he silently thought, what do I know about physiognomy, reading fortune, the 6 ren or 6 lines? All my divinations have always relied on that fate divination system. Okay. Hearing this, the old turtle said, sir is right. This old man has spoken too much. The old turtle thought, indeed, divination brings much harm. Interfering with heavenly fate requires many taboos. The Qin Kingdom was still doing well a few years ago. Although its ruler was not a man of great strategy, he was still very prudent in his actions. In addition, he established relations with the Dragon King, and in recent years, the weather has been favorable, with timely wind and rain, so the common people's lives were very good. But 7 years ago, the ruler of the Qin Kingdom was bewitched by a demoness. In order to bring that demoness into the palace, he deposed his virtuous and gentle empress. He drowned himself in lust and neglected court affairs. He also imposed heavy taxes and exploited the people. It is said that inside the palace there are pools of wine and forests of meat, comparable to a paradise on earth. In short, the Qin Kingdom is no longer peaceful now. Chaos is everywhere. If sir has no urgent business, it would be best not to go. Thank you for the guidance. I will remember it. Brother Ju thought to himself, this turtle is really enthusiastic. It is carrying me across the river and kindly reminding me as well. But I still have to cross this Jade Flower River. After all, going back means returning to the Wei Kingdom, and the Wei Kingdom borders the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. If Tushanland's people are still searching for me in the Wei Kingdom, then I definitely won't have a way out. After that, this turtle asked me many more trivial questions, but I could sense that it wanted to ask something, yet found it inconvenient to speak. Half an hour later, we had reached the middle of the river, when the surface of the water suddenly churned violently. What is that? A group of crab demons appeared. Jiangju wondered. These are not ordinary creatures. They are all demons with cultivation. Why have they gathered here? At this moment, the old turtle explained, Sir, please do not blame me. These are all this old man's disciples and descendants. They merely heard of the things Sir did in the Tianan Mountains and also wish to seek your guidance. If Sir dislikes this old man will tell them to disperse. It is nothing. Meeting is fate, though fate may not always go as one wishes. Jiangju thought to himself, I still haven't completed my goal of divining for 3 people today. Looks like I can only rely on them. Since Sir has said so, then this old man will shamelessly trouble Sir to cast a divination for me. I was wondering why it was willing to carry me across the river and was being so courteous. After circling around for so long, it finally made its request. Sir, please do not blame me. This old man knows that this is presumptuous, but there is one matter that has troubled this old man for more than half my life. Since I have encountered a master like Sir, if I miss this opportunity, I fear I will regret it for the rest of my life. But sir, rest assured, this old man has roamed the Jade Flower River for more than 1,200 years. As for treasures and such, I have them and can fully pay Sir. Then may I ask what matter is troubling you? Ever since this old man gained awareness, I have cultivated for 1,200 years. Throughout my life, I have done good deeds and accumulated virtue, never committing any evil. On both banks of the Jade Flower River, there are more or less temples dedicated to this old man, all built by villagers whom this old man helped. It could be considered a bit of incense worship, but for the past 1,000 years, this old man's cultivation has not advanced in the slightest, and my vitality has begun to weaken. I have never had the destined opportunity to transform into a dragon. The matter this old man requests is only the matter of transforming into a dragon. May I ask, sir, can this old man transform into a dragon? Hearing this, Jiangju thought to himself, something is not right. Logically speaking, if this turtle were about to reach the realm of transforming into a dragon, it would at least have some dragon characteristics. But apart from its size, it has no dragon traits at all. It clearly has not reached the realm where it can transform into a dragon. He had a bad feeling. Let me say this first. My divinations are not too expensive. Based on my experience over these past years, the result this time will not be good. If the result is something it isn't satisfied with, this old demon has cultivated for 1,000 years, and with my strength, I definitely cannot beat it. Besides, right now I'm still on its back. Very well. Sir, please speak freely. Jiangju began the divination. How strange. Why is everyone who comes to me for divination rich? Do you wish to read the fate of Wen Beixiang of the Jade Flower River? This will require 30,000 points. Brother Ju named a price of 300,000 spirit stones. 300,000 spirit stones could be exchanged for 60,000 points. But as long as it was a divination he did not want to perform, the cost would be doubled. At this moment, Brother Ju said, I must say this first. Fate is decided by heaven. If your fate is not good, this fee will not be refunded. I think it would be better not to read it. The old turtle pondered. This divination fee was indeed very expensive. Although it had obtained quite a few treasures over the years, it did not have that many spirit stones. After thinking for a while, the old turtle spat a green object from its mouth and said, This emerald lotus seed is a 10,000-year immortal medicine. Is it enough to pay, sir? The system analyzed again. Rare item, emerald lotus seed, can be exchanged for 80,000 points. This is a huge profit. All right, it is enough. Now that things have reached this point, there is no way to refuse anymore. Then I will trouble Sir to cast the divination for this old man. Age 0. A turtle was born in the Jade Flower River of the Tianan Mountains. Age 60. The turtle accidentally swallowed an emerald lotus seed, unexpectedly opened its spiritual intelligence, and took the name Wen Beixiang. Age 200. Wen Beixiang stirred up storms in the Jade Flower River, drank the blood of living humans, and his cultivation progress increased at an astonishing speed. Age 500. Wen Beixiang received guidance from a master and wished to wash away his demonic aura. He began capturing the people of the Qin and Wei kingdoms, forcing them to build temples. Age 800. The little dragon king of the Taiqing River passed through the Jade Flower River, discovered Wen Beixiang's evil deeds, and attacked in anger. When Beixiang was lucky enough to escape, but his foundation was severely damaged. From then on, his cultivation could hardly advance. Age 1201. When Beixiang failed to obtain an opportunity to transform into a dragon despite repeated seeking, and plotted to obtain imperial destiny. He colluded with the demon consort of the king of Qin, kidnapped refugees, and refined pills from human blood. Age 1204. When Beixiang met a fortune teller and won his guidance, but instead received the words that he was destined to die. In a fury, he pushed that man to the bottom of the Jade Flower River and suppressed him for 10,000 years. But his incense temples were destroyed by a master, and he died under heavenly punishment. Seeing this, Jiangju could not help but frown. No wonder he cultivated for 1,200 years and still has not transformed into a dragon. He never dared to. He has always used temple incense worship to conceal heavenly secrets and avoid heavenly tribulation. With a body full of killing karma, how could he possibly transform into a dragon? You have interfered with heavenly fate. You may choose to conceal the heavenly secret. Merit reward deducted by 30,000. Punishment, ninefold karma. You have interfered with heavenly fate. You may choose to reveal the heavenly secret. Punishment, merit increased by 3,000. Choose one of the following punishments. When Beixiang's understanding of becoming a god through incense worship, blood pill refinement technique, mastery of water commanding arts. Jiangju thought to himself, becoming a god through incense worship is originally an orthodox path, but when Beixiang built temples to cultivate, and his understanding of it is more or less vicious. Blood pill refinement technique sounds heretical as soon as you hear it. TSK, I can only choose mastery of water commanding arts. Seeing that it was taking too long, the turtle turned back and asked, Sir, does this old man have a chance to transform into a dragon? Jiangju said in a low voice, Perhaps you have underestimated my ability too much. With a body full of killing karma, you still dare come to me for divination. When Beixiang, you truly have great courage. The turtle turned and said, Sir, this old man only asked about the opportunity to transform into a dragon. As for other matters, this old man never asked Sir to read them. Sir has already accepted the divination fee. How's he know this old man's name? In order to avoid the little dragon king of the Taiching River all these years, I have acted very discreetly. I have never met this person before. How does he know my name? Could it be that this person's divination skill has already reached the highest realm, and he divined it? Jiangju suddenly laughed loudly. An opportunity to transform into a dragon? Since you seek an opportunity to transform into a dragon, then I will give you one. The Dragon Transformation Tribulation. Do you dare undergo it? Sir, what do you mean by those words? I am willing to damage my own merit to write a heavenly memorial for you, present it to heaven, and grant you an opportunity to transform into a dragon. Hearing this, the turtle began to reveal its sinister face and said, This old man kindly carried you across the river, yet you dare repay kindness with enmity? Are you humans also treacherous? Jiangju clasped his hands together and said, Disciple Jiangju humbly petitions the Xian Heaven Thunder, Law Heavenly Venerable. Today, I have heard that when Beixiang of the Jade Flower River has cultivated for more than 1,200 years, accumulated virtue, performed good deeds, and cultivated with painstaking effort. Let me explain to everyone. The Xian Heaven Thunder, Law Heavenly Venerable, is the deity said in legend to be responsible for punishing heavenly tribulations. After Jiangju finished praying, the heavenly tribulation in the sky began to crash down with thunderous booms. You stinking brat. This old man helped you, yet you dare treat me like this? He actually knows how to summon a deity, and even summoned the Xian Heaven Thunder, Law Heavenly Venerable. Who exactly is he? The old turtle was about to turn back and bite Jiangju. Then Jiangju shouted, The Heavenly Venerable is above, and merit is upon me. Who dares harm me? Hearing this, the old turtle seemed to hesitate in fear. I cannot eat him. He summoned the Dragon Transformation Tribulation. If I eat him now, this old man will certainly die. Brother Ju shouted again. A life of kindness will surely bring benefit. A life of evil will surely suffer punishment. I hope you will weigh this carefully. When Beixiang, didn't you ask me to divine for you? In my entire life of divination, I have never said even half a false word. Today, right here, you will be buried beneath this Dragon Transformation Tribulation. The heavenly Tao is clear, and retribution is fitting. After saying this, Brother Ju jumped off the turtle's back into the water. A terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning struck down onto the old turtle. Only then did Jiangju realize that while jumping had looked very cool, he had forgotten that he did not know how to swim. End it, hurry up and end it. You have revealed a heavenly secret and disclosed heavenly fate. You suffer punishment, merit increased by 3,000. Mastery of water commanding arts. As Brother Ju was sinking, something shot into his forehead. At this moment, Jiangju seemed to be no different underwater than he was on land. But to deal with the situation before him, it should be enough. When Brother Ju turned back to look, he saw that the old turtle was still struggling against the heavenly lightning. The bolts of heavenly lightning striking that turtle shell seemed to be deflected. All this incense worship was accumulated by me over hundreds of years. I never expected so much would be consumed today. But if I can pass the dragon transformation tribulation, everything will be worth it. Jiang brat, this opportunity, this old man accepts it. I cannot retreat, and I cannot avoid it. I can only face it directly. Not good. Brother Ju stood on the water, pointed, and said, wantonly indulging in incense worship in temples is also the path of an evildoer. Our generation cannot tolerate it. Begone, begone. This golden light is formed from all my merit and virtue, and it is meant to destroy rampaging evil demons. As he spoke, Brother Ju shot a ray of golden light toward the old turtle. Its barrier was shattered just like that, and it was struck until it coughed up blood. This old man's 1,000 years of incense worship. Without temple incense worship protecting your body, let's see how you survive this tribulation. This heavenly tribulation has already become heavenly punishment. I'm definitely going to die. Seeing that he was about to perish, the old turtle, like a cornered beast, turned and attacked Jiangju. Jiangju, even if I have to die, I absolutely won't let you off. Seeing that palm strike about to hit him, Jiangju immediately escaped through the water. The old turtle laughed loudly. That blood arrow has already locked onto your aura. Let's see where you can run. Jiang, with someone to die with me, this old man can die satisfied. Then a terrifying explosion roared up from the surface of the water. The scene shifts to several days later, at the Jadeflower River on the border of the Qin Kingdom. A boat is drifting along the river. On the boat is a young lord known as Young Master Shao. This person rests his chin on his hand in thought. A few days ago, a sudden flood broke out on the Jadeflower River. The damage caused by the flood swallowed more than half of the fertile land in Xianyang, right beneath the emperor's feet. This is the most fertile land in the Qin Kingdom, the belt of land along the Jadeflower River. This year's flood happened right at sowing time. The fields have been destroyed, and the common people have been scattered everywhere. After a flood, a refugee crisis is unavoidable. But what is most worrying now is not the refugees, but the fact that there is not much grain left in the state granary. If the grain reserves in the treasury are not enough to support us through this period, famine may follow. At that time, the territory of the Qin Kingdom will surely become a living hell. It is even possible that people will end up eating one another. Thinking back, ever since that white demoness entered the palace, the Qin Kingdom has been plunged into darkness and chaos. Truly, when a nation is wounded and near ruin, there must be an evildoer behind it. While he's thinking, someone calls out, "Young master, our boat pulled someone out of the water. He seems to still be breathing. And what's more, there's something strange about him. He was clearly pulled out of the river, yet there isn't the slightest bit of moisture on him. Even the clothes on his body are still clean." After a while, Jiangju finally wakes up. "Where am I? I'm on a boat. Did someone pull me out of the Jadeflower River?" Without thinking, Jiangju reaches into his chest to search for something and pulls out a piece of jade that is already shattered. Jiangju freezes as if turned to stone. These are the only life-saving items I managed to save up. How'd they get broken like this? Jiangju sighs. Ever since I transmigrated, my cultivation speed has indeed been very fast. Even disciples raised by hidden immortal sects can't compare with my cultivation speed. But for some reason, over these years, I've always run into powerful opponents. On top of that, with this broken system, there are definitely far more big shots who want to crush me to death than there are people who hold good thoughts toward me. So for cultivation methods, I most likely chose life preservation. For magical treasures, I also chose life preservation. Even when it comes to spells and divine abilities, the things I'm best are all escape techniques. Had it been easy for me? Oh heavens, my peaceful safety shards, my peaceful safety shards. That old turtle of the Jadeflower River. that could be counted as a great demon with 1,000 years of cultivation. Yet his fatal strike before death only shattered my life-saving item. Right now, I'm still intact and unharmed. However, why do I keep feeling this uncomfortable sensation? It can't be that there's still some unresolved danger, right? Could it be that the palm strike the old turtle gave me before dying caused internal injuries? He checks himself all over, but does not discover any injuries on his body. Then why do I keep having this premonition that I'm about to face a great disaster? Jiangju suddenly panics. Speaking of which, what day is it today? Detected that the host has not divined human fate for 3 days. 3 minor heavenly tribulation disasters are about to descend. Damn it, I was actually unconscious for 3 days. Fortunately, there are only 3 minor disasters. No, wait, I can't survive even 3 minor disasters. I'm just a little cultivator at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Even if I have some tricks, how could I survive a lightning tribulation? Before becoming a 4th rank cultivator, before the 5 energies gather within the body, it's extremely difficult to survive this heavenly tribulation. Calm down, calm down. I knew this day would come sooner or later, so avoiding heavenly tribulation isn't a solution. I studied it thoroughly long ago. A person with great merit receives blessings from heaven, which can also be considered a way to deal with disasters. The heavenly tribulation will then weaken greatly. The second method is the path of incense cultivation, like that old turtle living in the Jade Flower River, who relied on incense offerings to evade the heavenly tribulation that should have come. It's just that he polluted the incense worship of the temple, which made it the path of an evildoer with many drawbacks. And if it is the orthodox path of incense worship, one must undergo official enfeoffment as a deity. Once a divine position is obtained, it becomes an extra layer of shackles, so that is not simple either. Over these years, by divining fate, I've also accumulated a great deal of merit. It's just that my cultivation foundation is only at this level. Even if this heavenly tribulation goes easy on me, I'm afraid it will still be hard to survive. Besides, it wasn't easy for me to accumulate this little bit of merit. In the end, because I wrote a letter to heaven for that old turtle of the Jade Flower River and invited the Xian Heaven Thunder, Law Heavenly Venerable, I used up quite a lot. At this moment, Jiangju looks again at his merit, which is at 100,154 points, and is startled. Huh? Why did it increase? Because the host punished evil and promoted good, eliminating the demon of the Jade Flower River. Merit increased by 50,000. Merit has reached 100,000. Blessings are bestowed by heaven, and divine abilities develop on their own. Congratulations, host, for opening the heavenly eye and comprehending the divine ability Aura Observation Art. The Aura Observation Art can examine the dragon veins of mountains and rivers. I'm becoming more and more worthy of being a fortune teller. Originally, if I could use the Aura Observation Art to find a hidden dragon site, I could avoid heavenly tribulation. But right now, the heavenly tribulation is already above my head. Unless a hidden dragon site is within reach, it's useless. At this critical moment, how could I just happen to run into a person with that fate? Forget it. These are kind hosts who saved me. I can't implicate others while going through my tribulation. I'll thank the master of the boat and leave quickly. As he walks out, Jiangju accidentally bumps head-on into that young lord. At first glance, this person is blessed with great fortune and nobility. Looking at the chest, it's flat. This man looks like a young lady. I almost thought I'd met a woman disguised as a man. Misunderstanding. Jiangju immediately cups his hands in salute. Many thanks, young master, for saving me. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave here. With his life hanging by a thread, he can no longer care about too many courteous greetings. Seeing Jiangju leave just like that, a household servant speaks up. Young master, this person is extremely rude. Young master kindly saved him out of benevolence, yet he behaves so discourteously. This person is somewhat strange. He cannot be taken lightly. Let's go up and have a look. They see lightning begin to strike ahead. Jiangju looks up at the sky and thinks to himself, the 3 minor heavenly tribulation disasters are not thunder, but famine, sickness, and calamities of banditry and war. The 3 minor heavenly tribulation disasters don't necessarily kill someone instantly in a violent way, but they're like maggots clinging to the bone, making a person's life unbearable while preventing them from dying. Seeing the lightning, the young lord is also startled. It was clearly a cloudless sky, just now? Why is it about to rain? The floodwaters have not yet settled, and now another heavy rain is coming. The newly repaired embankments may not be able to withstand it. This year's harvest. This person was just pulled out of the water. Why has he jumped down again? They see Jiang-ju jump into the water without saying a word. Young master, look. The household servant points toward Jiang-ju, who is standing on the surface of the water as if it were nothing, and cries out, "He truly is a miraculous person." The sky has cleared. At this moment, Jiang-ju activates his heavenly eye. This is fate. If I can find the hidden dragon feng shui of this prosperous land, then I can borrow the hidden dragon feng shui to conceal heavenly secrets and avoid these 3 minor heavenly tribulation disasters. Jiang-ju looks across all the rivers and mountains, then sighs. Alas, as expected, there are no such coincidences in this world. How could a hidden dragon site be so easy to find? What a pity this place is too far from Sun Moon Lake. I'm afraid my old friend can't help me either. Although I couldn't find a hidden dragon site, at least I found a place with excellent feng shui to serve as my burial ground. Suddenly, Jiang-ju turns back and sees something. What dense fortune. Back on the boat, seeing Jiang-ju so mysterious, the household servant says, "Young master, you are both talented and virtuous. If we can help him, perhaps it may benefit you as well. Should we send someone after him and bring him back?" The young lord sighs. Forget it. He's an expert. If we force him, that would not be good. But just at that moment, Jiang-ju jumps back onto the boat. Young master, be careful. Why so tense? Benefactor, we meet again. And so, after a while on the boat, Jiang-ju herds the sailors around like ducks, trying to coax them into getting their fortunes told. This strong warrior here, your features are truly extraordinary. Why don't I divine a hexagram for you? I can calculate your past life. I can calculate karmic fate, and I can even calculate when your mother will enter the grave. Do you really not want a reading? No need. No need. We haven't offended you. Unable to get anyone to bite, Jiang-ju sighs. Alas, a bunch of people who don't know good goods when they see them. Suddenly, a voice says, "Mr. Jiang, if they could hear even a couple of pleasant lines from your mouth, they wouldn't avoid you like this." It's Taoist Chui. "Mr. Jiang has only been here for a few days, yet you have offended almost everyone around the young master. That's what the divinations revealed. I'm merely telling the truth." In this world, the hardest words to hear are true words. Sir, if you divine a bad hexagram for someone, you can still say some comforting words. I speak only of profound mysteries, not a single ordinary sentence. Taoist, there is no need to advise me. Though Jiang-ju says this aloud, he thinks to himself, I'd also like to learn from those wandering Taoist swindlers and praise people to the skies so they can't tell whether it's good or bad. But there's no way around it. I have to tell the truth or I'll be punished. At this moment, the Taoist says again, "The young master wishes to see you. Sir, please go quickly." "Oh, the young master is back? Then I'll go right away. It has already been half a month since I survived the 3 heavenly tribulation disasters, and the fact that I can stand here safe and sound now is all thanks to this young master. Although I still haven't found a hidden dragon site, I can borrow a little of his fortune. Before I have the ability to withstand the 3 heavenly tribulation disasters, it seems I'll have to stay by this young master's side." "Young master, has the disaster relief effort ended?" "Yes." "Sir, please sit." Over these days, I've already investigated the details about this young master. Fortune coils around this person's body, so clearly he is no ordinary person. He is the younger brother of the king of Qin. In terms of status, he is a royal relative of the Qin kingdom, beneath 1 person and above 10,000. He is known as a benevolent prince who likes to befriend others, and he has countless retainers. Originally, with his own fief, he was an idle prince. It is only because in recent years the king of Qin has neglected court affairs that the current grand preceptor invited him to supervise the kingdom. For the time being, he lives in Dalian, and his recent trip to the Jadeflower River was also to ease the flooding and distribute grain for disaster relief. At this moment, Qingyi says, "I hear that you are very skilled at divination and read 3 hexagrams each day. Could you divine one for me today?" Qingyi thinks to himself, this person is mysterious and seems to be an expert beyond the mundane world. If he divines for me, perhaps he can help me resolve this difficult problem. Hearing this, Jiang-ju falls into thought. Asking for a divination? Most ordinary people's fortune is like a mass of shapeless mist. I can look at its color to determine fortune and misfortune. This young master has the form of a golden rock, but this rock is incomplete. This fortune has weak yang energy. This is clearly the sign of a woman. This young master is truly a woman. But can a woman also be called a prince? As expected, every era has no shortage of secrets within the palace. Seeing Jiang Ju keep staring at him, Qingyi is full of question marks. For some reason, he feels that Jiang Ju's gaze seems somewhat pitying. At this moment, Jiang Ju says, I still wish to make a living by the young master's side, so I am unwilling to calculate it. However, if the young master insists, I can still divine a hexagram for you. Hearing this, Qingyi thinks, these days quite a few subordinates have complained to me, saying that when this Mr. Jiang divines for people, not a single pleasant word comes out of his mouth. And with that pitying look he gave me just now, could it be? Since you are unwilling, sir, then forget it. All right, young master is magnanimous. Actually, I summoned you here because there is something I need to inform you of. I plan to return to Xianyang. I wonder whether you are willing to go to Xianyang with me, or whether we should part here. I hear that young master recruits retainers. If you do not disdain me, I would like to make a living at your side. Jiang Ju thinks to himself, I still need your fortune to help me avoid heavenly tribulation. How could I leave at a time like this? Of course I do not disdain you. This can be considered the only good news recently. Jiang Ju asks again. Earlier, I already wanted to ask. When I entered the door, I saw that the young master's brows were full of worry. May I ask what troubles weigh on your heart? Regarding disaster relief, the silver and grain issued by the court exceeded my expectations. I know that grain transported from far away will be depleted along the road, because people and horses need to eat. But even the silver is insufficient. The imperial court issued 100,000 taels of silver, yet less than 30 or 40,000 taels reach my hands. Where did the remaining silver go? This time, when I return to Xianyang, I must question the court. Hearing this, Jiang Ju thinks, as expected, something has gone wrong in the Qin kingdom, and it seems even more serious than I imagined. The king of Qin is a foolish and dissolute ruler, and the officials in court may not be clean either. This disaster relief matter shows just how severe the corruption is. It can be said that if the top is not strict, how can those below be strict? Speaking of which, this flood on the Jadeflower River is also related to me. If I do nothing while the people suffer, part of the blame this time will inevitably fall on my head. If I lose merit then, I'll be finished. I'm relying on that merit to survive tribulations. At this moment, Jiang Ju says, Young master, do you know the cause of this flood? Sir, do you know? Young master, please sit. Listen as I explain slowly. In this Jadeflower River, there was an old turtle named Baiziong. Just like that, Jiang Ju tells Qingyi everything. After hearing it, Qingyi is furious. That old demon is truly hateful. No wonder people living near the river in the Qin kingdom have gone missing in recent years. So there were evil demons and monsters behind it. A demon like that actually dared to dream of transforming into a dragon with a human appearance. Jiang Ju is puzzled. Why did she avoid mentioning that demon consort of the Qin kingdom? Sir, how do you know these things? That old turtle once carried me across the river, and I happened to learn about it. So that is how it was. What a coincidence. Qingyi thinks to himself, is it really such a coincidence? That Baixiang was a 1,000-year-old demon with countless evil traits. How could he possibly have talked with him? The first time I met Jiang Ju was also when we pulled him out of the Jadeflower River. Wait, you just mentioned that the old turtle suddenly underwent a tribulation to transform into a dragon, and before that, he even asserted that Baixiang would die. It seems that the old turtle's death in this tribulation is likely related to Mr. Jiang. As expected, he is a powerful senior. Young master's worries are nothing more than money and grain. I am willing to contribute a portion of my strength to help you. How could I allow you to spend your own resources, sir? I have nothing on me. If young master wants me to take out silver, then I am willing but unable. Then what does sir mean? Jiang Ju leans close to Qingyi's ear and says softly, over so many years, the old turtle abducted many people from the Wei and Qin kingdoms and raised them in the Tianan Mountains to provide incense worship in his temple. Food has been accumulated there for many years, enough to meet young master's urgent needs. After the old turtle was struck down by heavenly punishment, his underwater cave estate was left without an owner. The 1,000 years of treasures within the cave estate can be converted into money. They can be used to buy grain from wealthy families along the river, enough for young master's disaster relief efforts. This method is excellent. Sir is righteous. and your merit will be remembered for 1,000 autumns. I wonder whether this method can be considered a contribution, and whether it can enter young master's discerning eye. Jiangju thinks to himself, that grain and those treasures were all things I saw throughout the old turtle's life when I divined his fate. I didn't expect they would be used at this moment. Qingyi happily pats Jiangju on the shoulder and says, on behalf of the common people of the Qin kingdom, I thank you, sir. In that case, the people are saved. We cannot delay. Let's set off immediately. The scene shifts to Demon Lord Tu Shanlan. The subordinate beside her says, Master, below us is Sun Moon Lake. Since I am here, Old Dragon King, hurry and come out to meet me. At this moment, beneath the water, a golden dragon appears and flies up. It then transforms into an old man. So, the Heavenly Demon Lord has arrived. This old dragon is honored to meet the Heavenly Demon Lord. May I ask why the Heavenly Demon Lord has come to this old dragon's Sun Moon Lake? The Demon Lord raises a portrait of Jiangju and asks, Old Dragon King, have you seen this person? Ah, isn't this the boy Jiangju? Ahem. This person is named Jiangju. He once stayed in the Heavenly Book Pavilion and borrowed books for more than half a year, and he spoke with me several times. I wonder how my young friend has offended the Heavenly Demon Lord. What if he has offended me? And what if he has not? Ah, could the Heavenly Demon Lord give this old dragon some face? And if I do not? If the Heavenly Demon Lord is determined, then that young friend's fate must be so. It is just that if the Heavenly Demon Lord wishes to deal with him, I'm afraid it will not be easy. Hearing this, the Demon Lord's expression darkens as she asks, Are you threatening me? The old dragon turns away and says, It is not that I wish to protect my young friend. It is just that this young friend of mine is extraordinary. If the Heavenly Demon Lord touches him, I fear you will invite much karma upon yourself. He has great potential so great that the world may change because of him. Hearing this, the Demon Lord thought to herself, Humph, hidden meaning in every word. In recent years, that old dragon has been obsessed with divination, and even his words have become impossible to understand. That is fine. Only an extraordinary man is worthy of being my brother-in-law. Hearing the words brother-in-law, the old dragon froze in utter confusion, completely unable to make sense of it. The Demon Lord then asked, You are familiar with that little human diviner. Do you know his origins? Ah, I cannot say. The old dragon was not skilled enough in divination to calculate his origin. He only calculated that within the past 5 years, there had been no person named Jiangju at all. Perhaps he exists beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements. He may truly be an eminent master. Hearing this, the subordinate beside the Demon Lord wondered, could this Jiangju be an immortal from heaven? The Demon Lord did not believe it. Where in this world could there be immortals? She had not cared about this little human diviner at first, but she had never expected Sun Moon Lake to hold him in such high regard. Back with Jiangju, he was sneezing repeatedly. Is someone cursing me behind my back? Forget it. With the way I run my mouth, countless people must curse me behind my back. Suddenly, the carriage screeched to a halt. Mr. Jiang, Xianyang City is just ahead. We can finally count this as arriving. I have been sitting in this carriage for 4 or 5 days already. My backside is about to fall apart. Strange. In broad daylight, on the main official road of a kingdom, why is there not even a single carriage? Logically speaking, this is the foot of the Son of Heaven, the most prosperous place, so there should be quite a few carriages passing through. Something is wrong. Heavenly Eye, open. I want to see exactly what the fortune of the Qin Kingdom's capital is like. After looking, Jiangju was shocked and stammered. This truly is. Jiangju saw a blood-red, demonic dragon coiled above the city. Is it looking at me? No. Even if the Qin kingdom has weakened, there is no shortage of cultivators within the nation who are stronger than me. It must be my imagination. I'm not even from Qin. How could the kingdom's fortune pay attention to me? Then should I enter Xianyang City or not? The Qin kingdom's national fortune has weakened to the extreme. I fear it could collapse at any moment. I heard there is also a demon consort causing harm in the palace. If I enter Xianyang and stay by the young master's side as a guest, I'm afraid I'll be dragged into this matter. But if I quietly leave, what about my heavenly tribulation? For now, I cannot find anyone with fortune strong enough to help me. Forget it. I should still enter the city. A person will not necessarily be unlucky forever. If the young master runs into misfortune later, I can seize the chance and flee early. When the blue-robed young master returned, the surrounding commoners immediately cheered. The young master has returned to the city. Young master, you have worked hard. Seeing this from the carriage, Jiangju thought. I was wondering why the young master stopped taking the carriage and switched to riding a horse to enter the city. She really does like putting on a show. Still, young Master Xiao is indeed a rare person who does good deeds. During this disaster relief effort, this royal lady did her utmost along the way. She is truly someone who does charity. After a while, they finally arrived back at the royal residence. Jiangju looked all around. Over the years, I suppose I've been to quite a few places that ordinary people could hardly see, but this mortal royal residence is still my first time entering one. That evil warding ornament, the blue-robed young master said. If sir likes it, you may take it. Ah, how could I see something the young master loves? Sir, between you and me, there is no need to mind such things too much. If you like it, just take it. It is nothing. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to have an audience with the king. This time, the floodwaters could be stabilized entirely thanks to you, sir. You have rendered great merit. When I enter the palace tomorrow, I will request an official post for you. Hey, no. Please absolutely do not do that. I am used to a carefree life. Perhaps one day, I will wish to roam mountains and rivers again. Entering the court as an official is absolutely impossible. Was she joking? The Qin Kingdom's national fortune was right before his eyes. Wouldn't entering the court as an official be the act of a fool? Besides, the court was a place of struggle, full of danger. He still wanted to live a little longer. Since sir has said so, I will not force you. It is just that tomorrow, when I enter the palace, I wish to ask one question. In a court filled with civil and military officials, if their hearts were opened up for all to see, how many would be clean and how many would not? Jiangju smiled and said, Young master, whether a person is good or bad, the heart is always red. In any case, if not for you this time, I fear the Qin Kingdom would have needed 5 years and still might not have recovered from this blow to its vitality. Because of this matter, this corruption case has allowed me to see the truth clearly. It must be investigated strictly. Tomorrow, after I enter the palace, I will seek out the Grand Tutor to discuss it. Sir, the blue-robed young master kept talking endlessly while Jiangju was thinking about his own affairs. He was thinking about overcoming his tribulation. It was truly one person talking about chickens while the other thought about ducks. So all right then, what does sir think? Young master is absolutely right. It seems sir truly dislikes court affairs. I was reckless. Sir has had a tiring journey in the carriage. You may rest first. Tonight, I will prepare a banquet to receive you. I hope sir will honor me with your presence. Thank you for your understanding, young master. After Jiangju left, the old Taoist entered and asked, Greetings, young master. May I ask what Mr. Jiang said? It seems Mr. Jiang has no ambition to become an official. Young master, Mr. Jiang is no ordinary person. It is just that at your side, he does not reveal his divine abilities, and even I do not know his origins. I hope young master will remain cautious. Understand. What is there to fear? At night, the blue-robed young master held a banquet to entertain everyone. Everyone, please be at ease. I must once again thank you all for sharing my burdens. Sitting in a corner, Jiangju thought, why are there so many people? Are these 300 to 500 people all young Master Zhao's retainers? Taking in so many free meals like this, isn't this basically giving away rice for free? How many talented people can there be in this world? Of course, the royal household had taken in 3,000 retainers, but most of them were in her own fief and had not all come to Xianyang with her. But then again, am I not also freeloading meals by young Master Zhao's side? It is all the same, so I should not criticize others. It is good that there are so many people. By staying at young Master Zhao's side, I can rely on her fortune at any time to pass through the heavenly mechanism and overcome my heavenly tribulation. My daily goal still has to be completed. Very good. This is enough. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiangju returned to his room and slept deeply. Suddenly, some red thread-like thing flew into the room and burrowed into Jiangju's head. Then a voice called out, young sir, young sir. Jiangju woke in confusion. Am I still dreaming, or am I awake? Suddenly, a red dragon appeared. Who are you? Jiangju was startled. So back then, it really was looking at me. It was not my imagination. Now it has entered my dream to find me. Sir, do not be alarmed. I am the transformed national fortune of the Qin Kingdom, not some evil spirit, a crimson dragon entering my dream. What business do you have? I hope sir will agree to a request. What? I am merely a mountain cultivator. How could I possibly save the fortune of an entire kingdom? Sir is too modest. That day on the Jade Flower River, you acted on behalf of heaven and punished the turtle demon on the Jade Flower River. I witnessed it with my own eyes. I do not mean to spy on you. It is just that within the territory of Qin, I can know everything that happens. Please do not blame me, sir. It is fine, it is fine. Sir is a person of great merit. I also saw that you were extraordinary. I have come here presumptuously and sincerely asked for your aid. This national fortune of the Qin kingdom really knows how to flatter people. This Mr. Jiang had countless threads of karma upon him, and everyone connected to him was someone of rare good fortune. Yet he himself bore no karma at all, existing outside the 3 realms and beyond the 5 elements, with the appearance of an immortal. If Sir does not act, I fear the Qin kingdom will soon lose the nation. I beg, Sir, to divine a path for the people of Qin. You asked me to help, but how can I help? The Qin kingdom has fallen into such decline because that demon consort entered the palace and bewitched the ruler's mind. What is that demon consort's background? That she can shake the foundation of a nation. That demon consort comes from the 10,000 demon kingdom. She is a jade stone that became a spirit. The 10,000 demon kingdom? Damn it, my future child's mother, the heavenly demon Lord Tu Shanlan, is probably still searching everywhere for me right now. Forget it. I should stop thinking about that. What cultivation does that demon consort have? She can actually leave even your national fortune helpless. She came to the Qin kingdom to undergo her heavenly tribulation. Jiangju thought to himself that cultivation was a path against heaven and required one to undergo all kinds of tribulations. Demon cultivation was far harder than cultivation for ordinary humans. They had to undergo 2 heavenly tribulations, the earthly fiend tribulation and the heavenly dipper tribulation. A demon cultivator who could endure to that level of cultivation had strength comparable to a human all-rounder expert. That was not someone a mere 8th grade foundation establishment cultivator like him could provoke. I also know Sir is in a difficult position. I do not ask Sir to personally eliminate the demon. I only have another matter to request of you. With the Crimson Dragon entering my dream right before me, I do not know how to leave this dreamscape either. I can only listen to the end. What exactly is it? Speak plainly. But my strength truly is shallow. I'm afraid I cannot help you. This matter can only be helped by you, Sir. The current ruler has long since lost his virtue. I know Sir is skilled in the 8 trigrams, so I sincerely ask Sir to choose another enlightened ruler for the Qin kingdom. I will entrust these 2 objects to you. From the dragon's mouth, it spat out 2 items. This jade seal is the nation's dragon vein. Whoever holds this seal is the future leader of the Qin kingdom. Ask Sir to keep it for me. If you encounter an enlightened ruler, please hand it over to him. This is the sin-severing tablet, specifically used to cut off the power of past calamities. Above, it can execute a muddle-headed ruler. Below, it can slay evil ghosts. If the Qin ruler cannot fulfill his duty, then Sir's execution of him would be in accordance with heaven and fate. The current ruler of the Qin kingdom has no virtue and no morality. This object will be able to lend Sir a hand. Holding these 2 objects, Jiangju thought to himself, is this entrusting the fate of the Qin kingdom into my hands? This is far too difficult. Before Jiangju could say more, the red dragon continued, I entrust these 2 objects to you, Sir, but I am not forcing you to agree. If Sir is unwilling to help, then such is the Qin kingdom's fate. If Sir is willing to help, I am willing to gift half of Qin's national fortune to you. From now on, the Qin kingdom will be Sir's Qin kingdom, and Sir will also be the pillar of the Qin kingdom. After that, the red dragon vanished. Jiangju abruptly woke up. His head seemed to ache slightly. Looking beside him, he saw the 2 objects the red dragon had given him. I'm only an 8th grade cultivator, and not even a person of Qin. Why did the Qin kingdom's national fortune hand these 2 things to me? This makes no sense. Is it only because I punished the old turtle on the Jade Flower River? Or because I am good at divination? That Crimson Dragon, what exactly did it see on me that made it decide to stake everything like this? I will gift half the national fortune to Sir. From now on, the Qin kingdom will be Sir's Qin kingdom, and Sir will be the pillar of Qin. I only wanted to borrow the young master's fortune to avoid the 3rd minor tribulation. How'd I end up running into something like this? Damn it, it is all nonsense. If the ruler of Qin learns these two things are in my hands, even if he does not chop me into 100 pieces, he will still skin me alive. And there is also a demon consort whose cultivation is at least at the earthly fiend realm. Ah, how incredibly troublesome. However, that crimson dragon said it would block the disaster for me. Right now, I indeed no longer feel the aura of heavenly tribulation locking onto me. It seems it did not lie to me. If the third minor heavenly tribulation has already been resolved, then I do not need to borrow Qin Zhao's fortune anymore. In that case, can I run away now? Rather than take risks by staying in Qin, it would be better to leave quickly. No matter how I think about it, that is the best plan. Find a corner where no one can find me, build a base, hide there for hundreds or thousands of years, and when I finally leave the mountain, I can throw that Tu Shanlan onto the bed and slap her backside. Wouldn't that be delightful? But looking at these two things again, TSK, this feeling of accepting favors and then being unable to refuse is really not good. Forget it. I will do my best. However, the moment I sense danger, I cannot be blamed. At that time, I will immediately run away. There should not be any major problem. After all, I already have experience successfully escaping from the great demon king of the 10,000 demon kingdom. These two items also absolutely cannot be seen by outsiders. I must hide them well. If I want to complete the task given by the Qin Kingdom's national fortune, I must meet the royal relatives of Qin at least once. But with my identity, I fear that even if I come to their door requesting an audience, they may not be willing to see me. I will just leave it to fate. Half a month later, in the imperial palace of the Qin Kingdom, the ruler of Qin, Lord Wu of Qin, Qinin, was lying on a couch and shouted loudly, "Bastards!" At that moment, the jade spirit of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Yusu Xian, came forward and asked, "Who has angered your majesty so?" Who else could it be? Is that good younger brother of mine? That Qin Shao actually dared to join forces with the Grand Tutor to make things difficult for me in court, refusing to let me build a palace for my leopard. In the end, are they the ruler of Qin? Or am I? Whatever I want to do, must I still look at their expressions first? They are truly going too far. Your Majesty, do not worry. That room, I was only joking. If it is not built, then it is not built. Why let your Majesty be troubled over it? Ah, with a considerate, beloved consort like you, even if I died, I would have no regrets. At that moment, a maid came in to report. What is it? Reporting to your Majesty, someone outside the palace seeks an audience with her grace and has brought a token. Present it. Seeing the object, the green-haired woman was startled and frightened. Beloved consort, what is wrong? The object looked like a command token. The green-haired woman immediately said, "Your Majesty, someone from my maternal family has arrived. I will go for a moment and return." Oh, be quick. After the green-haired woman went out, she respectfully bowed to the masked man who often accompanied the demon lord. Yusu clan member greets, "Lord Profound Sword." The man said, "Lord Profound Sword. It has actually been a long time since I last heard that title. In this world now, there is no Lord Profound Sword, only the personal guard under the heavenly demon lord, Qin's sword slave. Although my lord lost to the heavenly demon lord, the heavenly demon lord is an unbeatable figure. Though my lord was defeated, it was an honorable defeat, and your illustrious reputation remains as glorious as ever. This humble woman has long admired you. Meeting you today fills my heart with awe. I only wonder what business my lord has in seeking this humble woman." The green-haired woman thought to herself, "Since ancient times, the human and demon races have used the Golden Sand River as their boundary and signed a non-aggression pact. Now that I have entered the Qin Kingdom, I have already violated that boundary. I fear the heavenly demon lord has ordered me to return. If that happens, I cannot accept it. I have already reached the earthly fiend tribulation. Only by absorbing the fortune of this dragon vein can I take a shortcut through the tribulation. Otherwise, I will certainly die. I cannot leave." But the masked man said at that moment, "There is no need to worry so much. You have not yet entered my lord's notice. Today, I have come to find you because I want you to help me find someone." "Very well. My lord, please give your orders." "If the person my lord seeks is within the territory of Qin, even if this humble woman must turn the entire Qin kingdom upside down, I will find him for you." The masked man took out a portrait of Jiangju and said, "This person is named Jiangju. His cultivation is unknown, but he escaped from the hands of the heavenly demon lord." Damn, he escaped from the heavenly demon lord? To be able to escape from that one's hands. What level of cultivation must he have? Across the lands of the human and demon races, I fear the number of such people would not exceed the fingers of one hand. How have I never heard of such a figure? He borrowed the protection of the Dragon King of Sun Moon Lake. His own strength may not be that high. So that is it. The Dragon King of Sun Moon Lake is the oldest and most senior great sage of the demon race in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. People often compare him with the heavenly demon lord, though no one can determine who is stronger, since he does not contend for power or profit. For this Jiangju to obtain his protection, his relationship with that old dragon must not be shallow. Someone able to befriend a figure like that, how weak could he himself possibly be? Though this person's cultivation is unknown, he does possess certain methods and divine abilities. This portrait may not necessarily be accurate. Perhaps he knows disguise techniques. It would be normal for him to travel through the world that way. My lord, do you have this person's divine sense imprint? A cultivator's appearance and figure can both be altered, but only the divine sense imprint remains unchanged, unless all 7 souls and 6 spirits are changed as well. I do not. However, this person understands affairs in all directions very well. When divining for others, he once gave an evaluation. He only speaks of hidden secrets and does not speak of ordinary half-baked matters. My lord, is that all? That is all. Hearing this, the green-haired woman fell into thought again. With only this information, how was she supposed to find him? Although there was a portrait, disguised divine abilities were as numerous as ox hairs, and every cultivator knew some. As for that evaluation, it sounded even more like a joke. What if that diviner had already changed into someone else? The only truly useful information was that the other party was a diviner and was skilled at drawing lots. Very well, this humble woman understands. Based on this information, finding him will indeed be like searching for a needle in the sea. Once she sent this great figure away, she would simply pretend she had heard nothing. But at that moment, the masked man said, "If you can find this person, my lord has agreed to grant you 1 quota to enter the abyss of 10,000 demons." My lord, is that true? My lord said it personally. How could it be a joke? If I can enter the abyss of 10,000 demons once, then I will no longer need to worry about the paired heavenly and earthly tribulations. I will definitely enter the Demon King realm. This Jiangju, no matter what, I must find him. Please rest assured, everyone. This humble woman will certainly do her utmost to find this person. Good. If you find Jiangju, immediately crush this object, and I will know at once. Yes, my lord. The masked man thought to himself, that Jiangju may not necessarily be inside the Qin kingdom. Wei, Qin, and Zhao are all places where traces of him may appear. I have already been to Wei. Now that I have come to Qin, I must immediately go to Zhao and have the demon race there help search for him. Jiangju. The scene switches back to the green-haired woman and the king of Qin. Beloved consort, I see that you are in a very good mood. Could it be because you saw your family? Why do I not see your family? I had wanted to meet them again. Your Majesty, my family only entrusted a letter to this concubine. After delivering it, they left. Your Majesty, may this concubine ask one thing of you? Beloved consort, speak. I grant it. Recently, this concubine has often dreamed of an immortal who passed on to me a wondrous prescription that can cure all illnesses. This concubine wishes to refine this immortal pill for your Majesty. Unfortunately, this concubine does not understand rare materials or alchemical scriptures. Could your Majesty select some foreign masters to assist in refining the immortal pill? An immortal entered your dreams? What did the immortal say? Your Majesty, the immortal said this pill can make your Majesty even more delighted. Everything shall be as my beloved consort wishes. Your Majesty is so good to me. Right, this concubine also wishes to invite some strange masters skilled in studying the 8 trigrams to interpret dreams for this concubine. It is only a pile of trivial matters. I shall have people handle it. Back to our male lead. As he walked along the road, he thought, if today can pass peacefully as well, and if I could buy back all the long banners, compass, and other gear from those fellows who eat for a living, that would be best. Then I can find a suitable place, lay out my trigrams, and tell fortunes for passers-by. I originally thought there were many people in the young master's manor, and that 3 readings a day would be enough to support me for half a year. I never expected that after only a few days, everyone would be afraid of me. But in reality, every person in their manor, from top to bottom, will not be able to die a peaceful death in the future. I only told the truth. Can they blame me? People nowadays truly cannot withstand a single blow. A true warrior dares to face a bleak life. It seems that among the people around the young master, none can be called warriors. I once gave young master Xiao hopeless hope, saying she had the aspect of a black-footed golden eagle, so I have always avoided divining her fate. Combined with the results of divining the fate of everyone in the manor these past few days, there are 3,000 retainers in the manor. Among the retainers, there are even old peasants from the countryside, which in others' eyes is nothing but a joke. But I fear this is the young master's trick to deceive everyone. Among these retainers, some highly capable eccentrics are hidden. Hiding these people cannot escape my eyes and ears. In that case, this young master must have no small ambition. It is just that her black-footed golden eagle aspect is a little. An eagle is a bird, and the dragon is the leader of all creatures. How can an eagle transform into a dragon? Looking at the heavenly fate of everyone in her manor. Sigh, the outlook is not optimistic. Now that I am no longer an outstanding lesser 3,000 heavenly tribulation, should I leave? My luck is good. This place is crowded, but there are no others in my line of work. I will choose this spot. Seeing Jiangju set up a fortune-telling stall, everyone was very surprised. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome man before? An old man carrying sweet potatoes walked past and said, "Young Taoist, hurry and pack up your stall. This place is no good." Old sir, why would you say such a thing? Could it be that the local authorities do not allow fortune-telling stalls here? Leave quickly. What exactly is going on? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Move aside, move aside." 2 officers appeared. "Boy, are you telling fortunes here?" Seeing that things were not good, Jiangju quickly began packing up. "Sirs, I did not know that fortune-telling was not allowed here. I will leave immediately. I hope you sirs can make things convenient." As Brother Ju spoke, he stuffed a money pouch into their hands. In this world, the king of hell is easy to meet, but little devils are hard to deal with. Spend some money to avert disaster. "Boy, you are quite sensible." One of them held a sheet of paper and said suspiciously, "This person does not look like the one in the portrait. He probably is not the Taoist named Jiangju whom the consort is looking for." "Let me see." Jiangju's face twisted. "Jiangju? Me? The consort is looking for me? Isn't that the demon consort? I'm done. She came from the 10,000 demon kingdom. If she is looking for me, it is definitely nothing good. It must have something to do with that heavenly demon lord. But even if she is looking for me, there is no need to draw me so unbearably ugly, right? This no longer even looks human. It is truly nothing like me at all. Only later did I learn that the portrait Tu Chunsen brought over actually looked very much like me. It was just that when someone redrew it, it turned into this. The officer asked at this moment, "Little Taoist, I will ask you again. What is your name, and where do you cultivate?" "Ah, I am Zhang Dowling. My place of cultivation is Dragon Tiger Mountain. I am only a wandering practitioner." "Dragon Tiger Mountain? Never heard of it." "Humph. It is only right that you have not heard of it. I suppose I can get through this." But life never goes as one wishes. This officer immediately ordered Jiangju arrested. "Ah, sir, this. Boy, we already took your money, and you still dare act like this?" The man pointed at the prison cart and said, "What this? The Son of Heaven is now inviting Taoists from all under heaven into the palace to refine immortal pills. Being invited is your good fortune. Do not refuse the toast only to drink the penalty wine." Damn it, what kind of invitation is this? Is there any invitation like this? I finally got a chance to go out onto the streets, yet I never expected to run into this unexpected disaster. I should leave quickly. In any case, these small fry cannot keep me here. Thus, Brother Ju took out a talisman and was about to slip away when he saw that the Taoist in green robes had also been arrested. "Ah, isn't that? Hey, sir, what is this? What are you saying? Hurry up and move. If it were not to save you, I would have run long ago." "Taoist Chui, what a coincidence. Were you also caught leaving the manor today? Why did you not clarify your identity?" "Clarifying would be useless. The palace sent people to the prince's manor, and more than half the retainers in the manor were arrested. As for me, I was even invited by name." "Ah, then there is nothing to be done." This Taoist Chui seems to be like the chief steward of young Master Zhao's manor, helping young Master Xiao handle internal and external affairs. Even someone like him was invited by name by the palace? Is this not a slap in young Master Zhao's face? This time, the son of heaven's pill refinement seems utterly absurd, but I fear it is not my lord's intention. Mr. Jiang, remember that you must not reveal your relationship with the young master. Only then can your safety be guaranteed. I understand. It is just. That demon consort sent people throughout Xianyang City to force Taoists into the palace to refine pills, and specifically named Jiangju as the one she was looking for. She deliberately used this matter to charge into the prince's manor. Could it be that she knows I am in young Master Zhao's manor? Or is it only a coincidence? Suddenly, someone asked, which one is Taoist Shui from Prince N's manor? Her ladyship summons you. That is me. You must not reveal your identity. Okay, I understand. Then a maid came out to announce, her ladyship has ordered that all Taoist masters enter the palace to assist in refining the immortal pill. Please go to the rear garden and await orders. Immediately, everyone's bindings were removed. This female official is a demon, and her cultivation is still low. Even I can tell. There must be experts among the civil and military officials of this court. Can I not see it? Or did they see it, but not dare say anything? It seems that demon consort truly covers the sky with one hand now. A passage opened. The purple-robed woman said, all of you go in. Do not try any tricks. Follow me. Thus, the line of people filed down one after another. Below, many people were gathered around a furnace. A loud shout rang out. None of you slack off. Hurry up and work. Jiangju thought to himself, this place is tightly controlled. Escaping will probably not be so easy. When I think about how that demon consort worked so hard to find me, but could not, only to come back and look, did I just deliver myself to her door? Can there really be such a good thing? But what should I do? At this moment, the green-robed person came to the palace to seek an audience with the king of Qin. Please trouble yourself, eunuch, and go in to report. Your Highness, please relax. His Majesty is occupied with countless affairs and is busy handling state matters. I am afraid he will not be finished for quite some time. If your Highness cannot wait, you may return to your manor first. The green-robed person pondered. This place is still where my royal elder brother and I grew up together. At that time, Mother was still alive. Only after my royal elder brother ascended the throne did I leave the palace. Since then, I have never returned here. I did not expect it to be occupied by that demon consort now. Ah, this jujube tree has only its stump left. Back then, my royal elder brother had not yet become what he is now. He studied the classics diligently, was skilled in the 6 arts, and treated me extremely well. Father did not allow me to climb trees, so my royal elder brother climbed up himself to pick jujubes for me. Now that jujube tree has been cut down by that demoness and made into tables and chairs, and the affection between my royal elder brother and me is no longer as it once was. Her ladyship invites your highness into the hall. This demon consort has been in the palace for so long, yet I did not know she was skilled in music and that her zither playing was so good. This concubine has only just learned this piece, and I still cannot play it well. I have made a fool of myself before your highness. I heard that her ladyship dreamed of an immortal transmitting a method and summoned Taoists from all under heaven to refine an immortal medicine for his majesty. Your highness has heard as well. Today, the palace guards arrested guests from my manor. How could I not have heard? Ah, it does seem there was such a matter. The guests in your highness's manor are all people with special abilities. With the help of the guests from your highness's manor in refining the pill this time, it will certainly proceed much more smoothly. And that Taoist Shui by your highness's side, the reputation of the white jade perfected one of heavenly Sound Mountain, this concubine has also heard of it. A 5th-grade cultivator of the heavenly cycle realm. Even if one searched the entire Qin kingdom, it would be hard to find more than a few. People like him. Even among my own retainers, very few know Taoist Shui's identity. I did not expect her to state it so accurately. Could she have already investigated our background? I heard that your highness is proficient in music. It just so happens that this concubine also enjoys playing the zither. Could your highness teach this concubine to play? Are you humiliating me? Why would your highness say that? This concubine is humbly asking for instruction. If this concubine's mood happens to improve, perhaps I will release the man. Will you truly release him? If your highness teaches me, this concubine will let the white jade perfected one leave the palace with you. Someone come, but no one answered. In this heart residence hall, there's not even a single maid. In this hall, is it only me and Yusu Xian? Your highness, do not mind, and there is no need to have servants bring a zither over. This concubine zither is the famous phoenix tail. How could an ordinary zither have such a tone? Phoenix. Then I shall come inside. What does she want? Putting on that expression. But there is nothing to fear. He came in so easily. Is he truly upright? Or has he long been moved by me and already been hoping for this? The zither score is here. Get lost. But the green-haired woman had already used demonic arts, causing the green-robed person to faint just like that. A virtuous prince like you, who does not approach women. If his concubine had not prepared, how could I lure you here? There is passion-inducing incense in this incense burner. I do not fear that you will not be aroused. You really are handsome and refined. It is only a pity that you make things difficult for me at every turn. I whispered in your brother's ear, but he still could not bear to kill you. This time, I will help him. But why is he so light, just like a woman? I heard the virtuous prince does not approach women. Then could it be that damn it, he really is a woman. Why is he a woman? I originally wanted to seduce him. Even if the seduction failed, I could still frame him and, when the time came, have King Wu of Qin kill him. But what do I do now? King Wu of Qin definitely knows he is female. Do not think I will have no way to deal with you just because of this. She then called for her maid. Someone come. What are your ladyship's orders? Find me a man. The uglier and more disgusting, the better. Yes, your ladyship. The scene switches back to Jiangju. He was still thinking to himself. According to what Taoist Chui said, many guests from the prince's manor must have been arrested this time, but I did not run into many of them on the way here. It seems they are not locked up here. However, that demon consort wants to find me. These guests do not have much friendship with me. If they recognize me, perhaps they will sell me out. That demoness looking for me is definitely nothing good. I cannot be careless. After thinking this through, Brother Ju found a way to disguise himself. Fellow Taoist, could I exchange clothes with you? Yes, of course. How could there be such a good thing? His clothes are all silk. If I take them and trade them away, I can definitely exchange them for quite a bit of money. Sir, I need to relieve myself. Over there. Hurry up. Ugh, I'm going to die from the stench. Jiangju took out something white like a pearl and swallowed it. I cannot take it anymore. In a moment, he had transformed into someone else, someone extremely ugly. Even if I have to be a little dirty and smelly, I must preserve my life. He thought to himself, now even young Master Xiao would not recognize me, let alone those guests who have only met me a few times. But who could have known that because he was excessively ugly, he was noticed by the green-haired woman's maid? You stop, turn around. Haha, little lady, are you calling me? Shut up, follow me. Have I been exposed? If I had been exposed, she would have called people to capture me long ago. Haha, little lady, where are we going? Stop asking. In any case, it is a good thing. What exactly does she want, looking for such a filthy person? She definitely has no good intentions. Whatever, I will find an opportunity to slip away first and think about the rest later. Wait here. There's unexpectedly not even a single guard here. Time to run. Just as he was about to run, an astonishing pressure suddenly appeared behind him. Such powerful true qi. My body feels as though it has been bound. You found the right person. Bring him in. Damn it, with such heaven-reaching demonic qi, it can only be that demon consort. This true qi is very strong. Fortunately, she did not recognize me. Follow me. Go in. Seeing Jiangju hesitate, the maid kicked him. Get in. Then she locked the door. The door has been locked. What exactly do they want to do? What is that smell? It is so fragrant. Brother Ju suddenly felt that something was wrong. There's a problem with this fragrance. Could that demon consort want me to warm her bed? Suddenly, he heard moaning from the bed. Mumwasa. Brother Ju lifted the curtain and poked his head in to look. Holy crap, it is young Master Xiao. She looks very disheveled. Usually, she always wears men's clothing, so it was impossible to tell that she was also a great beauty. This aphrodisiac poison is very strong. She's about to be unable to endure it. That demon consort really is vicious. She not only used bewitching incense, but also deliberately found a filthy beggar to ruin her purity. I hope you can hold on. Everything I do next is to save you. I have a life-saving item that happens to be able to deal with this situation. But first, I must remove all her clothes and take a drop of heart's blood from her fingertip. Why is this cloth wrapped so tightly? It is finally undone. I am exhausted. Brother Ju held little Zhao's hand. Little Zhao's face was flushed, and she suddenly opened her eyes. But she seemed to have lost all reason. Little Xiao took the initiative to remove her clothes, revealing her generously endowed chest. This shocked Brother Ju. They're that big? Does it not hurt to bind them so tightly every day? At this moment, little Xiao began to hug Jiangju, pressing herself against him. Then she caressed his body. Come here, my dear. Young master, calm down. Little Xiao placed her finger on Brother Ju's lips. Do not speak. Then she continued caressing him and tugging at Brother Ju's clothes. Then her hands slowly moved downward, shocking Brother Ju. Wait, you cannot touch there. No matter what, I'm still a man. If you keep doing this, how am I supposed to endure it? After saying that, Brother Ju pushed little Xiao away. Then he took out something white with the image of a scorpion inside. Young master, this is a Miao border goo poison. It was given to me by a good friend. Once this goo matures, its toxicity is extremely strong. Unless one is a 4th grade expert of the heaven-earth realm, it cannot be neutralized. But while the goo is still young, it can absorb all the poisons under heaven. I will use this goo poison to neutralize the aphrodisiac poison for you. To use this goo, I need 1 drop of your blood. Only then can it enter your body without harming you. Forgive the offense. In an instant, little Xiao seemed to regain consciousness. Was I not teaching the demon consort to play the zither? My head hurt so much. Brother Ju said at this moment, Young master, please close your eyes and focus your mind. I am doing this to save you. Do not think too much. It is Mr. Jiang. Why is he here? Forget it. Mr. Jiang is not a bad person. He will not harm me. For now, I will listen to him. Jiang Ju took a drop of little Xiao's blood and placed it on the pearl, then gave it to little Xiao to swallow. The dizzy feeling is gradually disappearing. The desire is gone too. It is just that there is no strength in my body at all. At this moment, little Xiao turned back and said, Mr. Jiang, you and I. Are you really Mr. Jiang? Brother Ju cast a spell at this moment and returned to his original appearance. A few things happened, so I had to disguise myself a little. Fortunately, it really is you. But where are my clothes? Have I been speaking to Mr. Jiang completely exposed this whole time? I remember now. There was an incense burner in that demon consort's bed curtains, and then Jiang Ju explained at this moment. The situation was urgent. I had no choice. Even if young master wishes to be angry, you can question and punish me after we leave this place. This is that demon consort's palace. Who knows when she will appear? We must escape quickly. At this moment, young master Xiao asked shyly, I know. I cannot blame you, sir. No. May I ask whether you are already betrothed? In any case, I'm a cultivator. I cannot casually let myself be moved by romantic feelings. But just now, when you helped me remove the poison, was that not already tied to matters of love? Damn. So she remembered everything that happened just now. Young master, this place is dangerous. Let us leave first and talk later. But I have no strength in my whole body. I fear even standing will be difficult. If you have a way to escape, then go. Go. Do not worry about me. But straight as an arrow, Jiang Ju suddenly picked young master Xiao up in his arms and said, I have a way. Forgive the offense. Then he took out a talisman with one hand and said, Ghosts and gods of the 4 directions, heed my command. 5 ghosts, open the path. 5 gods, protect us. Go. The 2 of them seemed to turn into a stream of golden light and departed. Meanwhile, the green-haired demoness was lying down, reviewing young Master Zhao's situation in confusion. It has been a long time since I contacted Wen Beixiang at Jade Flower River. Could the flood at Jade Flower River a few days ago really have been caused by that old black turtle undergoing his tribulation? Would he dare? Without the human emperor's investiture, with the karmic sins he has caused, I fear he may already be dead, his path destroyed. I told him that as long as he captured people to refine pills for me, I would request the human emperor's investiture for him. Why would he refuse to listen? Whether he lives or dies does not matter, but he cannot ruin my grand plan. Now he will capture people for me. I originally wanted to use the name of Building About Defense Office to recruit refugees and then seize them, but Grand Tutor Lin Xianfeng and Prince in Qin Xiao joined forces to stop me. This time, I used the name of Recruiting Taoist to refine pills, and conveniently dealt with that Qin Xiao as well. But who would have expected it to be her again? Still, with that old beggar there, she must be enjoying herself greatly right now. Suddenly, a stream of golden light flew past in front of her. She was startled. This is a deity summoning spell. That direction is clearly toward the palace. Could that old beggar be an expert? Not good. Where are they? The scene shifts to Prince N's manor. Jiangju had carried young Master Xiao back. This is my residence in the prince's manor. It should be safe. Afterward, Jiangju turned back toward the black and white spirits. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, immortal ones, for your help. I have a small token of gratitude. I hope you will not disdain it. Then he handed something to those spirits. Young Master Xiao lay to the side watching, thinking to herself, Mr. Zhang's divine powers are truly like those of an immortal. The deity summoning spell that summoned the 5 gods and 5 ghosts was an orthodox art, but this technique also had a price. Previously, using Xian Heaven Thunder, Law Heavenly Venerable, to subdue when Beixiang had consumed more than half of his merit. And now, these 5 gods and 5 ghosts also required merit to be used. Since you are unharmed, young master, I shall take my leave. Just as Jiangju was about to leave, young master Xiao grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. Wait, sir, could you stay with me for a while? I still wish to exchange intelligence with you, sir. Very well. In any case, I have nothing else to do. According to the intelligence you gave earlier, I must invite the current Grand Tutor, Lin Xianfeng, to the manor for discussion. Then I shall have one of my trusted aides deliver a letter to the Grand Tutor's manor. Young master, allow me to go. How could such a matter trouble you, sir? It is no trouble. Brother Ju waved his hand, and the letter flew up and vanished, leaving young master Xiao extremely shocked. Well, rest assured, young master. The letter is already in the Grand Tutor's hands. I naturally trust you, sir. Jiang Ju stood reading a book, while young master Xiao kept stealing glances at him. The straight man turned and asked, "Is something the matter, young master?" No, nothing. I must not let Mr. Jiang come over here. A lone man and woman together. How could that be proper? Young master, is there truly nothing wrong? Your face is completely red. Your Highness, Grand Tutor Lin has arrived. Invite Grand Tutor Lin in. Young master, then I shall withdraw. Sir, there is no need for you to leave. Young master, please do not make things difficult for me. Jiangju thought to himself. Young master Xiao has long been at odds with Yu Su Xian. I fear she has already been planning something with Grand Tutor Lin. If I still do not leave, I fear it will be even harder to get away later. Young master Xiao said dejectedly. Very well. You have worked hard today, sir. Please go rest. When Jiangju walked out the door, he saw an old man approaching. This person was Grand Tutor Lin Xianfeng. The two exchanged perfunctory greetings. Jiangju glanced at him, then sighed. Another short-lived person. The scene shifts to the third Chu Hall. The green-haired demoness was interrogating a maidservant. You say you found that old beggar in the prison? The maidservant answered tremblingly. I would not dare hide anything from your grace. That old beggar, I fear he was one of the Taoists captured and brought into the detached palace these past few days. As long as that old beggar is still in the city, he absolutely cannot escape. This servant has already sent people to search for him. Forget it. If he has run, let him run. But that Qin Shao cannot run anywhere. Since he could escape right under my nose, how could he be easy to find? There truly are many capable people at Qin Zhao's side. Your Grace, what happened today? If Prince of Qin tells the king, then let her tell him. Since I dare do that to her, I naturally have a way to deal with it. Have the people from Heavenly Sound Mountain been invited? They will arrive tomorrow. Is there any news about Jiangju, the one the Heavenly Demon Lord is searching for? This servant was just about to report this to your Grace. Ever since the incident at Jadeflower River, an additional guest has appeared in the prince's manor. Very few people know his exact identity, but everyone in the manor calls him Mr. Jiang. It is said that this Mr. Jiang also knows how to tell fortunes. Could the person the Heavenly Demon Lord seeks be at Qin Zhao's side? The scene shifts to Prince N's manor. Jiangju, carrying his bags, walked out the gate. Greetings, sir. You are. I'm going to visit a friend. Once the matter is done, I will return. Visiting a friend while carrying so many bags, brother? Visiting a friend? After the guest returned from the imperial palace, he was often fearful and packed his belongings to leave overnight. Could it be that But His Highness gave orders that Mr. Jiang must absolutely not be troubled. Then, sir, take care on the road. All right. Farewell, little brother. The man watched Brother Ju leave and thought to himself, Mr. Jiang is valued by His Highness. Is even he abandoning His Highness? Ever since I crossed into this world, I have always acted with great caution. Without that caution, I fear I would have died long ago. But a virtuous person like young Master Xiao, whose fate is like this, I can no longer just sit by. Jiangju cut off a strand of his own hair and wrapped it around 3 sticks of incense. For 3 days, take the blade as sovereign. Among 10,000 arts, take incense as the lead. Today I offer 3 sticks of merit incense. I respectfully beseech strange spirits of the 4 directions and departed souls of the 6 directions. Convey my command to the immortal ones of the Tianan Mountains. to enter Xianyang of the Qin Kingdom. If you are willing, please accept the incense. At this moment, a hand reached toward the incense burner. It came. Passing demons are fine. Gods are fine. Even ghosts are fine. Please reveal yourself. A figure gradually appeared. Looks like I summoned a little ghost. How about it? Help me deliver this message to the Tianan Mountains, and this incense offering will be yours. The little ghost cried out and opened its mouth to swallow the incense offering. After a while, it was full. Although this little wandering soul has no magic power, it is truly not bad at running errands. Good child, no need to thank me. Do not forget your big brother's request. Then, may the wind be at your back. The scene shifts to Prince N's manor. Reporting to your highness, Mr. Jiang left the manor early this morning. He said he was leaving the city to meet an old friend. Mr. Jiang was someone I fished up from Jade Flower River. This is also his first time in the Qin Kingdom. Where would he have friends? This lowly one saw him carrying big and small bags. I understand. Withdraw. Yes, it is hard to blame him. That demon consort has always targeted me, and she even dragged the guests in my manor into this. Fleeing? Even Grand Tutor Lin Xianfeng has no solution and only told me to endure. Everyone can see that I no longer have any way out. Mr. Jiang does not like others serving him. He has always cleaned this place himself. These fish are not any rare red earth ornamental fish, just very ordinary carp. His tastes have always been very strange. Young master, Xiao suddenly burst into tears. Sir, have even you left me? While she was crying, a voice called, Young master. Were you looking for me? Sir, why are you still here? What are you saying, young master? Am I not here because you arranged for me to stay here? Could it be that you no longer allow me to stay? No. Sir, you may stay in this courtyard whenever you wish. Young master, to outsiders, it would look as though you were keeping a thief here. I'm sorry. Night fell and the moon rose. In the room, the two sat drinking tea. I heard the gatekeeper say that you went out to meet a friend. I thought, sir, on this trip, did you manage to meet that friend? Not yet, but I did meet a messenger who helped me send a few words to that friend and ask him to come to the manor for a chat. Come here? I wonder what kind of friend he is. Suddenly, the wind chimes rang, and everything in the room began to shake. What is happening? The whole room is swaying. Young master, do not be afraid. It is only that person arriving. Young master Xiao felt a little frightened. Who has arrived? Naturally an old friend. There seems to be something outside. I will go look. Young master Xiao opened the door and saw something. How is it? Young master, did you see anything? It seems to be a cat. It walked in by itself. Meow, meow. Let us see who that little wandering soul invited here. It seems this trip was not in vain. Long time no see. Do not be so cold. Old friend of mine, Little Mountain Lord. Meow, Little Mountain Lord is so adorable. Who says otherwise? Gently. Right, I will go get some food for Little Mountain Lord. Thank you for troubling yourself, young master. At this moment, Jiangju poured tea and said, Back then, I stayed in the Tianan Mountains for half a month, yet you avoided me the entire time. Why have you suddenly come personally to Xianyang to help me? Now, I cannot drink this thing from the mortal world. There were some matters I did not understand back then, but now I have figured them out. At the time, you deliberately lured me to Jade Flower River to meet that one Beixiang. Was it because you wanted to test me? If you had said nothing at all, that turtle would not have dared act recklessly. Yet you went and said everything. That is why you fell into the water. You cannot blame me for that. I was born with different pupils. My left, I sees the good and evil in people's hearts. And my right, I sees opportunities, fate, karma, and causality. Yet I still cannot see through you. So even if I tested you a little, that was not excessive. Was it? You once read the fortunes of many living beings in the Tianan Mountains. That can be considered a kindness to the Tianan Mountains. Now that you have asked that little wandering soul to go to the Tianan Mountains to seek help, I have called my whole household here to help you with all our strength. I did not expect so many friends to come. I, Jiang, have troubled everyone. Please stay here for a time. As you command, the scene shifts to the green-haired demoness. She had just finished bathing and came out to ask, Have you found where that Jiangju is staying? Reporting to your grace. It has been confirmed that there is a Mr. Jiang in Prince Anne's manor. It is just that this servant investigated several times, but could not enter that Mr. John's courtyard. Your cultivation is already 6th grade, yet you could not even see what he looks like. There are many great demons guarding that place. Their strength is far above this servant's. This servant truly has no way. It seems this Mr. Jiang is the person the heavenly demon lord wants to find. It is just that the other party's cultivation is unfathomably deep. No matter. The sword attendant slave still has 3 days before arriving in the Qin kingdom. At that time, she will deal with that Mr. Jiang herself. How is White Jade perfected one? He has submitted. He will obey all of your grace's orders. Very good. It is also time to leave His Highness Prince and a great gift. The scene shifts to the main hall. An official was reporting, Your Majesty, recently, the smell of medicine has filled all of Xianying City. Trees that had already withered have sprouted new shoots, and all kinds of flowers are blooming regardless of season. This is extremely abnormal. I fear, before he could finish speaking, a voice came from outside. Her Grace has arrived. The green-haired demoness entered, followed by 2 women carrying a box. When young Master Xiao saw the green-haired woman, she also grew somewhat uneasy. What is she here for? At this moment, the demoness said, An immortal pill has been brought to present to your majesty. Hearing this, the king of Qin was overjoyed. Ah, my beloved consort, quickly, quickly. No need for ceremony, no need for ceremony. May your majesty live a long life. Your majesty, please take the medicine. Something my beloved consort brings. Even if it were poison, I would be willing to drink it. The king of Qin then placed this pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt unwell. This is seeing this young Master Xiao panicked. Royal brother. The king of Qin trembled, clutching his throat, and collapsed, causing everyone to panic. Yu Xian, how bold of you. You dare poison a ruler. Hurry and seize the demon consort. But at this moment, the king of Qin had already woken up and stretched out a hand, calling for his beloved consort. Your Majesty, how is the effect of the divine medicine? I feel my mind cleansed and refreshed, my spirit greatly invigorated. The crowd stirred at the sight. His Majesty looks as if he has grown 10 years younger. Her Grace has such ability. She is truly like an immortal. Everyone shouted in unison, an auspicious omen for the nation. Long live our emperor. Seeing this, young Master Xiao worried at the side. In this way, Yu Xian's power will only grow stronger and stronger. This is all my beloved consort's merit. What reward does my beloved consort want? Your Majesty overpraises me. This consort would never dare. It is just that this consort has a word of advice. Recently, every night, this consort has prayed for blessings for the Qin kingdom. I saw the purple tenuity star in the north and confirmed that it was the guidance of the purple tenuity great emperor. The prosperity of our Qin kingdom has arrived. Your Majesty is currently sending General Cui to lead troops north to attack and capture the Wei kingdom. Borrowing this auspicious omen, our Qin army must use overwhelming force to capture the Wei kingdom. And Great Qin will certainly expand across all under heaven. Hearing this, young Master Xiao immediately spoke up. What utter nonsense. Royal brother, an expeditionary army requires large amounts of provisions and pay. Yet in recent years, disasters have struck one after another, and the people are poor and starving. Add to that the enormous cost of constructing the rear palace, and the national treasury has long been empty. With so many immediate concerns, you still want the soldiers to go to war on empty stomachs. If we lose the hearts of the people and the army, even the foundation of the Qin kingdom will be shaken. Sending out troops is absolutely impossible, the demoness said again. This humble consort is merely conveying the decree of the purple tenuity great emperor. Yet Lord Princeton questions it in every possible way. My lords, you may as well speak too. Could it be that all of you also question a heavenly decree? Or is it that you also wish to accuse this consort of bewitching people's hearts? The whole crowd of flatterers said in unison, this minister would not dare. Damn you all. The king of Qin, meanwhile, seemed to have swallowed bait and immediately obeyed the demoness. As for the expedition, we shall do as my beloved consort says. We shall do as my beloved consort says. Your Majesty is wise. Absolutely not, royal brother. Princeton, be silent. This matter has been decided by us. Tomorrow, transmit the order to General Cui to immediately attack the Wei kingdom. Lord Prince, and is merely concerned for the nation and the people. For Lord Prince and sincerity alone, I have prepared a great gift. For Princeton. In truth, I refined 2 divine pills. Oh, that is right. Princeton does not know, but Princeton made an enormous contribution to the successful refinement of the divine medicine. This means what? Lord Princeton, please accept it. What secret exactly is hidden in this pill? The scene shifts back to Jiangju. Jiangju was lying comfortably in the sun with a little cat. During the leisurely time of the idle immortal official, a fragrance suddenly drifted over to Jiangju. What smell is that? It is so fragrant. Blood. The baleful aura is very heavy. Hearing the little cat say this, Jiangju was puzzled. Is this not medicinal fragrance? Why does Little Mountain Lord say it is blood and baleful aura? The Mountain Lord answered, look with your own eyes and you will know. That young lady is here. Sir, are you here? Young master? What urgent matter has made you so flustered? An urgent matter. Today that demon consort brought this item and gave it to me. I feel there is something strange about it. She specifically said that this pill is connected to me. Sir, can you see the reason? This is, young master should look for yourself. What is this? From the pill surged a mass of resentment, constantly calling, Lord Princeton, save me, save me, save me. It is so cramped in the furnace, so hot. Seeing this scene, the one in blue could not help but retreat in terror. She tripped over a tree root and fell. Jiangju went over to help her up and said, those things just now were unreal dead souls trapped inside this pill. They have no way to harm anyone. Young master, do not be afraid. An ordinary person who takes this pill can circulate qi in blood, extend their lifespan, and from then on need not worry about illness or disaster. It is just that the process of refining this pill requires living people as sacrifices, using a person's 7 souls and 6 spirits as the pill furnace, and their internal organs to become the medicinal dregs. It is truly cruel. I recognize them. Young master, the faces of those souls just now, many of them were once retainers of my manor. They were all loyal cultivators who loved their country. There were also common people who lost their homes in the disaster, people I once helped. I am sorry. It is because I lack the ability to protect everyone. Jiangju sighed and said, silly girl, merely shedding tears will never save your people. My people? Think about it. If the Qin kingdom did not have someone like you, a female prince who selects talent, pacifies the people, and brings relief to others, what would happen? After hearing this, little Xiao fell into thought. My own people? She then recalled the things she had done. In that case, the flood can be managed now. Wonderful. Fortunately, all of you officials stayed up through the night to rush the construction maps. Lord Princeton. Oh, it is the children from the refugee camp. Have you all eaten your fill? I still have some here. Yes. You picked these for me? Then I must find a very pretty vase for them. If anyone intends to harm this country, then in order to protect them, I will fight to the death. The scene shifts to early morning the next day, outside Jiangju's courtyard. Little Xiao was hesitating over something. Hey, what should I do? Isn't that the young master? What is she doing wandering outside my courtyard? Is the young master waiting for someone again? Sir. Who else would I be waiting for if not you? Why even ask? Please accept this. Is this a new set of clothes? It is because the clothes you wore when you came to see me last time seem to have been torn. I had a tailor make one in a hurry. Well, then I have troubled you again, young master. Young master, are you going into the palace? Oh, sir, you know what I'm going to do. Are you truly confident about this trip? I'm not confident, but for the sake of the people of Qin, I am willing to risk it once. I understand. Even so, it is not my place to advise you against it. It is just that, before we part, there is one thing I must tell you. If you encounter an impossible difficulty, you may silently recite in your heart, Perfect Lord of Supreme Void of the purple firmament heaven. Young master, remember it well. Jiangju held the new robe and thought to himself, if this is her heavenly fate, then I sincerely hope she treasures herself. At this moment, the day's king of Qin was dreaming, recalling his youth. Oyad-son, royal son, come closer. Your son pays respects to Father Emperor. I have an assignment I want to test you on. Yes, an assignment? What assignment? You are the crown prince of the Qin kingdom. Naturally, I'm testing you on governing the state. I ask you, this year, a great drought has occurred in the south, causing the common people to become displaced. How should it be resolved? The drought in the south. The common people displaced. Your son believes we should. Should do what? Just as the king of Qin was trembling like a leaf and did not know how to answer, Qin Shao stepped forward and replied, "We should reduce taxes, increase grain reserves, build storehouses, prepare for floods and droughts, send envoys to inspect the area, and listen to the people's opinions." Oh, Father Emperor, sigh. It is just a pity that you are a girl. As for you, you have no talent for ruling a country at all. At this moment, the king of Qin woke with a start. Why did I fall asleep? Did I miss my beloved consort's dance offering? Your Majesty, rest assured, the dance banquet has only just begun, but this servant has something to report. The front lines have been retreating one after another, and with the military pay being meager, many generals and soldiers have begun deserting in succession. General Chui is about to be unable to hold out. The soldiers are deserting? How can that be? The eunuch was in the middle of reporting when a hand suddenly struck him from nowhere. It was the green-haired demon woman, who slapped him so hard he fell forward. She shouted angrily, "Wicked thing, what nonsense are you spouting here? Men, drag this dog slave down and behead him." Your Grace, spare me. Your Grace, spare me. Beloved consort, calm yourself. Your Majesty, why are you still standing there in a daze? The singing and dancing are about to begin. Yes, all right. This time, every dancer is an absolute beauty. At this moment, a eunuch came in to reporting to your Majesty. Prince In and Lord Lin Xianfeng have forced their way into the harem. This lowly one could not stop the two of them. The two of them also, what else did they do? Your Majesty, please look, they have arrived. For people entered, each dressed in mourning clothes, their expressions solemn. This minister pays respects to your Majesty. Excellent. You're wearing mourning clothes. Are you trying to curse me to death? Little Xiao said, "This minister wears mourning clothes for the common people of Qin who died unjustly and mourns for a country on the verge of destruction." Oh, then I would like to hear how exactly this country is on the verge of destruction. The demon consort Yusu Xian uses living people to refine pills and treats human lives like grass. Not only has she thrown the harem into chaos, she has also spread rumors and incited unrest. She must be imprisoned in the heavenly prison at once. Oh, do you have evidence? You cannot falsely accuse my beloved consort. Evidence? Royal brother, do you truly not know the situation on the front lines? If you awaken now, there is still time. If royal brother continues to shield her, I will. What will you do? If the demon consort is not removed, this minister requests permission to retire and return home, relinquishing all government affairs. How dare you? Impossible. You people are forcing the king to abdicate. At this moment, that demon woman spoke. All of you lords hold great power and high positions, yet you want to use your authority to pressure his majesty and bully a weak woman like me. However, retiring and returning home, I am afraid it may already be too late. Recently, this palace obtained a register. These are letters proving the rebellion of Prince and Grand Tutor Lin Xianfeng. You are lying. Lin Xianfeng and I are utterly loyal to Great Qin. In the dark of night, this demon woman, that is right. I also have a witness. Men, invite the white jade perfected one, Daoist Chui, up. So Daoist Chui is still alive? At this moment, Daoist Chui said, "This commoner confesses." Qin Shao has long harbored ambition. While in her fief, she hoarded supplies and raised soldiers, plotting rebellion. Qin Shao also hid a dragon robe inside Prince An's manor. Your Majesty may send people to search. Though you and I were master and servant, we were also like teacher and friend. I have always regarded you as a confidant. Why? Your Highness, loyalty and righteousness cannot both be fulfilled. The king of Qin held the letter and said angrily, "Qin Shao, how do you explain this?" Royal brother, if I say I was framed by the demon consort, will you believe me? In that case, temporarily imprison Prince and in the court of judicial review and await judgment. Qin Wujuan, you wretched dog, how could the late emperor have handed the throne to someone like you? At this moment, the demon woman screamed, "They are rebelling. Why are you not escorting these people away?" Lord Lin, this old minister is a veteran of 3 reigns of the Qin house. How dare you treat me like this? The hearts of the people and the army have both been lost. The Qin kingdom will die in your hands. The cowardly king of Qin stood there, as if waiting helplessly, while Qin Shao turned and cursed loudly. You have no talent for ruling a country at all. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the king of Qin became even more deeply stricken. He dropped the letter and turned away. Forget it. I am tired. Beloved consort, handle all of this. Qin Shao called after him. Royal brother, you cannot just leave like this. Royal brother. But Qin Shao was blocked by the soldiers. At this moment, the demon woman said, oh my, His Majesty really is something, handing such an important matter to a woman like me. What should be done? In that case, execute them tomorrow. Ha, you lowly woman. How can there be any justice in this? You demon hag, if you dare lay a hand on Princeton today, this old servant will risk his life against you. Lord Lin. Just like that, old Lin was run through the abdomen by a spear and died. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao seemed to collapse completely. All right, arrest them. Lord Princeton, are you satisfied with the grand gift this palace has given you? What should I do now? Sir, that night, thousands of palace guards charged into Prince N's manor. Screams and cries for help rang out without end. At this moment, two maids of that demon woman came to Jiang Ju's room and knocked on the door. Mr. Jiang, are you there? Her Grace summons you. Open the door and go in. He ran away. Go back and report to Her Grace. His master met with disaster, and he ran away too. What kind of person is the heavenly demon lord searching for? This fellow surnamed Jiang turns out to be nothing more than this. The people in the city were all discussing it. Have you heard? Today, Princeton will be executed at the Meridian Gate. How could that be? His Majesty could not be that foolish. Aya, isn't it because of that person? Hurry and go take a look. What exactly happened among the officials? Are the rumors true? Move, do not block the way. The door opened, and a figure in prison clothes walked out. That tortured prisoner is... No, impossible. That is Lord Princeton. Can a mortal truly defy heaven and change fate? In the end, what is heavenly fate? Jiang Ju recalled the time he divined Qin Zhao's fortune. Young master, may I cast a divination for you? Then I must trouble you, sir. It will consume 1,000 points. I need so few points. Could it be? In the 49th year of the Qin origin calendar, the Qin queen gave birth to a daughter and named her Shao. When Qin Shao was 8, she was proficient in the Book of Documents, the Book of Songs, Rites, and Music, and knew the gentleman's 6 arts. Among all the princes and princesses, none could compare to her. She was close to her royal brother, the crown prince. When Qin Shao was 12, she entered the imperial study and reviewed memorials for her father emperor, handling affairs with great order. When Qin Shao was 14, before her father emperor passed away, he ordered Qin Shao to assist the crown prince in governing the country and granted her the title Princeton, making her the Qin kingdom's first female prince. While Qin Shao supervised the state, she was fair and strict, valued talented people, and was beloved by the people. At 18, the new Emperor Qin Wujun granted Qin Shao the fief of Nanyang, and Qin Shao left Xianyang. At 23, when the demon consort harmed the country, Qin Shao returned to Xianyang. On the road back, she met Jiang Ju, handled the flood, and saved the common people. At 23, she was accused of treason by the demon consort and suffered the punishment of being cut in half at the waist. Jiang Ju sighed. To be honest, though you possess great talent, young master, you will soon be convicted of treason and can only die. I understand. It is just that if no one pursues this justice, it will be buried in the earth forever. For the sake of the people of Qin, I will accept death. Even if heavenly fate is like this, you know you will die, yet you still want to go? Sir, are there still fools like that in this world? In her heart, the greater righteousness is something more important than life itself. Sir, are you also someone who holds the greater righteousness in your heart? Me? I am merely a common man. Then let it be here. This truly is a place with beautiful scenery. Let us prepare the ritual to offer sacrifice to heavenly fate for you here. My king. At this moment, Qin Shao had already been brought to the execution ground. The muddle-headed ruler was lying there trembling like a leaf, while the demon woman, for some unknown reason, also shed tears. Your Grace, are you crying? No, I am fine. Hurry to the execution ground. Is there still no news from Lord Sword Slave? None, but that fellow surnamed Jiang has not appeared either. Why is it so noisy? Reporting to your Grace. There are many commoners at the execution ground. At this moment, more and more people gathered, and everyone shouted, "How can this be? Princeton committing rebellion? How is that possible? She must have been framed. Even Grand Tutor Lin has suffered this scheme. This Qin kingdom is about to collapse. These past few years, the court has levied extremely heavy grain taxes. If Princeton had not pleaded on our behalf, the common people would already all be dead. The people of Xianyang City watch Prince and grow up from childhood. She is not only the late emperor's daughter, but also the daughter of this entire country." At this moment, a monk master and disciple passed by. The master master said, "It is only a beheading. What is there to see?" "But master, I hear the people's grief. They are all saying the person being executed is a daughter." "Master, if good people in this world do not meet good ends, why should we cultivate good dharma? You are still young. Let us hurry and leave." "Yes, release Prince and at once." "What are you doing? What are you doing? If you try to obstruct official business again, we will not be polite." "Is it still not time? This palace is already impatient. Why don't I go and order the execution at once?" "Release her at once." "No, if we let them riot, do not wait any longer. Execute her." At this moment, Qin Shao remembered what Jiangju had said. If you encounter an impossible difficulty, silently recite Perfect Lord of Supreme Void of the Purple Firmament Heaven. "Ah, sir, the only God in my heart. Do you know that I am your most faithful believer?" Qin Shao silently recited, "Perfect Lord of Supreme Void of the Purple Firmament Heaven." "So it has come time." The system asked, "Change Qin Zhao's fate?" "This requires consuming 100,000 of Qin Zhao's merit. Current merit, 74,535. Young Master Shao worked hard for the Qin Kingdom her entire life and accumulated no small amount of merit. It is just that, in the end, it has still come to changing her fate. You may choose to consume 100,000 of your own merit. Current merit, 101,252. So it can be done like this? Very well. 74,535 of Qin Zhao's merit has been consumed. 25,465 of the host's merit has been consumed. Fate change successful. At this moment, the little cat was shocked. What is going on? The karmic bond between this man and the immortal bearer is growing more and more solid. Sir is clearly a human cultivator, and there is not the slightest incense worship on him. How does he possess a divine, Tao, honorific title? "Sir, are you human or God?" Back at the execution ground, the people were still weeping and lamenting. "Lord Princeton, is Prince and truly unable to escape this calamity? The Qin kingdom is about to perish. Someone, come save this country." Qin Zhao's body suddenly showed an abnormal change. "Ah, that is, why is Lord Princeton's body?" Qin Zhao's body transformed into celestial maidens and flew out. "Ah, how is that possible? Could it be? Is this a divine miracle? It must be. Heaven has heard the cries for help from Prince and the common people. Divine One, Divine One." At this moment, the form of a white lion came riding clouds and wind. It was Jiangju, sitting on the little cat's back as he flew over. The people shouted, "Divine One, please halt your steps and make this land glorious once more." Then Jiangju and the little cat landed on the execution ground. Seeing this, the demon woman was terrified. It is that person." At this moment, Jiangju declared in a clear, ringing voice, "People of Qin, your General Cui has withdrawn from the battle against the Wei Kingdom. He is leading 100,000 troops towards Xianyang. If you also love this land, then lend me your strength and fight to overthrow tyranny." At this moment, the demon woman raged, "Damnable demon Taoist, why has Sword Slave not come to help me? Could this be the will of the heavenly demon lord? What exactly is going on?" At this moment, the people shouted as one, "That's right, we will resist too. Overthrow the muddle-headed ruler. Eradicate the demon consort. Avenge Princeton. Avenge the loyal, righteous warriors of the Qin kingdom. This is bad. The people are rioting. Guards, quickly send 50,000 guards over." The guard began pouring out to suppress the people. "Execute these rioters and that demon Taoist for me." The guard charged forward to attack the people, but the little cat sent them flying with a single strike like birds. "Do not retreat. Execute them for me." The great trend of the world is that what has long been divided must unite, and what has long been united must divide. Yusu Xian, you used goo poison on Qin Wujuan and framed Princeton. I am afraid you want to turn the Qin kingdom into your own possession. But did you ever look to see where the people's hearts are turned, and what state the nation's fate is in? Jiangju cast a spell and shouted, "I invite the king of the Qin kingdom to come and meet me." His voice echoed across the region, causing the king of Qin to lose control and abruptly stand up. "Ah, who is calling me?" He immediately hurried out, snatching up a sword, then rushed out in a panic. Before him were tens of thousands of commoners shouting, "Down with the muddle-headed ruler! Destroy the demon consort!" He asked, "Beloved consort, what is happening here?" Your Majesty. The maid beside the demon woman said, There is a demon Taoist spreading rumors to incite the commoners into rebellion. Your Majesty, the city wall is not safe. A demon Taoist? Jiangju looked up and saw that behind this muddle-headed ruler was a crimson dragon protecting him. This must be Qin Wujuan, right? At this moment, the king of Qin said, Humph, an outsider who refuses to obediently cultivate in the mountains, yet dares interfere in court affairs. Why have you sought me out? Brother Ju replied, I am a fortune teller who wanders the four directions, practicing my trade in the markets. When I passed through the Qin kingdom and first entered Xianyang, a crimson dragon entered my dream. That crimson dragon entrusted me to come and take a look to see what kind of man the king of Qin is and what the future of the Qin kingdom will be. I ask your majesty to lend me an object you often carry with you. Hearing Jiangju say this, the king of Qin was shocked. How could this demon Taoist know that the Crimson Dragon is here? Could Grand Tutor and Qin Zhao's assertion have come true? That is impossible. The Crimson Dragon has always remained hidden. What nonsense about Great Qin being about to perish? Do they really think I know nothing about the fate of the nation? At first, I wanted to be magnanimous, but these thieves deserve death many times over. After thinking this, he threw Jiangju a piece of jade pendant and said, Perhaps you are also a remnant of Qin Zhao's faction, are you not? I truly want to hear your prediction about the fate of the Qin kingdom. Should Qin Wu's heavenly fate be deduced? This deduction will consume 100,000 heavenly fate points. Yes, at this moment, Jiangju said, Father eats son, son kills father. The ruler kills his ministers and people. The ministers and people rise against the ruler. The state is no longer a state. Great Qin ought to die. Ah, you brat, you actually dared deceive everyone. Seize this demon Taoist for me. The guards obeyed the order and charged toward Jiangju, but something burst up from underground and sent them flying. What? What the hell is that? A giant green snake appeared to protect Jiangju. How dare you? The king of Qin shouted, then immediately leapt down. Your majesty, you mustn't. He roared, I am the son of heaven of the Qin kingdom, protected by the fate of the nation. Little demon, how dare you cause trouble before the son of heaven? And with one strike, he cut little Na in half, then rushed at Jiangju to attack. Demon Taoist, accept your punishment. So, this is the might of the Crimson Dragon protecting the body? I see. Jiangju used only 2 fingers to block the foolish king's sword, making him freeze in place for about 5 seconds. Ow! How is this possible? Who in the world is this man? Is this really the Emperor's sword that carries the breath of a dragon? In that case, it cannot withstand even a single blow. As Jiangju spoke, he lightly twisted his hand, shattering the sword. The foolish king was knocked backward. Your majesty! The Crimson Dragon now flew toward Jiangju. The merit of the Crimson Dragon and half of the nation's fate, I have received them. What? Qin Wujuan, do you know your crime? What? What crime have I committed? You do not know? Then I shall tell you. Jiangju drew out a talisman and chanted, Summon the generals of the Thunder Department. Divine might sweeps the 8 directions. Heavenly Thunder, aid me. As soon as he finished, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck straight down into the foolish king's rear palace. My rear palace. Look beneath the back garden of the rear palace. What is hidden there? Thousands upon tens of thousands of wronged souls cried out, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The people were shocked. So many dead souls. Could it be that the rumors about the secret palace using living people to refine elixirs are true? Your Majesty, give me back my life. Give me back my life. He trembled and retreated, but Jiangju pushed him forward with one hand. Your Majesty, do you know these people? He stammered, unable to speak. Of course you know. These people were all commoners of the Qin kingdom, and now their souls have become elixir primers, leaving behind only these remnants. With immortal elixirs in your belly, that mouth of yours can swallow thousands of people. Qin Wujuan, can your conscience be at peace? This man still argued stubbornly. Since they're my subjects, what is wrong with using them for me? What crime have I committed? What crime? You shameless old wretch. Jiangju pushed him away and brought out a guillotine. When the Crimson Dragon entered my dream, it gifted me 2 items. One of them is the Dragon Tail Criminal Guillotine. It beheads foolish rulers above and evil demons below. Your Majesty, if you believe yourself innocent, why not step onto this guillotine? Sections of his life flashed back and forth. Please, my lord, mount the guillotine. What kind of joke is this? Why should I wait? What is happening to my body? He lost control and approached the blade. Demon Taoist, what have you done? Stop me at once. At this moment, the demoness sensed something was wrong and leapt down. Release him. Jiangju, impudent demoness. How dare you disturb Mr. Jiang? Little Cat immediately used golden flames. The golden flames engulfed the demoness just like that. After a while, her body began to change, gradually turning into jade. The people were horrified at the sight. The demon consort's body has turned into something like jade. Could she really be a demon? She turned to jade and fell before the foolish king. Little Cat stepped on her head and said, "The hearts of the people and the fate of the nation are not in your hands. Do you still dare act arrogantly before me now?" At this point, she could only lie there and let out miserable groans. "Mr. Jiang, please continue. Leave this demoness to me." Jiang Ju now shouted, "Open the gate. Behead the ruler." The guillotine instantly sucked the foolish king in and placed his head into position. Seeing that the king of Qin was about to die, the demoness shouted, "Your Majesty." Then she struggled free from Little Cat's paw, rushed toward the king of Qin, and pushed him away, taking the blade for him. Seeing this, Jiang Ju thought to himself, could she truly have fallen in love? And she even intends to use demonic power to withstand it? Cut her down. The blade fell amid Green Hair's miserable scream. "Why did you have to do that?" The king of Qin immediately ran to Green Hair. "Beloved consort, your Majesty, please do not look at me anymore. Now that I have become like this, I must be hideous. She really is a demon. No wonder His Majesty was bewitched by her. Yusu Xian, you plotted to seize the fate of the entire Qin kingdom to survive your heavenly tribulation. You slaughtered the innocent commoners of Qin. You committed monstrous crimes long ago. What else do you have to say? My heavenly tribulation. If I did not seize the fate of a nation, there was no way I could withstand it. Perhaps even death will not be enough to atone for my sins. But I still want to know, why is heavenly mandate like this? Heavenly mandate again. What exactly is heavenly mandate? Let's go, Mountain Lord. The Crimson Dragon's national fate has passed through its hardship. As for what remains, let the people of Qin decide. And so Jiang Ju rode away on the Mountain Lord. The scene shifts to a cave, where a young woman is slowly waking up. It is our little Xiao. I'm still alive. I remember that just now I was still at the execution ground, begging Mr. Jiang. Where is this? My hut. My hut. I can only make do like this for now. Qin Xiao used a twig to pin up her hair. At this moment, Jiang Ju had also returned. Ah, Mr. Jiang, it really was you who saved me. That incantation of yours, I thought you were only comforting me. Mr. Jiang, this is... Jiang Ju knelt on one knee, took Qin Xiao's hand, and said, "You have finally awakened." My king, hearing this, Qin Xiao could not help being shocked. Mr. Jiang, do not joke. How could I become king? I'm only a woman. But, sir, is that something shameful? What a pity that she is a daughter. What a pity. The Qin Kingdom's fate is nearing its end. Sir, what are your plans from now on? The Qin Kingdom's fate is nearing its end? That is right. Then I must return to Xianyang City. I must endure this bitter trial together with the common people. If that is so, then so be it. It is also time for this humble Taoist to leave the Qin Kingdom. Ah, Mr. Zhang, he added, this cave dwelling is the home of Mr. Wild Boar's whole family. We have disturbed them for quite some time. Oh, Jiang Ju, it was such a romantic moment, So that is how it is. Sorry, we have disturbed you. We will leave right away. A while later, oh my, I did not expect Mr. Wildboar to actually agree to send Princeton back to Xianyang City. He truly is warm and hospitable. Meow then. Then we will have to trouble Mr. Wildboar. Boo-hoo, why is my life so bitter? First my home was occupied, and now I even have to be a forced ride-hailing driver. Boo-hoo, the Qin Kingdom's fate is nearing its end. Sir, if you take action in the future, you must not use the title of Qin. You must first observe the heaven and earth. This item was entrusted to me by a friend. Today I give it to you. Mr. Jiang, this is a jade seal. Mr. Wildboar, I must trouble you next. Please send Prince into the encampment of General Cui, outside Xianyang City. Go, gather with General Cui outside Xianyang City. Qin Xiao left with tears streaming down her face. She removed her hairpin and let her hair fly loose. Outside Xianyang City, the generals and soldiers were waiting for their queen to return. Jiang Ju held Little Cat and watched Qin Zhao's figure. Then he picked up his backpack. Moments of parting are truly sad. But you will not abandon me, right, Mountain Lord? In that case, we should set out as well. According to the setting, should you not be my mount? How did I become your mount now? This is not appropriate, Mr. Jiang. Shut. Up, hurry up and go. Fine, sitai. Human, could you please stop for a moment? The scene shifts back to 3 days earlier. A monk master and disciple were walking along the road. Master, are you drinking again? Ahead of the two was Sword Slave walking toward them. When the monk saw the demoness, he pretended to drop his wine jar onto Sword Slave. Oh my, look at this old monk's hands. Female benefactor, are you all right? The monk's wine caused demonic energy to seep from the demoness. The demoness took off her hat and said, "The Lama of Spirit Rainbow Temple has profound Buddhist arts. Surely your hands would not tremble like that. I see that you are in a hurry to seek death." Enough. This old monk cannot meddle in worldly affairs, but when it comes to demons and devils, this old monk must interfere. Master is still the best. The demon Big Sister was sucked into his sleeve. No, the demon we encountered this time is not easy to deal with. In short, we must leave the city quickly, lest the common people be implicated. So this was why Sword Slave had not appeared at the execution ground. The scene shifts. Jiangju was riding the Mountain Lord as they sped along like the wind. The Mountain Lord asked, "Mr. Jiang, if you say Foam Sword Slave is chasing you, then why did she not appear at the execution ground?" "I do not know. Only she can answer that." "Actually, there's something I've always wanted to ask. How did Mr. Jiang provoke a great demon like Foam Sword Slave? What? Is she very strong?" Let me put it this way. Foam Sword Slave is also known as Lord Profound Sword. When Lord Profound Sword's fame resounded far and wide, I was still nursing. Later, that woman became an attendant of the heavenly demon lord, Tu Shanlan. With such a powerful master behind her, this Lord Profound Sword is truly not easy to deal with. Hearing this, Jiangju scratched his head and said, "Actually, I have no grudge against her, but her master can be considered to have a bit of a dispute with me." "Damn it, then I'm dead." "Damn, why did you suddenly stop while running so fast? That's very dangerous. I think we might as well destroy ourselves. Of all the people you could offend, you just had to provoke someone that terrifying. Help, a mad cat is killing its master. We share blessings and disasters alike. As a cat, you must have some loyalty." At this moment, Sword Slave, seemingly injured, approached. "Jiangju, you truly made me search hard." Seeing Sword Slave, both man and cat were panic-stricken. "What the hell? Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives." Little Cat suddenly jumped forward. Mountain Lord," Jiangju thought to himself. The Mountain Lord usually loves to brag, show off, and act like an arrogant cat. I did not expect him to stand in front of me at the critical moment. "I am sorry, Mountain Lord. I misjudged you. But that was not it at all." The Mountain Lord raised a paw and said, "Lord Profound Sword, in truth, Mr. Jiang behind me and I are merely chance acquaintances. Every grievance has its culprit, and every debt its debtor. Lord Profound Sword, please do not harm the innocent." "Damn you, you filthy cat." "Very well. If you are unrelated, then there is no need to deliberately spare your life either." Hearing this, the Mountain Lord transformed and slashed at Sword Slave with his claws. But she easily dodged. "Are you being too naive, little cat of South Heaven Peak? Mr. Jiang, run." And so the two of them ran for their lives. "Mr. Jiang, hurry and look. Is that woman chasing us? No, perhaps we have escaped." Suddenly, the Mountain Lord slammed on the brakes. "Ouch, why did you suddenly stop? Good thing I did not fall off." "Mr. Jiang, look ahead. What do you think you are running, worm?" "Mr. Jiang, if we surrender now, will she treat us better?" "Whether she treats us better, I do not know. But with her personality, I am still useful. At least for the time being, there should be no danger to my life." "Then I am useless. Does that not mean she will cut me down with one sword?" "How can you say you are useless? Little Mountain Lord, your background is noble. This fur of yours must be a priceless treasure no matter how one looks at it, right? Plucking your fur, stripping your bones, and this whole pelt too. Who would not like that?" After hearing Jiangju say this, the Mountain Lord was completely speechless. Sword Slave finally spoke. "Are you finished? If you're tired of running, then surrender obediently. If you still want to keep causing trouble, I can accompany you." Jiangju now said, "That day, even with the heavenly demon lord before me, I still managed to escape. Do you think that just because you have the advantage, you will definitely be able to keep me here? You may try. Very well, then then I would not dare refuse. Jiangju drew out a talisman and shouted, 1,000-mile, divine travel. But after a while, absolutely nothing happened. Divine travel, divine travel, divine travel. This is a life-saving talisman I got from the old dragon at Sun Moon Lake. Why is it not working? Is it because the Mountain Lord is too fat to carry? The Mountain Lord said he absolutely was not. At this moment, Sword Slave took out a command token and said, my master knew you had a life-saving talisman. Did you think she would make no preparations? This is the golden talisman command obtained from the dragon god. With this command here, the talisman in your hand is completely useless. What else can you rely on? Damn it, old dragon. Oh, old dragon, I truly thank you. You have killed me. Boo-hoo. Oh, wait. She said obtained, which means she used force to compel him. Even the old dragon was no match for her. Just how strong is this woman? Since I roam the world, naturally I still have a few things to rely on. After saying that, Jiangju clasped his hands and recited an incantation, respectfully inviting the perfect lord of demon sweeping of the dark heaven. It is a spirit-inviting art. Are you a disciple of the divine firmament palace? I stayed there for a few months, but I was expelled from the mountain, so I cannot really be considered a disciple. Disciples of the divine firmament palace are skilled in spirit-inviting arts, but most can invite only the 36 lesser deities. I have never heard of anyone who could invite a deity from the upper realm of the 9 heavens. Jiangju, who exactly are you? Me? I am merely a fortune teller wandering the 4 seas. At this moment, Sword Slave put down her wooden box and opened it. Jiangju, you truly are capable. The old dragon of Sun Moon Lake regards you as a bosom friend. The Crimson Dragon and the national fate of Qin regard you as their savior. The Mountain Lord of South Heaven Peak serves as your mount. The Lama of Spirit Rainbow Temple also helped you block me. And now, you can even invite a deity from the upper realm of the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. This woman is difficult to handle. Jiangju shouted, perfect lord of demon sweeping, help me subdue this demon. A golden hand descended from the sky and attacked Sword Slave. She only gave a cold snort. An orthodox deity? Jiangju, do you know what sword I wield? This sword is named Karma's Severing. With one slash, she cleaved the golden hand in 2, and it dispersed. When this sword kills, it does not bear the karma of slaughter. When it cuts down enemies, it is not tainted by karmic sin. Even if both my hands are stained with fresh blood, I remain completely clean. What can a god do to me? Now, no matter what methods you try, you cannot escape me. Do you have any way out left? Jiangju was stunned. She is clearly only a maidservant. Why is she this strong? Of course I have a way out. That is to run. Run quickly, girl. Sword Slave immediately gave chase. Jiangju clasped his hands again and invited a deity, respectfully inviting the perfect lord of wind riding of the extreme peak heaven, perfect lord of divine travel. And so the mountain lord seemed to have jet boosters attached to his backside, shooting forward like a rocket. This shocked Sword Slave. What? That damn Jiangju can still run. As the mountain lord ran, he asked, Mr. Jiang, heaven and earth are vast, but which path is the path to life? Jiangju thought to himself, Feng Sword Slave has no small injury on her body. It seems that old Lama gave it to her. The plan now is that as long as we can stop her, perhaps we can still be saved. And so the two changed direction and headed to Spirit Rainbow Temple. The scene shifts to Spirit Rainbow Temple, where the little monk was holding the great monk and crying, Master, boo-hoo. Master, your teacher is only meditating to heal his wounds. It is not as if I am dead. But Master, you have lost so much blood. It is fine. We only need to kill an old hen to replenish my blood and energy. Master, what time is this, and you are still joking? The Buddhist gate is a pure place. How could there be any old hens? Master. That day, Feng Sword Slave appeared in Xianyang City because she was searching for someone, and this old monk just happened to obstruct Feng Sword Slave, allowing that person to escape. Whether someone did it deliberately or it was fate, that person and I are destined to be entangled by karma. Let your teacher see exactly who lies at the end of this thread of karma. Master, this golden thread goes up into the heavens. Into the heavens? The living beings of this world. Why are they all connected to that person by karma? Could this person be an immortal from heaven? Master, your eyes. Blood flowed in 2 streams from the monk's eyes. Ah, why did he not come 1,000 years earlier? Such a vast heavenly secret is also a vast calamity. Master, hurry and sit down. Disciple, the fate between master and disciple has now come to an end. Master, do you not want me anymore? Do not cry, do not cry. You are destined to become a Buddhist child of the Buddha King's fruition. This old monk is old and can no longer protect you. Now your true teacher is outside. Your opportunity has arrived, and the fate between master and disciple has ended. After that, the monk said something to the little monk, then said, "Go." Amiba, Amiba. The little monk packed his bundle and left. When he opened the door, Jiangju had already arrived. "Greetings, young master monk. I am Jiangju, and I request an audience with the Lama of Spirit Rainbow Temple." Seeing Jiangju, the little monk immediately knelt and saluted. Disciple Kale pays respects to master. "Huh, what is this? What is your name?" "Young master monk." "Kale, sir. I am a disciple of the Ku generation. Master hoped I could be happy every day, so he gave me this Dharma name. I like it very much." Brother Ju thought of those pastries and said, "Kale, I used to like that a lot too." "Wait, why are you calling me master?" "Master said so." Master was injured. He said my true master had arrived and that his mission was over. Jiangju could not make heads or tails of it. Actually, I came here to avoid trouble. I think the two of us had better go inside the temple." As soon as he finished speaking, the temple gate slammed shut. Damn it, what does that old monk mean by this? My troubles have not even been solved yet, and now he has thrown another burden at me. With no other choice, Brother Ju took Kale and left. Mountain Lord was unhappy. "Why are you picking up this child? Brat, are you really looking forward to this? Do you think this is a rocking horse? What else can I do? He has already taken me as his master. I will bring this child along and keep running." "Where are we going now, mister?" "To the southern frontier. I still have a few friends there. They should be able to keep us alive. But the southern frontier is 10,000 miles from here. Those two divine talismans of yours may not be able to." "Hold out." "Huh? Why did Mountain Lord stop?" "My divine talismans and wind riding spell have both been used up. But up ahead is the Golden Sand River. The Golden Sand River is the boundary between the lands of the human race and the demon race." "But wait, that is not right. The southern frontier is to the southwest, and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom is to the southeast. How do we end up here?" "It is all Mr. Zhang's fault. Even while fleeing, you were addicted to fortune-telling, insisting on detouring to human settlements to read fortunes for people. After going around and around, now you say I went the wrong way. What now? Do we turn back? That is no good. Lord Profound Sword is chasing hard behind us. If we run into her, I am afraid we will reach the 9 Nether Springs before we ever reach the southern frontier. Then why do we not cross the river directly?" "Wow, yes. Do you not want to live anymore? This Golden Sand River, if you push Little Mountain Lord into it, he will. D2. Even if I crossed this Golden Sand River by myself, it would be somewhat difficult. If I brought Mr. Jiang and the little monk with me, it would definitely be impossible. The two of you could not withstand the heavenly dipper winds over the Golden Sand River. But this Golden Sand River often has ferrymen from both the human and demon races. But once we cross this border, we will be in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. You offended the Heavenly Demon Lord, yet you still dare go to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Does Little Mountain Lord not understand the principle that it is darkest under the lamp? In other words, people overlook what is right under their noses. Most importantly, once we reach the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, we will have somewhere to settle and seek refuge. "Ah, mister, there's a boat." Jiangju immediately waved and called out, "Boatman, boatman, heaven truly never seals off every path. Mister, let's get on the boat quickly." At that moment, an arm reached out from the boat and lifted the curtain. "It really has been a long time, my future husband." "Mister, hurry up and get on." Jiangju froze. Ah, the Heavenly Demon Lord. The Heavenly Demon Lord shot over like lightning and grabbed Mountain Lord. "In front of me, you dare refer to yourself with such arrogance? Ahaha, wife, what a coincidence." "It is not a coincidence. I was specifically waiting here for you. Get on the boat." "Can I not get on? This is my first time." "What do you think, my dear husband?" "Brother Jew, this is truly escaping the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair." A while later, 2 people and 1 cat had all been tied up on the boat. The foul-mouthed cat grumbled, "Can you do it or not? You still have not gotten the divine talisman out? If you are so capable, you try it. Just getting the talisman up to my chest is already hard enough. Do you understand? And I still have to bite it into my mouth. My neck is about to cramp. Keep going, master. Be careful not to drop it on the floor. Hurry up. That woman is about to come in." "My lord, why did you send 1,000 1,000-mile voice transmission calling me back. The person you wanted me to find still has not been found. There's no need to keep searching. Huh. This is... Feng Sword Slave looked inside the boat with astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiangju had already bitten the talisman out from inside his clothes. Success. He raised his head, only to see his wife, the heavenly demon lord, and Feng Sword Slave already right in front of him. Jiangju could only laugh awkwardly a few times as if nothing had happened. His wife, the heavenly demon lord, stepped forward, picked up the talisman, and looked at it. Wife, why are you picking that up? It is filthy. Actually, I can explain. His wife then moved closer, pressing in toward Jiangju. She raised her hand to his forehead in a stance. Facing his wife, Jiangju cautiously said, "My wife, this posture, could it be?" Before he could finish thinking, Jiangju was flicked on the forehead by his wife, nearly sending him to meet his ancestors. Sword Slave, steer the boat back to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Yes, Jiangju was now lying face down, crying out in pain. Kaylay and the foul-mouthed cat both turned their faces away and pretended they saw nothing. Was it not just a flick on the forehead? What is he wailing about? Hard to say. A while later, the boat had reached the middle of the river. But why is Tu Shanlan so insistent on taking me back to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Could it be that she has thought things through and wants to take me back to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, then with me? Husband and wife. No, stop your fantasies. She wants to gouge out your eyes. What fantasies am I having? You are a little monk. What are you thinking about all day? Since you have intermonastic life, keep your six senses pure. I clearly heard Master's inner voice, and that female patron's too. So, it turns out to be mind reading? You really do have many strange wonders around you. He is not wrong. If you keep looking at me with that kind of gaze, I really will dig out both your eyes. Everyone has a love of beauty. Am I beautiful? Oh, what does that mean? Did I say something wrong? When others praise me, they either praise my peerless martial skill or say I am unmatched in the world. You're the first man who has dared say this in front of me. Hearing his wife say that, Jiangju was stunned. You're exalted one. Must you really kill me? To be honest, the two of us have no grudges or enmity. You divined that I would become your wife, take care of a whole group of children, and you still want me to spare your life? Well, since that was the divination, I could only tell the truth. I have a way to change fate. Although the price is a bit high, it is not impossible to change it. As long as your exalted one helps me, the original fate can still be altered. Killing you would also change fate. Killing you would change fate. Can you not kill me? If there really is no other way, can I buy my own life? Buy. Everything in this world can be obtained with a wave of my hand. What do you think could possibly interest me? Hearing this, Jiangju put on a smug expression and said, a way to cure your exalted one's secret illness at its root. I wonder if that can buy my life? Hearing the words secret illness, she turned and glared at Jiangju with icy, sharp eyes. The room instantly fell silent. The heavenly demon lord, her body radiating killing intent, said angrily, "How do you know about my secret illness?" Very good. It seems the reasons I must kill you have increased again. Wait. Is this how we intend to solve the problem? I can cure your exalted one's secret illness. Does your exalted one really not care? How? Among the 36 heavens, there is the true Lord Medicine King of the Glass Heaven. He can cure your exalted one's illness. However, I must make a trip to the divine Firmament Palace. When the heavenly demon Lord heard there was a cure, her anger gradually subsided. Her killing intent also slowly dispersed. I, Sword Slave, said, you can command the upper gods of the 9 firmaments. From ancient times to now, aside from you, I have never heard of a second person able to order the upper gods of the 9 firmaments. Could it be that you also possess a resounding reputation in the divine Firmament Palace? Jiangju gave a bitter smile and replied, a resounding reputation? If notoriety also counts as fame, then that is indeed the case. What are you planning to do? Perform a divination for someone else. What? Did you divine another wife in the divine Firmament Palace? If only they were true. The divine maidens of the divine Firmament Palace are all peerless beauties. Ahem. Although I can invite the gods of the 9 firmaments, the master of the glass heaven has some grudges with me. I can only make a personal trip to the divine Firmament Palace. Grudges? Is this master of the glass heaven a woman? How did this woman know that? But whether the master of the glass heaven is male or female, does it matter? It truly does not matter. But I'm not stupid either. If I really let you go to the divine firmament palace, will you still come back? Here, I will leave the two of them with you as collateral. One is a little monk I met only a day ago, and the other is a spirit pet. I, Jiang, am absolutely not the kind of person who would abandon my disciple and friend and flee alone. Little monk, is he lying? Monastics do not lie. If you deceive me, listen to what he is thinking in his heart. Master Shushu, he is lying. Do not eat me. My flesh is not tasty. Hearing his disciple sell him out like that, Jiang Ju cautiously began crawling away. Do you have anything else to explain? Jiang Ju replied in pain. I am but a mortal of flesh and blood. Please be gentle. The scene shifted far outside the boat, where a shrill scream rang out. Jiang Ju had now been beaten until smoke was rising from his head. Master, are you all right? Are you still alive? Jiang Ju leaned his head against Keilei's shoulder and said, Good disciple, your master wanted to go seek reinforcements. Even so, I must still thank you. You are truly filial. Ugh. A while later, the heavenly demon lord held 2 pieces of jade in her hand and thought, why is this half piece of jade on Jiang Ju? Just what is Jiang Ju's background? The heavenly demon lord's expression now carried a trace of melancholy. Master, the sky seems wrong. Those are heavenly tribulation clouds. How can that be? Could someone really dare undergo tribulation on this golden sand river? Are they afraid their lightning tribulation is not enough? Truly a madman. Wait, why did these tribulation clouds suddenly appear over our heads? At this moment, Jiang Ju poked his head out and said, To be honest, these tribulation clouds are probably here for me. What? Drag him out. Feng Sword Slave immediately dragged Jiang Ju out and threw him onto the floor like a dog. Your cultivation is only at the 8th grade realm, and you carry merit on you. Why would a heavenly tribulation come for you? Jiang Ju sat up and replied, I once made a vow that every day I must read fortunes for 3 people. If I fail, a heavenly tribulation will come looking for me. Are you joking with me? Your exalted one, raise your head and take a look. The tribulation clouds are above us. How would I dare hide it? I still have 1 double hour left to complete today's task. Otherwise, 1 double hour from now, the tribulation clouds will fully condense, and a lightning tribulation will strike this boat. Everyone continued to return to Brother Ju. At this moment, Tu Shanlan asked, Then what do you want? Actually, on this boat, aside from me, there's still 4 people. Keilei and Mountain Lord are willing to help me complete my task. In addition, could I ask Lord Profound Sword to let me divine her fortune? The heavenly demon lord refused decisively. No, you only performed 1 divination for Chi Hontan, and you already learned my secret. Sword Slave is my personal maid. Do you think I would agree? Jiang Ju said solemnly, If your exalted one does not trust me, then throw me off the boat. Dying in the Golden Sand River and dying beneath heavenly tribulation are not very different. Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord turned around and replied, Can you only perform divinations for the living? Jiang Ju pondered for a while, then said, As long as there is a trace of spirituality, it will do. The heavenly demon lord tied up her hair as she said, No small number of people have been buried in this Golden Sand River. It should not be hard to find some skeletons that still retain a bit of spirituality. Hearing this, Jiang Ju was stunned. Wait here. After saying that, the heavenly demon lord jumped into the river. Seeing this, Jiang Ju blurted out, Holy crap, she jumped straight into the Golden Sand River. This Tu Shanlan really is ruthless. Jiang Ju turned and asked Feng Sword Slave, Can your exalted one still come back alive? Shut up. A while later, bubbles began to rise on the water's surface. Immediately afterward, the heavenly demon lord leapt out of the water and landed on the boat, sparkling droplets splashing around her and making her look even more splendid. I'm back. The heavenly demon lord waved her hand and conjured 6 skeletons. There should be no problem now, right? These 6 corpses are enough to support you until we reach the 10,000 demon kingdom. The rest is up to you. We will not disturb your divinations. After saying that, the heavenly demon lord and Feng Sword Slave went inside, leaving Jiang Ju alone with the 6 skeletons. This works too. Your exalted one, at least untie me first. will you? The scene shifted to the next day. Luckily, these corpses helped me complete my daily task. I have truly troubled these seniors. At this moment, Jiangju was performing a divination for the final skeleton. The last one is, so your name is Tsangyuezi? The system announced, simulation ended. Would you like to divine again and change this person's fate? Divining again requires 100 million of Tsangyuezi's merit points. Tsangyuezi's current merit is 0. You may choose to consume 100 million of your own merit points to change this person's fate. Current merit, 754,191. Jiangju was surprised. This person has been dead for nearly 10,000 years, yet his fate can still be changed, but costs a full 100 million merit points. Are you kidding me? You have glimpsed heavenly destiny. You may choose to conceal the heavenly secret. Reward, minus 10,000 merit points and a minor 5 thunder heavenly tribulation. You have glimpsed heavenly destiny. You may choose to reveal the heavenly secret. Punishment, plus 1,000 merit points and choose one of the following punishments. Jiangju looked at the options in surprise. These are 1. Sangyuezi's cultivation method. 2. Sangyuezi's cultivation insights. 3. One secret of the Golden Sand River. Over the past 2 days, I have already divined for all 6 skeletons. They all died in the Great War between humans and demons. 10,000 years ago, Jiangju looked into Sangyuezi's memories and saw a fierce battle between humans and demons. Sangyuezi had been a 6th grade cultivator. His strength was profound. When he was alive, his sect had been one of the main forces that built the Golden Sand River. He lived for 800 years. His fate was marked by the 3 deficiencies: no father, no spouse, and no children. Grateful for his sect's nurturing, he fought to the death for the future of the human race. If not for the efforts of these seniors, if the Golden Sand River did not separate the 2 realms of humans and demons, how could the human race have had such a long history? Although the Golden Sand River cannot completely prevent humans and demons from traveling between the 2 sides, it can block humans or demons below the 4th grade realm. If the human and demon races were to fight another great war, like the one 10,000 years ago, the main armies would still consist of forces below the 4th grade realm. To prevent the armies of the 2 races from pressing against the borders, the Golden Sand River plays an enormous role. That is right. Senior Sangyuezi's sect seems to have been one of the main forces that built this Golden Sand River. Choose option 3. I want to see what secret this Golden Sand River has. Jiangju was surprised again and again. What? Beneath this extremely dangerous Golden Sand River, there is actually an unknown passage that can connect the human and demon realms? I understand now. It must be an escape route left behind for the human race by the seniors, meant to be used in emergencies. However, while this secret will be priceless to some people, to me, it does not seem to have any use. Who knows? Maybe I can use it when I flee in the future. After learning there was a route he could use later to escape his wife and go have fun, Jiangju happily hugged the skeleton and danced. Senior Sangyuezi, thank you so very much. Just then, his wife, the heavenly demon lord, came out and saw this scene, leaving her utterly speechless. At this moment, Feng Sword Slave spoke up. Master, in another half day, we will reach the territory of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Only then did Jiangju suddenly realize. Senior, Feng Sword Slave added, I wonder how Master intends to deal with Jiangju. The heavenly demon lord said with a cold expression, since he carried the jade pendant with him, I will naturally satisfy his request. The scene shifted. By now, everyone had arrived at the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Before their eyes was a poetic sight of tall mountains and blooming flowers. Is this really the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? I originally thought it would be a barren wilderness where demons danced in chaos. Seeing Jiangju start spouting nonsense again, Feng Sword Slave gently reminded him, watch your words. Although this place belongs to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, its true name is Mount Tuesday. At this moment, 2 fox demon women and a huge turtle joyfully came forward to welcome them. We respectfully welcome our Lord back to the mountain. Lord Heavenly Demon has returned. Jiangju and the others followed behind the heavenly demon lord, staring at the scenery here with their mouths agape in astonishment. Everyone soon arrived at a large, magnificent building. We respectfully welcome our Lord back to the mountain. We respectfully welcome our Lord back to the mountain. We respectfully welcome our Lord back to the mountain. We respectfully welcome our lord back to the mountain. Before Jiangju stood two beauties with impressive figures. Looking at them, Jiangju curled his lips into a smile and said, "How could Mount Two have no foxes? I am truly worried for the Fox sisters. Who will they find to have children with?" When Mountain Lord heard this, he immediately knew what this guy was thinking and said at once, "What does that have to do with you?" At this moment, a maid came forward and reported, "Master, shall I take him down and make proper arrangements?" "Yes." After saying this, the pink-haired girl walked over to Jiangju. Young sir, please follow me." Flower attendant, this elder sister is so gentle and refined. Seeing a beautiful woman, Jiangju once again put on an eager expression. Excuse me. Just as everyone was following Flower attendant inside, a hand held Mountain Lord back. It was the heavenly demon lord, who picked Mountain Lord up in her arms. Mountain Lord turned back and meowed. As she stroked Mountain Lord's fur, she said, "Is this the fur of a pure-blooded jade Chelan? The feel really is not bad." Hearing the heavenly demon lord say this, Mountain Lord's eyes went wide and his mouth fell open in terror. A moment later, "Has Jiangju ever told your fortune?" Mountain Lord was now kneeling with his hands clasped, stammering his seat. "No, I would not dare ask Mister to divine my fate." The heavenly demon lord then asked why. Mountain Lord trembled like a leaf and replied, "When others divine, they know 2 or 3 things, but only say one. When Mister divines, he knows 10 things and says all 10. Anyone who has experienced Mister's ability will feel somewhat afraid. I think that for those whose fortunes Mister has divined, their heavenly fate has already been set. If he has never divined it, then it is very possible that their heavenly fate has not yet been fixed." Hearing Mountain Lord say this, the heavenly demon lord glared and said, "What? You mean heavenly fate will operate according to the hexagram he calculates? Does he truly have such ability?" Mountain Lord added, "Until now, Mister has never been wrong in anyone's divination. Perhaps Mister truly is the incarnation of some great Tao, a true immortal descended to the world." Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord also pondered for a while. "It seems my future husband truly is no ordinary person." Then the heavenly demon lord called out, "Younger sister." Immediately, a streak of golden energy flew over. Mountain Lord, with stars in his eyes, looked expectantly at this person. "Younger sister? Could this be the next heavenly demon lord?" Immediately after that, a white fox appeared, clinging to Tu Shanlan. Her name was Tu Shanning, the younger sister of the heavenly demon lord Tu Shanlan. "Looks like I can already see another fluffy romance coming. Haha. Sister, didn't you go to the human race to bring back a brother-in-law? Where's brother-in-law? Where's brother-in-law?" Seeing her younger sister keep bringing up that husband, Jiangju, Tu Shanlan looked somewhat embarrassed. Seeing that her elder sister, Tu Shanlan, did not say anything, little Tu Shanning continued chattering away. "The sweetheart sister has taken a fancy to must be an extremely handsome person with 3 legs for arms and 8 eyes, right? Wow. Shanning really wants to meet him." Mountain Lord, standing to the side, was rendered speechless by this little fox's wild imagination. That must be it. Only someone like that could be worthy of sister. Where's he? Let me meet him. Seeing her younger sister keep acting spoiled like this, Tu Shanlan rubbed her head in resignation. "Sword slave, take Shanning away." Hearing this, Feng Sword Slave grabbed little Tu Shanning, who immediately began struggling. "Boo-hoo, sister, let me go meet brother-in-law. Everyone is very curious." The scene changes. At this moment, Feng Sword Slave had brought little Tu Shanning to the entrance of some cave and gently put her down. The little one snorted, then turned and walked away. With a somewhat unhappy expression, little Tu Shanning entered the cave. Inside the dark cave, there were now many pairs of glowing eyes and many whispering voices. Well, did you meet him?" "Sister drove me out. I didn't get to meet him." There were many little foxes inside the cave, asking Tu Shanning about it. Ha, Shanning, you must have been bragging. You definitely didn't dare go meet him. You just walked around outside and came back. Ha. You must have had your bottom smacked by her exalted one again, right? Hearing her friend spout nonsense, Tu Shanning replied angrily, "In nonsense. Sister treats me very well. I did not get my bottom smacked. Just you wait. I will definitely bring sister's husband here for you to see." After saying that, little Tu Shanning ran off. The scene changes to Jiangju's side. At this moment, Flower Attendant had led Jiangju and his disciple to a building. "We have arrived, young sir. From now on, you will live here. 3 meals a day will be brought to you. If you have any other requests, you may also tell the guard station here." At this moment, Kayleigh, who was following behind, spoke up. "Wow, it looks pretty good. It isn't a prison," flower attendant added. "However, there are some things this servant must make clear first. To you, sir." Then she turned back with an unfriendly expression and continued. "I hope young sir will not take even half a step out of this small courtyard. Otherwise, even this servant cannot guarantee what will happen." Jiangju replied fearfully, "I understand. Mister, why can someone still smile and deal with a person even when they hate them? You will understand when you grow up. Mister, this way. Please come here to eat." At this moment, the table was filled with delicacies from the mountains and seas, looking extremely grand. That is just a fancy way to put it. In truth, it was all vegetables and fruit without the slightest bit of protein. Seeing this, Jiangju spoke up. "Although it is very abundant, why is it all vegetables and fruit? Is there no meat? So, it turns out Mr. wants to eat meat?" Hearing this, flower attendant replied coldly, "All of Mount 2 is filled with demons. Young sir, which clan's bloodkin would you like to eat?" Hearing this, both Jiangju and his disciple jumped in fright. No, that is not it." As he spoke, Jiangju picked up 2 eggplants, stuffed them into his mouth, and said, "The two of us love eating vegetables and fruit. Look, see how happily this little fellow is eating." Seeing Jiangju stuff an eggplant into Kayleigh's mouth, I really feel sorry for the boy. Haha. Seeing this, flower attendant finally smiled and replied, "That is wonderful then. Flower attendant will not disturb the two of you while you dine." "Right, I am untalented, but I do know a little about divination. Could this young lady allow me to divine a hexagram for you?" Hearing this, flower attendant turned back with a gentle expression and said, "Sure enough, it is exactly as Master said. Master once said that if young sir wanted to divine a hexagram for this servant did not need to say anything. First, punch you once." As she spoke, flower attendant landed a punch right on Jiangju's face, teaching him a lesson for always trying to lure innocent girls. After that, flower attendant left. In the room, only wails could be heard. "My poor master, why did you leave this world so soon?" "Boo-hoo-hoo. Stop. I'm still alive." With his face covered in injuries, Jiangju cried, "Damn, Tu Shanlan. Sooner or later, I will leave this godforsaken place." Meanwhile, Kayleigh was still calmly standing there eating eggplant and watching the show. "Master, I want to eat a chicken drumstick." Hearing his disciple ask for meat, Jiangju was surprised. "No way. You are a monk. Why do you want to eat a chicken drumstick? Is this what your master taught you?" "Umipa." Master said wine and meat pass through the stomach, while Buddha remains in the heart. Master also said that to understand the suffering of the mortal world, one must experience all things in the mortal world. Only by first drifting through the mundane world can one transcend it. Do not make yourself sound so noble. Damn it, that actually sounds very reasonable. To put it plainly, when you should eat meat, eat meat. When you should take a wife, take a wife. Do whatever ordinary people do. Once you get tired of it, it will not be too late to take refuge in Buddhism. Having a disciple like this really is a lot of trouble for Jiangju. Haha. Hearing this, Jiangju burst out laughing. That is not wrong. While alive, one should know how to enjoy the pleasures at hand. As he spoke, Jiangju somehow produced a sausage from nowhere and tossed it into his mouth. "How strange. Mister, where are you going?" "When we first arrived, I saw rabbits in the bamboo forest along the road. Come, I will take you to find a different flavor." The scene changes to the forest. The master and disciple set up a simple pitfall trap, then lay sprawled in the bushes, waiting for prey. "Master, I have to say, can this method really work?" "Hey, do not be so unbelieving. This method of mine may look like this, but it will bring a great harvest. But we have already waited for several hours, and we have not even seen a rabbit hair. It is all because you keep nagging." "Oof, I am not waiting anymore. I want to go home and eat vegetables and fruit." "Oh, come on, will you stop it? The rabbits are so scared by your noise that they do not dare appear." "Master, do you actually understand this or not? No stupid rabbit would fall for such a low-level trap of yours." Just as he finished speaking, prey fell into the trap. I told you, this move definitely works. We caught one." Seeing this, Kayleigh could only gape in shock. That is way too fake. Good heavens, I just saw a white blur run inside. It must be a rabbit. Let's get ready to eat meat. I'm rather curious what this stupid rabbit actually looks like. After that, Jiangju slowly opened the basket. Todo, surprise, old mon. It turned out to be Tu Shanning, who was gnawing on a carrot. "Oh, this is how bold. Who dares ambush me? Jiangju said in surprise. A little fox that can speak human language. It seems she has some cultivation. Kayleigh asked curiously. Can a little fox be eaten? Hearing this master and disciple planning to butcher her, little Tu Shanning sprang up with her fur bristling and said, How outrageous! You dare set up such a low-level trap to ambush this young lady. And you even want to eat me? Hearing the strange way she addressed herself, Jiangju asked, Young lady, may I ask who you are? Seeing a chance to show off, little Tu Shanning answered proudly, That is right. My name is Tu Shanning, Shanning as in tranquility. Who are the two of you? Hearing the words Tu Shan, Jiangju thought nervously, the Tu Shan clan. Someone who can use Tu Shan as a surname must be a Mount 2 demon fox of pure bloodline. After that, Jiangju stood up and greeted her respectfully. My surname is Jiang, and my given name is the single character Ju. You may call me Mr. Jiang. Mister? Are you a teacher? Hearing this, Jiangju took out his geomancy compass and said, I am a diviner. Oh, I understand. You are a wandering charlatan. My sister said that divination is all fraud. Hearing this, Jiangju laughed it off. Haha, your sister's thinking is quite novel. I forgot to ask. May I ask your sister's surname and who she is? Then listen carefully. Ahem. My sister is the master of Mount 2, the leader of all demons, the monarch of the 10,000 demon kingdom, the heavenly demon lord, Tu Shanlan. Sure enough, when Jiangju heard this, he immediately confirmed that this was undoubtedly his future sister-in-law. As for Kayleigh, his eyes and mouth widened in terror because he had just thought about eating her. Oh my goodness, no way. To tell the truth, this seat passed through here because I wanted to find my brother-in-law, that is my sister's husband. I never expected you to detain me with such a crude trap. If you answer my question honestly, I will mercifully spare your lives. Seeing this, Kayleigh retorted, Weren't you just being greedy? Tu Shanning immediately acted shamelessly, jumping onto Jiangju and grabbing his clothes as she said, Do you see the house at the end of the forest? I heard sister's husband lives there. Then what? I just went inside to investigate, but there was no one there. I ask you, did you see a man come out of there? After realizing that the little girl was looking for him, Jiangju smiled faintly and said, Is it possible that I am that man? What? It seems I'm the person you're talking about, the husband of the heavenly demon lord. Hearing this, Tu Shanning patted Jiangju's cheeks and said, 2 eyes, 1 nose. That cannot be right. Careful. Tu Shanning flipped through the air and landed on the ground. Impossible. Tu Shanning now said furiously, the person my sister wants to marry must at least have a green face, yellow fangs, and 3 heads and 6 arms. Hearing this, Jiangju scratched his head and said, Actually, I also feel it is inappropriate. How about you persuade your sister to cancel the engagement? You must be talking nonsense. I have to go ask my sister. After saying that, little Tu Shanning turned to leave. Hey, wait. Without giving Jiangju time to say more, Tu Shanning immediately said, I will be back. Then she hurried away. Jiangju could only sigh. It seems the days ahead will not be peaceful. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well settle down for now. Heavenly Eye, open. I did not expect the fortune of this place to be so good. That valley has underworld energy and baleful fire. This is a land of extreme killing. The surrounding mountain and river terrain absolutely could not possibly create such an extremely baleful land. Was this place not made by heaven, but created by someone? Could it be the place where Tu Shanlan enters seclusion when her illness flares up? When her illness flares up, all the demon power in her body scatters chaotically. But her demon power is too strong. Even if it spreads outside her body, it condenses instead of dispersing. Over time, it formed this extremely baleful land here. That is possible, but not certain. Whether it is or not, this rare, extremely baleful land is enough for me to set up a geomantic formation. This geomantic formation can serve as a means of self-protection in the future. Just as Jiangju finished speaking, 2 flying boats were approaching Mount 2 from the sky. Seeing this, Jiangju was surprised. This is such dense, and evil energy. On those boats, who could it be? The scene changes to the Fox Immortal Hall. At this moment, a fox came to report to Tu Shanlan. Your exalted one, the young lord of the Golden Crow clan of the Great Wilderness Clans requests an audience. Master, the Great Wilderness Clans have always been arrogant and do not associate with ordinary demon clans. Their arrival this time is likely not with good intentions. Should your subordinate? I was the one who sent word asking the Great Wilderness clans to come here. The Great Wilderness clans are clans formed by the union of ancient divine beasts. Ever since your Exalted One began ruling the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, they have always maintained a high degree of autonomy. They have never obeyed your Exalted One's control. This time, your Exalted One summoned them to Mount Tuesday. What is it for? Ancient divine beast clans. Bring the Jade Cheelin here. As you command, pass down my order. Let the Great Wilderness clans enter the Fox Immortal Hall. A while later, a group of people entered. The arrogant man leading them was the Golden Crow young lord, Di Hao. Following behind him were Elder Snake and a group of subordinates. After that, all the subordinates knelt and saluted Tu Shanlan, while Di Hao still stood there unmoving. He cupped his hands in greeting. Lord, Heavenly Demon Lord, I am. Before Di Hao could finish speaking, Tu Shanlan pointed at the ground and said, Impudent, who permitted you to see this seat and not kneel? Before Tu Shanlan's powerful pressure, Di Hao could not resist and was forced to his knees, crying out, Ah! He angrily looked toward Tu Shanlan and was about to curse. You what? Do you have an objection? Seeing this situation, Elder Snake beside him spoke up to advise him and ease the tense atmosphere. Ahem, Holy Son, what is wrong with paying respects before the Heavenly Demon Lord? I wonder where the Cheelin Holy Son mentioned by Lord Heavenly Demon Lord is. Unfortunately, our clan saint is at a crucial stage of cultivation and cannot come in person. We had no choice but to have myself and the Golden Crow Holy Son come to welcome him. Hearing this, Tu Shanlan said lightly, Bring him up and hand him over to them. Immediately afterward, Feng Sword Slave came over holding Mountain Lord in her arms, followed by two maids. Take me away from Mount 2? There's really no need. I am living very well at Mount Tuesday. Also, please inform Mr. Jiang that I hope he will not contact me anymore to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Sister over there, feed me another grape. I really do pity the little guy. He is about to be sold off like a dog, yet he is still there enjoying himself. Haha. Elder Snake took Mountain Lord from Feng Sword Slave's hands and stammered. It's this fur color, this spiritual power, what a pure bloodline. Only now did Mountain Lord panic. Good heavens, what kind of monster is this? Please stop. Elder Snake held Mountain Lord up high like a treasure and said, Heaven blesses our clan. Heaven blesses our clan. Meanwhile, Mountain Lord still looked utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. After handing Mountain Lord over to these people, Tu Shanlan also turned to leave. This seat has handed the Jade Cheelin over to you. After you return, tell Manzi not to forget what he promised this seat. Hearing this, Elder Snake spoke again. Your Exalted One, please wait. This old monk will certainly pass on what your Exalted One has entrusted to our clan saint. However, we came to Mount 2 this time, not only to welcome the Cheelin Holy Son, but also for another matter. What matter? Your Exalted One, please look. As he spoke, Elder Snake took out countless pieces of gold, silver, and jewels. Seeing this, Tu Shanlan asked, What do you mean by this? These treasures are all rare, true treasures. They are a small token of our clan's sincerity, only because we heard that your Exalted One has not yet taken a spouse. At this point, Elder Snake began chattering eloquently. Meanwhile, Di Hao put on an affected expression. Among the young heroes of the hundreds of clans of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, only our young Lord Di Hao is worthy of your Exalted One. Today, we have boldly come specially to Mount 2 to propose marriage. How bold! How dare you say such disrespectful words before my master? The man is unmarried and the woman is unwed. How can this be considered disrespectful? At this moment, Tu Shanlan's entire body emitted killing intent as she walked close to Di Hao. This seat and you are of similar age. At present, among the great saints of the demon race, no one is this seat's opponent. What is your cultivation? Hearing this, Di Hao stammered, This seat is the master of Mount 2, monarch of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. All demons submit, and the clans are subjects. What status do you have? This. Under Tu Shanlan's questioning and pressure, his limbs trembled as he collapsed to his knees. This seat pacified the calamity of the sea demons, slew countless outer realm evil demons, and pacified a chaotic age. What achievements do you have? Faced with Tu Shanlan's questions, Di Hao knelt on the ground, speechless. Tu Shanlan turned her face away and added, Not to mention, I already have a husband now. Even if I did not, are you worthy? I think these people really are reckless. Who knows what they ate to dare come and ask to marry that guy's wife, haha. The scene changes to Jiang Ju and his disciple. Achoo, mister, are you sick? Perhaps someone is cursing me behind my back. Jiangju was now sitting there divining fortunes for a rabbit, a chicken, and a snake, and they looked very strange. No, master, let's set aside for now who is cursing you. Has today's task of 3 divinations been completed? Ah, it is completed. Fortunately, Flower Attendant brought these 3 little demons here today. Great. Brother Chicken, follow me to the kitchen. I have already set up the pot. Today we are adding a dish. Stop, please. This Brother Chicken has already awakened his intelligence. He is not food. Killing him for food will incur killing karma. I know. All right, go back and sit in your place. Today, I will give you a pillar of good fortune. After saying this, Jiangju sat down and chanted, True Lord, heavenly void of the purple firmament heaven. Immediately, a blue light appeared before them. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named, that light gradually turned into a bamboo scroll. Purple firmament crisischer scripture. Attain the wisdom of heaven and earth. Grasp yin and yang. Absorb essence and energy. Stand alone and guard the spirit. Flesh and muscle as one. Heaven and earth are the gateway of change, the parents of all trigrams. Water and fire define the frame. The valley turns upon the true axis. Well, isn't it simple and easy to understand? With the talents and wisdom of you 3, you must have comprehended it already, right? It really was easy to understand, but only for him. As for these 3 animals, their brains were twisted into knots listening to it. They did not understand a single sentence, right? I think we should still put them in the pot. The scene shifts to the reception hall on Nine Fork Peak of Mount 2. Tu Shanlan is truly bullying people too far. I am the dignified young lord of the great wilderness, yet she dares to look down on me. How can this be? Young lord, do not be impulsive, and do not let resentment cloud your judgment. At present, the marriage alliance may be difficult to accomplish, but devouring the heavenly demon lord's source may not necessarily be impossible. What? Young lord, there is something you do not know. Although the heavenly demon lord is a legendary woman, and her cultivation is such that even our clan's saints dare not underestimate her. Every full moon night, she loses all her cultivation and her mind declines. And at that time, it will be the best opportunity for young lord to seize the heavenly demon lord's source. Is this true? Are you absolutely certain? How could there be anything in this world that is absolutely certain? This time, the Chilan Holy Sun has been valued so highly by our clan's saints. Once he returns, he will surely shake your position as young lord. If this matter fails, even if you return to the great wilderness, will you still be able to keep your title as young lord? Wealth and honor are sought amid danger. Since that is the case, we shall wait until the full moon night 15 days from now. At this moment, in the main hall, Tu Shanlan and Flower Attendant stared at each other, while the surroundings were empty and not a single person remained. Where did everyone go? I need an explanation. Seeing Tu Shanlan's displeased expression, Flower Attendant broke out in a cold sweat and replied, If your subordinate's guess is correct, they should have gone to Three Fork Peak. Three Fork Peak? Three Fork Peak is where that human fortune teller is imprisoned. I reckon they were all tricked by that pyramid scheme chairman Jiangju into going there for fortune telling. Haha. What are they doing at Three Fork Peak? I heard they're listening to Jiangju preach the Tao. Hearing this, Tu Shanlan said, thoughtfully, a group of great demons, even demon kings, went to listen to an 8th grade foundation establishment Taoist preach the Tao. The scene shifts to a forest, where a large crowd of demons is waiting in line to get tickets to enter and listen to Jiangju's sermon. It was as packed as a Blackpink concert. Line up, take a number, and go in. Let me tell you, Mr. Zhang's lecture is truly wondrous. The old frog lady next door to me listened to it and immediately ascended, and she even gave herself a title, Wondrous Frog Fairy. Oh really? Is it truly that wondrous? I want to hear Mr. Zhang lecture so badly. Kaylay was currently playing the role of a shill, herding in the suckers, whispering something to the pig brothers. After that, one pig brother picked up a sign that read full. Then he announced, Mr. John's afternoon class is already full. Everyone, please come back and line up again tomorrow. Please go home for today. Hearing this, the crowd waiting in line began to stir. This general has been lining up for 2 whole days and only just managed to reach the foot of the mountain. Why are you sending us back now? The rabbit brother beside him added. Why not ask Mr. Jiang to give one more lecture? Why not ask Mr. Jiang to give one more lecture? It is almost our turn. That's right, we agree. Just as things grew tense, a voice rang out. In my view, this Jiangju is nothing more than a fraud who plays tricks and seeks fame. Ah, that is Di Hao, the guy who has always been scheming to steal the wife of our boy. He added, most of the people who came here merely want to curry favor with this future royal consort. They are all sycophants and flatterers. The old goat beside him was upset and spoke up. That is not right. Do you know that in a single day, Mr. Jiang made 3 9-point little demons open their mouths and speak? Hearing this, Di Hao appeared surprised and blurted out, impossible. At this moment, the surrounding demons began discussing further. Mr. Jiang is naturally no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he have caught your exalted one's eye? That makes sense. The person your exalted one has taken a liking to definitely cannot be an ordinary person. So I forget it. Let's come again tomorrow. Go on, go on. The lively atmosphere suddenly fell strangely silent. Di Hao sensed something was wrong and turned his head to look. What appeared was his wife, Tu Shanlan, with flower attendant following behind her. The two coldly walked past Di Hao. At this moment, the two pig brothers still had no idea and were still counting the money from today's ticket sales. Today's capacity is already full. If you want to hear Mr. Jiang preach the Tao, please come early tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Hearing Tu Shanlan's voice, the two pig brothers flipped over faster than rice paper and knelt down. Why your exalted one. Wait until I finish dealing with that Jiangju. Then I will decide your crimes. The scene shifts to Jiangju. At this moment, the system was continuously announcing, you have glimpsed destiny. You may choose to conceal heavenly secrets. Roi mérite plus 30,000 points. Crimson Fire Heavenly Punishment. You have glimpsed destiny. You may choose to conceal heavenly secrets. Roi mérite plus 30,000 points. Crimson Fire Heavenly Punishment. You have glimpsed destiny. You may choose to reveal heavenly secrets. Punishment. Deduct 3,000 points and choose one of the following penalties. 1. Cultivation Insights of the Netherworld General. 2. Refining Blueprint for the Superior Grade Spiritual Treasure. Crimson Rosy Clouds Treasure Mirror. 3. A Map of Mount 2, including detailed explanations of the restrictions. At this moment, the demons were still attentively listening to Jiangju's pyramid scheme sermon. Then, boom, the door beside them was destroyed. As the smoke slowly dispersed, it revealed his wife, Tu Shanlan, walking over. Tu Shanlan shouted, all of you get out. Immediately, Jiangju's pyramid scheme students fled for their lives. Tu Shanlan sat down on a cushion and said, I heard that you are very good at lecturing on scriptures. You would not mind lecturing for me, would you? Seeing his wife praise him, Jiangju appeared bashful and scratched his head. You flatter me. But in his heart, he quietly thought, since when did she speak like this? If you are unwilling to lecture on scriptures, then there is no need for you to lecture ever again. Flower attendant cut his net. Immediately, flower attendant took out a knife, startling Jiangju badly. He obediently jumped onto the rock and said, I'll lecture. He pressed his hand to his forehead and chanted, then pointed forward. Point. Immediately afterward, an 8 trigrams formation diagram appeared behind him. Your exalted one is a great saint of the demon race and has opened up a path of cultivation of your own. Ordinary mental techniques and insights are useless. Then I shall speak a little on an unorthodox path. After that, Jiangju took out a cultivation scripture. Heaven and earth creation are all furnaces. One known as the mysterious void, whose true name is unknown, is recorded by the name. Seeing this, Tu Shanlan appeared surprised and let out a soft "Oh." You take out the supreme treasure of divine firmament palace, the innate creation scripture, without any hesitation. Are you not afraid I will snatch it away? Hearing this, Jiangju waved his hand and replied, the true body of this scripture has already merged with the divine Tao heaven and become an intangible thing. I am merely using the technique of inviting the gods and reflecting shadows to project it. How could it be snatched away? Torturing me for a confession or searching my soul would all be useless. Although I can view the innate creation scripture whenever I want, I do not remember the contents at all. Why can you not remember it? Although it records 3,000 great Taos, not one of them is the Tao by which I, Jiangju, cultivate myself and establish my life. Why learn them? It would be wasted effort. As for techniques and cultivation, I can obtain them by telling fortunes for others. So why should I painstakingly train? If you have a boost and do not use it, wouldn't that make you an idiot? If I kill you, would Divine Firmament Palace, which has always remained hidden from the world, mobilize its forces to attack? In that case, however, it does not matter. Divine Firmament Palace cannot reach Mount Tuesday. In this world, there is also no one who can make me yield. From now on, no one will come to bother you anymore. In the future, Sword Slave will guard 3 Fort Peak. If you have any matter, you may look for her. After saying this, Tu Shanlan turned and left. Hearing this, Jiangju angrily thought to himself, she is definitely messing with me. Seeing that his wife had walked some distance away, Jiangju spat and cursed inwardly, "Stinking woman." The scene shifts back to Jiangju's room. At this time, he was carefully and quietly taking a box out from under the bed. These treasures I spent so much effort obtaining from those great demons are all necessary items for setting up the geomantic formation. Originally, in just a few more days, I would have had enough. I did not expect that woman to be so vigilant. Now, Feng's sword slave has been sent to guard the mountain, and the great demons who had already agreed to help me cannot come anymore. Thinking of this, Jiangju held his head and complained, "Damn it, the map of Mount 2 was almost in my hands, but I actually lost." While he was fuming, there was a noise outside the window. Jiangju opened it, only for that Catwoman to hit him with one line. "Hi, swindler." Already angry and now being teased, he slammed the window shut. Tu Shanning was stunned by this. Then Tu Shanning started shouting noisily outside the door. "Ah, you bastard! How dare you lock me outside? Go away. Your sister does not allow me to talk to other women." "So sister is that jealous? Wait, does other women include me too?" Future brother-in-law. "Can I ask you for a favor?" "What?" "I have heard about what you have been doing on Mount 2 these past few days. Several of my clansmen want to meet you, but the place where we live is not easy to leave." I said I had met you before, but they did not believe me and even said Shanning was a liar. "So you want me to go lecture on scriptures for them?" Do not worry. As long as you work for me, I definitely will not treat you badly. With me protecting you, no one on Mount 2 will dare provoke you. Although I really want to agree to you, I cannot now. Your sister just came here and take your claws off me, hey? I know. I've been hiding in the dark and watching the whole time. Hurry up and go. In a little while, once Feng's sword slave arrives, it will be hard for you to get down the mountain. Hearing this, Tu Shanning stood on 2 legs and confidently patted her chest as she replied, "Sword slave cannot discover me. In all of Mount 2, if I want to hide, even my sister cannot find me." After saying this, Tu Shanning disappeared right before Jiangju's eyes, making him somewhat surprised. Immediately afterward, a foot ambushed Jiangju from behind. Jiangju immediately activated his heavenly eye. He looked over the entire room, but saw no one besides himself. Could she have left? With a boom, Tu Shanning appeared right in front of him again. "I have not left. How was it? How did you do that?" Sister was afraid something unexpected might happen to me, so she gave me an ancestral treasure to protect myself. What kind of treasure is so powerful? Of course it is. Just as she was about to say everything, Tu Shanning suddenly realized she was being led by the nose by Jiangju. "How could I tell you? Do you take Shanning for stupid fox?" Jiangju immediately put on a look of disbelief, trying to dig out more information. "You must be bragging. Your sister is so powerful. How could she possibly be unable to find you?" Shanning is not bragging. I secretly went to Sister's sleeping palace several times, and Sister never discovered me. At this moment, Jiangju once again put on the expression of a pyramid scheme expert. "It is not impossible for me to go lecture on scriptures for you, but your sister has a fiery temper. If she finds out I left this place without permission, my ending will be miserable." However, Jiangju leaned close to Tu Shanning's ear and whispered, "If you are willing to help me with something, then it is not impossible for me to risk being punished by your sister and go with you." The scene shifts. Tu Shanning was now biting a green bundle as she left the room. After that, she quickly ran straight into the forest. The scene shifts to an 8 trigrams formation diagram. A killing formation, the 8 ominous formation. This time, I can feel much more at ease. The scene shifts to a full moon night, with a cicada under the moonlight. A moment later, the entire cicada was frozen in ice. At this time, a great amount of cold energy surrounded Fox Immortal Hall. Inside Fox Immortal Hall, Tu Shanlan was currently extremely weak, because Tu Shanlan suffered from an illness in which, every full moon night, she would lose all cultivation and her mind would decline. Tu Shanlan's entire body emitted icy energy. Seeing this, Feng Sword Slave and Flower Attendant said worriedly, "Master, has that day come again?" The instant Tu Shanlin's foot touched the ground froze over immediately. "Go over there." "Yes." After that, the three of them went to a forest. As they were walking, Tu Shanlan suddenly sensed something and glanced to the side. "What is it, Master?" "It feels as if something is not quite right." "It is nothing. I must be overthinking it." After thinking this, Tu Shanlan raised her hand and cast a concealment spell. Immediately, the stone door in front of her opened. Then she simply said, "Protect me." Then she entered the cellar. Feng Sword Slave and Flower Attendant cupped their hands respectfully. "Yes, yes, Master." Jiangju and Tu Shanning were currently hiding in a nearby bush, watching. Phew, just now Tu Shanlan glanced this way. She almost made me think our tracks had been exposed. It seems the treasure on Tu Shanning really is miraculous. Meanwhile, Tu Shanning wondered, why is sister here? And the two slaves are here too. Seeing that Jiangju did not answer, Tu Shanning turned back with a suspicious expression and said, "Swindler, what are you plotting?" At this moment, Jiangju hurriedly covered his sister-in-law's mouth. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Feng Sword Slave is right there. If she hears us, the two of us will be in for it. Do not worry. I have a treasure on me that conceals sound and aura. She cannot discover us." Hearing this, Jiangju's expression turned from alarm to terror. "Are you sure? Try looking over there." But Tu Shanning still said confidently, "Of course. This is a supreme treasure, one of a kind under heaven and on earth." As for Feng Sword Slave, her whole body was emitting spiritual power as she looked toward the two of them. Then Feng Sword Slave drew her sword and rushed over. Only then did Tu Shanning realize in fear, "What? Could we have been discovered? Impossible." Feng Sword Slave then slashed out a karma-severing slash, making Tu Shanning scream loudly, "Ah!" But this slash went askew toward the base of the tree behind Jiangju. Then several shadowy figures appeared, along with voices crying out, "Ah!" Huh? She missed? No, that sound just now was. Before Jiangju could finish speaking, Di Hao, Elder Snake, and their subordinates appeared. Elder Snake held a mirror in his hand and said, "In this old man's life, I have survived under the hands of great saints many times, all thanks to this concealment divine ability. I did not expect that today my true form would be seen through. Lord Profound Sword, your reputation is truly deserved. Tisk, these people really are lingering ghosts that will not disperse. You know these people?" Hearing Jiangju's question, Tu Shanning curled her lip and replied, "They're the envoy delegation from the Great Wilderness region. I heard the one in front is a young lord. With that appearance, he actually wants to propose marriage to my sister. He is not even as good as you, swindler." Hearing this, Jiangju thought deeply. It seems I'm not the only one who wants to make a move while Tu Shanlin's illness is acting up. It is just that this matter is so secret. Where did these people get the information? If Lord Profound Sword is guarding this place, then it seems the information is not false. Has your exalted one's illness acted up? And is she in seclusion here? Di Hao, you truly are bold. How did you learn about your exalted one's illness? Hearing this, both Jiangju and Di Hao wore confused expressions. Hearing this, both Jiangju and Di Hao wore confused expressions. What human fortune teller? Human fortune teller. It looks like this part is missing something, or the translation skipped something, like it was cut. Tu Shanning immediately put on a suspicious expression and looked at Jiangju. "You joined forces with outsiders to harm my sister." Hearing this, Jiangju immediately switched on his bragging mode. "How could that be? I am your brother-in-law. Think about it. If it were not true love, would your sister have tied me up and brought me back to Mount 2, wanting to marry me? Now that matters have reached this point, is there any meaning in asking this? Once I obtain the heavenly demon lord's true essence and take command of Mount 2, I will have a proper conversation with you two beauties." Flower Attendant looked at Di Hao with an icy gaze and replied, "You dream beautifully. However, you should first try to survive tonight under the hands of the two slaves of Mount 2, second young lord." After that, Flower Attendant raised her hand, then snapped her fingers and called out Dragon Vine. Immediately, giant vines surged up from the ground and bound all of Di Hao's group. Yeah, damn it, what the hell is this thing? Flower Attendant and Feng Sword Slave immediately assumed attacking stances. Di Hao's hand blazed with fire as he shouted, "How naive. You want to trap me, the Golden Crow young lord, with a mere little demonic vine? In the end, you are nothing but maids." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Sword Slave had already rushed behind him. "I hope the young lord does not mind. The maids of Mount 2 are a little too rough. After saying this, Feng Sword Slave slashed another karma-severing slash toward Di Hao's group. But Elder Snake still managed to leap up and dodge, while Di Hao cut through the vines in time and escaped. Watching from the side, Jiang Ju sighed in admiration. So strong. With the two slaves here, there should not be any problems, right? Seeing this, Tu Shanning said joyfully, "Great. Feng Sword Slave is #1 under heaven." Meanwhile, Di Hao retreated in fear. At this moment, Elder Snake swooped down from above. "Lord Profound Sword, why not let this old man fight you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed back into his original form, a green snake. He opened his mouth wide and lunged toward Feng Sword Slave. After that, there was a huge explosion, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Seeing this, Di Hao laughed proudly. "Elder Snake, well done." As for Flower Attendant, she merely smiled and snorted. Feng Sword Slave suddenly appeared and said with a smile, "Senior, you really are tenacious." As soon as she finished speaking, the cloth covering her face also fell away. Seeing this, Elder Snake widened his eyes in surprise. Since when?" As the thick dust and smoke gradually dispersed, the scene revealed was Feng Sword Slave standing on Elder Snake's head. "If you want to be my opponent, please try to last a little longer." With that, Feng Sword Slave gripped her sword and leaped up. Then she plunged down, stabbing her sword into the crown of Elder Snake's head. After that, she unleashed Karma-Severing Slash, cutting repeatedly across Elder Snake's entire body. At that moment, Elder Snake crashed to the ground with a boom, cracking the earth and rocks around him. Then, barely breathing, he looked toward Feng Sword Slave and said, "Humph, Lord Profound Sword, why are you so powerful?" "I understand now. Could it be that you've already touched the threshold of that realm?" Feng Sword Slave said nothing and merely glanced over. At this moment, Elder Snake spat a mirror out of his mouth, then laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha ha, so that is how it is. If you possess such cultivation, this old man admits he is no match for you. However, being one step short still means you are one step short. Today, you will not be able to protect your master." As soon as he finished speaking, his mirror emitted a strange and eerie aura. Seeing the mirror, Flower Attendant panicked slightly and could not finish her sentence. "That mirror is..." On this side, Jiang Ju and Tu Shanning looked worried. "What is with that mirror? It looks so evil." At that moment, Elder Snake raised his head to the sky and breathed out bloody energy as he said, "I invite my master to manifest." Then a huge eye opened within the mirror, its pupil glowing bright red. Jiang Ju was horrified at the sight. "This is bad. Lord Profound Sword is in danger." After the crimson eye appeared from the mirror, streams of energy immediately invaded Feng Sword Slave's body from within the mirror, causing her to gradually lose consciousness. My body." Seeing this, Jiang Ju and Tu Shanning were shocked. Why is Lord Profound Sword standing still in front of the mirror? Oh no, the eye in the mirror has invaded her consciousness, is seizing her soul. Who could possess such power? From Jiang Ju's perspective, a figure was charging toward Feng Sword Slave. Seeing this, both Jiang Ju and Tu Shanning were surprised. That is Flower Attendant. On this side, Flower Attendant used Dragon Vine and rushed over at top speed to rescue her. "Lord Profound Sword, hold on." Di Hao's hand was blazing with flames. He looked toward Flower Attendant and said arrogantly, "You want to save that woman?" How naive. After saying that, he unleashed a field of flames toward Flower Attendant to stop her. At this moment, Flower Attendant turned around and saw the flames right before her eyes. She had no time to react and could only stand there staring. Tu Shanning shouted in panic, "Flower Attendant." As soon as she finished speaking, the flames struck, creating a massive explosion. The scene shifted to Feng Sword Slave. At that moment, she suddenly woke and opened her eyes, only to find that her soul had been pulled into another space. Where's this? Is this an illusion created by that Elder Snake? No, I must hurry back to Flower Attendant's side. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden figure appeared behind Feng Sword Slave and spoke. "The mighty Lord Profound Sword has been a slave for 1,000 years. Are you truly willing?" Hearing this, Feng Sword Slave did not say a word. She raised her sword and slashed at him, but it seemed to have no effect on him at all. Why is Lord Profound Sword so angry? If you were truly willing to be a slave and maidservant, how could you have met me? In this world, countless people wish to meet me, but cannot. Only those with deep inner demons have the fortune to meet me. Seeing that she could not do anything to him for the time being, Feng Sword Slave spoke and asked, "Who are you?" Hearing this, he transformed into the appearance of a handsome young scholar and replied, "You may call me Mr. Mirror. The scene shifted outside the illusion. At this moment, the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, revealing vines curled together into a shield protecting Flower Attendant. Those are Flower Attendant's vines. Did they block that fireball just now? I am afraid it is still too early to be happy. Flower Attendant's left arm seemed to have been severely injured, but she still forced herself to stand firm and refused to retreat. Judging from the battle just now, among the two attendants of Flower and Sword, Flower Attendant is not the main combatant. Di Hao and the others prioritized controlling Feng, Sword Slave. I am afraid this was all planned in advance. Perhaps they are no match for Feng Sword Slave, but they are definitely not incapable. The Golden Crow is of the fire attribute, while Flower Attendant is of the wood attribute. She is naturally restrained by him. After Feng Sword Slave was controlled, the outcome of this battle was probably already decided, right? Hey, I say, how much longer do you people plan to keep lying there? End this quickly. All of you reveal your true forms. Hearing this, the subordinates lying on the ground immediately sprang up and transformed into werewolves. Seeing this, even Jiang Ju could not help exclaiming, "What? Those people still are not dead." Then Di Hao pointed toward Flower Attendant and said, "Tear that woman apart." Hearing this, the werewolves howled like mad dogs let off their leash. Then they charged wildly toward Flower Attendant. So that is it. It seems you plotted against both attendants from the start. Despicable villains. I will not let you achieve your goal. After saying this, Flower Attendant unleashed vines to attack the werewolves. She skewered them one by one, causing them to cry out in agony. Suddenly, Elder Snake rushed over for a sneak attack from behind. "All of you, get out of the way." Flower Attendant immediately sensed the danger and turned around. Elder Snake hissed out a stream of venomous energy like liquid, while Flower Attendant reacted instantly and used vines to form a shield to block it. This is... Lady Flower Attendant, how does the snake venom taste? If I am not mistaken, your vines are connected to the origin of your spiritual power, correct? Even if the vines block it, the snake venom will still invade your body. Flower Attendant's hand was now purple and trembling from the poison. Suddenly, Di Hao fired another burst of flame at Flower Attendant. This time, she had no time to defend herself and was struck directly by the flames, causing her to cry out in pain. Aya! On this side, Tu Shanning was extremely worried when she saw this. She was about to rush toward Flower Attendant, but Jiang Ju stopped her. "Flower Attendant, come back here. Don't you understand? If we charge out like this, it is the same as throwing our lives away." At this moment, Flower Attendant coughed up blood. She was enduring the torment of snake venom invading her body while also having been struck by flames, leaving her whole body covered in dense wounds. If this continues, things will be bad. There's no other way. I can only use that. Young Lord, give her the final blow. Obtaining the Heavenly Demon Lord's origin essence is the purpose of this trip. Hearing Elder Snake's words, although her body trembled with pain, Flower Attendant still forced herself to sit up and said, "You, do not even think of offending her exalted one." Ridiculous. You still want to crawl back up? You're clearly only a maidservant, yet I did not expect you to fight so desperately. I will make sure you die without an intact corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Hao, with his hand blazing, was about to rush forward and finish Flower Attendant off. Seeing this, Jiang Ju could no longer stand by and watch. He gently put Tu Shanning down. I can only activate that formation. With that thought, he clasped his hands together and cast the formation. May the warriors assemble before me in formation. At this moment, rays of light rose from below into the night sky. 8 ominous formation, activate. On this side, Di Hao sensed that something was wrong. He immediately stopped and looked up at the sky. He instantly turned around. Then boom, a thick white fog enveloped his surroundings. This fog appeared out of nowhere. Could someone have set up a formation here? Damn it, the fog is so thick it is difficult even to see the road clearly. Which expert did this? Charlatan, I did not expect you to have a move like this. With things like this, Flower Attendant should be saved, right? Do not worry. Flower Attendant is not in danger for the time being. In this formation, other than me, no one can see clearly. That is wonderful. Then let us hurry and find Flower Attendant and the others. I'm afraid I cannot go find Flower Attendant with you right now, because I still have one important matter to handle. Forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ju mercilessly threw little Tu Shanning away. away, making the child cry out in shock. Jiangju, you really are a fraud. Jiangju did not hesitate at this moment and immediately rushed straight into the cave. Sorry, everyone, but I have to take this opportunity to find the heavenly demon lord. After Jiangju had walked a distance inside, the icy energy grew more and more intense, making him huddle up and shiver. Sure, it is freezing. What is with this cave? Why is it all ice and snow? What exactly is she doing in there? Suddenly, from deep within the cave, the pained cry of Jiangju's wife rang out. Aya, hearing it, he became somewhat flustered. This is bad. She's not going mad in there, is she? If I leave now, once the wedding happens, I will only have one path left, death. I must go in. Success or failure depends entirely on this. What exactly is the heavenly demon lord's secret? He stepped into the ice palace. What entered his sight was a scene he could never have predicted. She is. The first thing that entered his sight was a pair of small, fair feet swinging back and forth, accompanied by cheerful humming. Playing with a doll? Tu Shanlan was indeed lying on her stomach, her legs swinging along with her long white tails. She propped up her chin and happily looked at the doll in front of her, speaking affectionately. Baby, do you know this place is full of ice and snow, with nothing at all? I'm so bored here all alone. She poked the doll, which had the face of a yellow-robed Taoist resembling him. You have it easy. You just lie here without saying a word. If you keep acting like this, I will use magic to turn you into an ice stick. Humph. He was so shocked that his mouth fell open and he could not speak. He pointed at that doll, shaken to the core. Oh my heavens, that doll. When she saw someone arrive, she hugged the doll to her chest and raised her head with an innocent expression to look at him. Huh, who are you? Seeing this, he was even more stunned. Is this still the heavenly demon, Lord Tu Shanlan I know? Why is she suddenly playing with dolls? But he also felt that she looked a little cute like this, especially with those dazed eyes. Could she have lost her memory? Only then did he speak to her. Bah, baby? Who is your baby? Also, where did that thing in your hand come from? Suddenly, a long white tail shot over and wrapped around him, leaving him no time to react. All he could do was let out a startled, huh? Then he screamed miserably. She tossed away the doll in her hand, used her tail to pull him over, and grabbed him with both hands, hugging him tightly. She hugged his head, pressed it into her chest, rubbed his head, and laughed in satisfaction. Good baby. He was a little embarrassed. This does not seem very appropriate, does it? He struggled to pull his head out of Tu Shanlan's chest. What baby? Is she treating me like a toy? Her body is so cold. Could this be Tu Shanlan's unspeakable illness? Once it flares up, she loses her mind and becomes like a 3 or 4-year-old child. He looked at her, confused and covered in cold sweat. It seems Crimson Altar's speculation was not false. Tu Shanlan has one body with 2 souls. The main soul is the female demon, the heavenly demon lord. The secondary soul is the innocent childlike form I am seeing now. Every month, on the night of the full moon, the secondary soul controls the body for one night. Suddenly, something emerged from Tu Shanlan's mouth. She let out a muffled grunt. He was surprised. Huh? What is going on? Could it be? Sweat beaded on his face as he panicked slightly. The main soul has not fully left yet. This is bad. She's about to wake up. Tu Shanlan composed herself and exhaled. Looking down and seeing that her hand were holding him, she blushed but still frowned. Jiangju, sweat poured down him like rain, his eyes nearly popping out as waves of chills surged through him. He forced himself to say, "Hello." She angrily raised a hand, preparing to strike him. Terrified, he frantically waved his hands. No, listen to my explanation first. But Tu Shanlan had no time to listen, nor did she want to. Her palm was already one step faster, sending him flying straight into the wall with a heavy crash. He trembled as he crawled up from the cold ground, his whole body aching so badly that his face twisted. This woman wants to beat me to death. Tu Shanlan emitted an icy killing intent. Who allowed you to set foot in this place? However, he still could not use any strength. His whole body trembled as he crawled on the ground. He was unwilling to accept it. Damn it, I cannot exert any strength. Could it be that I can only make it this far? His fate was not yet over. A change occurred within her body, and her divine soul emerged once more. She collapsed weakly to the ground right in front of him. He looked at her with some expectation as she slowly opened her eyes. Has the secondary soul returned? That innocent voice from earlier returned. She asked him foolishly, huh? Baby, why are you lying on the ground? She reached her hand toward him. The ground is very cold. Let us. She once again hugged him warmly. Go to bed together. Although Jiangju had no strength in his entire body, his mind was still very clear. He prayed silently, "O heavens, if I have sinned, please punish me with the law." In his daze, his consciousness sank into darkness. What is going on? My body is hot one moment and cold the next. Near him were two formations, one red and one blue. He slowly sensed them, as if two streams of hot and cold energy were constantly surging into his body. Wait, these two forces are restraining and contending with each other inside my body. He raised his hand and carefully sensed them once more. They seem to help heal my injuries and aid my cultivation. Which expert is helping me? He sat cross-legged and used his spiritual power to harmonize the two streams of energy in his body. Forget it. Tu Shanlan injured me badly just now. Healing is more important. I will accept these two streams of true energy. No need to be polite. Absorb them for me. He slowly opened his eyes, but was still deep in thought. Fortunately, thanks to these two streams of true energy, not only was my life preserved, but they also helped my circulation reach perfection, allowing me to officially step into the 7th grade water-fire realm. Strange. Who exactly is helping me? He woke up in a daze and sensed Tu Shanlan lying beside him. The two of them did not have a single thread of clothing on. He was so frightened that he jumped to the side, weakly grabbed the blanket to cover himself, and cried out, "Why? Why are you not wearing clothes? What exactly did you do to me?" I was still a. She looked at him crying and had no idea what was going on. Then, completely naked, she leaned into him and grinned. So that is what you mean? Because you kept saying you were hot, I took them off for you. I am nice and cool, just right to help baby cool down. He asked in surprise. Nice and cool? She happily grabbed his hand. That is right. If you do not believe me, baby, feel for yourself. He fell into thought. Could the cold energy I just absorbed be Tu Shanlan's demon Saint Essence? He gently wrapped the blanket around her and said softly, "No need. Be good. Do not expose your body outside. I will find clothes for you." She seemed to understand and obediently made an "oh" sound. He thought again. Then the hot energy just now was. He touched the bed beneath him. I did not expect there to be so many fire essence stones inside this bed. Could this be the warm jade bed? After putting on his own clothes, he dressed Tu Shanlan as well, but he was still thinking. I understand now. Tu Shanlan must have deliberately set up this warm jade bed here to suppress the cold energy in her body. But when I came in, I accidentally absorbed the demon Saint Essence Tu Shanlan was releasing. I also absorbed the fire essence power from the warm jade bed. Speaking of which, even one fire essence stone is priceless. She's practically sleeping on a mountain of gold. He said to her, "You are dressed now." The child happily threw herself into his arms. Great. Tell a story. Tell a story. He panicked and wanted to dodge, but failed. Hey, men and women should not touch each other so casually. Do not grope around. But he still did not forget to ask, "What story should I tell?" Seeing her take out a copy of The Plum in the Golden Vase, written by perfected Master Grand Void, his face turned red and he shouted, this story is not for children. Besides, is this not a book I wrote when I was bored and had nothing to do? Why do you have it?" Hearing that he wanted to refuse, her eyes filled with tears. She tugged at his clothes and whined, "No, I only want to hear this one. Tell it to me." Left with no choice, he slapped his hand against his forehead with a smack and compromised. No wonder Tu Shanlan wanted to lock you up here. With your intelligence, you really have no ability to protect yourself at all. Fine, I truly cannot do anything about you. She leaned against his leg and obediently listened to him tell the story. During the years of the Great Song, there was a romantic young master. His surname was Shiman, and his given name was simply Ching. After a while, seeing that she had fallen asleep, he finally put the book down. He quietly stroked the head of the little girl resting on his leg. The story is still very long, but we do not have much time left. Do we, Lady Heavenly Demon Lord? He took her hand and said to her softly, "When you wake up, everything will change." He made up his mind in secret. Before then, I must cast that spell. The system asked, "Do you wish to use the Shared Fate Blood Pact?" He said decisively, "Yes." The system announced again, "The target's soul is too powerful. Do you wish to consume Heavenly Mandate points to forcefully cast the Shared Fate Blood Pact?" He held her hand even more tightly. "Yes." On the system notification, lines of messages showing Heavenly Mandate points being consumed appeared continuously. At first it was 1, then it kept increasing exponentially. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Tu Shanlan, in his arms, changed slightly and let out a vague hum. He frowned, sweat already beading on his forehead. This has to succeed. After a long while, the system finally announced, "Successfully linked the host through the Heavenly Fate point." He smiled gently at her. "You've worked hard, my wife. The system continued to announce, "Your shared fate blood pact has been linked, Heavenly Demon Lord." The moonlit night was clear and breezy. At last, the hazy fog was dispersed. Dihao looked around warily. Has the fog finally cleared? Only then did the huge green snake slither to his side. "Young Lord, quickly take this chance to enter the stone gate. If we delay until daybreak and the Heavenly Demon Lord wakes, we absolutely won't stand a chance," Dihao said impatiently. "Do I need you to tell me that?" At that moment, the ground in front of him was torn open by a mass of flower attendant's giant vines. Her entire body was covered in cuts and scrapes, but she still stood upright with determination. Her expression and tone were gloomy. "What? Don't tell me you thought everyone on Mount 2 was dead." Immense power radiated from her body, and her face was filled with rage. She shouted, "Dihao, listen well. Before I, flower attendant, have my bones crushed to dust, don't even dream of taking half a step into the stone gate." Dihao could no longer hide his fury towards something so stubborn and clingy. His entire body was instantly enveloped in flames, just like his rage. "I thought you had taken advantage of the fog to run away. I didn't expect you still wouldn't give up. You really have succeeded in making me." He breathed out fire, and his eyes blazed with it, accompanied by endless killing intent. "Lose all patience." Flower attendant was startled. That is, she recognized that unstable source of power and immediately decided to attack him first. "This is bad. I have to stop him." Dihao flew into the air, dodging the vines that were attacking him. Flower attendant anxiously watched the fiery figure rise into the sky and sent her vines flying after him. She saw Dihao transform into a fire phoenix. Even when bound by the vines, he only grew more frenzied. A mere little flower servant dares act arrogant before a golden crow. Before the immense power of the Golden Crow clan, flower attendant endured in pain, looking as though she was about to suffer backlash. "Dihao Rord, you overestimate yourself. Why aren't you letting go? The true fire on my body alone is enough for you to be unable to withstand it." The true fire attacked flower attendant. Unable to resist, she cried out loudly. The power in the vines gradually weakened, and with a slight movement, Dihao broke free. He looked at flower attendant, who had fallen to the ground. "Oomph. You know full well you're no match for me, don't you?" His tone carried a hint of mockery. "What? Trying to stall until the Heavenly Demon Lord wakes? Wishful thinking." A stream of fiery energy surged from the Golden Crow's beak and shot straight toward flower attendant. He wanted to wipe her out completely. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out, followed by a pair of feet stepping forward. "Who dares bully my maid?" The formation created a huge wall, blocking the Golden Crow's power and protecting flower attendant. Eight ominous formation, heavenly rampart. Dihao fell silent in thought. That is, flower attendant turned around. Seeing that it was him, she was also shocked. Unexpectedly, "It's Jiangju. When did he enter the stone gate?" That thought rang out. He slowly walked out from the stone gate, his bearing calm and composed, though anger showed on his face. He walked to flower attendant's side and gently helped her up. "Sorry to trouble you. You've worked hard." She still could not believe her eyes. Could that white fog formation just now also have been created by him? Dihao's questioning voice sounded powerful from the sky. "Who are you? You're just a trifling human cultivator, yet you dare meddle in the affairs of us demons? Are you tired of living?" He remained calm. "Oh," flower attendant, in his arms, spoke to Dihao in a somewhat smug tone, not letting him finish. "Oh, the esteemed young lord wants to know who this is? Then listen carefully." She stood up and respectfully held one of his hands with both of hers. "This is my master's future fiancé, His Excellency, the Heavenly Demon Lord's future husband." Dihao glared at him, his face filled with killing intent. So it's you." Suddenly, he went mad and charged swiftly toward the two of them. "I'd like to see what gives you the right to compete with me." Jiangju reacted quickly and pushed flower attendant behind him. "Leave this place to me." He raised 2 fingers and chanted an incantation. 8 ominous, 8 aspects, divine might descending like falling stone, heavenly thunder. Once the incantation was finished, mighty bolts of lightning struck down one after another onto the body of the Golden Crow. Dihao was no pushover either. He used heavenly fire to counterattack him. Jiangju immediately responded, forming hand seals with both hands to create a formation. Heavenly water, then heavenly wood. The flowing water and forest engulfed the monsters, including Dihao's snake minion. The snake sank into thought like a human. What kind of method is this? could it be? He stared straight at Jiangju, a fate immortal. Jiangju was still forming a fire formation with one hand as he asked Di Hao. Golden Crow young Lord Di Hao, right? He frowned, spiritual energy filling his fingers. This farce should end here. Di Hao still did not understand what was happening. Jiangju attacked. Dragon Tail Writ of Condemnation. A black-green object like Magistrate Bao's execution blade shot straight toward the Firebird. Di Hao suddenly felt a little panicked. What? This is... That object stuck tightly to his body, and he struggled wildly. What? What is going on? I can't control my body anymore. Get off! Get off me! At that moment, Jiangju shouted, "Sever!" The dragon-slaying blade fell, and Di Hao screamed in agony. Seeing this, the little snake was also shocked. What? The young lord's cultivation has been severed? Could that be a heavenly fate weapon? He crawled away in terror. I must leave quickly and report this matter to that lord. Jiangju looked at Di Hao in the sky and slowly said, "It's time to end this." At that moment, the system appeared. System reminder. Warning. The host wishes to dissolve the shared fate blood pact. His entire body shook. The green dragon-slaying blade in the sky shattered. He immediately collapsed, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Flower attendant rushed over in fear. What? What happened? The system reminded him again. Dissolution of the shared fate blood pact failed. He frowned and looked behind him. Is it her? Behind him, a figure was walking over, her voice gentle yet chilling. Zhangju. It was Tu Shanlan. There was also blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked at him angrily. Look at the fine mess you've made. When Flower Attendant saw her, she ran over. My lord, you've finally come out of seclusion. Seeing that it was her, Jiangju merely smiled faintly. Di Hao was stunned. What? What did you say? The heavenly demon, lord, has come out of seclusion. I have to flee at once. As soon as he thought it, he flew away right before her eyes. Tu Shanlan, try to run? She instantly rushed in front of Di Hao before he could even react. What? Her small body approached such a gigantic bird, yet it filled him with fear. She spoke with lofty arrogance. Di Hao of the great wilderness clans, who gave you the courage to challenge me? Do you know that I am the sovereign of the 10,000 demon kingdom? Her killing intent was intense. Master of 10,000 demons. Wither away. With that single sentence, no one knew what technique she used, but blood sprayed from Di Hao's head. He did not even have time to cry out before he died. Seeing this scene, Jiangju was shaken to his core. She descended to the ground together with a huge golden crow's head and said to him, "Did you see clearly?" She gently lifted his chin. "Did you think those little tricks of yours would work?" The killing intent in her eyes was intense. "Did you think you could still survive outside the palm of my hand in this lifetime?" Tu Shanlan arrogantly lifted Jiangju's chin as he knelt dazedly on the ground. She said proudly, "Did you think you could leave Mount Tu in this lifetime?" Suddenly, her sharp gaze swept to the side. Her willow brows furrowed. A huge golden hand descended from the sky. Along with it, a person and a fox fell down. Tu Shanlan said coldly, "That is a saint of the great wilderness clan." "What? You want to snatch someone from my hands?" The young boy lay unconscious in the giant palm, and beside him was the fox looking toward Jiangju. "Jiangju, don't worry too much." Seeing this, he panicked and ignored his own pain as he shouted, "Little mountain lord." Tu Shanlan stood to the side, her whole body filled with murderous aura, and spoke coldly toward the sky. "Old bastard, this seat's territory is not a place where you can come and go as you please." She transformed into a streak of blue-white light and chased after the giant golden hand that was holding the two of them and carrying them away. Her voice echoed through the mountains and forests. "Let me show you the consequences of provoking Mount Tuesday." And so, not long afterward, Jiangju was taken into Mount Tu's dungeon. Yet he was not the least bit worried. He merely sat cross-legged on a chair, a dry straw stalk in his mouth, and muttered, "I wonder how Little Mountain Lord is doing." Without warning, a force struck his left cheek. It hurt so much that the straw stalk in his mouth flew out. A clear dog paw print appeared on his cheek. Realizing something, he smiled faintly. Then Jiangju looked into the empty air and spoke. "Little fox, since you're here, why not show yourself and see me?" Sure enough, just as he said, a little fox appeared there. It looked at him with resentful eyes. "You liar." He pretended not to understand and asked, "Miss Shanning, Why would you say that? The fox shouted angrily. You still have a nerve to ask? That day, you said you wanted to go hear the scriptures with me. In the end, you deliberately led me to the valley, didn't you? It growled. You were lying to me from the very beginning. You wanted me to help you set up a formation to harm my sister. He paid little attention to its anger and gently rubbed its head. Who said I wanted to harm your sister? I am your brother-in-law. The fox dodged his hand, its tone still angry. Flower attendant already told me. You still want to trick me? Channing isn't stupid. He shrugged helplessly. I saved her life, yet she thinks I'm that kind of person. But that's only natural. She is biased against me and feels I'm unworthy of your sister. His expression darkened as he frightened Channing. Channing, that day, wasn't I the one who saved your sister? Foam sword slave and flower attendant. If I hadn't been there then, your sister would have died. Hearing this, the fox wilted, looking as if it had wrongfully blamed him. What you said does make sense, but then its fur bristled again, as though it had just thought of something. No, that's not right. Then why did my sister want to lock you up? That question left him helpless, not knowing how to answer. He could only keep lying to fool the naive little fox. That's because your sister loves me so blindly that she worries I have great ambitions and don't care about romantic affairs between men and women. She's afraid I'll run away, so she wants to imprison me. That's wrong, isn't it? As her younger sister, shouldn't you help her stay away from love and focus on her career? The little fox seemed to understand a little, imagining the vicious Tu Shanlan imprisoning the small and helpless Jiangju in a cage to keep him all to herself. Once it thought of that, it suddenly grew anxious and hurriedly asked him, Then what should I do to help you? He waved casually, pretending not to care. Channing, thank you for being so perceptive. But this matter needs to be discussed carefully. Come, put your ear here. Before he could trick the little fox, he sent someone beside him and turned to look warily. A figure in green slowly walked toward him. Flower attendant rested a hand on her waist, smiling as she ordered her subordinates, remove his shackles. The subordinates obeyed. Yes, he forced a smile at her. So it's Sister Flower attendant. Sister, are your wounds any better? In his heart, however, he had already cursed her whole family. How troublesome. You really know how to pick a time to visit me. Flower attendant still kept a smile on her face, folding her arms as she smiled at him. If I had not seen your abilities that day, sir, this servant truly would have thought you were an ordinary person. Now that his shackles have been removed, he rubbed his wrists, which were a little sore from the chafing. At the same time, a provoking look appeared on his face. Since you've seen my abilities, aren't you afraid I'll run away now that you've untied me? Flower attendant narrowed her eyes and leaned close to his face. Sir, since you are so skilled at divination, could you have divined that my master returns to the mountain today? His eyes widened, and he stepped back with a startled huh. She retreated a little, still smiling as she respectfully invited him. By my master's command. Sir, please take a trip with me. He broke out in sweat, goosebumps rising all over his skin, and asked again, huh? He followed Flower attendant to the hall to meet Tu Shanlan. The sight before him left him dazzled by the magnificence of Tu Shanlan's palace. In stark contrast to the palace's splendor, a golden crow's arm and head, still dripping with blood, were hanging there. He was horrified. Looks like the great wilderness clans had to pay a price even greater than imagined to soothe the heavenly demon lord's wrath. The heavenly demon lord truly deserves her title. When she strikes, she takes heads. As if guessing his thoughts, Flower attendant turned back and explained with a smile, Sir, there is no need to be afraid. My master normally does not casually kill people unless... At this point, her eyes flashed as she stared straight at him. That person no longer wishes to live. Jiangju fearfully cupped his fists and bowed respectfully, shouting with great spirit, Ahem, ahem. The heavenly demon lord is mighty. I am utterly convinced. At this moment, inside Fox Immortal Hall, a person was kneeling prostrate before Tu Shanlan, not daring to raise her head. Tu Shanlan sat high above, lofty and superior, propping up her chin as she asked indifferently, Sword slave, when you were first defeated by this seat did not want to entangle myself with you further. She furrowed her brows and questioned her angrily. You were the one who took the initiative to submit to me and swore lifelong loyalty to me, were you not? Sword slave did not dare raise her head and could only say, Yes, master. Killing intent rose on Tu Shanlan's face. She tilted her head and threatened. Do you have any dissatisfaction now? Sword slave spoke. This servant does not dare. Tu Shanlan raised a hand toward her. Oomph. This seat thinks you dare very much. Haven't you always harbored thoughts of becoming a saint? Who exactly is that Mr. Mirror? Sword Slave hurriedly said, Master, this servant knows her mistake. That Mr. Mirror seems able to see through people's hearts. This servant was momentarily bewitched by him, my mind sinking into it until I could not free myself, and I almost harmed Master. This servant deserves death. This servant does not know Mr. Mirror's identity. I only know that the transforming serpent called that person Master, but Tu Shanlan lazily propped up her chin and asked further, but what? He once said, Jiangju, you have ruined my good plans again. His words contained great resentment toward Jiangju. She frowned and thought, Jiangju again. It seems my future royal consort is truly not simple. At this moment, flower attendant entered and cupped her fist to her. Master, Jiangju has been brought here. Tu Shanlan ordered, bring him in. Jiangju entered and cupped his fist casually, his greeting extremely unconcerned with etiquette. Greetings, your exalted one. Tu Shanlan did not mind much. Her expression was gentler than before. Holding a piece of jade in her hand, she asked him, after 3 months will be the wedding ceremony. Do you have any friends or relatives you wish to invite? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was a little bewildered. Weddings are usually held according to ordinary customs. I do not know with whom your exalted one made this agreement to make you keep your words so firmly. Actually, there's no need. Her willow brows furrowed. Not very satisfied with that question, she interrupted him. Mount 2 does not keep idle people. Since you know how to lecture on scriptures and spread teachings, from now on you will be responsible for enlightening those demon clansmen who have not yet transformed and have not yet gained intelligence. Jiangju reluctantly cupped his fists. Although I am called a teacher, I am not someone who teaches classes. Tu Shanlan was displeased. What do you mean? He immediately changed his tune. Nothing. She continued asking, do you know Mr. Mirror? At this moment, in an illusory dreamscape, someone was bowing his head before the faint, unreal figure of Mr. Mirror. Master, Di Hao is dead. Old Zhu in the great wilderness also could not stop her. Although Di Hao is dead, this servant has absorbed all the essence he refined over the years. If given more time, this servant will definitely be able to enter the second stage of the Demon King realm. Mr. Mirror tapped the fan in his hand. His face was gentle, but the words he spoke were clearly a threat. You fled and abandoned your body, and your primordial spirit has also been severely damaged. How will you enter the second grade realm? He raised his hand toward that person's head. Hand it over for me to use. That person was terrified and cried out repeatedly, Master, please show mercy. Please, Master. But before he could finish speaking, his essence had already been taken by Mr. Mirror and condensed into a purple pill. Mr. Mirror looked at the object in his hand with satisfaction. This seed still has not ripened even now. This seed wasted so much effort arranging things on him for so long. He clenched his fist, his expression full of hatred as he said, Jiangju, just you wait. Let's see how you manage to fight me. Not long after, Jiangju was also released back to Three Fork Peak. As soon as he returned, he called out loudly, Kale, your master is back. When the little monk heard Jiangju's voice, he burst into tears and ran out. A strip of white cloth was tied around his forehead, and in his hands he had not forgotten to carry Jiangju's memorial tablet. He called out happily, Master, you're finally back. Ever since you disappeared these past few days, this little monk has abstained from meat and fish and chanted scriptures and prayed to Buddha, hoping you would soon ascend to. No, hoping you would soon return. The two embraced affectionately. Jiangju smiled and said, Look at our disciple, so filial. Then he casually asked, Tell your master, what scriptures have you been chanting for me these past few days? The little monk answered with tears in his eyes, Yes, master. After hearing the little monk recount what had happened, Jiangju said gratefully, Thank you. Jiangju rubbed the little monk's head and said with a gentle smile, All right, stop crying. Hasn't your master come back? In his heart, he felt a little guilty. Little Kale really has rotten luck following me. He got trapped in this land of demons for no reason. Hearing Jiangju's inner thoughts, the little monk asked, Master, are you still thinking about escaping Mount 2? Immediately afterward, the two of them stood up. The little monk took off the white cloth and voiced the thought in his heart. It is probably because of your status as the royal husband. These past few days, the little demons have served me meat and fish every day. This young monk does not feel there is anything bad about this place. After saying that, the little monk asked seriously, "Master, if you could leave, where would you want to go?" Hearing the little monk's question, Jiangju did not mind answering. "If I could leave, naturally I would." As he spoke, he suddenly hesitated and fell silent. Jiangju lowered his face and thought deeply. "If I can escape, I must first find a place to focus on cultivation." But putting aside whether Tu Shanlan would search the entire world for me, just those powerful figures I offended before would be enough to make it hard to protect my life if I made the slightest mistake. Mount 2 is actually safer. Suddenly, he revealed a strange smile, clenched his hand into a fist, raised it, and thought to himself, "Isn't living anywhere the same? I'll keep lying low on Mount Tuesday. When I'm strong enough to press Tu Shanlan down on the bed and tease her, I'll reclaim my position. When that time comes, Hearing Jiangju's vulgar inner thoughts, the little monk sighed with emotion, put his palms together, and muttered to calm his mind, Amit ba. Master is thinking of improper things again. Amit ba. When one sees lustful thoughts, one should perceive impermanence. This young monk is still little." Then the little monk reminded him, "Master, spanking others is not good." When Jiangju heard the thoughts he had just being read aloud by the little monk, his expression twisted, his eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and he said, "Hey, please stop randomly reading other people's minds." The little monk added, "Besides, that nine-tailed female benefactor is so powerful. Master, do you really have the ability?" Hearing that, Jiangju could only fall silent, because how could he dare talk back to the roof over his head? The scene shifted to the state of Qin, at a small temple. The kneeling voices of the ministers rang out in praise. "May the great Qin dynasty endure for all ages. Long live the great Qin Empress. Long live, long live, long live forever." Qin Shao stood at the front, holding 3 sticks of incense in her hand, preparing to bow before the statue of Jiangju. Immediately afterward, she knelt down and said gratefully, "This king has overthrown the autocratic system and founded Great Qin. Thanks to the guidance of a divine being, I was able to preserve this foundation for the common people. This is a blessing from heaven. Now, the Divine One rides a crane and roams beyond the world, and this king has no way to repay him. I can only build this small temple here. I hope the people of Great Qin will remember the Divine One's grace, and I hope the Divine One can receive the worship of the world here." As soon as the prayer ended, a flash of light suddenly glimmered from the statue carved in Jiangju's likeness. That was precisely the merit of enjoying incense offerings for countless generations. On this side, Jiangju, who was taking an afternoon nap, sensed something unusual happening to his body and abruptly opened his eyes. Waking up, the little monk was sweeping the courtyard. Seeing Jiangju spring awake, he asked in surprise, "Huh? Master, why are you awake? Didn't you say you wanted a nap for a while?" Jiangju looked back at the merit surging toward the sphere in his hand and was puzzled. What is going on? The merit is continuously increasing. He stood up, his face full of suspicion, and thought, incense offering aura? Could it be? When he realized it, he could not help shouting, "Who is enshrining me?" A moment later, the little monk lay in the grass and sighed. "Ah, Master, for us Tao cultivators, is this not a good thing? Look how worried you are." Before the little monk could finish, Jiangju cut him off and shouted, "What do you know? I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Speaking of which, why haven't my 2 card-playing friends arrived yet? I asked them to do something. I wonder how it went." Just as Jiangju mentioned them, the goat demon and the pig demon pulled over a cart piled full of peachwood branches. The pig demon outside called loudly, "Mr. Jiang, the peachwood you needed has arrived." Jiangju quickly walked out. He picked up a peachwood branch, then turned to the 2 demons and said gratefully, "Thank you for your hard work, both of you. Come play cards another day." The pig demon beside him casually asked, "May I ask what Mr. needs all this peachwood for?" Jiangju did not answer right away. Instead, he brought the peach branch up to his eyes and asked doubtfully, "These peachwood branches are at most 100 years old. Is there nothing older?" The goat demon beside him explained, "Mister, if it were a peach tree that had cultivated for 1,000 or 10,000 years, it would probably have become a spirit long ago. How could it let its branches be cut for you?" Hearing the goat demon speak, the pig demon suddenly remembered someone. Speaking of which, the demon general in Peach Garden Cave seems to have a true body that is a lightning-struck peach tree that became a demon. It is not easy for plants and trees to become spirits. It must be thousands of years old. Knowing there was something good, Jiangju stretched out his hand and asked, "Do you two have any way to help me obtain a piece of peach heartwood from that demon general?" The two demons looked somewhat troubled and said, "Mister, are you not making things difficult for us? A branch might still be possible, but peach heartwood. We brothers are not close with that demon general. Moreover, we cannot beat him." Jiangju clasped his hands together, his smile radiating light, and said, "No need to worry. I have something I would like to trouble you two to deliver to the Peachwood Demon General. He will understand on his own. Please wait a moment." The two demons had no idea what Jiangju intended to do. They could only look at each other and wait. At this moment, Jiangju bit his fingertip and drew blood. Then, with a serious expression, he wrote the words he was muttering onto the peach branch. "True God, incantation body. This disciple offers incense. Ghosts and gods of the 8 directions, come and bow." After he finished writing, he infused the incense offering power into the peach branch and controlled it to fly up. Then he loudly recited the spell. "Revere the divine title. True Lord of the purple firmament, heavenly great void." Immediately, many fragments broke off from the peach branch, forming a wooden statue identical to Jiangju. Then it fell into Jiangju's hand. He said with some dissatisfaction, "In the end, it is only 100-year-old peachwood. It cannot withstand too much incense offering aura. Then please deliver this small wooden carving to the Peachwood Demon General. Thank you for your hard work, both of you." Not long afterward, at Peach Garden Cave on Mount 2, the little demon's discussions rang out continuously. How can there be such a thing? That Three-Fork Peak Demon General is bullying people too far. He actually dares come to our door asking for the General's 3,000-year-old peach heartwood. We absolutely cannot let this matter pass. I will report it to the Heavenly Demon Lord. Hearing the little demon's discussions, Peach Garden angrily shouted, "Shut up." He stared at the wooden statue in his hand and said joyfully, "A tremendous opportunity. This is truly a great opportunity. In this world, how could anyone be willing to give his own incense offerings to someone else? No wonder he was chosen as the royal husband. Perhaps he is a descendant of some great power." Immediately afterward, he narrowed his eyes and spoke in a fawning tone. "Do not even mention that he is merely asking me for a little peach heartwood. Even if he wanted my entire heart and liver, I would give them to him." On this side, Jiangju seemed to hear Peach Garden's fawning words and sneezed loudly. He wondered, who is thinking about me? The pig demon held Jiangju's wooden statue in his hand and asked, "Is this peachwood statue truly for us?" Jiangju displayed an aura of lofty greatness and said, "Of course. Since you two helped me obtain the peach heartwood, you should receive this item. This object receives incense offering aura. Whoever possesses it can obtain merit from within it." Hearing Jiangju's lofty words, the two demons were moved to tears. Both of them knelt down and expressed their gratitude without end. "I have cultivated for 1,000 years, yet my merit is not even half of what Mr. has given me today. Mr.'s great kindness is like that of parents who have given our brothers a second life." Jiangju bent down and extended his hand toward the two demons. Like someone reaching out to save all living beings, he said, "There is no need for such ceremony. In addition, I have another matter I would like to ask of you two." Hearing that there was another request, the two who had been so moved immediately changed their expressions in surprise. Jiangju smiled gently and said, "The grand wedding between the Heavenly Demon Lord and me is about to take place. To express my sincerity, I want to give this incense offering merit to the demons of Mount 2 as a meeting gift. Please trouble yourselves to pass the word to all the demons. If they want one, they can come to Three-Fork Peak to collect a peachwood statue." What the hell? The two demons' eyes and mouths instantly widened, and they shared the same thought. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Not long afterward, at the Heavenly Demon Lord's side, the first thing heard was Tu Shanning's miserable scream. Aya, Tu Shanning was brought before the Heavenly Demon Lord by two servants, yet she still insisted firmly. Shanning refuses to confess. Flower Attendant gave a soft laugh and whispered, "A young lady should pay attention to her conduct." The two servants released Tu Shanning, leaving her sprawled on the floor of the hall. The Heavenly Demon Lord asked in a deep voice, "Little one, your mouth is quite stubborn. Do you know what your elder sister wants to ask you?" Tu Shanning's eyes were wet with tears, and she looked wronged. Shanning did not go to the place where elder sister and brother-in-law were in seclusion, did not give brother-in-law a map of Mount Two's terrain, and did not secretly sneak into the dungeon to visit brother-in-law. All of this is slander, slander. The heavenly demon lord gave an "oh" and said, "I actually was not thinking about those things." Shanning felt relieved in her heart. "So, I do not need to confess?" Suddenly, the heavenly demon lord glared and asked, "I see that the two of you get along very well. Did he say anything else to you?" Shanning happily replied, "Oh yes. Brother-in-law also said that you love him deeply, elder sister, but a melon picked before is ripe is not sweet, so you should just let him go." The heavenly demon lord was somewhat surprised. "What? Those are the things he said to you?" Shanning answered with certainty, "Yes." She recounted it in detail. "Brother-in-law said you are what they call a fool in love, that you have unrequited love, and that being a clingy dog will not lead to a good ending." Hearing this, the aura around the heavenly demon lord became gloomy. She smiled coldly. "It seems you learned many things while you were with him." She ordered in a deep voice, "Flower attendant, hang her up and bring me my whip." Shanning was tied up and suspended limply above, shouting nonstop, "Let me down. You are framing me." Suddenly, the heavenly demon lord seemed to remember something. Where's everyone gone? What happened today?" Flower attendant clasped her hands and bowed as she replied, "Master, they have all gone to Three Fork Peak." The heavenly demon lord was shocked. "What?" A blood-red glint appeared in her eyes as she said angrily, "Well done, Jiangju. I would like to see just how many more lies he has." Seeing the heavenly demon lord's attitude, flower attendant beside her could not help breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. Not long afterward, the heavenly demon lord and flower attendant arrived at Three Fork Peak. Outside the courtyard, waves of noise kept echoing from within. "Mr. Jiang, this treasure weapon is like my life. Can I exchange it for a slightly larger divine statue? If not, I can add money. Jiangju, do not fail to appreciate favors. I am Mount Two's great king, Dragon Demon Matian. If you know what is good for you. Little monk, write down the name of this great king Matian. When the time comes, I will complain to my wife and have her deal with him." Hearing these words from inside, the heavenly demon lord could not restrain her anger and released killing intent, causing flower attendant beside her to grimace and tremble in fear. Very soon after, the door was flung open. Inside, Jiangju had not yet realized who it was, so he angrily shouted, "Who has no sense of rules at all?" Jiangju, heavenly demon lord. At this moment, the two demons, the goat demon and the pig demon, saw her and were so frightened their hair stood on end. Immediately afterward, Jiangju finally reacted in time. His face turned pale and sweat kept pouring out. He stammered in fear, "Wife, why have you come here?" The heavenly demon lord questioned him coldly, "Using my identity to pressure others. You're rather low, are you not?" Jiangju bent over, scratched his head, and smiled ingratiatingly as he explained, "Your exalted one, heavenly demon lord, please do not mind. My cultivation is low. I did this to protect myself." The heavenly demon lord silently waved her hand, signaling for everyone to leave. Flower attendant immediately bowed, clasped her hands, and obeyed, saying, "Yes." After all the demons had left, the heavenly demon lord passed by Jiangju and went to the stone table. Seeing the heavenly demon lord silently pass by him, Jiangju was somewhat puzzled. "Your exalted one." The heavenly demon lord remained silent. She picked up the wooden statue carved in Jiangju's likeness and examined it carefully. Jiangju then suggested, "If your exalted one does not like being my wife, how about we cancel this matter and go back to how things were?" Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord's eyes instantly became sharp. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiangju gave an awkward smile and said, "Speaking of which, you came at just the right time. I have a gift I want to give you." The heavenly demon lord looked blankly surprised. "A gift? For me?" Jiangju ran to a corner over there. He pointed with both hands at a huge statue of himself and said it. The heavenly demon lord looked at it and nearly sank into despair. "You are giving me a statue of yourself?" Jiangju smiled strangely and said, "Haha, when I'm not here, your exalted one can look at the object and think of the person." No sooner had he said that than the heavenly demon lord drew her sword and pressed it against his neck. Jiangju was startled and hurriedly explained, "I was only joking. Why are you drawing your sword, your exalted one?" The heavenly demon lord put the sword away. She asked seriously, "Who knows how many cultivators build obscene temples just to gather incense offerings? Even after becoming demons and ghosts, they still want to fight over the incense offerings of the mortal world. Yet you are willing to hand them over to others." Jiangju smiled calmly and said, "How can it be called willingly handing them over to others? These all have clearly marked prices." He narrowed his eyes and explained in detail. Incense offerings are the thoughts and wishes of countless people. Receiving incense offerings means receiving all those thoughts. My cultivation is too low. If I receive incense offerings, it will be hard for me to maintain myself. At this point, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and said seriously, "To put it simply, the waters are too deep. I cannot grasp them." The heavenly demon lord stood with her arms crossed and asked calmly, "In that case, where did you get these incense offerings?" Jiangju said without any beginning or end, "I do not know." The heavenly demon lord glared. "You do not know?" Then the heavenly demon lord mentioned the chaos and killing in a certain nation. "I heard that among the 7 human kingdoms, the state of Qin has fallen into chaos. Prince of Qin led troops in rebellion and changed the state name to Qian. Back then, you went all out to help Prince of Qin precisely to arrange this, did you not?" Jiangju suddenly realized. So these incense offering merits were all brought to me by the young master. But if she does good deeds, I receive merit. He lightly held his chin and pondered. And if she does evil, naturally it will also add karmic sin to me. It seems that in the future, I cannot casually help others change their fate. Back then, I did not think that far. Suddenly, the heavenly demon lord gave a cold snort. She put her hands on her hips, looked at the huge statue before her, and asked, "Giving me this thing, is it meant to coax me?" Jiangju said in a deep voice from behind her, "I only want your exalted one to know that you and I are not enemies. Why must you guard against me like this?" He moved close in front of the heavenly demon lord and whispered, "Do you not feel that I am more trustworthy than those maids and guards?" The heavenly demon lord shyly lowered her face and spoke vaguely. Jiangju took advantage of the opening and pressed on. "You and I share compatible lives, and we are about to become husband and wife. In this world, who cares more about your life and death than I do?" The heavenly demon lord blushed and asked shyly, "You have said so much today. What exactly do you want?" Just as the mood was going well, Jiangju suddenly changed the subject. "Do not guard against me like this. Can you help me lift the restriction? At the very least, let me move freely within Mount 2, right?" The heavenly demon lord was rendered utterly speechless by Jiangju. And so, a horrifying round of torture took place. Jiangju kept shouting, "Wife, what are you doing? We were getting along so well just now. Wife, your hand is heartless. I will not dare again. Your exalted one, spare my life. Spare me." Sometime later, Jiangju sat on the bed, holding his chin in gloom. Tu Shanning beside him asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, did you not say you understand astronomy above and geography below? Then when will you be able to defeat elder sister?" Jiangju immediately began spouting a string of lies to deceive Tu Shanning. "Little Shanning, women are not meant to be beaten. They are meant to be cherished. Even if my martial arts were formidable, I still would not beat your elder sister. This is what I told you before. No matter how much my wife abuses me, I treat her like my first love." Tu Shanning believed him completely. "I am impressed, Jiangju. Brother-in-law, you truly are a good man. Although you cannot leave Mount 2, elder sister has already lifted your restriction. From now on, just obediently stay on Mount 2, and Shanning will keep you company." Suddenly, Jiangju asked for a favor. "Little Shanning, I have something I need your help with." Hearing that Jiangju wanted to ask a favor, Tu Shanning immediately became angry. "Last time, you said the same thing, and in the end, you caused Shanning to be hung up in Fox Immortal Hall for several days. I already promised elder sister that I would not help you anymore." Seeing that he could not persuade her with words, Jiangju poured out a pile of treasures and family heirlooms as payment for her help. He asked smugly, "Is this enough?" When Tu Shanning saw the pile of treasures, her eyes shone brighter than car headlights. She happily agreed over and over. "Enough, enough, enough. Brother-in-law, just give your orders. Leave everything to Shanning." Looking at Tu Shanning wagging her tail while hugging the treasures, Jiangju quickly took out a letter and said, "Help me deliver a letter to Sun Moon Lake." He added, "Also, help me ask around a little. How is the little mountain lord who was captured and brought to Mount 2 with me?" Tu Shanning took the letter and said, "That counts as two separate tasks." Jiangju rubbed her head and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Once it is done, you will not miss out on your share. In addition, put this away. When a matter is finished, use this to notify me." The scene shifted to a tower built upon a huge rock floating in the air. Inside, the heavenly demon lord and an old man were playing chess and talking. The old man was Lord Inshan. He had been playing chess and talking when, at some unknown point, he suddenly fell asleep. A moment later, he grunted and woke up with a start. He asked awkwardly, "Forgive me, your exalted one. This old servant is advanced in years. Where do we just leave off?" The heavenly demon lord reassured him, saying, "Lord Inshan, we were just speaking of Jiangju." The old man was somewhat puzzled. "The husband you abducted, your exalted one?" The heavenly demon lord did not answer, and instead took out a jade pendant. At that time, he was holding this piece of jade. Looking at the object in the heavenly demon lord's hand, Lord Inshan said gravely, "He came holding this piece of jade and made such a request. Back then, your exalted one should not have given this jade away. Giving that old woman some money would have been far more practical." He continued, "But in the end, who could have expected that the person who came to seek your exalted one with this piece of jade would be one lucky commoner?" The heavenly demon lord gripped the jade pendant tightly and said with certainty, "Jiangju is no ordinary man. He is very special." Lord Inshan fell silent, thinking, this is shared mortal affection then. He picked up a chess piece and said softly, "No matter what decision your exalted one makes, this old servant will always support you. However, there's one thing this old servant must say." The heavenly demon lord said, "Lord Inshan, please speak." Lord Inshan said gently, "As for your exalted one's successor, let the girl Shanning do it after all." Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord's face sank, and she did not seem to care much. "In any case, any child you have in the future will only have half demon blood." But when she heard the second sentence, the heavenly demon lord froze. Her expression changed. She hurriedly stood up and turned away, hiding her embarrassment as she said, "Tomorrow, Jiangju will go to Spirit Cliff to teach. Make some arrangements." That night, on a desolate road somewhere, Jiangju and Tu Shanning stood together, looking toward the sky behind them. Jiangju stretched out his hand in confusion. "Doesn't the beginner's class start tomorrow? Why are you in such a hurry?" Tu Shanning said firmly, "No, you have to go there tomorrow. They will only think my elder sister told you to go. Last time, I promised them I would personally bring you over for them to see. I, Shanning, cannot go back on my word." She pointed toward the cave in the distance and said, "There is a barrier at the entrance of the Spirit Cliff blessed land. Only living beings with the bloodline of the Mount 2 Fox clan can enter. Those treasures of mine can help you get in, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, carry me." Jiangju picked up Tu Shanning, yawned repeatedly, and asked, and then Tu Shanning immediately said, "Fly over there." But Jiangju said, "I don't know how to fly." Those words left Tu Shanning speechless. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I think I should just go back to sleep and come tomorrow." Hearing this, Tu Shanning glared angrily. Suddenly, Tu Shanning slipped down from Jiangju's arms, making him cry out in surprise. Immediately afterward, Tu Shanning suddenly transformed into a huge fox, threw Jiangju on her back, and ran off. Jiangju was astonished. She had not even reached the transformation realm, yet she had already learned such divine abilities. Her talent truly was extraordinary. Tu Shanning leaped into the air and snorted coldly. She said proudly, "Of course, Shanning is very impressive." At this moment, Tu Shanning had already carried Jiangju to their destination. Jiangju was now extremely surprised by the scene before him. In front of him was a mountain with countless small caves. Tu Shanning called out loudly, "Hey, all of you, come out!" Immediately, pairs of red eyes appeared inside those caves. One of them shouted, "Shanning brought a human back." Hearing that a human had been brought back, countless red eyes instantly poked out from within the stone caves, chattering noisily. "Wow, Shanning finally wants to eat people. Shanning must be lying to us again. Shanning, where did you pick up this human?" After listening to them for a while, Tu Shanning angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you saying? Shanning doesn't eat people. This is my elder sister's husband." As soon as they heard that he was the heavenly demon lord's husband, countless figures immediately rushed out at incredible speed. Jiangju had also gotten down from Tu Shanning's back. Tu Shanning looked toward the Fox clan and introduced him. Here, he is my brother-in-law. I said before that I would bring my brother-in-law back here for everyone to meet. Shanning did not lie. Looking at Jiangju's ordinary appearance, the foxes began to criticize him harshly. How can this be? He doesn't even have a tail. Your exalted one's husband should be a 1,000-year-old old demon with 3 heads and 6 arms, able to spit fire and water, and extremely powerful. Jiangju boldly declared, I am indeed your exalted one's future husband. I guarantee it is true. Then he sat down and asked, do you want to know why your exalted one wants to marry me? At the mention of the heavenly demon lord's love story, the fox's eyes became extremely excited, eager to hear Jiangju tell it. And so, a completely ridiculous story came from Jiangju's mouth. Then we must begin from a very, very long time ago. A very, very long time ago, a little fox accidentally passed through the border between the human race and the demon race and entered human territory. The scene shifted to the next day at Lord Inshan's place. Sitting across from Jiangju, Lord Inshan clicked his tongue in praise. Young sir, you truly are a capable person. In just a few days, you have made more than 10 little foxes of our clan open their mouths and speak. Some have even broken through to the transformation realm and crossed their minor heavenly tribulation. Jiangju said modestly, Lord Inshan, you flatter me. No matter how well I teach my heart's sutra, without your lordship's cultivation method as guidance, it would merely be armchair strategy. Lord Inshan continued, back when your exalted one announced that she wanted to marry you, those elders in the clan all secretly criticized it. Now it seems the ones who were truly blinded were us old fellows. Suddenly, his gaze darkened, and he hesitated slightly. However, I heard about something today that seems somewhat related to you, young sir. Jiangju immediately invited him to speak. Lord Inshan, please go ahead. Lord Inshan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, the Yusu clan has intervened in the human civil war, and they're already planning to send a great power to the state of Qin. Jiangju was surprised. Su Guan, is the Yusu clan really so bold? They casually stir up a civil war among the human race. Do they really think the human race has no one? Lord Inshan smiled faintly. Young sir, that is where you are wrong. He said slowly, the Yusu clan is a great clan in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Their strength is not at all inferior to our Mount 2 clan. They simply do not have a figure like your exalted one. Moreover, this time, they receive an invitation from the ruler of the state of Qin and are protected by the fortune of a dynasty. If a great human power intervenes to help, then the other side may find it hard to determine victory or defeat. Suddenly, Tu Shanning unexpectedly appeared and called, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. This also frightened Jiangju so badly that he nearly fell backward. He sat up straight and said quietly, Shanning, in the school, you have to call me master. Tu Shanning ignored him and said, brother-in-law, hurry and follow me. I'll take you to watch some excitement. After saying that, she bit Jiangju's sleeve and dragged him away. Jiangju sighed and said, hey, slow down. My clothes are about to be torn apart. When Tu Shanning ran to the door, she still did not forget to call back, goodbye, Lord Inshan. I will return brother-in-law to you this afternoon. Lord Inshan sighed helplessly. That girl Shanning, when will she ever become like her elder sister? If the 10,000 Demon Kingdom is truly handed over to her in the future, then really, sigh. The scene shifted to a road somewhere in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. A group of demons was escorting a human woman. Seeing that the girl wearing shackles and imprisoned inside the cage was human, Jiangju was surprised. A human? Hidden in the bushes, he asked in confusion, why are there so many humans in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Tu Shanning replied, I heard the old grandfather say that in the past, many great demons of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom kept humans. We at Mount 2 did too, but ever since my elder sister became the Heavenly Demon Lord, those humans were driven out of Mount Tuesday. Jiangju looked at Tu Shanning and asked curiously, kept humans? What for? Tu Shanning shouted angrily, brother-in-law, don't look at me with that expression. Our Mount 2 clan can already be considered quite friendly to humans. My elder sister has never allowed us to eat people. Jiangju rested his chin on his hand and thought to himself, these humans in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom may not necessarily be treated like livestock, but I fear their circumstances cannot be good. However, this captured woman seemed to have an extraordinary identity. At this moment, the escort leader walked up to the sword-bearing slave and reported, Lord Blackblade, the prisoner has been escorted here. The sword-bearing slave asked, who is this woman? The escort immediately said, "This woman is the only daughter of the leader of the Strange Mountain Alliance, Lin Qingyi. She's a fourth-grade universe realm cultivator." Immediately afterward, he presented a saber and continued, "Lord Blackblade, this time, the Strange Immortal Alliance suddenly attacked the Heavenly Demon Domain. Our side suffered heavy losses, and this subordinate failed in his duty, but it was not entirely this subordinate's fault. Aside from capturing this woman, this subordinate also obtained a few items. I hope your lordship can present them to our master." Looking at the saber before him, the sword-bearing slave was somewhat surprised. Oh, returning to Three Fork Peak, Jiangju was holding a blade of grass in his mouth and humming as he kicked the door open and walked in. But when he looked up, his expression instantly twisted. Your exalted one." A moment later, he was being questioned by the lady of the house. "Are you very surprised to see me?" Jiangju carefully sat still in one spot and asked, "Your exalted one is a noble person with many affairs to attend to. Why do you have the leisure to sit at my place today?" The heavenly demon lord said shyly, "Tonight is the night of the full moon." Hearing this, Jiangju thought it was like last time, so he swore, "Your exalted one, rest assured, tonight I definitely will not do anything." This made the lady of the house angry. But then she blushed and said bashfully, "In a while, come with me to my place of seclusion." Jiangju was stunned. What is going on? The great demon king was a little cute just now. Jiangju nodded and agreed, then suggested, "If there is still time, your exalted one, why don't you stay here for a meal?" A moment later, Jiangju's voice rang out from inside. "Chicken soup is here." He brought over a plate of chicken drumsticks and cheerfully invited them. "Come, dig in." As soon as he set it down, the little monk gnawed a mouthful of meat. Seeing this, the heavenly demon lord asked, "Monks eat meat too?" Jiangju answered with a smile, "He is a fake monk." The little monk immediately retorted, "Amit ba, this young monk is a real monk." Seeing this, Jiangju said, "Real monks don't eat meat." Then put down that chicken drumstick. The little monk took a huge bite and said, "Then this young monk is not a real monk." Jiangju looked at how quickly the kid changed sides and was speechless. On the heavenly demon lord's side, she slowly drank a bowl of soup and savored it. Suddenly, Jiangju's eyes lit up, and he turned to ask, "Your exalted one, what do you think of my cooking?" Hearing Jiangju ask this out of nowhere, the heavenly demon lord, who had been happily drinking, sprayed it all out. She wiped her mouth and criticized him bluntly, "It is nothing special." And so, Jiangju kept urging her until evening. "Then, your exalted one, try these seasonal vegetables. They are extremely fresh and delicious. I do not like eating these vegetables." Putting the matter of eating aside, the heavenly demon lord took out the saber presented by the sword-bearing slave and said, "This was found on a rebel of the Strange Immortal Alliance. Can you see anything unusual about it?" Before the Golden Sand River had fully formed, the great demons had the habit of keeping human slaves. After I took power, I originally intended to use one place to let them live and recover. But they established the Strange Immortal Alliance, expanding their influence by rescuing human slaves and attacking the territories of the great clans. Jiangju picked up the saber and examined it, somewhat confused. Judging by the forging of this immortal saber, it is no more than 100 years old. Where did those people of the Strange Immortal Alliance get it from? The heavenly demon lord said, "I do not know. I only know that it seems every person in the Strange Immortal Alliance has one magical weapon of this grade." Suddenly, her gaze became sharp as she stared at Jiangju and said, "In Divine Firmament Palace, there's a path that crosses the Golden Sand River and leads straight to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom." Jiangju hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "I only stayed in Divine Firmament Palace for a few months before being driven down mountain. I cannot even be counted as a disciple. I really am not familiar with them." The heavenly demon lord said coldly, "You are human, and you can divine fortunes. Tomorrow, go to the dungeon and meet those rebels. See if you can divine the origin of this magical weapon." Jiangju bargained, "Your exalted one, I teach your clan every day, and I also have to investigate intelligence for you. Do I get a salary?" Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord fell silent and pondered for a moment. Then she stood up and said generously, "Treasures, spirit stones, whatever it is, just say the word. The little monk can also go with you to the spirit cliff blessed land." Jiangju cupped his hands and replied with a smile, "Your exalted one is generous. I will certainly do my utmost. The heavenly demon lord had walked some distance away when she turned back and glared. Are you not coming? Jiangju immediately ran after her and kept saying, Your exalted one, what do you want me to do this time? Read books again? Apart from you, all the demons amount to like listening to me read. Let me think. What did we leave off last time? Oh, last time we were talking about Pan Jinlian accidentally dropping her curtain pole and striking the great rich Manshuman, while Granny Wong mismatched a pair of mandarin ducks. After a whole night of strenuous effort beside the heavenly demon lord, though whether he accomplished anything was unknown, Jiangju now had to go with the demon general to a dark place specially used to imprison criminals. After arriving, the two of them stood with their arms crossed and watched for a long while. This girl was the human girl whom the heavenly demon lord had instructed Jiangju to read fortunes for. When she saw a human actually coming together with a demon, she frowned angrily. Jiangju stood with his arms crossed and asked, Can you understand what I am saying? The girl clenched her teeth and looked at Jiangju with contempt. Profit-seeking scum. Hearing this, Jiangju gave an awkward smile and said, As long as we can communicate. Then he waved his hand and said, General, wait outside. Right? Help remove her shackles. Hearing this, the demon general said cautiously, Even with Mr. Jiang here, this lowly one truly does not dare remove her shackles alone. She is extremely formidable. Though young, she has already reached the universe realm. Jiangju was shocked. Wait, you said she is at the universe realm? He immediately changed his tune and said, Then pretend I never said anything. Continue torturing her. Yes, sir. Immediately afterward, Jiangju began his persuasion scheme, putting on the appearance of a radiant sage as he raised 3 fingers and said, First, with me standing here, you cannot spit on me, so stop wasting saliva. Second, I am merely a wandering occultist kidnapped to Mount 2, and my cultivation realm is not much higher than yours. Third, I came here to help you. But just as Jiangju finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to notice something and cried out in shock. This is... Behind Jiangju were 2 enormous, illusory figures of profound generals of the Yin spirits. He spread both arms and introduced them. Can these profound generals of the Yin spirits make you calm down and listen to me now, fairy? The human girl shouted in disbelief. How do you know the art of commanding profound soldiers and generals? Which of divine firmament's 36 heavens are you a disciple of? Why are you in Mount 2? Jiangju rested his chin on his hand and pondered. She could actually recognize his god-summoning technique, and she even knew divine firmament's 36 heavens very clearly. At this moment, the 2 illusory figures also dissipated. He said slowly, 36 heavens? I do not belong to any of them. The human girl once again asked in disbelief. You do not belong to the 36 heavens, yet you know commanding profound soldiers and generals? Suddenly, she felt that the name Jiangju sounded rather familiar. Then she asked vaguely, Is the little martial ancestor before me? She immediately introduced her lineage, hoping to be rescued. Little martial ancestor, my father is Lin Yushan, a disciple of wind-clearing temple under crimson radiance heaven of the 36 heavens. I beg little martial ancestor to save me. Jiangju rested his chin on his hand and slowly asked in return, You said crimson radiance heaven. What relationship does perfected extreme yang, the master of crimson radiance heaven, have with your father? The girl replied, He is my father's honored teacher. Jiangju thought to himself, She really is a disciple of divine firmament. He asked again, How long has your father been in the 10,000 demon kingdom? The girl replied, He has been there ever since I was born. As for exactly how long, only my father knows. Jiangju said solemnly, That is impossible. 5 years ago, I only stayed in Divine Firmament Palace for a period of time. How could your father know of my existence? The girl explained, A few days ago, one of my father's fellow disciples came to the strange immortal alliance. The news about little martial ancestor was provided by that person. I never expected. Why are you in Mount 2? Jiangju avoided the question and said, That is a long story. Immediately afterward, he took out a sheet of paper and a brush, smiling brightly as he asked, Meeting is fate. Do you want little martial ancestor to read your fortune and misfortune? Immediately after that, the girl's shackles were removed. Holding the brush to write, she asked in surprise, Huh? Little martial ancestor also knows divination. Jiangju smiled and said, just a little. Holding the character Qing that the girl had written, the system immediately popped up with a prompt. Do you wish to view Lin Qingyi's fate? This fate reading will cost 10 million heavenly fate points. Jiangju thought in terror, damn, that is expensive. An ordinary 4th grade cultivator absolutely would not cost this much. It seems this Lin Qingyi has an extraordinary destiny. I can only view it in segments. He asked aloud, when did the fellow disciple who brought you information first begin interacting with the strange immortal alliance? Lin Qingyi rubbed her wrists and replied, about a month ago. Right after that answer, the system immediately produced a prompt. You have chosen to view Lin Qingyi's heavenly fate from 1 month ago to the present. This reading will cost 10,000 heavenly fate points. 1 month ago, a mysterious person brought countless divine weapons, magical instruments, spirit pills, wine, and medicines to the strange immortal alliance. Your father, Lin Yushan, met him alone. Your father summoned you and the generals, asking you to search for a senior named Jiangju in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Your father respectfully called him Little Martial Ancestor. It is said that he is the junior brother of the Palace Master of Divine Firmament Palace's Violet Firmament Heaven. Ever since he began interacting with that fellow disciple, your father became worried and gloomy. He began meeting some strange people. You vaguely sensed demonic energy on them. Your father gathered the generals to discuss attacking the Heavenly Demon Lord's territory, namely the Heavenly Demon Domain. You were forced to obey orders. After experiencing an intense and brutal battle, you were ultimately captured and taken here. After hearing the system's entire notification, Jiangju stood with his arms crossed, nodded slightly, and said, I understand. Your main base is at Sun Moon Lake, correct? Lin Qingyi froze. Little martial ancestor, you. How do you know? Jiangju asked. There's something I don't understand. With your and your father's cultivation, you could cross the Golden Sand River on your own. Why stay in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Lin Qingyi replied sadly. If I leave, what will happen to the other compatriots still in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Jiangju said with both admiration and criticism, noble, but if you take them with you, you'll never be able to return to human territory. Are you all planning to live here for the rest of your lives? Lin Qingyi explained, we can go back. We just need a large ship. Jiangju looked away and criticized. How large a ship would you need to hold tens of millions of people? Besides, with their current cultivation, most of them can't cross the river at all. But Lin Qingyi looked certain as she said, if we go from the far north, cross the ice plains, and drift along the current, we can bypass the Golden Sand River and enter the human seas. Jiangju retorted, putting aside whether you can build such a ship right under the eyes of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, that route belongs to the sea race, and it is bitterly cold. How many people would die? Lin Qingyi accepted the price and said, that is still better than enduring oppression in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom generation after generation. The scene shifted to the Heavenly Demon Lord. Jiangju, acting servile, reported to the Heavenly Demon Lord everything he had pried out of Lin Qingyi. After listening, she asked in a low voice, you mean the demon race is colluding with the strange immortal alliance? Jiangju immediately replied, although I can't be completely certain yet, that mysterious person may not be from Divine Firmament Palace. He brought magical artifacts bearing Divine Firmament Palace's mark and gave them to the strange immortal alliance, inciting them to attack the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. It's very possible he's plotting something sinister in order to frame Divine Firmament Palace. The Heavenly Demon Lord asked, didn't you say that mysterious person has been searching everywhere for you? Since he can transport so many supplies into the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, he must know how to bypass the Golden Sand River and reach this place. You could take the chance to run away. Jiangju thought to himself, where did that idea come from? But whether that mysterious person was friend or foe was still unknown. So for now, he had to cling tightly to his wife's leg. Thinking this, his eyes sparkled as he flattered her. Your exalted one still doesn't trust me? I have drifted through half my life. All I want is a place to live in peace. Right now, nowhere in this world is safer than being by your exalted one's side. Why would I leave? Hearing this, the lady of the house snorted coldly, a glib tongue. Then she asked for his opinion. What do you think? Jiangju cupped his hands, bent at the waist, and pleaded, hand Lin Qingyi over to me. I'll make contact with her and see who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Hearing that he wanted Lin Qingyi, the Heavenly Demon Lord smiled jealously and said, speaking of which, that Lin Qingyi is quite a beauty. When Jiang-ju heard the heavenly demon lord say that, his eyes widened in shock. The scene shifted back to Three Fork Peak. Lin Qingyi followed behind him and asked in confusion, little martial ancestor, why were those demon generals so humble toward you? Also, why did you come to Mount 2? Did you defect to the enemy? Jiang-ju smiled helplessly and explained, I'm the same as you. I was kidnapped to Mount 2 too. After a brief pause, he began sighing and complaining. But in my case, it was because of a marriage. My future wife is the heavenly demon lord of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Tu Shanlan. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi asked in disbelief, but little martial ancestor, even you are no match for Tu Shan. Lan, Jiang-ju said with a proud expression. Although I once fought her, unfortunately, right now, I'm still no match for her. Lin Qingyi thought gloomily. Even an immortal-like figure, such as little martial ancestor, can't defeat Tu Shanlan. It seems this heavenly demon lord is far more terrifying than I imagined. After thinking that, she suggested, in that case, little martial ancestor, why don't you simply flee with us? Hearing the suggestion, Jiang-ju spat out his food. He immediately evaded the topic and said, I want to as well, but I'm afraid my strength doesn't allow it. I still have some matters to resolve here. However, helping you escape is still something I can do. Hearing that she could escape, Lin Qingyi immediately pounced over, grabbed his arm, and asked, what method does little martial ancestor have? When she touched him, Jiang-ju blushed and thought, this little grand disciple's figure is really nice. Just as he was sizing up Lin Qingyi's body, several coughs suddenly sounded. Ahem, 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 ahem. The little monk appeared and reminded him, Master, women are calamities. Jiang-ju quickly ignored the little monk. I heard you were summoned to Tu Shanlan's place this afternoon. Did that demoness scold you until you became stupid? Don't talk nonsense. The little monk pressed his palms together and smiled, teasing him. Master, in the future, there are some things you shouldn't say and some things you shouldn't think. Otherwise, you will suffer retribution. This made Jiang-ju fall silent. For a moment. Immediately after, he flew into a rage out of embarrassment and sent the little monk flying with a slap, shouting, I don't even believe in Buddha. The Buddha can't control me. At this moment, Lin Qingyi asked curiously from behind him, Huh? Were you thinking of something troubling just now? Why did that little monk advise you not to think it? Jiang-ju smiled awkwardly and explained, it was just a bit of sentiment at seeing how things have changed. As long as it doesn't violate morality, it's fine. On the other side, the little monk had been slapped off to who knew where, and was now lying with his backside in the air, crying bitterly, Master, I didn't want to betray you either. It's just that Master's wife gave me too many chicken drumsticks, boo-hoo. After kicking the little monk away, Jiang-ju and Lin Qingyi sat facing each other at a wooden table. Jiang-ju said, Little Lin, before the scene of peach leaves fluttering. In the air, Lin Qingyi held up a teacup in both hands, her gaze still fixed on Jiang-ju. Jiang-ju posed a difficult question. If you had to choose between me, your little martial ancestor, and the mysterious person helping your strange immortal alliance from behind the scenes, whom would you choose? Lin Qingyi was puzzled. Why does little martial ancestor ask that? Jiang-ju set down his teacup and slowly said, Although, by seniority, there is no problem with you calling me martial ancestor. I have long had nothing to do with Divine Firmament Palace. There are many people in Divine Firmament Palace who want to kill me. As for those helping you in secret, I'm afraid they are not as kind as I am. Lin Qingyi hesitated and said that, I'm afraid this matter will disappoint little martial ancestor. My father, Jiang-ju waved his hand and smiled. Don't be in a hurry. I indeed cannot provide the strange immortal alliance with as many resources as that, but I can offer terms that the other person could never accomplish. He leaned closer to Lin Qingyi's face and said directly, Beneath the Golden Sand River, there is a secret passage connecting the human realm and the demon realm. The condition I offer everyone is to bring you all home. Lin Qingyi stood up in shock and asked loudly, Little martial ancestor, is what you said true? Jiang-ju sat there with his arms folded and his eyes narrowed. Whether it is true or not, you only need to focus on passing the message to your father. Hearing this, Lin Qingyi's eyes sparkled with joy, and delight showed plainly on her face. Then we won't need to build a ship and go around through that bitterly cold far north anymore. Jiang-ju interrupted her joy and solemnly reminded her, Don't celebrate too soon. That road lies west of the heavenly demon domain. If you want to use it, you must cross the heavenly demon domain. The heavenly demon domain has countless demon soldiers. How can a strange immortal alliance's million humans pass through it? He stood up and continued in a solemn tone. The heavenly demon domain happens to be the territory managed by my wife, Tu Shanlan. As long as enough benefits are given, this matter may not be difficult, Lin Qingyi said cautiously. But little martial uncle, you were captured and brought here. Jiangju gave a radiant smile, patted her shoulder, and said, I know that empty words aren't reliable. Come to my room tonight at the second watch. When she heard that Jiangju wanted to invite her to his room at night, the young lady blushed. She thought shyly, benefits, go in his room. What does little martial uncle want to do? That night on 3-4 Peak, Tu Shanning ran over and called out, Brother-in-law, are you home? Seeing the door wide open but receiving no answer, Tu Shanning was a little puzzled and looked around. Where's brother-in-law? When she saw no one, the young lady decided to run straight inside. In a dark room, two voices sounded at the same time. Tu Shanning cried out in confusion, Brother-in-law, why is your chest so big? Lin Qingyi was just as confused. Little martial uncle, why do you have so much fur? Only then did Jiangju finish lighting the candle. When he looked back, he saw the two girls stuck together, groping each other nonstop. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The next second, both of them jumped in fright and separated, shouting in unison, What the hell? Jiangju asked blankly. I went to make tea. What are you two doing on my bed? As soon as Jiangju finished speaking, Tu Shanning leapt over to where he stood and threatened him. Well done, brother-in-law. You're finished this time. You dare to hide a big-chested woman in your room. I'm going to tell my elder sister. Jiangju picked her up and said, Get back here. Your elder sister already knows. Tu Shanning raised her claws and scratched toward Jiangju's face, angrily scolding, You shameless man hiding a beauty in a golden house. You have no virtue as a husband. How can my elder sister know and not care? She's extremely petty. Jiangju leaned close to Tu Shanning's face with a sinister expression and asked, Shanning, don't forget why I called you here. Don't you want to make money anymore? Then he set the young lady down and introduced her to the blushing Lin Qingyi. This is Tu Shanning, Tu Shanlin's younger sister. Tonight, I want to take you to a place, and she is the one who will assist us. Lin Qingyi asked shyly, Little martial uncle, where are we going? Tu Shanning glared at Lin Qingyi and snorted coldly, scolding her, Big-chested woman, let me tell you, my brother-in-law is a flower with an owner. Don't you dare go too far. Lin Qingyi refused to back down and leaned forward to retort. You vixen, Tu Shanning said calmly. I, Shanning, am a fox spirit to begin with. Is there a problem? Putting their quarrel aside, the three of them were now riding a crane through the bright moonlight and the beautiful starry sky. When they arrived, the crane dropped all three of them off. Jiangju jumped down and said, We're here. Then he walked straight to the Golden Sand River. Seeing this, Lin Qingyi anxiously ran after him and called, Little martial ancestor. Jiangju ignored it and stepped into the river, even reaching his hand toward Lin Qingyi to reassure her. It's fine. You come over too. Lin Qingyi carefully stepped down and said in shock, Little martial uncle can really lead others into the Golden Sand River without any obstruction? Jiangju denied it. It has nothing to do with me. This place is just like this. At this moment, when he saw Tu Shanning following them, he stopped her. Shanning, don't come over. Be good and wait on the shore to watch the crane for me. Otherwise, next time something good comes up, I won't bring you along. Tu Shanning asked in confusion. Why? The big-chested woman can go, so why can't I enter? Jiangju frowned and said seriously, She is human, while you are a demon. Can that be the same? If you go in, the thing underground may not let you out. Hearing this, Tu Shanning sighed dejectedly and replied, Fine. I understand. When Lin Qingyi reached him, Jiangju asked, Are you ready? Lin Qingyi was puzzled. Ready for what? Before she could finish, her face turned deathly pale and her hair stood on end. Then the two of them vanished into the Golden Sand River with a whoosh. Looking down again, Lin Qingyi could be seen carrying Jiangju as he screamed and fell. After they landed successfully, both of them blushed awkwardly. Jiangju said embarrassedly, Thank you. You can put me down now. This posture makes an elder like me feel a little humiliated. That was what his mouth said, but anyone could tell the young man was enjoying it immensely. At this moment, Jiangju looked above his head and sensed something then said in astonishment, borrowing the feng shui of the place where yin and yang intersect. No wonder it has remained effective for 10,000 years. When he glanced down at his feet, this place was clearly an altar that looked extremely eerie. Lin Qingyi hid behind Jiangju in fear and called out, "Little martial uncle." Suddenly, she saw a statue open its eyes and pointed at it, saying to Jiangju, "That statue opened its eyes just now." Jiangju pushed her hand down and said, "Don't point at these old seniors. They are meritorious heroes of the human race who died for the Tao. Also, these seniors are still alive and can see everything." Looking back at the statue, Lin Qingyi was horrified inside. Still alive, she could not suppress her fear and tightly hugged Jiangju's arm, crying out, "Ah!" Jiangju reassured her, "Don't be afraid. This is a life-preserving spell that relies on the power of heaven and earth." He explained in a low voice, "These people rely on the Tao patterns on the ground to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. But because their flesh could not withstand it, they assimilated into heaven and earth and turned into stone statues. Even if their divine consciousness is now undying, only a bit of instinct remains. Not only these 5, but I'm afraid the others won't be able to live much longer either." At this moment, Jiangju slowly walked toward a stone statue. Lin Qingyi's hands were still tightly wrapped around Jiangju's arm, and she looked around as she asked in confusion, "Why are these old seniors here?" Jiangju gave a solemn explanation. "Why? It is all to guard this place and intimidate the demon race. If the great calamity between humans and demons happens again, that will be when they emerge from seclusion to slay demons." After explaining, he took out 3 sticks of merit incense, then bowed in worship with deep respect. "Seniors, you have guarded this road for the human race. This junior admires you immensely. I offer 3 sticks of merit incense in worship so that the seniors may continue to maintain your divine consciousness for another 100 years. Please accept this incense." As soon as the 3 sticks of incense were planted, the rising smoke of incense fire spread out and was absorbed by the stone statue. Then the other 4 stone statues also began inhaling it greedily. After leaving the altar and heading deeper inside, Jiangju asked as he walked, "How is your instantaneous movement technique? How long would it take you to travel 100,000 miles?" Lin Qingyi answered honestly, "About a day." Jiangju then said, "If we borrow 2 more divine path talismans, it should be fine." "All right, I'll take you." However, Lin Qingyi picked Jiangju up, making him let out a surprise, "Huh?" He looked at her shyly and thought, "This posture really makes one embarrassed." Forget it. If the girl doesn't mind, I'll just let her do as she likes." Then he solemnly took out 2 talismans and shouted, "Respectfully inviting true Lord Heavenly Wind Riding and true Lord Swift Travel. Descend in person." Immediately, with a whoosh, Jiangju and Lin Qingyi shot away in a flash. The scene shifted. At this moment, the little monk, who had become an informant because of chicken drumsticks, brought a note to the Heavenly Demon Lord. The Heavenly Demon Lord took the note and asked in surprise, "This note is..." On this note were Jiangju's inner thoughts, recorded in detail by the little monk. "Humans and demons in the Golden Sand River. Can give it to Lin Qingyi. The heavenly treasures of all the demons are so abundant. Can Tu Shanlan, that crazy wife, say anything?" After reading it, the lady of the house could not suppress her anger and crushed the note in her hand. She repeated through gritted teeth, "Crazy wife? Aha." Seeing that the situation was not good, the little monk quickly spoke up for Jiangju. "Master's wife. Actually, Master doesn't always call you that." The Heavenly Demon Lord's eyes filled with murderous intent. Irritated, she asked, "Oh, what else is there?" One might have thought the little monk would defend Jiangju at this moment, but instead he said honestly, "Wife, my ass. No vargining. Demonis." And so on and so forth. Good grief, brothers. Jiangju really has a disastrous little underling, doesn't he? Hee. After hearing this, the lady of the house was so furious, she seemed about to burst into flames. Gritting her teeth, she said word by word, "Jiangju truly has guts as big as a dog." The traitor monk beside her then said a few more words to defend Jiangju, though it was hard to tell whether he was really defending him. "Umipa, Master's wife, please be gentle when you strike. Master isn't very good at fighting." After a while, once her rage had passed, she sat on a chair, rested her chin on her hand, and pondered. Jiangju intends to draw the strange immortal alliance to his side. Has he already thought of a way to deal with that mysterious person? What effect would the strange immortal alliances return to the human race have on Mount 2? More importantly, I can secretly help the strange immortal alliance eliminate those who oppose the great clans. Trade between the human and demon races. Does Jiang Ju simply want to make money? Is his true goal to help the human slaves in the demon kingdom return to the human race? Or does he want to use this chance to help that person in the Qin kingdom? Very well, Jiang Ju. You are about to become my prince consort, yet you still cannot stop thinking about your lover. After she had been thinking for a long while, Jiang Ju finally dragged himself over. As soon as he entered, Jiang Ju bowed his head in salute, then said honestly, "Your exalted one, I intend to let Lin Xingyi leave Mount Tuesday." In his heart, he cursed. This crazy wife is arrogant and narcissistic, and she completely refuses to follow normal rules. Trying to persuade her probably won't be easy. At this moment, the lady of the house glared at Jiang Ju, immediately making him break out in a cold sweat. His face turned ashen, and he swallowed hard again and again. He thought a storm was about to break out. Unexpectedly, the lady of the house simply nodded. "Fine," Jiang Ju asked himself in surprise. "Huh?" She agreed just like that. Jiang Ju then said, "Why don't I explain the reason for doing this to your exalted one in more detail?" The heavenly demon lord waved her hand to stop him and shouted, "Shut up." After being scolded, Jiang Ju lowered his tail and replied, "All right." She suddenly stood up, cracked her fists together, and said viciously, "There are less than 2 months left until our wedding. I have thought it through carefully. Since you're going to be my husband, your cultivation cannot be too low, or wouldn't that make us a laughingstock? Since I have time today, I will personally instruct you in cultivation." Hearing this, Jiang Ju immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He repeatedly waved his hands and refused. "How could I trouble my wife to personally instruct me? Of course, I'll find." Before Jiang Ju could finish speaking, the roof had already leapt down and slapped him across the face, twisting his mouth crooked. The lesson learned is never anger your roof, brothers. A few hours later, Jiang Ju, looking like an Egyptian mummy, was carried back to Tamaya Peak. When Lin Xingyi saw Jiang Ju's miserable appearance, she anxiously opened her mouth and called out, "Little martial ancestor." Jiang Ju weakly comforted her, "Don't worry. I have already persuaded Tu Shanlan. She has agreed to let you go back." After hearing this, Lin Xingyi was so moved that she burst into tears. She clenched her palm tightly and swore, "Little martial ancestor fought a great battle with the heavenly demon lord for my sake, and even paid such a painful price. I will definitely swear to serve little martial ancestor to the death." At this moment, Jiang Ju used his eyes to express the thoughts in his heart. "Don't disappoint me. This time, I've also committed a grave offense." Lin Xingyi replied with eyes full of confidence, "Little martial uncle, please rest assured. I will definitely persuade my father." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The scenery of Tushan was still as beautiful as ever. Inside, the heavenly demon lord sat, attentively looking at an invitation card. Flower Slave stood beside her and said softly, "Master, the vast majority of the clans have already returned their invitations and expressed that they will send envoys to attend the wedding. Only the Sea Abyss, 5 Immortals Valley, Red Fox Clan, Soaring Serpent Clan, and a few other clans have yet to send any reply." The heavenly demon lord calmly ordered, "Send the 4 great demon kings, Changxing Mountain, Peach Blossom Cave, Changwon Cave, and Scarlet Blood Peak, under my command, to visit those clans." Flower Slave asked in surprise, "For the envoy to the Eastern Sea Abyss, has Master already chosen someone?" The heavenly demon lord answered indifferently, "Let Sword Slave go. Have her chop off 1 horn from the Sea Clan's sacred beast, the heavenly whale, so I can use it to decorate my new chamber." At this point, she glanced at Flower Slave and casually asked, "Speaking of which, is Jiang Ju resting and bathing today?" Flower Slave nodded and replied, "Yes, Mr. Jiang is resting and bathing today." With a blank expression, she asked in confusion, "Master, why have you been mentioning Jiang Ju so often lately?" The heavenly demon lord curled her lips into a sinister smile and said, "There is nothing to do today, so it is just the right time to go instruct him in cultivation. Go call him here. This time, he can bid farewell to his ancestors." Flower Slave hurriedly said, "Master, actually, there is still a great deal of work to handle today." But when she saw the heavenly demon lord's deadly glare, the only word she could utter was yes. Very soon, Jiangju was summoned. He said irritably, "Your exalted one, can you use a different excuse next time?" The heavenly demon lord answered bluntly. No, Jiangju then said, "Fine. These past 2 days, I have also been looking for a chance to come see your exalted one. I think." Before the heavenly demon lord could let Jiangju say another word, she hurriedly refused. "No," Jiangju shouted in dissatisfaction, "but I haven't even said anything yet." Seeing right through him, she replied, "Isn't it that you want me to help change your demon guards into female demons again?" Brother Ju put on an aggrieved expression and said, "In your exalted one's eyes, am I that kind of person? This time, I came mainly because I want to go to Sun Moon Lake." Sun Moon Lake. A flash of killing intent appeared in the heavenly demon lord's eyes as she questioned him. "What are you going there for?" Brother Ju honestly answered, "In the 10,000 demon kingdom, the only one I can call a good friend is the old dragon god. I want to go out and meet my friend. Your exalted one can have demon guards follow me too." The heavenly demon lord shook her head and said, "There is no need for demon guards to follow." Jiangju thought in surprise, "Has Tu Shanlan improved this much today?" She brushed past him and concluded with one final sentence, "I will go with you." Hearing this, Jiangju instantly tried to reverse course with all his strength. "Your exalted one, well, actually I don't want to go that much. I suddenly remembered that the academy is holding its monthly examination this month." However, Tu Shanlan stubbornly said, "Then it is decided. We set out in 3 days." The scene shifted to Sun Moon Lake at Eastern Cliff Mountain. Inside a small house, 2 guards stood watch strictly outside. Within the house, a figure was tied to a pillar. That figure was none other than Lin Qingyi. She was unconscious, her hands and feet tightly bound. Suddenly, footsteps sounded. The person walked while swinging 2 shackles, making loud, clanging noises. Lin Qingyi slowly opened her eyes and woke up. She asked in surprise, "Father, what exactly are you trying to do?" Loud clanging noises. Lin Qingyi then slowly opened her eyes and woke up. She asked in surprise, "Father, what exactly are you trying to do?" The person standing before Lin Qingyi was the leader of the strange immortal alliance, Feng Qingzi. Lin Qingyi loudly questioned him. "Father, didn't you always say that your lifelong wish was to bring our compatriots living among the demon race back to their homeland? Why don't we choose to stand on little martial ancestors' side?" After saying this, she suddenly saw her father's appearance begin to change, while strange, sinister laughter kept coming from his mouth. Horrified and unable to believe it, she cried out, "Father, father, you." At this moment, behind Feng Qingzi, dark souls with glowing red eyes suddenly appeared. They kept speaking amid bursts of laughter. Mother, she calls this person father? How come I don't remember having another younger sister? Oh, third sister, why be in such a hurry? We can wait until her divine consciousness completely dissipates, then seize her body. Why come out now? Third sister has taken a liking to this skin. Let us fight over it. Mother, her 3 origins have almost dissipated. We can act now. Mother, you already have a body, but we sisters still don't. Lin Qingyi shouted in terror. What exactly are you? Mother, her 3 origins have almost dissipated. We can act now. Mother, you already have a body, but we sisters still don't. Lin Qingyi shouted in terror. What exactly are you? Feng Qingzi shouted loudly. All of you shut up. We have not yet asked about Jiangju, who allowed you to come out. If we delay master's affairs, we will all die. Lin Qingyi shouted furiously again. Who exactly are you? What have you done to my father? Those souls continued laughing and mocking her. Oh, don't be so angry. Be careful not to damage her body. Feng Qingzi spoke. I wasted so many supplies sending them to you. If that stubborn old fool Feng Qingzi had submitted to my master, why would I have needed to take the risk of invading an old man's body? The souls kept chattering in Feng Qingzi's ear, suggesting, Mother, judging by her state, you won't get anything out of her even if you ask. Why not let me seize her body? Another soul fought for the chance. Mother, why not let me enter? After I seize her body, we can lure Jiangju here. I heard that Jiangju has a handsome face. Could it be? Feng Qingzi angrily shouted. Could it be what? That Jiangju possesses the fate of an immortal, does not bear karma, and cannot be invaded by evil spirits or demons. None of your bodies contain ghostly objects, yet you still want to touch Jiangju? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. After that, he turned and called softly, Eldest daughter, come here. This woman's body belongs to you. Hearing the summons, eldest daughter crawled out and accepted the order. As you command. After that, eldest daughter quickly flew straight into the hole on Lin Qingyi's forehead. At that moment, Lin Qingyi looked extremely tormented. Her eyes also turned blood red, accompanied by her miserable screams. After experiencing that horrifying torture, Lin Qingyi's body slumped down. Then eldest daughter replaced her, raised her face, and said with a strange smile, "Mother, aren't you going to let me down?" The scene shifted to 3 days later. The demon horse carriage carrying the heavenly demon lord and Jiangju had already set out. Jiangju said seriously to Tu Shanning, who was spinning around in excitement, "Sit still for a bit. You're swaying so much you're making me dizzy. Isn't it just taking you out for a trip? Why are you so excited?" Tu Shanning kept peeking out the window and casually replied, "This is my first time going outside. Of course I'm excited." Tu Shanning turned back and praised him. "Brother-in-law, you're so good to me. I didn't expect you to tell sister to bring me out to play too." Jiangju answered proudly, "Of course. If there's anything good, how could I not think of you?" Jiangju then picked Tu Shanning up and said, "This time, not only am I taking you out to play, I'm also taking you to make money." When Tu Shanning sensed something fishy, her face darkened and she questioned him. "Brother-in-law, are you secretly planning to do something behind elder sister's back again? Then have Shanning take the blame for you?" Jiangju immediately pretended to be innocent and said in extreme dissatisfaction, "What an injustice. This is clearly slander. Shanning, oh Shanning, I never thought you were this kind of fox." Tu Shanning shouted angrily, "Brother-in-law, in your eyes, am I a woman who is very easy to fool?" Jiangju reached out, flicked Tu Shanning hard on the forehead, and laughed contemptuously. "You can't even transform into human form yet. What woman are you talking about? Come here. Brother-in-law will say a few sincere words to you." At this moment, in the heavenly demon lord's carriage, she instructed the little monk, "During this period, you must keep an eye on your master. If he has any unusual thoughts, report them to me immediately. Do you understand?" The little monk asked in confusion, "Master's wife, what counts as unusual thoughts?" While gnawing on a chicken drumstick, the little monk continued asking, "Master often wants to press people onto the bed and beat them. Does that count?" The more the heavenly demon lord brought it up, the angrier she became, and she replied, "I mean things he does not dare say in front of me, but dares to do behind my back." The little monk swallowed the meat in his mouth, then said softly again, "It ba. This humble monk understands." Just like that full moon night last time, when Master cut the fur from Master's wife's tail to make a scarf. Only now did the heavenly demon lord learn of this, and she angrily thought, "No wonder my tail has felt a little chilly these past few days. Damn Jiangju, when we get back, I'll show you." The heavenly demon lord's carriage arrived before a large lake. The scenery here was dreamlike and beautiful. The water was extremely clear and without a single ripple. At this moment, Ao Xian and his subordinates were already waiting at the head of the lake on the other side of the bridge. The heavenly demon lord's carriage also rolled to a stop in front of them. The heavenly demon lord quickly lifted the curtain and stepped out. Her appearance was both solemn and alluring. When Ao Xian and his subordinates saw her, they lowered their heads, clasped their hands, and bowed. "We respectfully welcome the heavenly demon lord." They had even enthusiastically made a large sign, a warm welcome to the heavenly demon lord for her guidance. The heavenly demon lord looked at them coldly, without saying a word. At this moment, Jiangju's carriage also arrived. Before he even appeared, his voice came first. "It's been a long time since I came. Is Sun Moon Lake still this lively?" After saying that, Jiangju cautiously opened the carriage door, his face extremely wary of the person before him. The demon clan members quickly stared at him, their eyes filled with hatred and not the slightest goodwill. While looking at Ao Xian, the heavenly demon lord glanced lightly back at Jiangju and said, "Previously, I heard the old dragon god say that this husband of mine and he are friends despite the difference in age, and that their relationship is very good. Logically speaking, he should be an honored guest of Sun Moon Lake. Why do those demon kings harbor hatred toward this husband of mine?" Hearing the heavenly demon lord's tone, Ao Xian inwardly commented, "She calls him husband so naturally. That means things have improved. Clearly, not long ago, she was still filled with killing intent and wanted to get the Imperial Talisman Golden Command token for me to deal with Jiangju. It seems this little brother Jiang of mine does have some ability." As Ao Xian walked, he explained, "Heavenly Demon Lord, there is something you do not know. back when Brother Jiang stayed with me. He was extremely enthusiastic and once told fortunes for many demons here. Demons do not like knowing things such as how miserably they will die, whether their wives and concubines are committing adultery, or whether their brothers will fall out. Little Brother Jiang has heaven-reaching ability. If he says something will happen, it will definitely happen. It is also my fault for being careless. By the time I discovered it, those demon kings were already pooling money together to hire an assassin to kill him. Jiang Ju, who was following behind, heard this and said in dissatisfaction, "Hey, I heard all of that. Do people not even bother hiding it when they badmouth others now?" Before long, inside the main hall, Ao Xian invited the Heavenly Demon Lord and Jiang Ju to a meal while they watched beautiful dancers perform. As Jiang Ju poured wine, he said to the Heavenly Demon Lord, "Your exalted one, actually these things can be left for others to do. Look at Flower Slave standing there. How bored she is." Hearing this, Flower Slave puffed out her cheeks and cursed inwardly. "You brat, you really are meddlesome. Who asked you to say that?" The Heavenly Demon Lord smiled faintly and replied, "This time, you are traveling as my husband. If I do not have you do such intimate things, then who should do them?" Jiang Ju immediately argued, "Between husband and wife, there should be equality." The Heavenly Demon Lord said mockingly, "Wait until the day you can take one palm strike from me without dying. Then you can talk about equality." She pointed to the plate of meat on the table and said, "This." Jiang Ju immediately picked up meat for her with his chopsticks, but his eyes were fixed on the girls singing and dancing in the middle of the hall. Those dancers' graceful figures were truly beautiful. Jiang Ju looked at them until his eyes nearly turned into hearts. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Lord cleared her throat and coughed several times as a reminder. But even after coughing for a long while, Jiang Ju still did not turn his head back. Annoyed, the Heavenly Demon Lord raised 2 fingers to the wine cup. Then with a flick, the wine immediately splashed onto Jiang Ju's face, making him clutch his face and scream. "It burns, it burns, it burns." Sitting to the side, Ao Xian laughed and praised. The marital affection between the Heavenly Demon Lord and little brother Jiang is truly harmonious. It really makes one envious. The Heavenly Demon Lord glared at Ao Xian and said, "If the old dragon god's eyes are not good, we can invite a few physicians to Sun Moon Lake." Ao Xian spoke up on Jiang Ju's behalf. "I feel that little brother Jiang is very satisfied with these dancers. If the Heavenly Demon Lord does not mind, I can gift him a few." The Heavenly Demon Lord said irritably, "Do you think I would mind?" When Jiang Ju heard this, he was delighted. He laughed inwardly. There's actually such a good thing? Thus, Jiang Ju quickly leaned closer and whispered into Ao Xian's ear, "Old brother Ao, do you have cat-eared girls here?" Ao Xian asked in surprise, "What are cat-eared girls?" Jiang Ju answered with a lecherous expression, "Cat demons. Black ones would be best." Before Jiang Ju could finish speaking, the roof slammed the table and shouted, "Pour the wine." The brat immediately ran back at top speed to pour wine. After the Heavenly Demon Lord finished the meal, she went outside and stood waiting for Jiang Ju. After waiting for a while, Jiang Ju also poked his head out. When he saw her, he quickly stepped forward and explained, "Your exalted one, there is no need to concern yourself with me. The old dragon god is an old friend of mine. We haven't seen each other in a long time, so we want to reminisce." The Heavenly Demon Lord left in a huff while saying, "Reminisce about what? I'm afraid you're going to curry favor with those dancers." Her voice carried no small amount of jealousy. Immediately after that, Jiang Ju slammed the door shut and returned inside. At this moment, Ao Xian was already dead drunk in the main hall. Jiang Ju walked lightly up to him, using a spell with his hand. Then he pointed straight at Ao Xian's forehead. Ao Xian was drunk out of his mind at this time and had no idea what was happening. After that, Jiang Ju took out a talisman and a brush. Ao Xian, drunk and dazed, asked vaguely, "Little brother Jiang, what is this for?" While riding on the talisman, Jiang Ju angrily shouted, "You old geezer, forgetting loyalty at the sight of profit, betraying a friend for glory. I was the one who set up the feng shui formation here for you. Today, I will destroy it." When Ao Xian heard this, his heart surged with alarm. He quickly grabbed the wine cup on the table and splashed all of it toward Jiang Ju, immediately soaking the brush so it could no longer write. Ao Xian ran over, waving his hands as he fawned. Don't. Old brother Jiang, we can discuss everything slowly. I had to exchange so many talismans with you for this feng shui formation. How can you destroy it just because you say so? Jiang Ju said angrily. You old geezer, you still have the face to say that? If you had not handed the Imperial Talisman Golden Command token to Tu Shanning, how could I have ended up like this today? Ao Xian said, what do you mean, ended up like this? Aren't you doing quite well now? Husband of the Heavenly Demon Lord, this is something countless people cannot even dream of. You didn't marry a wife. You found yourself a huge mountain to rely on. Jiang Ju looked as if he wanted to swallow Ao Xian alive and shouted, but my little life was almost lost. Jiang Ju stood with his arms crossed and continued angrily. Forget it. There's no making it clear to you. In short, this time, you screwed me over badly. But have you already reached the Transcendence Realm? Ao Xian immediately answered, the 9th realm of Saint Transformation. I'm already at the true peak, only one step away. Jiang Ju asked doubtfully, are you more formidable than Tu Shanlan? Ao Xian smiled bitterly and replied, don't even think about it. This old dragon has lived too long. I rely entirely on part of my cultivation to nourish my lifespan. As for your wife, she reached the 7th realm of Saint Transformation while still young. If we truly fought, at most your wife would only be injured. After recovering, she could come find me again. But if I lost, I would definitely die. Jiang Ju asked again, why does your Sun Moon Lake want to shelter the Strange Immortal Alliance? Ao Xian then transformed out a cultivation manual made of beast hide and said, because of this. Jiang Ju took it in his hand and asked with some surprise, a beast hide scroll from Divine Firmament Palace? You want to go to Divine Firmament Palace? Feng Qingzi gave this to you. Isn't he afraid of being punished by his sect? Ao Xian slowly replied, that is also my intention. Ever since this old dragon first awakened his intelligence, countless years have passed, and I have met who knows how many extraordinary heavenly prodigies. Demons or humans alike. There were countless who could surpass the 1st grade realm and possess the power to shatter the heavenly gate, shed their mortal shell, and become immortals. But although these people stepped onto the immortal bridge, in the end, they returned to the mortal world. Moreover, most of them died soon after. In the present world, the only person who has ever reached the heavenly gate, stepped across the immortal bridge, and not died is the Palace Master of Divine Firmament Palace. Ao Xian asked himself a series of questions as he spoke. This old dragon wants to ask something. Back then, after he transcended the 1st grade realm, received the guidance of the heavenly gate, and was shown the way by the immortal bridge, why did he step onto the immortal bridge only to turn back? Why did he reach the heavenly gate but not enter? What lies at the end of the immortal bridge? What is beyond the heavenly gate? Why do those who have seen it say nothing to later generations? And why did they die one after another after returning? Jiang Ju faced the distant horizon and thought to himself, scheming against one another, suspecting one another. All of it came from greed. Even someone with the strength and background of the old dragon god could not avoid death, and still had to seek another path of survival for himself. People were like that. To struggle and fight meant one was still alive. If one stopped struggling and stopped fighting, then one was truly dead. After Jiang Ju and Ao Xian chatted for a while, a burly man came over, knelt at Jiang Ju's feet, and said respectfully, greetings, benefactor. Jiang Ju happily helped him up and said, Great Elephant God, it has been a long time. This man was none other than the great forging expert, Great Elephant God. He kept calling Jiang Ju his benefactor. Only then did Ao Xian beside them realize that the Great Elephant God had been mentioned in Little Brother Zhang's previous letter. This old dragon originally wanted to take Little Brother along on the day of his wedding. Since you are here now, I will have him come meet you. Great Elephant God happily took off the large cloth sack on his back and said, Over these years, this subordinate has refined artifacts for several great demons and obtained quite a few heavenly treasures. This subordinate specially forged 3 Dao artifacts and 15 supreme grade magical artifacts. As he spoke, Great Elephant God quickly laid them out. Inside were many heavenly treasures and rare objects from all over. Ao Xian stared wide-eyed at the pile of treasures and said, "Usually, when those great demons come to ask you to refine artifacts, you always refuse them. Even when I wanted you to forge me a high-grade magical artifact, you haggled with me and demanded all kinds of materials. I never expected everything to be here." Ao Xian glanced sideways at Great Elephant God and said, "But giving all this to him really is a reckless waste of heavenly gifts." Jiangju stepped forward to smooth things over. "We can talk about those things later. I came this time because there is an important matter I need your help with." Great Elephant God bowed respectfully. "Benefactor saved my life. Even if this subordinate must charge through fire and water, I will not refuse." Jiangju pressed a piece of green jade in a Great Elephant God's hand and said, "It is not that dangerous. Take a look at this." Great Elephant God picked it up and was stunned. "This object, where did Benefactor obtain it?" Ao Xian's eyes widened as he cried out, "Is it a fortune treasure?" Jiangju explained, "This object was originally the Crimson Dragon Cache of the Qin Kingdom's national fortune. It was once an execution blade. Unfortunately, most of it was destroyed, and only this blade fragment remains." Ao Xian looked at Jiangju suspiciously and said, "Then this object was condensed from the power of faith of countless people. It is similar to a divine artifact. Unless one possesses great merit, one cannot use it." "Little brother Jiang, what exactly did you do in the Qin Kingdom to obtain such fortune?" Jiangju answered vaguely, "It was just a small matter, not worth mentioning." He walked over and asked Great Elephant God, "Can you recast this object into a divine weapon?" Great Elephant God replied awkwardly, "Benefactor, I am afraid this subordinate cannot help." Jiangju was disappointed. "Even you have no way," Ao Xian explained. "This fortune treasure is connected to the fortune of an entire nation. If it is to be repaired, countless people must offer incense, and it must receive the worship of the people of a dynasty before its divine powers can be restored to their former state." Jiangju imagined the scene of countless commoners kneeling in worship beneath his statue and was secretly shocked. "Incense offerings from countless people?" He spoke solemnly. "Then I hope Brother Ao will instruct me." The scene shifted to the strange, immortal alliance. At this moment, the fake Lin Qingyi sat in a small room, no one knowing what she was brooding over. It turned out she was looking in a mirror. Her face was twisted and distorted. She cursed bitterly. Damn it. She was pinned by the soul-devouring Three Origins needle. Yet this wretch's soul is still this firm. Suddenly, she took out a sharp needle from her sleeve. Without the slightest hesitation, she stabbed the needle into her own shoulder, causing blood to gush out like a spring. The fake Lin Qingyi collapsed onto the table in pain. After a while, she finally raised her head and said smugly, "Little wretch, with just you, you think you are worthy of fighting this old lady?" The fake Lin Qingyi lightly stroked her chin and sneered. "Jiangju, do you really think he can save you? You are not even worthy of carrying master's shoes." The fake Lin Qingyi cried out with delight. "I merely mentioned Jiangju, so why are you so agitated? Could he also be your lover?" "Ah, you like him, but he may not necessarily care about you. Relax, relax. If he really comes, I will slowly savor his taste on your behalf, using this body of yours." While she was talking to herself, a voice came from outside. "Young Alliance Master, news has arrived from Sun Moon Lake," she said coldly. "Bring it in." After that, the fake Lin Qingyi brought the information she had just received to the fake Feng Qingzi. He cried out, "Jiangju wants to personally come to the strange immortal alliance?" The fake Lin Qingyi smiled sinisterly and replied, "Mother, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Jiangju has left Tu Shanlin's protection. He is only an 8th grade foundation establishment cultivator. You and I could scatter his soul with a single breath." Feng Qingzi's face darkened. A mighty figure of the evil path, like Jiangju, how can his strength be measured by cultivation realm? Moreover, Master is not here. This is absolutely not a good opportunity to deal with Jiangju. At this moment, those restless souls also faintly appeared and goaded him, saying, "Mother, eldest sister is right. In any case, Jiangju is nothing more than a lowly little cultivator. Not to mention Mother, with eldest sister's strength alone, capturing him would be as easy as turning over a hand. Mother, this is merit delivered right to our door. Do not waste it. Mother, or are you afraid?" Are you afraid that Master will be pleased and generously grant us sisters physical bodies, and then you will no longer be able to control us? Feng Qingzi flew into a rage, took out a leather whip, and shouted, "Shut up, you brainless sluts!" As Feng Qingzi punished them, he enlightened these souls. That Jiangju is a person even Master fears. You ghosts and evil things, are you not afraid of his divine summoning art? Or are you not afraid of his golden light of merit? The punished souls kept screaming miserably, "Mother, spare us! Mother, spare us! We know we were wrong. Please show mercy. Eldest sister, save us." The fake Lin Qingyi stepped forward and said softly, "Mother, your daughter knows Jiangju is formidable and can invite the high god of the nine heavens. But the divine summoning art requires choosing an auspicious day, bathing and changing clothes, burning incense for 3 days, and making all kinds of preparations. Without 10 days or half a month, it simply cannot be done. You and I both have physical bodies, so we may not necessarily need to fear his golden light of merit. Besides, the entire strange immortal alliance is now in our hands. When the time comes, even by trampling, we can trample him to death." When Feng Qingzi heard this, he hesitated somewhat. He propped up his chin and considered. Today, the one who delivered the letter was the envoy of the old dragon god. This shows that his relationship with Jiangju is not ordinary. That old dragon god of Sun Moon Lake is someone even Master does not dare provoke. The fake Lin Qingyi moved closer and whispered into his ear, "Mother, how about this? We call the whole group to subscribe to Bun Review's channel." After that, she said sinisterly, "Mother, if we can kill Jiangju, then it will be an enormous achievement. When the time comes, Master will surely reward our 9-child ghost mother according to our merits." Feng Qingzi answered with satisfaction, "Good, then we will do as you say." Returning to Jiangju, he, great elephant god, and Ao Xian were now standing before a blazing hot refining furnace. At this moment, Jiangju threw the fortune treasure into the flames. Then he sat cross-legged and cast a spell. Immediately afterward, Jiangju let out a low shout, and countless talismans instantly appeared and flew upward. Jiangju formed hand seals. With an extremely solemn expression, he loudly recited the spell. The purple firmament Dao heaven opens, wandering among millions of gods. True Lord, reveal your divine power. Let the divine treasury fully manifest its might. As he recited to this point, several talismans began to burn fiercely. Jiangju continued in a ringing voice, respectfully inviting the dragon transformation, Heaven Great Creation, True Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive golden phantom appeared behind him. Jiangju calmly controlled the phantom to seize 2 powerful flames that were burning fiercely. Suddenly, Jiangju opened his mouth wide and invited, "Purple firmament, heaven great void, true Lord." Immediately after Jiangju's invitation, a monk appeared, accompanied by lines of incantation. Great Qian, blessed by heaven. Heavenly title, Purple firmament, great void, true Lord. True Lord who rescues suffering and rescues those in disaster. Ancestor of the mysterious Tao. May the people of my great Qian be blessed, safe, and healthy. Immediately afterward, Jiangju controlled the phantom and that monk to transmit flame power into the refining furnace before him. Heated by the flames, the fragment of the fortune treasure gradually melted. Seeing that the time had come, Jiangju raised 2 fingers and touched his own forehead. Then, he quickly drew out a strand of his spiritual sense and sent it straight toward the melted supreme treasure. Instantly, Jiangju's strand of spiritual sense wrapped around the liquid fortune treasure and slowly fused with it. A moment later, it had merged into a green treasure blade. At that moment, a pillar of blue-white light shot straight up from the refining furnace, reaching the highest heavens, signaling that the artifact refinement had succeeded. From that pillar of light came echoing calls that resounded everywhere. Heaven bless great Qian, supreme purple firmament, true Lord. True Lord who rescues suffering and rescues those in disaster. Seeing this scene, Ao Xian stared wide-eyed. He could not believe his own eyes. Is this how one invites a god? Inviting a god is not done like this. How can a god be invited like this? Where's the ritual altar? Where are the offerings? This is practically like sending a notice, call, and he comes immediately. Seeing that the fortune treasure had been refined, great elephant god cried out excitedly, "The artifact is complete. The artifact is complete." Jiangju still remained silent at this moment. He closed his eyes and concentrated, then lightly extended his hand forward. The blade immediately flew quickly toward Jiangju. He grabbed it and raised it before his face. While Jiangju was carefully examining the blade, Great Elephant God beside him cried out excitedly, "Benefactor, is the artifact complete?" Ao Xian bowed with cupped hands and congratulated him. "Congratulations, little brother, on obtaining a supreme treasure." Jiangju held the blade firmly with one hand while carving a name onto the hilt with the other, saying, "This broken blade should have a new name." After finishing the carving, he raised it before him and said, "From now on, you shall be called the Great Qian Blade." The powerful light from the refining furnace shot straight up into the highest heavens, visible to everyone. This commotion also reached the heavenly demon lord, Tu Shanlan, inside her resting room. Flower Slave suddenly smiled and said, "A divine weapon has emerged. It seems the old dragon god's strength has risen another level." However, the heavenly demon lord remained silent, her face extremely contemplative. After a while, the heavenly demon lord said, "This divine weapon may not necessarily belong to the old dragon god." Flower Slave bowed slightly and asked curiously, "Why does Master say that?" The heavenly demon lord answered calmly, "Did you not hear the prayers of Great Qian's countless people?" The heavenly demon lord then asked, "Where is Jiangju?" Flower Slave quickly replied, "He is over at Yinyang Cave." "I heard that." Before Flower Slave even finished speaking, a bold thought flashed through her mind. Purple Firmament Heaven True Lord, the new emperor of Great Qian. Could it be that Jiangju and the human race's empress had some unclear relationship? Just thinking this made Flower Slave break out in cold sweat. The heavenly demon lord immediately became jealous and ordered, "Send someone to deliver a wedding invitation. Give it to the new emperor of Great Qian." Flower Slave lowered her head and obeyed, answering yes. She pondered to herself, a wedding invitation? Could Master be jealous? No, Master must want to take advantage of the internal chaos among the human race to interfere in human affairs. Master's scheme in this move is extremely great. After Flower Slave left, the heavenly demon lord finally revealed a sulky expression, puffing out her cheeks and glaring. "That Jiangju, why is he still not gone to the strange immortal alliance? So stupid. If he does not want me to know, can he not even think of an excuse to make me leave?" Not long after, on Jiangju's side, he received the letter sent by the fake Lin Qingyi. Ao Xian asked, "Is there anything wrong with the letter?" Jiangju hesitated and replied, "There is nothing wrong, exactly. It is just..." Jiangju clenched the letter and said with emotion, "I truly did not expect that some people could be so proper in person, but when writing a letter, they become like a completely different person, so frivolous." Hearing this, Ao Xian asked, "What do you mean by frivolous?" Jiangju pushed him away and said, "Forget it. Pretend I never said anything." Deep down, Jiangju was currently scared out of his wits, sweat pouring down like rain. He clutched the letter tightly and thought in horror, passion difficult to suppress, unable to sleep peacefully at night, the bed prepared and longing. What the hell is this? It is only one step away from openly writing that this is a date. Could this little disciple granddaughter like me? If this letter falls into my wife's hands, I will only be able to admire naked chickens. Immediately after, Jiangju said seriously, "I plan to make a trip to Eastern Cliff Mountain in the next 2 days." Ao Xian asked, "The heavenly demon lord is still here. Little brother, do you have any way to keep her from knowing?" Before Jiangju could answer, Great Elephant God suddenly ran over from somewhere and shouted, "Going is dangerous. Benefactor, why must you go personally? Let this subordinate go." Jiangju waved his hand and replied, "This is not a small matter. It is still better that I go personally." Great Elephant God said again, "If that is the case, I still hope Benefactor will wait." After speaking, he suddenly cupped his hands toward the inside of the mountain boulder and did something, causing the wind to howl. Then he solemnly released a bit of flame toward that rocky mountain. Very quickly, the rocky mountain seemed to tremble and sink down, then turned into a flat stone surface. Great Elephant God then laid out a pile of protective treasures, throwing darts, sharp knives, a suit of iron armor, medicinal pills, and so on. Finally, he spoke in a pleading tone, "I hope Benefactor will bring these things with you." Looking at the pile of treasures before him, Jiangju could not help but say in surprise, "Is this not a little exaggerated?" Great Elephant God immediately retorted, "It is not exaggerated. Benefactor is going deep into a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. You must still pay attention to your safety. Jiangju said, this time in going to the strange immortal alliance, I have my own methods. Moreover, within Sun Moon Lake's territory, I can ask Brother Ao for help at any time. Great Elephant God pouted irritably. I hope Benefactor has a proper understanding of himself. In his heart, he secretly thought, Benefactor, do you not know how great your ability to cause trouble is? No matter how safe a place may be, once you go there, disaster is bound to happen. It seemed Jiangju somehow understood the unspoken meaning, because his face suddenly darkened and he did not dare refute it. In the end, Jiangju could only reluctantly let out a sigh and agree. Great Elephant God cupped his hands happily and said, Benefactor, allow this subordinate to put them on for you. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to the training ground of Eastern Cliff Mountain. In the courtyard, the Heavenly Demon Lord was also present, wearing a tight-fitting outfit that made her look especially full and curvaceous. She stood proudly with her arms crossed, an extremely triumphant smile on her lips. Standing opposite her was none other than Jiangju. He was wearing the armor that Great Elephant God had put on him. The two stood there staring at each other, and the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Tu Shanning sat to one side, watching and sighed, saying, It is over. It is over. Brother-in-law is about to be beaten half to death by elder sister again. Brother-in-law's life is so bitter. He is truly even more miserable than Shanning. Kale the monk, sitting beside her while chewing on a dinosaur egg, replied with great confidence, Sister Shanning, this time Master definitely will not be crippled. Tu Shanning immediately retorted, You are still young. You do not understand. Aside from me, my brother-in-law is the only person who has been beaten by my elder sister and still has not died. That means she hits lightly, but she hits him many times. As she was speaking, Tu Shanning suddenly cried out excitedly, It is starting! It is starting! Down in the arena, Jiangju smiled smugly and said, Wife, for this sparring session, you must be more careful. The Heavenly Demon Lord merely snorted softly. Then, without saying a word, she clenched her fist and rushed toward Jiangju. Jiangju also took out a fan shaped like a skeletal hand, then swung his hand and slashed out. His attack shot forward, forming an X-shaped blade of energy that flew straight toward the roof. However, it was nothing to the Heavenly Demon Lord. Just as it was about to cut her, she stomped heavily on the ground and used the force to leap up. Then she flipped her body and perfectly dodged the attack. Taking advantage of the momentum, she swung her fist and flew toward him, startling him so much that he froze in place. And so, his wife's powerful punch struck Jiangju. It instantly knocked Jiangju's teeth and lips into chaos, blood spraying from his mouth as he flew far away. In the end, Jiangju landed safely and slid a long distance across the ground. As soon as he stopped, Jiangju raised a hand to cover his face and pretended to cry out in pain to divert attention. Then he quickly took out a medicinal pill and prepared to swallow it. But how could this scene escape his wife's eyes? She quickly came forward and pinched Jiangju's mouth, making the pill fall out. The Heavenly Demon Lord pinched Jiangju's mouth and dragged him before her, smiling with hidden malice. Jiangju widened his eyes pitifully and said, Why, wife, that is too rough. He had thought his wife would soften and become gentle because of his pitiful words, but no. The Heavenly Demon Lord directly punched Jiangju in the face. She did not forget to punch his chin and kick him in the stomach as well, a special damage combo reserved exclusively for her husband. After being tormented for a while, Jiangju finally raised the white flag and surrendered unconditionally. No more, no more. Isudanev. The Heavenly Demon Lord stood with her hands on her hips, looked at the treasures scattered on the ground, and questioned him. Did you go to Sun Moon Lake to extort people? She turned back to look at him and lectured, The Tao of cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. If you only rely on external objects, they will instead become a burden. Jiangju stood up, scratched his head, and answered with a smile, Yes. Wife's lesson is correct. Suddenly, the Heavenly Demon Lord said nothing more and only stared at Jiangju. Her gaze was extremely gentle, and because of that look, Jiangju's face flushed bright red. But the next words the Heavenly Demon Lord spoke were extremely probing. Compared with that new Emperor of Great Qian, how am I, the Heavenly Demon Lord of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Jiangju was so startled his soul nearly left his body. He secretly swallowed and thought, This is a death question. Then he leaned closer to her and asked, "Does your exalted one truly wish to know?" The heavenly demon lord merely gave a sharp little snort. Jiangju thought to himself, what is that snort supposed to mean? Does she want to know or not? Women are such trouble. The heavenly demon lord said loudly, "There is some movement from the Su clan. Tomorrow I need to go there." Jiangju asked, "How many days will your exalted one be gone?" The heavenly demon lord replied, "I can return in 2 days." Jiangju said, "Your exalted one's departure this time truly makes me reluctant to part." The heavenly demon lord shot back, "If you are that reluctant, do you want to come with me?" At that, Jiangju changed his face faster than flipping a pancake. "Leave early, return early. May your journey be smooth." Hearing this, the heavenly demon lord was so angry her face turned livid. At this moment, Tu Shanning, sitting above, looked at the little monk suspiciously. "Little Kale, how do you know? Are you like my brother-in-law, able to tell fortunes?" The little monk folded his arms and replied, "I just know." The little monk covered his face and secretly laughed wildly in his heart. "Master wants to press Mistress onto the bed every day. Mistress also asks me about Master every day. Between you two, this is exactly the love people always talk about. The scene shifted to Eastern Cliff Mountain. Standing outside, Jiangju announced loudly, "Wandering occultist Jiangju requests an audience." When the guard at the mountain gate saw someone had come, every one of them froze. One of them muttered the name Jiangju, then ran inside to report. A while later, that man ran back out and warmly invited Jiangju in. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Our young master has been waiting for you for a long time." Jiangju cupped his hands in reply, "Sorry to trouble you." After that, Jiangju was led into a somewhat dim room. Jiangju picked up a cup of tea, blew on it a few times, then softly called Shanning. Following Jiangju's instruction, Tu Shanning quickly checked the quality of the tea. Sensing something wrong, she slapped Jiangju's hand hard as a signal. Jiangju sighed in boredom. So it had all been deliberate. He murmured in speculation, letting me swagger in like this. Could it be that the mysterious person hiding in the dark and helping the strange immortal alliance is not inside the alliance? Or, just then, a pair of feet quickly approached Jiangju. When Lin Qingyi saw Jiangju, she immediately cried out happily, "Little martial ancestor." Jiangju turned to look, and his brow furrowed, showing a guarded expression. This also made Lin Qingyi suddenly hesitate. For a moment. Right after that, Jiangju suddenly spread his arms and ran toward Lin Qingyi, calling out joyfully, "My good grand disciple." As soon as he reached her, he hugged her tightly. This made Lin Qingyi cry out in extreme pain, because at this moment, countless Tao patterns radiating golden light of merit were emanating from his entire body. Afterward, Lin Qingyi's whole body drooped as if she were about to die. Seeing this, Jiangju let go and pretended to ask worriedly, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Qingyi hurriedly pushed Jiangju away, panting as she explained, "Nothing. It is just that I have not seen little martial ancestor for too long, so I was a little excited." She angrily thought to herself, "What is this man? It is bad enough that he is a heavenly being reincarnated through many lifetimes, but he even has such powerful golden light of merit. How could Jiangju let it go so easily?" He smiled lecherously and said, "Little martial ancestor also missed you very much. Come, let me hug you again." Seeing him like this, Lin Qingyi was somewhat stunned. Then she quickly backed away, cupped her hands, and said, "Wait, little martial ancestor. I have an important matter to report to you." Jiangju immediately asked solemnly, "What matter?" The fake Lin Qingyi saw that she had escaped disaster and let out a sigh of relief. She thought she had avoided that golden light of merit, but no. Jiangju ran over again and hugged her tightly, saying, forget it. Whatever it is, we can talk later. My good grand disciple, I missed you so much, hee." The fake Lin Qingyi's entire body now felt as if it were about to fall apart, without the slightest strength. Her face turned purple, she could barely breathe, and inwardly she cursed nonstop. So this Jiangju is an old lecher, even worse than me. How can a person like this cultivate such abundant golden light of merit? Immediately after, the fake Lin Qingyi could no longer stand. Her whole body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Jiangju put on an innocent, blameless expression and asked foolishly, "What happened?" He stepped forward and extended a hand. "Come, let little martial ancestor help you up." Seeing this, the fake Lin Qingyi was scared out of her wits. She dragged herself backward on her backside and refused. "I can do it myself. Let me do it." After standing up, Lin Qingyi gestured toward the teacup and said, "Little martial ancestor, you must have had a tiring journey here. Please drink some tea." Jiangju, sitting on the chair, also looked toward the cup of tea. She smiled sinisterly and thought, "Jiangju, no matter how capable you are, your cultivation is still only low grade. As long as you drink this soul-severing tea." Jiangju did not want Qingyi to become suspicious, so he quickly picked up the tea and blew on it to cool it. Then he lifted the teacup to his mouth, while Lin Qingyi stared wide-eyed at him. However, Jiangju handed the cup of tea to Lin Qingyi and said, "My good grand disciple, you are staring so intently. If you are thirsty, drink first." This left Lin Qingyi utterly confused as to why this man never followed common sense. She hurriedly waved her hands and replied, "I'm not thirsty, not thirsty, not thirsty. Little martial ancestor, you drink first." Jiangju raised the teacup to his mouth again, pretending he was about to drink. Lin Qingyi could not tear her eyes away from a scene, but Jiangju suddenly set the cup down on the table and said softly, "The tea has gone cold." Lin Qingyi cursed inwardly in irritation. "You brat, you had better know what is good for you." Though she was extremely annoyed, she still put on a professional smile and said, "Then this disciple will change it for another cup." Jiangju waved his hand and coldly refused. "Forget it. I won't drink anymore. Let's talk business. If I drink any more, how am I supposed to survive?" Seeing that her poisoning plan had failed, she was crying bitterly inside and cursing. "Damn it." Jiangju asked seriously, "Little grand disciple, how is the matter I assigned to you last time?" Lin Qingyi hesitated before replying, I came precisely because of this. My father has agreed to meet you." Jiangju said, "Good, then let's go meet him." Lin Qingyi walked ahead to lead the way. "Please follow me." Not long afterward, Lin Qingyi led Jiangju to a mountain cave. The two guards immediately greeted her respectfully. "Greetings, young master." Suddenly, her eyes turned bright red as she stared straight into the eyes of the guard who had just greeted her. Then she controlled him, and in the blink of an eye, she controlled the other one as well. When Jiangju walked past, both guards simultaneously pulled a huge poisonous needle from their chests. Then, taking advantage of Jiangju's inattention, they quickly lunged forward, preparing to stab the poisonous needles through him. At the front, the fake Lin Qingyi held two poisonous needles and gave a strange, sinister chuckle. Immediately afterward, the two guards attacked Jiangju at the same time. Struck from behind by two powerful forces, Jiangju was knocked forward, bending down. At this moment, Lin Qingyi also turned back, preparing to attack. Right then, Jiangju raised his face and looked up, completely unharmed. That was because his entire body was covered in a set of armor like dragon scales, looking extremely sturdy. The fake Lin Qingyi was deeply shocked by this. Seeing Jiangju stand up, the two guards once again pounced to attack, shouting loudly at the same time, "Die!" Jiangju formed hand seals and cast a spell, blowing out a stream of flames from his mouth to attack, roasting the two guards. Burned by the flames, the two cried out in pain, "Aya!" However, the flames did not actually harm the two guards. They only burned away the controlling power inside their bodies. Seeing that the two guards were about to regain their senses, the fake Lin Qingyi hurriedly shouted a warning. "Little martial ancestor, be careful." At the same time, she rushed over to control them again, then directly struck both guards hard on the head with her hands. Taking this blow, both of them rolled their eyes back and screamed in pain. Immediately afterward, both of them went to meet their ancestors. After silencing them, the fake Lin Qingyi walked over to Jiangju and pretended to ask worriedly, "Little martial ancestor, are you all right?" Jiangju rubbed the armor over his chest with both hands and said fearfully, "Oh my, that scared me to death. Fortunately, I was wearing this treasure armor, or I would have been in danger." Jiangju then let out a relieved breath. Meanwhile, the fake Lin Qingyi observed Jiangju and judged, "Mother and the 9 of us daughters have cultivated for over 100 years, yet even a low-grade Tao artifact is hard for us to obtain. This Jiangju is only its 7th or 8th grade cultivation, yet he is wearing a high-grade Tao artifact like this." Thinking of this, her eyes shone brightly, and she chuckled. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. If Jiangju gave this to Mother, this treasure would probably... Jiangju pointed at the two guards and asked, "Little grand disciple, what is going on here?" The fake Lin Qingyi played dumb and said, "Little martial ancestor, something has changed. I fear that mysterious person already wants to kill us. There is no time to think carefully now. I will protect you and take you away from here first." Jiangju immediately said, "Good, good, good. Let's hurry and go." But after only a few steps, Jiangju's knees buckled, and he said aggrievedly, "No good. My limbs have gone weak. Little grand disciple, carry me on your back." Lin Qingyi gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "This useless, weak little bastard," and she suddenly bit down hard on her own hand, causing blood essence to pour out. The instant the blood essence flowed out, Lin Qingyi cast a spell and congealed it. Right after that, an arm suddenly grew out of the congealed pool of blood essence. Then a foot grew out as well. Finally, a complete, blood-red human figure landed in front of Jiangju. This also made Jiangju extremely surprised, and he let out an "oh." Then he turned to Lin Qingyi and questioned her, "Where did you learn this blood pagoda spell?" The fake Lin Qingyi angrily said, "Little martial ancestor, now is not the time to fuss over that." She then ran ahead with all her strength, while letting the blood thrall carry Jiangju and run after her. At the same time, in Feng Qingzi's room, several drifting shadows kept asking one thing after another. "Mother, is everything still going smoothly with eldest sister? Mother, let's go over there together. If we still do not go, I fear all the good things will be taken by her." That's right. Mother, eldest sister is the best at absorbing a man's yang essence. I fear that this time, even Jiangju's bones and marrow will be eaten clean by her. Mother, the black shadows kept babbling nonstop, making Feng Qingzi extremely irritated. He grabbed one of the shadows at random and gave a warning. Once things quieted down, Feng Qingzi thought with a dark expression, "Is Jiangju really that easy to deal with?" Even Master, whose methods are boundless, is hesitating and not making a move. Now I can only hope that girl acts a little more carefully. Suddenly, at this moment, a black shadow emerged from Feng Qingzi's chest, then flew out of Feng Qingzi's body. It was none other than Lin Qingyi, and this also allowed Feng Qingzi to learn what had happened on the side of the main body. He angrily roared, "Wretch, how dare you!" At the same time, on the fake Lin Qingyi side, she was still running forward with all her might, while Jiangju leisurely sat on the blood thrall's back behind her. Suddenly, Jiangju asked, "Little grand disciple, you returned so late. Do you know the name of that Taoist from Divine Firmament Palace? Which heaven is he from?" The fake Lin Qingyi waved her hand as she ran and said, "Little martial ancestor, now is not the time to talk." Just then, an alarm rang out, echoing throughout the strange, immortal alliance. Jiangju was so startled by the sound that he nearly fell to the ground. He asked in confusion, "What is that sound?" The fake Lin Qingyi stopped and said uneasily, "This is bad. My father knows I want to lead you away. The others must already be on their way to kill us." She then bit her finger, causing blood to flow, and wrote on her palm, "Divine ability, grant pardon, 5 gods, array the immortals. First, invite the Gung metal god of the 4 directions. Second, invite the Eastern Ewood god." After her invitation to the gods, her 5 fingers were suddenly cut off. Then she used the 5-finger divine ability to control the 5 fingers, sending them flying in different directions. Seeing this spell of hers, Jiangju propped up his chin and asked in confusion, "Aren't you skilled with the sword? Why do you know the 5-finger divine ability?" While controlling the divine ability, the fake Lin Qingyi calmly explained, "My father is a disciple of Divine Firmament Palace, so of course I know a little of Divine Firmament Palace's magic. Little martial ancestor, do not interrupt my spell casting. Let me focus on controlling the 5-finger gods so I can find us a path to survival." Suddenly, Jiangju leaned close to Lin Qingyi's ear and whispered softly, "But the master of Crimson Sun Heaven hates using flesh and blood to nurture ghosts and gods the most. Feng Qingzi is a disciple of Crimson Sun Heaven. So where did he learn the 5-finger divine ability?" The fake Lin Qingyi was startled and did not dare say anything. At the same time, on a cliff near the strange immortal alliance, a 9-tailed figure stood watching the entire scene below. The heavenly demon Lord thought worriedly, "Does he not know to bring a few helpers with him?" At this moment, she was somewhat hesitant over whether she should act. The more the heavenly demon Lord thought, the more annoyed she became. Isn't he usually quite smart? Why is he so careless now? Could it be that after staying by my side for too long, he has lost his sense of danger? But if I make a move now, he will immediately know I've been following him. When that happens, the little spy will be exposed at once. Or should I just wait a little longer? Down below, the fake Lin Qingyi continued casting her spell while uneasily asking herself, has this man discovered something? Soon after, Jiangju wagged his finger and added, but it is also very normal. Although our sect has powerful attacks and can even kill monsters above our level, we need too long to build up momentum before casting. Ghosts and gods nurtured with one's own flesh and blood can make the first move, and one can even enjoy the pleasure of raising a pet. It is no big deal if your father secretly learned 1 or 2 moves. Hearing Jiangju's words, the fake Lin Qingyi smiled until her eyes narrowed and repeatedly replied, yes, yes, yes. Little martial ancestor is absolutely right. Nearby, members of the strange immortal alliance were searching everywhere through the forest, and they did not forget to shout. The alliance leader has said that whoever captures the enemy will be rewarded with 100 high-grade spirit stones and 1 mid-grade spiritual artifact. Do not let them escape. Kill! On this side, the fake Lin Qingyi shouted as she ran, little martial uncle, this way. Not long afterward, the two arrived before a city gate, but they were blocked by 2 guards. The fake Lin Qingyi angrily shouted, are your dog eyes blind? Do you know who I am? Hurry up and get out of my way. The fat guard pointed at Jiangju and said, young master, you are making things difficult for us. We dare not stop you, but this person must stay. The fake Lin Qingyi asked unhappily, and what if I refuse? The 2 guards drew their swords and replied, then we can only be so bold as to offend you. After all, you're only the young master, not the alliance leader. Seeing that she could not reason with these 2, she pulled a large needle from her person, then stabbed it into her palm and shouted, spell, 5-finger gods, return at once. Immediately, rustling sounds came from the forest, and then all 5 fingers flew back together. In less than a second, the 5 fingers appeared before the 2 guards. Immediately afterward, lumps of blood suddenly swelled out from the fingers, looking extremely horrifying. Very quickly, all the fingers swelled into huge lumps of blood under the terrified gazes of the 2 guards. In the end, those 5 lumps of blood transformed into 5 blood thralls and landed before the fake Lin Qingyi. The guard asked in fear and surprise, young master, how do you know this evil art? The fake Lin Qingyi shouted an order, kill them for me. The blood thralls immediately charged forward madly to attack the 2 guards. At this very moment, a shout of begone suddenly rang beside her ear, making her turn back in confusion. Jiangju was now standing on the back of the blood thrall. In his hand was the great Qian blade, which had been carried on his back, and 5 flames floated around him. Jiangju spoke up, little grand disciple, how dare you learn something so harmful to heaven and reason? The art of inviting gods is not meant for you to use like this. At this moment, in order to stop the fake Lin Qingyi from killing the 2 gate guards, Jiangju summoned his soldiers and generals. The blade in Jiangju's hand shone brightly, and 5 generals began appearing behind him. The fake Lin Qingyi was so shocked she could hardly believe her eyes, and she blurted out, damn it, Mystic. Mystic soldiers commanding generals. The 5 generals quickly charged over to deal with the 5 blood thralls created by the fake Lin Qingyi's 5-finger gods. What evildoer dares act wantonly before the high god? In the blink of an eye, the general pierced one of them through the heart. After the blood thrall was struck by that general, it quickly dissipated and returned to its original form as a fingertip. Seeing her finger fall to the ground, the fake Lin Qingyi immediately activated a move to retrieve it. She was furious that she could not do anything to Jiangju. Gritting her teeth, she blurted out, damn you, but she did not dare do anything more. Jiangju advised, little grand disciple, endure it for a moment. This ghostly thing was nurtured by you with flesh and blood. It damages your hidden virtue too much, and it is not good for you. Let me help you subdue it. The young man's calm sarcasm only made her even more enraged. Do not point your index finger at me. You only have your middle finger left. I feel like you are insulting me. As soon as Jiangju finished speaking, the remaining 4 generals had also finished killing the other 4 blood pagodas. Seeing the 4 fingers return, the fake Lin Qingyi could no longer hold herself back this time. She looked at Jiangju as if she wanted to devour him alive, grinding out each word through clenched teeth. Zhanzhu. Zhanzhu. A blood pagoda rushed quickly toward Jiangju. This time, she wanted to finish Jiangju with a single lethal move, but it seemed she failed again. Jiangju swiftly flew backward and dodged. The young man clicked his tongue and said, you are far too hot-tempered, hee. Not suitable to be a mount. After that, Jiangju stabbed out with his sword and made it vanish on the spot. Since the small fry had all been dealt with, naturally it was time for their master. Jiangju charged over at terrifying speed and thrust out. The blade moved as fast as lightning, heading straight for the center of the fake Lin Qingyi's forehead. Realizing it had been exposed, it immediately left Lin Qingyi's body. It roared, "Damn you, Jiangju! You recognized me long ago." Jiangju still held his sword ready. The young man cursed angrily. "Idiot! Did your master not tell you not to play ghost tricks in front of me?" Thinking it would be difficult to escape this time, the ghost tried to threaten him. "You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. Lin Qingyi's 3 origins were destroyed, and I replaced her 3 origins fire. If you kill me, she will die immediately." Jiangju pressed the sword toward the ghost's head, scaring it half to death. Jiangju withdrew the sword and stared fixedly at Lin Qingyi. After pondering for a while, Jiangju picked her up and left. Before leaving, Jiangju did not forget to glare at the 2 gatekeepers. His gaze made both of them turn deathly pale with fear. In truth, Jiangju had already known that these 2 were not human, but ghosts. Jiangju and Lin Qingyi immediately disappeared into the void, leaving the 2 dog-like fellows dumbfounded. One of them went to report what had just happened to the female ghost called Mother. They disappeared? How could they suddenly disappear into the void? The other one calmly replied, "Mother, that is truly what happened. They suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Also, I heard that Jiangju's blade is terrifying. With one slash, he cut eldest sister out of Lin Qingyi's body." When the ghost mother heard this, she kept cursing, "That wretch deserves it. I told her long ago that Jiangju was not so easy to deal with. Yet she still dared to entertain such thoughts. Mother, as long as the 9-child ghost mother is not destroyed, the 9 children will not die. As long as nothing happens to you, eldest sister cannot die either." The ghost mother shouted angrily, "On the contrary, I wish she would die. If that wretch dies, then so be it. But now that she has fallen into Jiangju's hands, I fear she has already provoked what should not have been provoked. If Jiangju escapes, the mission our master assigned to us will be finished. When that time comes, we mother and children would be better off dying at Jiangju's hands. Go and find him for me. If Jiangju does not come out, then the people of the Strange Immortal Alliance will be executed by slow slicing." The scene shifted to the Strange Immortal Alliance. At this moment, people everywhere were loudly discussing the Alliance leader's order. The Alliance leader has issued a death order. If we cannot find that human cultivator, we will all lose our heads. Hurry up, he is not here. Go check over there. Jiangju, carrying Lin Qingyi on his shoulder, hid to one side and heard everything they said. Jiangju put the girl down and muttered to himself, No, these body cultivators have bodies that are too dense. Carrying her like this will not work." Tu Shanning suddenly appeared and said, "Brother-in-law, you are so weak." Jiangju cried out in surprise, Hey, Shanning, why are you here? Brother-in-law, what kind of memory do you have? Have you forgotten? 2 days ago, late at night, under a clear moon and gentle breeze, Tu Shanning was sound asleep when Jiangju suddenly entered her room and carried her away. Tu Shanning, still sleeping, did not understand what her brother-in-law was planning to do and shouted, Brother-in-law, you, what do you want to do? Shanning, I'm taking you to work. You want to take me and elope? Brother-in-law, my elder sister only just left. This is not good. After being reminded, the young man suddenly remembered. So there was such a thing. Tu Shanning said in an aggrieved tone, "You said you would take me and run away from home." Jiangju's gaze suddenly became extremely serious as he said, "Let us not run away for now. I have a task for you. Shanning, can you grow big like last time?" Tu Shanning thought Jiangju wanted to ride her, so she immediately refused. "No, I already said I would only let you ride me once." Jiangju pointed at Lin Qingyi and said, "I am not asking you to let me ride you. I just want you to help me carry her." Tu Shanning shook her head again. "That is even more impossible. I am the dignified young mistress of Mount Tuesday. How could I let a human slave ride me?" Seeing that Tu Shanning's words made sense, Jiangju thought of another way. "Forget it. For now, I can only think of a way to wake her first." Tu Shanning asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, when did you discover something was wrong with her?" Jiangju replied, "Right from the beginning." "From the beginning? Then why did you not cut her down at the beginning?" "At first, I did not want to make a move. It was just that I saw she wanted to kill the people of the Strange Immortal Alliance. This little grand disciple of mine is very stubborn. When she wakes up, she will definitely think she caused those people's deaths. If she gets fixated on it then, it will be troublesome." Jiangju walked closer to wake the girl. but Tu Shanning thought Jiangju was planning to do something to her. Tu Shanning immediately bit Jiangju's sleeve to stop him. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Taking advantage of someone in trouble? I will go back and tell elder sister." Understanding what she meant, Jiangju took out something that could tempt Tu Shanning. Seeing two crystals, Tu Shanning immediately changed sides completely and said, "Brother-in-law, please continue." "I did not see anything." Jiangju stared fixedly at Lin Qingyi. At this moment, the young man's eyes flared like two flames. Jiangju thought to himself, these wandering ghosts without bodies actually use such a possession method that damages hidden virtue so badly. Sure enough, a moment later, Lin Qingyi woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw Jiangju right in front of her, she was extremely surprised and blushed shyly. She lowered her head and thought, What is going on? Why is little martial ancestor here? Was I not possessed? Little martial ancestor is so handsome. He is so close. What does little martial ancestor want to do? Does he want to kiss me? What should I do? He is so strong that I cannot resist. Thinking as if it were already certain, the girl puckered her lips, preparing to receive Jiangju's kiss. Jiangju hurriedly raised his hand to cover her mouth and said, "Little grand disciple, have some self-respect." That startled her into crying out, and she immediately explained, I thought that." Lin Qingyi stammered and could not form a complete sentence. "It is just little martial ancestor, that." Jiangju pointed at Tu Shanning and explained, "I understand, but my little sister-in-law is still beside us." Seeing that the girl had woken up, Tu Shanning said, "Brother-in-law, she is awake. Hurry and cut her down." Hearing Tu Shanning's threat, Lin Qingyi panicked in fright. What the heck? It was only a little extra, and we had not even kissed, but I'm already going to be cut down? Are the family rules of Mount 2 that strict? Jiangju knocked Tu Shanning on the head and said, "Cut what? This is the real person." Lin Qingyi emotionally held Jiangju's hand and thought, I never expected little martial ancestor to personally come for me. He even spared no hardship to save me in such a dangerous situation. She stared at Jiangju. Little martial ancestor, you should not have come. Jiangju lowered his head, smiled, and said, I have already come. Qingyi, first tell me what happened in the strange immortal alliance. Then Lin Qingyi recounted, after returning to the strange immortal alliance, I drank a cup of tea and lost consciousness. After that, I was locked in prison. Also, little martial ancestor, my father has been possessed by the demon sect too. You truly should not have come here. The strange immortal alliance is very dangerous right now. Jiangju's hand was being squeezed so tightly it hurt, but he still endured it and said, whether it is dangerous or not should be decided by me. After a while, unable to bear it anymore, the young man blurted out, let go, let go. You're using too much strength. Lin Qingyi quickly cried out softly and released his hand. Jiangju drew his sword and pointed it straight at Lin Qingyi. Little grand disciple, that thing is still in your sea of consciousness. Close your eyes. Bear with it for a moment and it will be over. The girl looked at Jiangju with an innocent, blameless expression. Jiangju asked, do you trust me? Lin Qingyi replied with a soft, without the slightest hesitation. Jiangju then held the jade sword, preparing to perform a few basic moves. The fake Lin Qingyi immediately begged in fear. Exalted immortal, spare me. Exalted immortal, spare me. I beg the exalted immortal to spare this lowly one's little life. This lowly one will definitely keep everything secret and pretend to know nothing. Jiangju stopped and asked, I do not need you to answer that. Let me ask you, did you want to find me to have your fortune told? The ghost immediately froze, confused, and let out a sound of surprise. Jiangju continued, do you really think that as long as the ghost mother does not die, the 9 children will be immortal? If I keep your soul here and use it to nourish my 5 gods, guess how long that ghost mother of yours can persist without giving up on you? Looking at Jiangju's icy eyes, Tu Shanning broke out in a cold sweat from fear. What the heck? Brother-in-law looks so scary right now. Boo-hoo. Jiangju, are you really trying to force me to my death? You should know that if I die, your little disciple granddaughter can only become a wandering ghost. Can you bear that? Faced with the female ghost's threat, Lin Qingyi said, little martial ancestor, there is no need to worry about me. Demons must be slain quickly. At worst, I will abandon my body and cultivate the ghost path. The young man said calmly, with your little martial ancestor here, you will not die. Do not worry. The ghost thought to herself, if I reveal my master's identity, he will not let me live. But if I do not obey, Jiangju can also make me live a life worse than death. The only plan now is the female ghost immediately started putting on an act and shouting. Mother, daughter knows her mistake. Daughter knows she was wrong. No matter how that female ghost acted, Jiangju still decisively struck and cut her in two. Before she died, she screamed loudly, Jiangju, in my next life, I definitely will not spare you. Suddenly, Jiangju discovered something was wrong. The young man recited several mental incantations and ordered 5-een heed my command. Capture her soul for me. The 5-een immediately rushed over, preparing to seize the female ghost's soul. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A group of ghosts flew over from nowhere. They chatted noisily. Eldest sister, why are you in such a sorry state? Mother is truly angry this time. Eldest sister, you're done for, hee hee. Why still call her eldest sister? After she revives, she will be the weakest youngest sister, right? Hee hee. Before disappearing, she roared and cursed. Damn you wretches. All of you are wretches. Jiangju, you and I cannot live under the same sky. Jiangju supported Lin Qingyi and called out loudly, Shanning. The little fox ran over, but those ghosts would not let things rest. They immediately shot thread-like strands from their mouths and bound Tu Shanning. Very quickly, Tu Shanning was tied up like a dog and could not move. When the ghosts smelled something delicious, they all sighed greedily. What delicious flesh and blood. I want this piece of meat. No one is allowed to fight me for it. Just as the ghosts were about to butcher Tu Shanning, the young man Jiang Ju rushed over and swung the jade sword, cutting the ghost away. Then he clasped his hands and shouted, 5-een, 5 gods, heed my command. With a point of Jiang Ju's finger, the 5-een and 5 gods appeared and blasted the ghost away. Boo-hoo, brother-in-law. Jiang Ju immediately rushed over and dispelled the spell on Tu Shanning's body. It is all right. Do not be afraid. Then, all of a sudden, a thunderous rumble rang out, sending rocks and earth flying everywhere. The ghost mother transformed into a giant and shouted furiously, Damn you, Jiangju, you killed my daughter. Jiangju, you killed my daughter. You must repay this debt 1,000,000 times over. The giant ghost mother's manifestation strode quickly toward Jiangju. Nearly 10 long hands descended from above, aiming to grab Jiangju. But just as they were about to touch him, with a whoosh, Jiangju, Tu Shanning, and Lin Qingyi vanished. The ghost mother was extremely shocked. What the hell? They disappeared? How could they disappear? The ghost mother ordered the ghosts, search. Find Jiangju for me immediately. The scene shifted to a cave. Jiangju had just set Lin Qingyi down when Tu Shanning curiously asked, Brother-in-law, why did you not clean up those demons and ghosts? Use the thing you arranged where elder sister is in seclusion. That thing is powerful, Jiangju slowly explained. A feng shui formation is not that easy to set up. That is a method of borrowing the terrain. Eastern Cliff Mountains feng shui is ordinary, so it cannot support that kind of formation. Tu Shanning asked curiously again, Then what should we do? How about we go back and find elder sister so she can deal with them? Jiangju said, Shanning, we sneaked out. Are you not afraid your elder sister will lock you up and beat you? Tu Shanning stubbornly replied, I am not afraid. The young man then answered with a brutally honest line, You are not afraid, but I am. All right, stop thinking about that. We have helpers. Tu Shanning said impatiently. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and call the helpers. Now is not the time yet. Let me treat Lin Qingyi first. Jiangju quickly circulated his energy, then tapped a spell into her body. It was as if rows of nailed needles inside her body were being pulled out. Lin Qingyi coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. After that, the young man also pasted a talisman onto Lin Qingyi's forehead. Jiangju turned to Tu Shanning and said, This girl's 3 origins have been destroyed. This spirit-stabilizing talisman can only temporarily stabilize her soul. Shanning, take her back to Sun Moon Lake first. Tu Shanning said with some concern. If I leave, then what will brother-in-law do? Jiangju drew the jade sword and carried it on his shoulder, saying coldly, Naturally, I will go kill to my heart's content. Outside, the ghost lackeys were urgently searching everywhere for Jiangju. Hurry up, move faster, go check over there. Captain, what was that just now? The ghost-possessed man explained, An enemy has broken into our strange, immortal alliance. The person named Jiangju is best at ghost and spirit arts. What you saw just now must have been a ghostly creature controlled by Jiangju. The other man believed it completely. So that is how it is. As expected, Captain is truly knowledgeable. The ghost-possessed man continued. The urgent mission now is to find Jiangju as quickly as possible. If he escapes and reports our camp's location to the Heavenly Demon Lord, the Strange Immortal Alliance will definitely suffer disaster. As soon as the captain finished speaking, one man trembled, pointed, and stammered, Captain. Jiangju walked over, holding a bottle in one hand and the jade sword in the other, speaking from behind them. Everyone, are you looking for me? After many days of searching, the people of the Strange Immortal Alliance had finally met Jiangju. The man possessed by a ghost shouted loudly, Jiangju, what are you all standing there for? Hurry and capture this man. In truth, he only wanted to use the crowd to kill Jiangju for him. When everyone rushed forward, he slowly retreated. He thought to himself, one-on-one, I definitely cannot defeat Jiangju. Even eldest sister ended up like that. I worked so hard to obtain this body. I did not want to become a wandering ghost. The disciples of the Strange Immortal Alliance all held weapons and charged toward Jiangju. One fierce man took the lead, rushing over and cursing, Damn demon race die. Jiangju said nothing. He held something in his mouth, puffing out both cheeks. When that man came close, Jiangju spat hard at him. The red breath sent the Strange Immortal Alliance disciple flying far away. His face was blank as he blurted out, What the hell? That breath is really strong. After that, he felt his whole body lose all strength and slowly collapsed. Seeing this, another man stepped forward and agitated the crowd from the Strange Immortal Alliance. He killed Big Brother Jiang. Avenge Big Brother Jiang. Jiangju did not waste words with them. In truth, the young man only wanted to deal with the ghosts borrowing other people's bodies. Jiangju clasped his hands and took out a small bottle. As the young man said, Rise, two streams of energy, one green and one red, appeared from within the bottle. The ghost standing behind was flustered and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the two streams of energy came over and clung to his legs. He looked down in fear. What is this? The two streams of energy slowly climbed up and enveloped his entire body. Jiangju seized this chance and charged forward with his sword. The ghost knew it had fallen into Jiangju's trap, but it was already too late. It only had time to shout, Jiangju, before it was slashed. Fortunately, it dodged in time, then quickly fled in panic. This time, Jiangju did not slash again. The young man changed his grip on the sword, aimed straight at the fleeing ghost, and hurled it with a whoosh. The sword flew at terrifying speed, leaving the ghost unable to resist. Pierced straight through the chest, it collapsed and screamed in pain. Jiangju squatted down, took out a talisman, and asked, want your fortune told? However, while Jiangju held the talisman in his right hand, his left hand pulled out the sword and stabbed back and forth into the ghost's back, as if deliberately messing with it. It begged in pain, Boo-hoo, exalted immortal, spare me. Jiangju's hand kept stabbing, and his mouth kept asking, Want a reading? Knowing it would be hard to preserve its life, the ghost used voice transmission to ask for help. Mother, Jiangju is where I am. Save me, save me. Jiangju stood up abruptly and ordered the 5 Yin to bind the ghost with chains. The young man pulled out his sword and said, If you obediently listen to me, I have a way to help you escape the ghost mother's control. Time will help you wash away your ghostly energy. Becoming a Yin god is not impossible. If you will not obey, then become food for these 5 Yin gods. The 5 Yin gods also knew very well how to cooperate with Jiangju. When they heard Jiangju speak, they bared their teeth and glared. The ghost, terrified of death, quickly surrendered. Boo-hoo, I surrender. I surrender. Jiangju tossed down a talisman and said, In that case, write. The ghost put the talisman down and was about to write, but Mother had already discovered it. A blue aura seemed to ignite across the ghost's entire body. Don't. No. Mother, your daughter knows she was wrong. Your daughter was wrong. Immediately after, the ghost dissolved. Seeing this, Jiangju knew what was happening, but he could not interfere. In an instant, the ghost dissolved, leaving behind a bead. Jiangju reached out and picked up the bead containing the ghost's soul, muttering, the ghost mother discovered it. Elsewhere, the ghost mother angrily roared Jiangju's name. A ghost beside her laughed and said, Looks like I'm still not the most miserable one. The ghost mother angrily snapped. Damn it, shut your mouth. She thought to herself, In order to revive my eldest daughter, I already damaged a great deal of my vital energy. Now I've been forced to kill my second daughter as well. This is no different from personally cutting off one level of my cultivation. The ridiculous part is that, even now, I still have never truly fought that Jiangju. She gnashed her teeth and squeezed out each word. This hatred cannot exist under the same sky. The ghost beside her said again, "Mother, the most urgent matter is to summon the remaining sisters back. Jiangju knows the art of soul summoning. Do you want to end up as a commander with no troops?" The ghost mother immediately closed her eyes and used voice transmission to call her children back. "All of you, return at once." The ghost asked curiously, "Mother, if all the sisters come back, then what about that Jiangju? If he wants to run, we have almost no means of keeping him." Here, this time, the ghost mother was determined to fight Jiangju to the bitter end. "He cannot run." Before the master left, he left behind the floating island. "With that treasure here, where can he run?" The ghost said anxiously, "Damn, mother, have you gone mad? If you touch the floating island without permission, master will definitely know. Do you still want to return to the White Bone Cave?" The ghost mother frowned, her gaze showing clear determination as she said, "As long as Jiangju dies, every mistake will become merit. For now, do not worry about Jiangju. Let the people of the strange immortal alliance hold him back. You will all protect me." "Yes, mother." On this side, the disciples of the strange immortal alliance still refused to give up. Jiangju had never intended to injure these brats, so he said, "Everyone, please make way." One man stepped forward and shouted, "Demonic cultivator, die! Form the array." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant sword appeared. Jiangju took countless talismans from his person and threw them toward the sword. Immediately after, thunderous explosions rang out, and some of the strange Immortal Alliance brats were injured badly enough to cough blood. The more injured they were, the angrier they became, roaring, "Damn it, kill him! Protect the Alliance leader. Protect the strange Immortal Alliance." Jiangju had intended to use a few talismans to scare them into retreating. Who would have thought they would be brave at exactly the wrong time? The young man scratched his ear and sighed. What a headache. Just then, Lin Qingyi arrived and shouted, "Stop! All of you stop! Ah, young master," Lin Qingyi said to Jiangju, "little martial ancestor." When Tu Shanning saw Jiangju, she complained, "Brother-in-law." She woke up halfway and stubbornly insisted on coming back. "I could not beat her." One of the brats shouted anxiously, "Young master, this man is a dog demon. The Alliance leader ordered us to capture him." When Jiangju heard him curse him, he glared at him. Lin Qingyi asked angrily, "Who allowed you to attack little martial ancestor? He is our benefactor." The subordinate was somewhat confused and asked, "This, young master, where did you hear that?" Lin Qingyi began to explain, "An evil spirit occupied my body. If not for little martial ancestor, my soul would have long since scattered completely. And not only me, my father and junior brother Wu were both possessed. Little martial ancestor is the father of the sex elder. Is your cultivation level qualified to challenge him? If he had not taken my father's dignity into consideration, do you truly think you could still be alive?" Captain Wu, with a talisman stuck to his forehead, was helped over by another person and said, "Eldest senior sister is right. I was also possessed by an evil spirit. Have none of you felt that our temperaments have changed these past few days?" One subordinate immediately noticed the similarity between Lin Qingyi and Captain Wu and asked, "The young master and Captain Wu both have talismans stuck to their foreheads. They may also have had their minds controlled by this demonic cultivator. Everyone, do not believe them." Lin Qingyi angrily pointed at the talisman on her forehead and said, "This is a spirit-stabilizing talisman. That evil spirit that possessed me injured the origin of my mind. If not for little martial ancestor's talisman, my soul would already have left this world." The brat still did not believe her and shouted, "What proof is there?" Hearing this, Lin Qingyi hesitated, not knowing how to explain it clearly to him. Jiangju spoke up, "Your alliance leader has never shown himself up to now. Does that not explain anything? If you still do not believe it, then follow me to meet that alliance leader of yours as well." The brat also wanted to clarify what was true and what was false. He immediately led Jiangju inside. As Jiangju walked, he muttered, "I was already leaving. Why make me come back?" Lin Qingyi smiled and replied, "That is a matter of our strange immortal alliance. I truly feel embarrassed asking little martial ancestor to help. If I can help little martial ancestor even a little, that is good enough." Jiangju asked, "Is your body all right?" "Yes. For now, nothing is wrong. Little martial ancestor's talisman works very well." "Little martial ancestor, thank you. I will definitely repay this favor." Jiangju looked Lin Qingyi directly in the eyes without any embarrassment and said, "Good. Remember to repay it." Lin Qingyi's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she let out a soft ah. She wondered curiously whether what Jiangju meant was the same as what she was thinking. As the two were talking, Longvine suddenly appeared on the steps ahead and came rumbling down. By reflex, Jiangju raised his hand in front of him to shield his face. The young man wondered, damn, what is going on? The brat was so scared he nearly wet himself and said, ah, sir, please go up ahead and take a look. After that, Jiangju walked in front, leading the strange Immortal Alliance group. After walking for a while, he saw something strange ahead. Jiangju looked on in shock, seeing countless bolts of lightning appear. The alliance leader of the strange Immortal Alliance, who had been possessed by an evil spirit, had transformed into a huge monster that looked extremely terrifying. The brat now shouted in horror, damn it, that is the alliance leader. The alliance leader really was possessed by an evil spirit. Jiangju thought to himself, what the hell is this? A trap? The nine-child ghost mother dares reveal her true form in front of everyone. As she prepared some method, at this moment the ghost mother shouted, measureless heaven, the souls of all ages return. Beyond measureless heaven, seek immortality. How many attain the way of immortality? Above the heavens are still the affairs of heaven. The gods uphold the 36 heavens. Hearing these lines, Jiangju immediately told the people of the strange Immortal Alliance to retreat. Everyone fall back. The ghost mother looked at Jiangju with a tender gaze full of killing intent. The young man understood with a single glance just how much the ghost mother hated him. The ghost mother barked again. The 36 heavens already have masters. Why is there now an additional purple firmament heaven? Jiangju was somewhat surprised and wondered inwardly. How does she know about purple firmament heaven? Just who is her master? Then Jiangju took out a talisman in his hand, circulated his energy, and threw it straight at the ghost mother. The light of the talisman shone as bright as the sun. However, it seemed to have no effect on the ghost mother at all. The ghost said confidently, Jiangju, are you calling for reinforcements? That is right. Your fate has always been good. No matter where you are, you always have reinforcements. But that does not matter. No matter what you call upon, the supreme treasure of the divine firmament only knows the heavenly creation scripture. But there are still other treasures. Today, I will broaden your horizons. Jiangju, does this island in the sky look familiar to you? As soon as the ghost mother finished speaking, something enormous suddenly appeared high above like a meteorite, hurtling straight toward Jiangju. The young man's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth as he thought, this. How? How is this possible? The ghost mother laughed smugly without stopping. Jiangyu di. Seeing Jiangju in danger, Tu Shanning cried out in fear, brother-in-law. Lin Xingyi was just as worried and cried, little martial ancestor. A terrifying surge of spiritual power aimed at the place where Jiangju was standing. At this moment, the young man could only stare helplessly because it was hard to believe the ghost mother was actually this powerful. Jiangju raised both hands to cover his eyes and left his life to fate. Suddenly, a surge of red spiritual power appeared. Tu Shanlan had arrived. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, he saw the roof standing in front of him. Tu Shanlan still had that same expression, those same cold eyes. Tu Shanning said happily, brother-in-law, so you invited elder sister here? Then it is fine. With elder sister here, there is no need to worry anymore. Jiangju thought to himself. The person I invited was clearly. No, wait, why does Tu Shanlan know this place? Tu Shanlan would not have been following me, right? The ghost mother was furious and no longer cared about anything. She shouted in madness. How is this possible? How is this possible? Her mouth began loudly reciting again. Beyond the heavens, how many firmament realms are there? Beneath the heavens, how many layered peaks are there? Tu Shanlan was not worried in the slightest. Her expression remained as calm as ever. She immediately formed a ring of cold energy that rapidly spread in all directions. She brought her feet together and began to float up from the ground. The ghost mother ordered her children, catch her. Hurry and catch her for me. From the ghost mother's enormous body, swarms of small fry scrambled out one after another. But as soon as they approached Tu Shanlan, they were frozen solid by that layer of cold energy. The ghost mother stood there in extreme rage. Tu Shanlan asked loudly, you want to kill Jiangju? The ghost mother did not answer, but asked instead, who are you? Why do you want to help him? I struggled in the White Bone Cave for 1,000 years and had to devour countless little souls before I could escape that place. How could I possibly die here? Then she shouted, kill. The ghost mother released a dense swarm of ghosts, and they charged toward Tu Shanlan. Tu Shanlan said nothing. She quickly drew her bow and shot them all straight back to their ancestors. With ease, she made the entire group vanish. However, immediately afterward, Tu Shanlan sensed something unusual beneath her feet. She looked down and saw a ghost trying to burrow up from underground and grab her leg. Meanwhile, the ghost mother crowed loudly. I still have not lost. I still have a chance, as long as I gather power once more. After speaking, she lifted her face to the sky and laughed wildly, as if cursing the whole world. Ah! But she did not get to be smug for long before she sensed something strange in her true body. She groaned when she discovered that a layer of freezing ice was spreading through her entire body. The cold energy gradually spread throughout her true body, and the ghost mother was about to be frozen solid as well. Her voice became weaker, and she could only grind her teeth and say, you. But there was nothing she could do to Tu Shan Lan. On this side, Tu Shanlan continued to raise her bow and shoot repeatedly. Jiangju hurried over to stop her. Spare the ghost beneath your arrow, because he had run too quickly. The young man was already panting after saying just one sentence. Although Tu Shanlan did not understand what Jiangju was trying to do, she still lowered her bow and waited while the young man caught his breath. A moment later, Jiangju ordered the 5 Yin gods to open the array. They used chains to lock the ghost mother's soul. The ghost mother screamed Jiangju's name in agony, but now she could no longer do anything. Jiangju explained to Tu Shanlan, the 9-child ghost mother is very difficult to deal with. Even if her true body is destroyed, she can borrow another Yin stone to revive. Only by locking her soul can we cut off her path of survival. Tu Shanlan asked with a face as cold as ice. Are you sure you can do it? The ghost mother's body was being severely destroyed, and the 5 Yin gods were using chains to lock her soul. Although Jiangju knew the only way to eliminate the ghost mother was to lock her soul, he did not have enough strength. The young man said to the roof, Haha, this 9-child ghost mother is a bit strong, so I must ask your exalted one to take action and kill all the other ghosts inside her body. Suddenly, countless arms sprouted from the ghost mother, each holding a banner and raising it with imposing force. An extremely powerful blue aura appeared around the ghost mother. She crowed in delight. It is Master! It is Master! The blurry image of a man standing on a lotus appeared, and the ghost mother's voice grew even louder. Master, save me. Jiangju is here. Jiangju is here. Jiangju widened his eyes and tried to see what was about to happen, while Tu Shanlan remained as calm as if nothing were happening. After crying for help until her throat was hoarse, what the ghost mother received was the person she called Master raising his hand, preparing to crush her to death. The ghost mother also realized this, and her expression gradually changed. Damn it, Master! As soon as the ghost mother finished speaking, a huge hand tightly gripped the true body she was inhabiting. A smile also appeared on the face of the person she called Master. The ghost mother only had time to scream, No, Master, no, before she was crushed to death. After dealing with the ghost mother, the man's voice echoed over. Jiangju, you truly are a fortunate man. No matter where you are, someone helps you. Among the human race, your senior brother protects you. In the abyss of southern border, the totem deity protects you. Even in the 10,000 demon kingdom, even the heavenly demon lord stands on your side. Tu Shanlan angrily threw a rain of ice arrows at the man and said, What are you pretending to be, playing ghost and god here? However, he quickly and easily dodged. Jiangju looked him over again and again, but still could not recognize who he was. So he asked, Who are you? But no matter who you are, you should still call me martial ancestor or martial uncle. You cannot be so rude. The man replied angrily, Jiangju, you will not be arrogant for much longer. Just wait. That old ghost himself is hard to put into words. When the palace master of divine firmament falls, who else will be able to protect you? Do you know how many immortals are eyeing your life? Tu Shanlan, she's not qualified enough. Tu Shanlan looked at the man with eyes full of killing intent and thought. Oh, I cannot protect Jiangju. Jiangju understood his intention and said to the roof, Your exalted one, his true body is not here. Activating the floating island requires time. Tu Shanlan realized he was deliberately stalling. She quickly used a fatal beam to deal with that. The man's mouth still kept cursing Jiangju without pause. You are still a despicable coward. After dealing with those people, Tu Shanlan turned and gave Jiangju a glance that frightened him pale. The young man immediately changed the subject and said, Right, your exalted one. Why are you at Eastern Cliff Mountain? Tu Shanlan closed her eyes and replied, I happened to pass by. What about you? Why did you appear here and cause trouble like this? Jiangju also played dumb and turned his head away. I was just passing by too, haha. Tu Shanlan said, after we return, explain everything clearly to me. The young man nodded obediently, like a puppy. Yes, ma'am. At this moment, Lin Yushan saluted Jiangju. Disciple Lin Yushan of Crimson Sun Heaven pays respects to Grand Marshal Uncle. Jiangju immediately stepped forward to help the old man up and said, Alliance Leader Lin, please rise. I was expelled from the mountain gate by that old ghost long ago. I no longer count as a member of Divine Firmament Palace. You could just call me Jiangju. After hearing this, Lin Yushan still lowered his head, cupped his hands, and said, this disciple would not dare. After that, Jiangju and Lin Yushan sat down to talk. Jiangju said, Alliance Leader Lin, do you know who the person secretly supporting your strange immortal alliance really is? Alliance Leader Lin replied, I dare not conceal anything from Grand Marshal Uncle. It is just that this disciple truly does not know the other party's identity. Jiangju asked again, then how did he contact you? Lin Yushan recounted, each contact was through entering dreams. In my dream, I saw that person sitting upright on a green jade lotus platform. He said that he and this disciple shared the same sect, so he was willing to help this disciple. He brought this disciple to a flying island. The divine weapons, ritual artifacts, spirit pills, wine, and medicines of the strange immortal alliance all came from that flying island. Thinking about it now, the other party must have intended from the beginning to seize my body. Jiangju asked in puzzlement. You are already at the second grade divine ability realm, yet you could still be possessed by the nine-child ghost mother. Hearing the question, Lin Yushan said honestly, this disciple failed to examine it carefully at the time. But Grand Marshal Uncle, from the time this disciple was possessed, I vaguely remember that the nine-child ghost mother once contacted several great demon experts. And those great demon experts, just like this disciple, had all been possessed by ghostly beings. Jiangju asked in surprise, are you sure? Lin Yushan lowered his head and replied, this disciple's consciousness was hazy. I only remember it vaguely. Jiangju thought to himself, could it be that the demon clans in the 10,000 demon kingdom are also being secretly controlled by that mysterious person? This person's schemes are not small at all. Suddenly, Lin Yushan hurriedly knelt in front of Jiangju. Jiangju was surprised. Damn, what are you doing? Lin Yushan said with an extremely grave expression. Grand Marshal Uncle, all my life, this disciple has wished only to bring our fellow countrymen stranded in demon territory back to their homeland. Now a great enemy stands before us. This disciple fears he does not have the ability to command the strange immortal alliance. I respectfully beg Grand Marshal Uncle, for the sake of brotherly ties, to take up the position of alliance leader of the strange immortal alliance. Jiangju stared at him. I told you to tell me whatever it was, and it turns out this was your plan all along? Alliance Leader Lin, you and I have only just met. You do not even know what kind of person I am. Aren't you afraid I'll lead the strange immortal alliance straight into the gutter? Lin Yushan replied, earlier, when I heard Qingyi explain Grand Marshal Uncle's divine abilities, this disciple was still somewhat apprehensive. But after meeting Grand Marshal Uncle, this disciple is no longer apprehensive. Jiangju stared at him and asked why. Lin Yushan said, Grand Marshal Uncle can control the heavenly immortal creation scripture. Therefore, Grand Marshal Uncle, you are the human Tao leader, are you not? Jiangju rubbed his chin and replied, Tao leader? What Tao leader? That old ghost never told me anything. Lin Yushan continued, the ancestral teaching of Divine Firmament Palace states that anyone able to take command of the heavenly immortal creation scripture shall be the human Tao leader, responsible for protecting humanity and ensuring its survival. Grand Marshal Uncle is the human Tao leader of this generation. Jiangju asked in surprise, you mean that from now on, I will be the one calling the shots in the strange immortal alliance? Lin Yushan cupped his hands and said loudly, yes. Please, Grand Marshal Uncle, fulfill our wish. Bring our fellow human countrymen stranded among the demons back to their homeland. Jiangju replied calmly, oh, that is all? Simple. Hearing this, Lin Yushan stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Simple? As Jiangju turned away, he said to someone, did you hear that clearly? The strange immortal alliance is under my authority now. That person was none other than Jiangju's wife. At that moment, Tu Shanlan also walked out. Jiangju immediately introduced her. This is the heavenly demon lord of the 10,000 demon kingdom, Tu Shanlan. Lin Yushan thought to himself, the heavenly demon lord? Could Grand Marshal Uncle have defected to the enemy? Did he bring a heavenly demon lord personally to the strange immortal alliance to destroy us? While Lin Yushan's thoughts were running wild, Jiang Ju continued the introduction. Heh, she's my wife. When Lin Yushan heard this, his eyes widened in shock, but he did not dare say anything more. He only thought inwardly, what the hell? What does wife mean? Is it what I think it means? Tu Shanlan sat down and raised her teacup as she said, according to the way you humans put it, it could be called marrying into the bride's family. Lin Yushan could not understand what exactly was going on, so he turned to Jiang Ju and asked, Grand Marshal Uncle, what is this? The young man raised a finger and replied, didn't you want our fellow countrymen stranded in demon territory to go home? I know of an underground route beneath the Golden Sand River that connects the human and demon races. That route can bring everyone from the strange immortal alliance to human territory. Hearing this, Lin Yushan cried out in surprise. Grand Marshal Uncle, is that true? Jiang Ju looked toward Tu Shanlan and said, but that passage lies within the heavenly demon lord's territory. Although the heavenly demon lord is my wife, even close brothers must settle accounts clearly. Given the current situation, both Jiang Ju and Lin Yushan admitted that the strange immortal alliance was indeed somewhat strapped for resources. And not merely strapped. If thieves came to rob them, they would have to leave something behind for the thieves before letting them go. Tu Shanlan's eyes sharpened as she glanced at Jiang Ju and said, then what do you plan to do? Jiang Ju closed his eyes and thought for a while, then replied, open trade. Hearing this, Tu Shanlan and Lin Yushan exclaimed at the same time, open trade? Jiang Ju clasped his hands and said, that's right. The demon race produces abundant demon essence, demon beast materials, and spirit minerals. Humans are skilled at forging divine weapons and magical treasures, and at cultivating spirit pills and medicines, which are things the demon race lacks. We can allow the two sides to cooperate and profit together, integrate resources, and achieve mutually beneficial cooperation. Lin Yushan cupped his hands, bowed his head, and said, Grand Marshal Uncle wishes to use this opportunity to strengthen the strange immortal alliance, so that we can rescue even more oppressed countrymen, correct? The affairs of the strange immortal alliance shall all be entrusted to Grand Marshal Uncle. Seeing that this deal seemed promising, Tu Shanlan turned away and said to Jiang Ju, 70% of the profit goes to me. I will wait for you outside Eastern Cliff Mountain. After his wife left, Jiang Ju patted Lin Yushan on the shoulder and said, cooperating with the demon race, I fear it will not sit well with you. Lin Yushan's face crumpled as he said, Grand Marshal Uncle, have you ever seen human flesh carefully raised as food for the demon race? Have you ever seen women taken away for breeding, just to obtain 1,000 infants to refine a magical artifact? Our clansmen living in this demon territory live worse than pigs or dogs. Within the strange immortal alliance, there are over 100 cultivators of the 4th grade and above. They could have left this land of demons long ago, but they chose to stay. Without exception, every one of them only wants to return to our homeland together with our countrymen. Now Grand Marshal Uncle has sacrificed himself to fight against demons and devils, and only then have you brought us a faint glimmer of hope, let alone cooperating with demons and monsters. Even if you wanted us to work ourselves to death, we would do so willingly. Jiang Ju listened to him and was utterly stunned. There are such things even in the heavenly demon's territory. Lin Yushan continued, no. The heavenly demon lord of this generation seems to detest the human race greatly. Most of the humans in the heavenly demon domain have been driven out by her. Only a small portion of our countrymen remain to reclaim land and farm. Compared with other clans, our countrymen in the heavenly demon lord's territory can be considered to be living better lives. Since Grand Marshal Uncle has taken control of the passage between the two regions, could we perhaps ask Master to send troops to rescue the oppressed countrymen? Jiang Ju folded his arms and said, if we make too much noise, Tu Shanlan will not be as easy to talk to as she was just now. In truth, reinforcements do not necessarily have to come from human territory. Why seek far away what is close at hand? While Jiang Ju was speaking with Lin Yushan, Tu Shanlan had gone outside to wait for her husband with a Ning. The boss at home seemed gentler than usual today. When she saw Jiang Ju come out, she said nothing which surprised the young man somewhat. Unexpectedly, Tu Shanlan turned back and said, "What are you standing there for? Let's go back." Jiangju hurried after the boss at home and asked, "Are we still going to Sun Moon Lake?" As Tu Shanlan snapped her fingers to summon her pet beast, she said, "No, we're going straight back to Mount Tuesday." In an instant, a gigantic eagle appeared. Jiangju and the boss at home were preparing to go home when the blue-haired girl ran over with a bundle. "Little martial ancestor, wait for me," Jiangju asked in surprise. "What are you doing?" The blue-haired girl panted as she said, "Little martial ancestor, father told me to follow and serve little martial ancestor from now on. First, so that little martial ancestor will not lack family by your side. Second, so that I can serve as a messenger between you and the strange immortal alliance in the future." Jiangju exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful." But after only a few seconds, the young man felt a chill run down his back because the boss at home was beside him. He glanced at his wife with a probing look. However, the boss at home said, "Why are you looking at me? She is your person. Decide for yourself." Only then did Jiang Ju confidently say to Lin Qingyi, "Since that is the case, follow me from now on." Lin Qingyi nodded in agreement. Yes. The eagle quickly brought the three of them back to Mount Tu. Jiang Ju returned with a young woman, causing everyone to look up curiously. They quickly gathered around and bowed. "Cluck, fellow Taoists, everyone. Welcome Mr. Jiang home." Jiangju also replied cheerfully, "Sorry to trouble you all." They surrounded Jiangju, expressing their joy at his return. As soon as the young man entered the room, he was carefully attended to. A heaping plate of fruit was served, along with a large jar of wine. One of them even massaged Jiangju attentively. Lin Qingyi asked Jiangju curiously, "Little martial ancestor, who are they?" Jiangju replied while chewing with his mouth full, "Oh, they're all guards sent by Mount Tu to follow me. On ordinary days, they're responsible for my safety." Lin Qingyi looked at the three demon beasts and sighed. Just relying on them? When they heard this, the three of them looked at Lin Qingyi with dagger-like eyes. "What did you say, sweetheart?" Jiangju smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "They just help serve tea, pour water, run errands, and the like. In any case, having them around is much more convenient." "All right, Cluck. Everyone may withdraw for now." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." The three demon beasts obeyed and withdrew. Lin Qingyi was still curious and asked, "Little martial ancestor, most of them are only at the 6th grade. With that, they are supposed to protect you? Could it be that the heavenly demon lord discovered what you intend to do and sent these demon guards here? She says they are protecting you, but in reality, they are monitoring you." The young man rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Little grand disciple, do you know what my cultivation level is?" Lin Qingyi quickly replied, "Little martial ancestor commands purple firmament heaven and orders the 9 firmament high god. Even the great elder cannot do that. How could little martial ancestor's cultivation be something a junior like me can guess at?" Jiangju stretched his hand toward Lin Qingyi and said, "Why don't you check for yourself?" Lin Qingyi was extremely surprised and asked, May I?" Jiangju closed his eyes and nodded to show his consent. Lin Qingyi placed 2 fingers on Jiangju's acupoint. The moment she touched him, Lin Qingyi closed her eyes and began to sense. 7th grade, Canley Realm. Bone age, 20. Impossible. Little martial ancestor, why must you deceive me? You are the great elder's junior brother, and your status far exceeds the masters of the 36 heavens. How could you be only 20 years old? Moreover, you can command the 9 firmament high god, invite a god to slay a Buddha. Jiangju's expression became serious as he said, "What if I told you the truth is exactly that?" Lin Qingyi thought to herself, "I heard father say that in order to prolong his lifespan, the great elder often seals himself inside an iceberg. Could little martial ancestor also possess a method of being reborn into another life, his cultivation scattered, reincarnating and cultivating again from the beginning? It must be so. No wonder he is only 7th grade, yet his whole body is filled with the golden light of merit, and his shortcut methods are unfathomable." After thinking this, Lin Qingyi said to Jiangju, "Little martial ancestor's divine powers truly are not something a junior like me can speculate about. Little martial ancestor, from now on, I will protect you well. If anyone wants to hurt little martial ancestor, they will have to step over my corpse first." Jiangju sighed inwardly. What is this little grand disciple imagining in her head all day long? Someone save this child. At that moment, in a vast space, the mountains were majestic, and the earth and rocks were shattered. Jiangju slowly walked forward with a sword in hand, facing those boulders. A faint, eerie voice called out, "Jiangju, Jiangju, Someone was calling Jiangju. A moment later, those boulders vanished completely. Before Jiangju stood a snow-white mountain. From behind the tall mountain, a giant appeared and said, "Junior brother, am I about to fulfill the divination?" It turned out that all of this was merely in Jiangju's dream. The young man woke with a start, drenched in sweat. Lin Qingyi called out anxiously, "Little martial ancestor, little martial ancestor." Jiangju sat bolt upright and let out a dazed huh. As Lin Qingyi wiped the young man's sweat, she said, "Little martial ancestor, you are awake. You are awake. I saw that you were sweating so much." Jiangju snatched the towel and said, "I'll wipe it myself. Qingyi, pour me a cup of tea." Qingyi nodded. "Yes, little martial ancestor, did you just have a nightmare?" Jiangju took the cup of tea, his expression becoming pensive. It could be considered that, he thought to himself, something major is probably about to happen at Divine Firmament Palace. I must go back as soon as possible. Lin Qingyi informed him, "Someone from the Heavenly Demon Lord side has come, inviting you to the Fox Immortal Hall." Jiangju asked, "Is Tu Shanlan finished with her business? I will go and return shortly. Wait for me at home." However, Qingyi said she wanted to go with her martial ancestor. Jiangju hurried on his way, constantly thinking, Divine Firmament Palace's fortune or disaster is still uncertain. Why is the Heavenly Demon Lord looking for me? The scene shifted to the main hall. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Lord, Tu Shanlan, declared in a resonant voice, "I have summoned you all today because there is one matter I wish to announce. This seat wishes to cooperate with the strange immortal alliance." Hearing Tu Shanlan's words, the crowd began whispering among themselves. What the hell? The Heavenly Demon Lord of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom was the common ruler of countless demon races. And what was the strange immortal alliance? Rebels, a violent and uncooperative group of traitors, a tumor of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. An old man in purple robes stood among them, glaring silently as he thought to himself, a majestic emperor wants to cooperate with rebels. This is truly making a laughingstock of herself before the world. After Tu Shanlan finished her announcement, the crowd dispersed, still discussing it. Brother E Mountain, what sort of bewitching potion did that Jiangju give your Exalted One to make your Exalted One agree to such an absurd proposal? E Mountain replied, Brother Rain River, why say such things? Trade with the human race is being led by the royal consort. For us of Mount 2, it brings only benefits and no harm. What is the strange immortal alliance? Merely a group of humans. What qualifications do they have to cooperate with us? In Mountain reminded Rain River, Brother Rain River, be careful with your words. The passage between the two realms is in Mr. Jiang's hands. Do not forget that Mr. Jiang is also human. Rain River hated Jiangju bitterly. Jiangju, I fear he cannot wash clean his own identity either. If he knows what is good for him, he should hand over the passage between the two realms and let us decide everything. In Mountain said, Mr. Jiang will not agree, and your Exalted One must have her own intentions. Brother Rain River, it will be better not to cause trouble. Rain River left with his hands behind his back and said, Jiangju has no choice. Leave this matter to me to persuade him. Brother E Mountain, there is no need to advise me further. Speak of the devil, and the devil arrives. At that moment, Jiangju and Qingyi had just arrived. Seeing Duke E Mountain, Jiangju cupped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Duke E Mountain. The Academy does not have a break today. So why has Duke E Mountain left the Spirit Cliff Blessed Land? Duke E Mountain smiled and said, Your Exalted One summoned me. This old body of mine could only leave its place. Seeing the man in purple robes, Jiangju asked, Duke E Mountain, I have yet to ask for an introduction. This is... Before E Mountain could introduce him, Rain River replied, This old man received heaven's official appointment, and my shrine is at Rain River. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiangju bowed his head in salute. So it is Duke Rain River. However, when Jiangju lifted his head, he was startled to see Rain River kneeling before him. He immediately reached out to help Rain River up. You mustn't. Duke Rain River, what are you doing? The man refused to stand, kneeling there as he continued. The royal consort understands righteousness well and can accept this courtesy. This old man owes you a favor. From now on, the royal consort need only teach disciples at Mount 2 in peace. Leave the rest to this old man. If you have any commands, this old man would not dare disobey. After all, the prosperity of the Mount 2 clan cannot be without the royal consort's contribution. Jiangju was still confused, not understanding what was going on. Contribution? What contribution could I have made? Rain River stood up and said, although the royal consort is human, you think of our clan in every respect. Now the royal consort has offered a plan and presented the passage between the two realms to our clan. Because of this, our clan will become the only clan in the 10,000 demon kingdom able to communicate with the human race. Is that not a great contribution? Hearing Rain River say these words, Jiangju inwardly realized that this old man did not seem to have good intentions. After thinking this, he continued, "What are you saying, Duke Rain River? Opening the passage between the human and demon realms does not benefit only one side. It also brings great benefits to my strange, immortal alliance." Jiangju's words startled Rain River. Your strange, immortal alliance? What does the royal consort mean? The strange immortal alliance is made up of rebels of the 10,000 demon kingdom. How can the royal consort collude with traitors? Jiangju's eyes suddenly sharpened as he glared at him and said, "Are those words yours, or Tu Shanlin's?" Rain River turned aside and laughed loudly. "This is Mount Tu, the holy land to which the myriad demons pay court. Mr. Jiang, you should know that you are the royal consort of the 10,000 demon kingdom, and you must also abide by Mount Tu's rules. Many great demons are dissatisfied with your background." He suddenly changed his tone and shouted, "What sort of status does the strange immortal alliance have? The royal consort actually stands up for them. They are nothing but thieves, lowly servants, and attendants like livestock." Hearing these humiliating words, Jiangju immediately grew furious and growled, "Livestock, servants, and attendants." Jiangju drew his sword and placed it against the old man's neck, saying coldly, "Duke Rain River, have you forgotten that I am also human?" The scene before him did not surprise Duke Een Mountain, who remained very calm, while Chingy stared wide-eyed in shock. The nearby people said anxiously to one another, "Hurry and report this to your exalted one." Chingy stepped forward with a worried expression and said, "Little martial ancestor." Jiangju said to Chingy, "Tell them who holds the strange immortal alliance now." Chingy immediately spoke up. "My father has abdicated and yielded his position. Now all internal and external affairs of the strange immortal alliance are decided solely by little martial ancestor Jiangju." Jiangju continued through gritted teeth, "Duke Rain River says I am colluding with the strange immortal alliance. That is indeed true, but I fear Duke Rain River does not know that the strange immortal alliance is now under my authority. Duke Rain River wants to accuse me? You dare call the strange immortal alliance lowly servants and attendants like livestock? Then do you dare test whether the blade of my human race is sharp?" As he spoke, Jiangju pressed the blade against the man's neck. That wretched fellow was so frightened that sweat poured down him, his face turning deathly pale. In that moment of terror, he vaguely saw a strange scene appear before his eyes. There were 11 men with hands clasped and eyes closed, loudly chanting, "Purple firmament, heaven great void, true Lord who saves suffering and distress, supreme, true Lord." The wretched fellow's eyes widened in horror. At this moment, in a certain building, demonic energy was surging upward. Inside, Sword Slave was sitting in meditation, murmuring, "When heaven has flaws, it is not full, and so it will not overflow. When man has flaws, if he waits until the future, he cannot make them whole. When the Tao has flaws, it seizes 2 or 3 to mend the one." Sweat poured down like rain, and a layer of scales like fish scales appeared on her neck. All of a sudden, Sword Slave's eyes flew open. One of her eyes blazed brightly like burning fire, like the eye of a snake. "Great heavenly demon art, I have been stuck at the threshold of becoming a saint for more than 1,000 years. This great heavenly demon art strengthens cultivation by devouring another person's Tao. And since I carry the karma-cutting sword, I will not be tainted by karmic force. Perhaps this time, it really can help me transform into a saint." Jiangju is an immortal of destiny. His timing and karma lie beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements. If I can devour Jiangju's origin, there is hope of becoming an immortal. Thinking this, she licked her lips greedily, wanting to eat Brother Ju as if he were Tang Sanzang. Become an immortal? Jiangju, Smack, smack. At this moment, Sword Slave's entire body was enveloped in a dense mass of demonic energy. The door suddenly flew wide open, and a wave of cold air rushed in. The one who had arrived was Tu Shanlon. She walked closer to Sword Slave. Sword Slave suddenly opened her eyes and glared at her fiercely, full of murderous intent. However, there was not the slightest worry on Tu Shanlon's face. Upon seeing Tu Shanlon, Sword Slave immediately lost her edge, clasped her hands, bowed, and saluted Tu Shanlon. Master, Tu Shanlon reproached her. You have guarded the sword for 1,000 years, yet you still cannot control your inner demon. This subordinate's composure is insufficient. Tu Shanlon raised her hand and sent spiritual power into her to steady her mind, saying, after my grand wedding, the 10,000 demon abyss will open. I will give you one quota. It will help you break free of your inner demon. Hearing this, Sword Slave thanked Tu Shanlon. Tu Shanlon continued, that Mr. Jing may have come from Divine Firmament Palace. Jiangju may know his methods well. During this period, go sit with him more often. Perhaps he has a way. Jiangju just happens to have come to see me. Come with me to the front hall. Tu Shanlon was about to leave when Sword Slave called out to stop her. Your Exalted One, please wait. There is something I would still like your Exalted One to look over. As soon as Tu Shanlon turned back, Sword Slave took out something that looked like a mirror and held it up. When Tu Shanlon saw the strange characters flying before her eyes, she cried out, great heavenly demon art. Outside, Jiangju was just about to deal with Rain River when he heard a loud commotion. Startled, he turned around and thought to himself, is Tu Shanlon angry? She's throwing such a huge fit. Rain River, however, thought Tu Shanlon's rage was because of him. He muttered to himself, everything I did was for the sake of the Mount Tu clan. But if your Exalted One truly becomes angry over this, then I'm finished. At this moment, Duke E-Mountain stepped forward to mediate. You two, an unexpected change has occurred. I hope you will stop for now. Follow this old man to see your Exalted One first, and we can discuss matters afterward. Rain River agreed. This old man is willing to temporarily set aside his prejudices. I only fear Mr. Jiang may not be so magnanimous. Jiangju immediately put away his sword and gave a cold snort. After that, the four of them went to where Tu Shanlon was. As soon as they arrived, they saw a strange phenomenon. The ground and the entire Great Hall were frozen everywhere, and everyone observed it in surprise. Duke E-Mountain walked at the front, clasped his hands, and said, Your Exalted One, this old man, E-Mountain, has come together with Duke Rain River to pay respects. The Great Hall remained silent, without the slightest movement. This made Duke E-Mountain and Rain River feel somewhat puzzled, and they glanced at each other. A few seconds later, a voice sounded from within the Great Hall. Where is Jiangju? Hearing his name called, the young man raised his hand as if answering roll call. Jiangju is here. The voice inside sounded again. Jiangju, come in. Everyone else, wait outside. Hearing this, Rain River said, This old man is Rain River. I have an important matter for which I request an audience with your Exalted One. That voice sounded again. Your Exalted One will not see you. Jiangju, hurry inside. Jiangju asked the purple-robed man, How about Duke Rain River enters the hall with me? Knowing that was impossible, Rain River snorted, tucked his tail between his legs, and turned away. Jiangju waved and said, In that case, I'll go in first. See you later. As soon as Jiangju stepped inside, he found everything strange. Why did this place look like the cave residence where Tu Shanlon secluded herself? At this moment, Tu Shanlon was sitting there, stroking Sword Slave's head. Jiangju suddenly felt uneasy inside. No way, right? Seeing Jiangju, Tu Shanlon suddenly looked up. Then, like a delicate young maiden, she wanted to hug Jiangju. Oh! Hearing this dainty voice, Jiangju's face twisted. Oh no, all that second soul nonsense is back again. At this moment, the moment she saw Brother Ju, Tu Shanlon pounced over to grab him. Oh, it was too sudden. Jiangju dodged backward, spreading his stance as sweat broke out over him. Tu Shanlon kept crawling toward him, demanding cuddles. Cold sweat ran down Jiangju's back as he thought, What's going on? Has the secondary soul returned again? Tu Shanlan laughed while slapping both hands against her thighs with loud smacks, saying, "Oh, oh." Brother Ju looked at Sword Slave in confusion and asked, "Tonight isn't the full moon. Why did she suddenly become like this? What happened?" Sword Slave replied, "I don't know. After Master became like this, she kept demanding to see you. That Mr. Jing left a Tao seed recording the great heavenly demon art inside my body. I merely manifested it for Master to see." Before Sword Slave could finish speaking, Jiang Ju's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Tu Shanlan used several of her tails to lift Brother Ju high off the ground. The young man said helplessly, "Manifest that Tao seed. Let me take a look." Immediately afterward, Sword Slave took it out for Brother Ju to examine. The young man looked at it and sighed. "At least from what I can see, there is nothing unusual." Sword Slave put it away and said, "You do not have any solution either? Then the most urgent matter right now is to keep this hidden. It cannot be leaked outside. We can only delay until Master regains clarity, and then everything will be explained." Tu Shanlan was still clinging affectionately to Jiangju, making goosebumps rise all over the young man as he said, "No, the most urgent matter right now is to make her let go of me." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Shanlan hugged Brother Ju tightly again. "Ah, Sword Lord, save me, save me." Sword Slave stammered awkwardly, "And Mr. Jiang, you should first think about how to deal with the two elders outside." Outside, Rain River said to Duke Een Mountain, "Brother Een Mountain, if I advise your Exalted One to withdraw her order and stop forming an alliance with that strange immortal alliance, leaving the trade route solely in the hands of the Mount Two clan, would Brother Een Mountain be willing to speak in support?" Duke Een Mountain sighed and said, "This old man is already old. I will not take part in such matters. If worthy younger Brother Rain River has an idea, please do as you see fit." Hearing this, Rain River said, "Brother Een Mountain, what do you mean by that? This is a major matter for our Mount Two clan." Duke Een Mountain explained, "This old man will say only one thing. Worthy younger brother, do you think Jiangju was able to become the royal consort solely by using a favor to force repayment? Do you really think your Exalted One and Master Jiang have no feelings for each other at all?" Hearing this, Rain River asked in surprise, "Is that not the case?" Duke Een Mountain laughed loudly and said, "Haha, I think that may not be so." While the two were discussing, the door suddenly opened. Tu Shanlan slowly walked out with Jiang Ju in her arms. This scene left everyone unable to keep from being shocked. Seeing that Tu Shanlan kept walking with no intention of stopping, Rain River spoke up, "Your Exalted One, please wait. Earlier, Master Jiang attacked me in front of Fox Immortal Hall. May I ask your Exalted One, is Fox Immortal Hall no longer sacred? Does Mount Two no longer have rules?" When Tu Shanlan heard this, her expression became extremely unpleasant and her face darkened. Rain River continued, "I ask your Exalted One on this old man's behalf." Before he could finish speaking, Tu Shanlan had already teleported right in front of him, making the poor fellow sweat like rain. Tu Shanlan's eyes burned with blazing crimson fire, and her 9 foxtails also stood straight up. "What did you say, you little mutt?" With a smack, the poor fellow was slapped flying high into the air. Then he crashed back down with a boom, sending earth and stones flying everywhere. Everyone broke out in cold sweat at the sight. A voice rang out, "This is bad. Duke Rain River has fainted." At this moment, all Tu Shanlan wanted was her husband. She left calmly, without caring about Rain River at all. In the secret chamber, Tu Shanlan jumped onto the bed like a child. Jiang Ju scratched his head and asked, "She attacked Duke Rain River. Will that be all right?" Sword Slave calmly crossed her arms and replied, "Mount Two belongs to Master. Forget merely attacking him. Even if she beat him to death, no one would dare say a word. Compared with that, I am more worried about Master's body." Sword Slave's words made Jiang Ju stare wide-eyed as he asked, "What?" Sword Slave calmly continued, "In the past, before Master fell ill, she would always take the initiative to disperse her cultivation. But this time she did not." Hearing this, Brother Ju's face turned pale as he thought, "Oh no, in the past, when she had no cultivation, if I was even a little careless, she could injure me. This time, she hasn't dispersed her cultivation. Doesn't that mean she could crush me to death?" After thinking that, the guy immediately got scared and tried to find an excuse to slip away. "Ah, well, I suddenly remembered that I still haven't gone to the school to mark attendance today." Note, marking attendance is similar to clocking in. However, as soon as Jiangju finished speaking, Tu Shanlan wrapped him up with her tail. Then she dragged the poor fellow back toward herself. Tu Shanlan opened her arms wide and cried out, "Oh, I want a hug." At this moment, Sword Slave said, I feel that Master seems to want you to stay with her. As for the school, I will inform Duke Een Mountain on your behalf. As Tu Shanlon pounced over and hugged him again and again, Jiang Ju held her hand. Be good. Wait a moment. Now that she has become like this, who will take charge of Mount Two's internal affairs? As Sword Slave left, she called back. If it is a military matter, I will take action. But for internal affairs, they must be handed to the flower-attendant slave. I will personally make a trip to Sun Moon Lake and bring the flower-attendant slave back. Watch Master carefully. Do not take matters into your own hands. Everything must wait until we return. Jiang Ju replied helplessly. For now, that's all we can do. Go then. Then he continued, Hey, tell my little grand disciple outside to bring over the things I left at home. At this moment, old Rain River's body was covered in injuries. Duke Een Mountain helped apply medicine to his wounds and said, Your Exalted One personally made the decision. Younger brother, you altered the rules on your own initiative. That was already overstepping your authority. Consider today a lesson. Do not bear a grudge against your Exalted One. Rain River asked indignantly. Just now, in front of the hall, when your Exalted One struck, did Brother Een Mountain clearly see your Exalted One's expression at that time? Duke Een Mountain replied, Your Exalted One's sacred countenance. How could this old man dare look directly at it? Rain River said again. Then does Brother Een Mountain remember the matter from a few months ago, when your Exalted One entered the Great Wasteland region alone and cut off one arm of that saint? That arm is still hanging in front of the mountain gate. I'm afraid it would be hard to forget, even if one wanted to know. Duke Een Mountain placed the medicine bottle on the table and said, Do you understand the reason behind it? Our Mount 2 clan was kind enough to return that Shilin Saint Heir to the Great Wasteland clan. Why did it end with your Exalted One enraged, charging into the Great Wasteland without caring about anything? Faced with Duke Een Mountain's question, Rain River faltered. This, Duke Een Mountain continued. Old younger brother Rain River, what are you trying to say? In the past, every time the night of the full moon arrived, your Exalted One would take 2 servants and disappear for a period of time, saying she was entering seclusion. Thinking carefully, that day was also the night of the full moon. Old younger brother Rain River, you and I are both subjects. As for your Exalted One's thoughts, it is best not to guess randomly. As for Master Jiang, you should now also understand his position in your Exalted One's heart. Remember, do not act recklessly again. Rain River said, Many thanks for Brother Een Mountain's reminder. But everything Rain River has done was done with our Mount 2 clan in mind. Duke Een Mountain left while reminding him, Take care of yourself. Do not make matters too difficult to clean up. Rain River replied, Rain River understands. Thank you, Brother Een Mountain, for today's matter. The scene shifted to the Fox Academy. The foxes were sitting properly, waiting for Brother Ju to arrive. Only Aining was lying there asleep, snoring loudly. Seeing that the master had arrived, one fox thought to itself, Master Jiang took leave for several days. I missed him so much, that it looked toward Aining and sighed. Why is Aining the only one allowed to sleep so soundly? Boo-hoo. While the master was teaching, Duke Rain River came looking for him. Seeing this, the master asked, Duke Rain River, have you come here for something? Seeing this, the red fox immediately stretched out a foot to nudge Aining and said, Aining, wake up, still deep in sleepy bliss. Aining thought Brother Ju was calling her, so she kept squirming back and forth and refused to get up, saying, Brother-in-law, stop teasing me. Seeing Aining's dazed appearance, the whole class burst into laughter. Hearing the loud laughter, Aining finally began to wake up and said, Master, I wasn't sleeping. Hearing this, the foxes laughed even harder without stopping. Aining glared at them. The master said to Aining, Young Master Ning, the clan elder is looking for you. Hearing this, Aining stared wide-eyed at Duke Rain River in some surprise. Normally, Duke Rain River went to her senior sister for every major matter. Why was he looking for her today? After that, the scene shifted to a deserted place. At this moment, Aining asked, Duke Rain River, what do you want? Aining hasn't caused any trouble recently. Duke Rain River bowed and saluted, saying, Young Master Ning, it is not that young Master Ning has caused trouble. It is this old man who has a matter for which he wishes to seek young Master Ning's help. Aining asked in surprise, You want my help? What can I possibly help you with? Duke Rain River continued, Only young Master Ning can help me with this matter. Aining thought to herself, So I'm actually this important? As expected, a grown-up fox who has matured will make people feel reliable. Hee. Thinking this, she said, Then tell me, what can I help you with? Rain River took out a pile of Brother Ju's things and threw them down. As soon as Aining looked at them, She recognized them and thought, aren't these brother-in-law's things? That night on Heavenly Fox Peak, I even helped him set up a few of them. Aining pretended to be clueless and asked Duke Rain River, "What are these?" Duke Rain River replied, "Young master, Jiangju used a secret art with improper schemes in mind. These things are ironclad evidence that Jiangju plotted to harm your exalted one." Hearing this, Aining immediately shook her head and said, not to that extent, not to that extent. Brother-in-law doesn't have that kind of ability. However, Duke Rain River insisted, "Young master, Jiangju comes from Divine Firmament Palace. He is best at playing tricks and pretending to be mysterious, and at using methods that bewitch people's hearts. A few days ago, this old man saw that when your exalted one was together with Jiangju, her temperament changed drastically. I secretly investigated, and, as expected, I found evidence around Heavenly Fox Peak from when he first set up a formation. Who was his target? Young Master Ning. I need not spell it out, do I? Jiangju has the heart of a wolf. The saddest thing is that some of our Mount 2 clansmen still regard him as a good person." Aining thought to herself, "Good grief. You might as well just name me outright instead of talking in circles." Thinking this, she said, "Then why have you come looking for me? Take this evidence and go confront my sister and Jiangju." Duke Rain River bowed with clasped hands and said, "These objects alone are not enough to confirm Jiangju's crime. A few days ago, Jiangju went to Heavenly Fox Peak together with your exalted one again. This old man wishes to invite young Master Ning to go and spy on your exalted one situation. You possess a rare treasure. In all of Mount 2, only you can shoulder this task. For the safety of the Mount 2 clan and your exalted one, I ask young Master Ning to act." Aining thought again. "I've taken the blame for brother-in-law plenty of times. I have experience taking the fall." Duke Rain River's words sound nice, but unfortunately, Aining is no longer a little fox who can be coaxed and fooled with a few sweet words. Aining turned her face away and said, "You're just asking me to do something like this? This matter is a little difficult." Seeing that Aining's words carried the intent of extorting money, Duke Rain River thought to himself, "Could it be that Jiangju has completely led young Master Ning astray?" At this moment, inside the secret chamber, Brother Ju was leisurely lying on his wife's lap, reading a book. From time to time, she reached out and poked the young man's cheek. Suddenly, at this moment, Sword Slave transmitted her voice in. "Lin Xingyi is waiting outside the cave. I will go to Sun Moon Lake myself. You must protect Master well." Hearing this, Jiangju walked outside to meet Lin Xingyi. As soon as Xingyi saw Brother Ju, she said, "Little martial ancestor, is little martial ancestor safe?" Brother Ju patted his chest and said, "I'm fine. I am Mount 2's royal consort. No one dares do anything to me. Did you bring what I needed?" She put down the box of items and said, I brought them. Has something happened in Mount 2? If it is dangerous, I will risk my life to protect little martial ancestor and help you leave." Brother Ju took the things and said, "Has something happened?" "Of course something has happened. If there were danger to my life, you wouldn't need to say anything. Little martial ancestor would be the first to run." Qingyi asked worriedly, "But why do you need these things? Are you planning to run away from home?" Jiangju rubbed his hands and said, "Being prepared prevents future trouble, that's all. I still have to stay here for a while. In a few more days, the little monk and the great elephant god will return. Take care of them a little." Qingyi replied, "Yes, little martial ancestor." After that, Brother Ju turned and went back inside. Suddenly, a sound came from a crack in the wall. "Puss!" Jiangju turned to look and let out a sound of surprise. Then the young man paid it no mind and went inside, where he saw two Shanlon smacking the bed with loud thumps and calling out, "Oh, oh." She was clearly signaling for the young man to come over. Brother Ju then continued lying on his wife's lap and reading. Suddenly, Jiangju sensed something, sat up abruptly, and called out, "Ning." Seeing no movement, the young man mocked loudly. "Not here?" Looks like the sign at the cave entrance that says, "Two Shanning and dogs are not allowed inside," is still working well. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Ning angrily appeared in front of him and loudly emphasized, "No, there isn't. There's no sign like that." Seeing that little Ning had taken the bait, Jiangju could not help laughing loudly. Ning curiously asked Jiangju, "Even big sister didn't notice me. How did brother-in-law discover me?" Brother Ju laughed even louder and said, "This is the tacit understanding between brother-in-law and sister-in-law." Ning glared at her brother-in-law and said, "I don't need that kind of tacit understanding." Suddenly and without warning, Tu Shamlin's eyes turned sharp, her face cold as ice as she rushed over and struck Ning in the face, knocking her flat to the ground. Ning screamed, "Sister, sister, don't hit me. I know I was wrong, Wa." At that moment, Tu Shanlon grabbed Ning by the collar, lifted her up, and said in a low voice, "Baby, let big sister hug you." This action left Ning utterly stunned. In the very next second, Ning opened her mouth and began cursing Jiangju fiercely. When others told me, I still didn't believe it. "Brother-in-law, I can't believe you really are this kind of person, wolf-hearted, worse than pigs and dogs, a beast in human skin, being scolded for no reason." Jiangju immediately cursed back. "You heartless brat, I usually treat you pretty well, so why are you suddenly insulting me for no reason?" Ning continued shouting, "How is that treating me well? Whenever you cause trouble, I'm always the one who takes the blame for you." Hearing this, Jiangju felt a little guilty. The young man pretended to cough a few times, then turned away and said, "Nonsense. We're all family. Why are you being so petty?" Ning angrily rushed over and bit Jiangju. Jiangju cried out in alarm, "Hey, don't bite. If there's something to say it slowly." Ning bit hard into Jiangju's arm, but it was useless. A layer of scales like dragon scales appeared on Jiangju's arm to protect it, and she could not bite through. Ning cried in anger, "Wah, stinky brother-in-law, why do you want to harm sister?" At this moment, Jiangju grabbed Ning by the collar, lifted her up, and said, "Your sister's martial arts are profound. How could I possibly harm her? Who told you I wanted to hurt her?" Ning asked again. "Then why has sister become like this?" Jiangju replied, "She's ill." These words from Jiangju only made Ning even angrier. "Fine, you even dare to curse sister now." Ning charged forward again, determined to bite Jiangju once more to vent her anger. Fortunately, Jiangju stopped her in time. "Hey, she really is ill. Let me explain it to you." Afterward, Jiangju told Ning everything. "That's how it is. As for that Duke Rain River, go and sound him out. See whether he suspects me or your sister. Remember, don't let anything slip. Everything can wait until flower attendant slave returns." Only then did Ning understand, and she muttered, "What should we do now? Sister is even more stubborn than I am now. If this blows up, all of Mount 2 will want to rebel against her." At this moment, what appeared in Ning and Jiangju's minds was the image of Tu Shanlon lifting an entire mountain, preparing to throw it at the two of them. Just thinking of this made both of them break out in a cold sweat. "Hey, isn't that the truth?" Jiangju immediately began talking nonsense and shifting responsibility onto Ning. "Ning, these past few days, your brother-in-law has been caring for your sister without rest. I haven't washed my hair, and I haven't changed clothes either. Why don't you take over for your brother-in-law and watch her for a while? I'll go tidy myself up and come right back." Ning replied, "Brother-in-law, you really have worked hard these past few days. It's only right, for the sake of your sister. Then I'll go and come back soon." But Ning gave a sly smile and said, "But brother-in-law, do I look that easy to fool?" In an instant, Ning vanished like a swallow. Hee bye-bye. The scene shifted to outside Mount Tuesday. The demons were constantly discussing among themselves. "Have you heard? His Exalted One couldn't wait until the wedding day and forcibly dragged Mr. Jiang off to consummate the marriage. His Exalted One and Mr. Jiang fought a great battle for 2 days and 2 nights. The scene was extremely intense. That's right, I heard Mr. Jiang has already been squeezed dry." Jiangju's troublesome disciple suddenly burst in a loud laughter and said, "Divine Celestial Phenomenon Master, please don't mind what they are saying. This little monk has read through Master's mind many times. It was merely that he pressed down on Master's wife." The one beside him quickly covered little leopard's mouth. "Do not look at what is improper. Do not listen to what is improper. Do not speak of what is improper." Hearing this, the other demons seized the chance to laugh loudly. "Look, even the little monk says so. It seems his Exalted One and Mr. Jiang have long since. Mr. Jiang truly is extraordinarily fierce. Mr. Jiang is mighty." Inside the cave, as soon as Flower Attendant Slave returned, she questioned Jiangju. Why did his Exalted One's unspeakable illness flare up? Jiangju replied, "That has nothing to do with me. I don't have that ability." "Good, you had better not." Sword Slave spoke up. "It was not him. It was Mr. Jing." Flower Attendant Slave cried out in surprise. "Mr. Jing? Master, pardon the offense." Flower Attendant Slave gathered spiritual power into 2 fingers, then touched Tu Shanlin's forehead. Flower attendant's slave frowned. Only a few seconds later, she could no longer endure it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiangju and sword slave were both alarmed at the sight. Flower attendant slave said, "Master's unspeakable illness has flared up. The cause is that someone is battling Master through the void with magic." Then flower attendant slave recounted what she had seen. Tu Shanlan was battling Mr. Jing. Tu Shanlan slashed two streams of spiritual power toward Mr. Jing, yet that Mr. Jing still stood there calmly. There was a violent boom when Tu Shanlan's two streams of spiritual power reached Mr. Jing. After that, Tu Shanlan rushed forward as swift as lightning. At this moment, Mr. Jing summoned an apparition, resembling the Thus Come One, to block Tu Shanlan. Tu Shanlan attacked Madli. That apparition also began releasing powerful streams of spiritual energy toward Tu Shanlan. Then countless streams of spiritual power rushed over at once, forcing Tu Shanlan to defend herself with difficulty. Flower attendant slave had only been watching from the side, yet the pressure still inflicted serious injuries on her. By now, Jiangju understood. So his Exalted One's main soul is being held back by that Mr. Jing, which is why she is using a fragment of her soul to control her body. Even if we know the reason why his Exalted One's unspeakable illness flared up, what can we do? Flower attendant slave anxiously urged him, "Since things have already come to this, why are you still being evasive? If you have a plan, just say it." Jiangju raised his hand and said, "I have two methods. Perhaps they can resolve the current predicament." Flower attendant slave immediately told Jiangju to speak quickly. He said, "Mr. Jing must have some connection with Divine Firmament Palace. If I am allowed to return to Divine Firmament Palace, I will definitely find where his true body is hidden. Then, if I ask Hollow Moon, Human Tiger, Old Dragon God to help and attack from the outside, it will certainly make that fellow's mind falter and cause his void magic battle to fail in an instant." Flower attendant slave thought for a moment and said, "What is the second method?" Jiangju replied, "The second method is for me to bring his Exalted One back to Divine Firmament Palace with me. I have some friendship with True Lord Glazed Heavenly Medicine King. If he helps, there is no illness in the world he cannot cure. He will surely be able to help his Exalted One's two souls merge into one. And once her body is no longer burdened, she can also end the void magic battle with Mr. Jing." Flower attendant slave shouted angrily, "In the end, you still want me to let you return to Divine Firmament Palace. If not for his Exalted One being ill, would you think it was time to leave this place?" Jiangju immediately retorted, "His Exalted One already permitted me to return to Divine Firmament Palace before. Now, is merely moving the timing earlier." Flower attendant slave asked suspiciously, "What proof do you have?" He spread both hands and said, "Believe it or not, as you wish. If you have another method, then we can just listen to you." Flower attendant slave thought for a moment, then said, "His Exalted One's martial prowess is unrivaled. Perhaps she will wake up after another day or two. If by the day of your wedding, his Exalted One still has not awakened, then we will try your method." Having escaped her sister's room, Aining happily looked at the red jade in her hand and muttered, "Brother-in-law only took out such a small piece of fire essence warm jade, and Dukeen Mountain said it was worth an entire fortune." A dark thought began to sprout in her mind. Then isn't the warm jade bed in Sister's Cave dwelling a huge fortune? However, Aining quickly dismissed this thought. If her sister found out, she would definitely skin her alive. But so what? If the royal consort of Mount 2 can steal it, then, as the young master of Mount 2, can't I steal it too? Thinking this, she snorted. Ever since Tu Shanlan fell ill, Sword Slave had been guarding the cave entrance. Suddenly, a pink aura appeared, rushing straight toward the cave entrance. Before it could enter, it was blocked by the barrier. Sword Slave quickly discovered that someone wanted to break in and shouted. Knowing she could not enter, Aining revealed herself and said, "Brother-in-law asked me to come help." Sword Slave's gaze was as cold as ice. Without saying a word, she slowly put away her sword, then took out a talisman and threw it directly inside the barrier before the cave entrance. A moment later, Jiangju came out pretending to be foolish and called, "Little sister-in-law, you're here." Aining also pretended nothing had happened and smiled. "Brother-in-law, I came to see you. The two warmly embraced each other. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ju grabbed A Ning by the collar and lifted her up with a wicked grin. Then Jiang Ju swung his hand and threw A Ning with great force, sending her flying toward the cave entrance. Jiang Ju shouted angrily, "Get lost!" The young man dusted off his hands and sighed inwardly. Coming back this time, she must be scheming something. Sword Slave can no longer fool you either. While Jiang Ju felt extremely comfortable at having his shift relieved, Sword Slave could not understand at all what was going on. The scene shifted to Jiang Ju's residence. Seeing him return, everyone gathered around and asked after him in a flurry. Benefactor, little martial ancestor, Mr. Jiang, Master, you're back. Benefactor, you, what happened to you? Remembering the heated discussions over the past few days, one of them blushed and thought, Benefactor really does look like his vital essence was drained by a female demon. Could it be? No way. Jiang Ju rubbed his neck and replied, I'm fine. I'm very well. How is everyone? At this moment, everyone stared fixedly at Jiang Ju, making him ask in surprise, "What are you all doing?" Benefactor, you, well, these past few days must have been hard on you. He sighed in relief and replied, it really was hard. One of them patted Jiang Ju on the shoulder and said, "The mistress is, after all, the heavenly demon lord, with a body of cultivation that reaches the heavens. Although it is a blow to a man's pride, it is only normal that you could not withstand it. There is no need to take it too much to heart." Jiang Ju still did not understand the implication in these words and nodded repeatedly, saying, "The gap really is too great." Curious, the man asked, "Benefactor, under the heavenly demon lord, how long could you hold on?" Jiang Ju replied calmly, "It depends how long she wants to play. I can rest only when she falls asleep." Hearing this, the man was completely overwhelmed. Oh my heavens! Lin Qingyi could no longer endure these words and slammed her fist into the wall. Qingyi said, "Don't do that in front of." Before, she pointed at Little Leopard and said, "Don't say such things in front of children." By this point, our Jiang Ju was still dazed and completely failed to understand, thinking to himself, "What am I talking about that can't be said in front of children?" After that, he walked over and asked Little Leopard, "What's wrong with her?" Little Leopard pressed his palms together and replied, Amit Ba. Benefactor Lin wishes to decide victory and defeat with the heavenly demon lord, and also life and death." These words from Little Leopard made things even harder to understand. The scene shifted into the room. Lin Qingyi cupped her hands and said, "My father has sent a message." Jiang Ju asked, "What message?" "Bring the person to see me." Afterward, one of the Strange Immortal Alliance's subordinates knelt on one knee and reported, "This subordinate is Wu Qingshan, Hall Master of Waterhall of the Strange Immortal Alliance. I pay respects to the Alliance leader." Jiang Ju stepped forward and helped him up, saying, "There aren't so many rules here. You look somewhat familiar. Have we met before?" Wu Qingshan scratched his head and said with a smile, "This subordinate's cultivation was poor, and my body was seized by an evil spirit. That day, when the Alliance leader came to Eastern Cliff Mountain, I was fortunate enough to be saved by you." What message did Feng Qingzi ask you to deliver?" "My respected master told me to inform the Alliance leader that the first group of people and supplies to be sent back to the human lands has already been properly prepared. They should arrive at Mount 2 in about 7 days." Jiang Ju was startled when he heard this. Damn, that fast? Feng Qingzi really does work efficiently. Qingshan continued. The Strange Immortal Alliance's wish for tens of thousands of years has been to return to the human race. Now that the opportunity has come, everyone is fighting to sign up. It is only that my respected master fears the journey will be dangerous. So for now, he has not allowed the elderly, women, or children to register. Most of those coming this time have cultivation. My respected master also means that if the Alliance leader lacks manpower, you may deploy them. Jiang Ju asked in return, "Are the people and supplies being sent this time all from the Eastern Cliff Mountain branch, or are there other branches of the Strange Immortal Alliance as well?" Qingshan replied, "They are all from the Eastern Cliff Mountain branch. Alliance leader, there is no need to mind. This time, you subdued the 9-child ghost mother and saved us from deep misery. All the humans of Eastern Cliff Mountain will obey wherever you command. Now, you are leading by example in order to let all our suffering compatriots return home. In the future, the other humans of the Strange Immortal Alliance will surely understand your intentions." Jiang Ju said calmly, "I'm not worried about that." Seeing Jiang Ju's expression, Qingshan asked, "Alliance leader, has something unexpected happened on Mount 2's side?" Jiang Ju hesitated. Then he continued, there has been no change. Don't worry. This time, we will definitely succeed. In his heart, he sighed. Once something flourishes, it declines. Once it declines, it becomes exhausted. Besides, there are still 7 days. That may not necessarily be insufficient. At this moment, Wu Qingshan sighed and began telling the story of his life in a low voice. I was born in the Crimson Tiger region, which belongs to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Although that place was not as prosperous as the Great Wasteland region or Sun Moon Lake, compared with other clansmen in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, life in the Crimson Tiger region could be considered the most comfortable. But it was precisely there that an extreme terror was hidden. He paused, as if trying hard to drive away the horrifying images from his past, before continuing, ever since I was very young, I lived in a small town isolated from the outside world. Around me were human children of the same age. We had good food and clothing, and the demon teachers patiently taught us cultivation. But that small town was like a cage that imprisoned our freedom. We were not permitted to leave even half a step. Day after day, we could only bury our heads in cultivation. A trace of fear flashed through Wu Qingshan's eyes. All the humans living in that town, once their cultivation reached the 7th grade realm, will be taken away by the people of the Crimson Tiger clan. From then on, there would be no news of them, and not a single one returned. No one knew where they had been taken or what cruel fate they had to face. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling. I had greater cultivation talent than most, and at 30, I broke through to the 7th grade realm. Very soon afterward, they came and took me away. At that time, I naively thought I would be allowed to serve the Crimson Tiger clan, perhaps by guarding the frontier or charging in a battle. Who would have thought? Wu Qingshan unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. They turned us, people locked in iron cages, into fighting slaves, into entertainment for those bloodthirsty demons. He looked at Jiangju anxiously, his eyes filled with confusion. Alliance leader, in your human territory, do you also have things like cockfighting, dogfighting, and cricket fighting? The cruel images of the past haunted his mind endlessly like a terrifying film. Wu Qingshan ground his teeth and continued the unfinished story. We, pitiful humans raised by the Crimson Tiger clan, were forced to fight our own kind and ferocious beasts in a bloody arena. Only one survivor could walk out of the iron cage. Gradually, my emotions became numb. My hands were stained with the fresh blood of countless humans, countless ferocious beasts. Wu Qingshan half closed his eyes, as if trying hard to push away the image of a close friend appearing in his mind. His voice choked. Then one day, I met my childhood friend again. His cultivation was far higher than mine. I was no match for him at all. And yet, at the moment of life and death, he destroyed his own true energy and allowed the sword in my hand to pierce through his chest. Wu Qingshan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. The feeling of killing my own friend with my own hands was agony beyond measure. Only then did I realize in shock that the defeated had to pay with their very lives. It turned out that those demons were so cruel that they even wanted to seize our protective bodies. The horrifying memories surged back into Wu Qingshan's eyes. He said, trembling, from then on, I was like a walking corpse, drifting through existence in the bloody arena. Many times, my heart nearly stopped when I encountered familiar faces. I feared that I would strike again, feared that they would die miserably at my hands, just like my friend from back then. Because my friend had destroyed the protective body, I was lucky enough to escape when the strange Immortal Alliance attacked the Crimson Tiger clan. Only after joining the strange Immortal Alliance and coming into contact with other clansmen did I realize that what I had experienced was only a very small part of the tragedy of the entire human race. The pain and despair they had to endure were many times more terrible than mine. Wu Qingshan looked at Jiangju, his eyes filled with resentment. Alliance leader, could it be that in the eyes of those demons, we humans are inherently lowly, fit only to be cattle and horses, only worthy of being playthings for their amusement? Jiangju smiled and patted Wu Qingshan's shoulder with sympathy. Kings, nobles, generals, and ministers all come from common people. Why should you feel inferior? Human lives are equal, and everyone has the same right to freedom. Rest assured, I will definitely bring you and our compatriots back to our homeland. That day is not far away. In Jiangju's residence, the doors were tightly shut. The young man followed the demon beast, walking steadily toward the room where the demon general was waiting. Inside, the general and another person were whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something important. Suddenly, the bald man saw Jiang-ju, and his face showed clear surprise. "Benefactor, why have you come here? Why did you not notify us in advance so that we could properly welcome you?" As he spoke, the two of them bowed to Jiang-ju in unison. "I am Hua Yuan, serving as a demon general and guarding Peach Spring Cave. I pay respects to Mr. Jiang. No need for such courtesy." Jiang-ju waved his hand. "I already said that you and I are not master and servant. Just treat each other as friends. Hurry and stand up." Hua Yuan stroked his chin, his voice full of emotion. "I have long heard of Mr. Jiang's great name, and I have admired you in my heart. Now that I have seen you today, you are indeed a man of extraordinary bearing, with a face like jade." This praise made Jiang-ju's skin crawl. No matter how he listened, it sounded off as if it was not quite the sort of compliment one gave to a man. The bald man standing beside them spoke up, breaking the somewhat strange atmosphere. "Ahem, we still have matters to discuss today. Perhaps another day." Hua Yuan was perceptive. Hearing this, he immediately understood and bowed in farewell. "Since Mr. Jiang has arrived, your affairs naturally take priority. Then I will visit again in 2 days. Please, both of you, make yourselves at home." Before leaving, Hua Yuan seemed to remember something and turned back to add, "Oh, these past few days, Duke Rain River has repeatedly gone to Fox Immortal Hall to meet Lady Flower Attendant. I hear that every time they meet, the two of them converse quite happily. I hope Mr. Jiang will take note." Jiang-ju smiled and replied politely, "Thank you for informing me. I will keep it in mind." After Hua Yuan had gone, Jiang-ju sank into thought. At a time like this, for Flower Attendant Slave and Duke Rain River to be so close to each other, it seemed this matter was not simple. Jiang-ju and the bald man entered the room and began discussing proper business. "I heard those demons all came to you asking you to forge magical artifacts for them." The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly explained, "But I did not accept anyone's request." Jiang-ju glanced at him, sensing something unusual. "That does not quite fit your personality." Hearing this, the bald man sprang to his feet and said loudly, "My benefactor sent this subordinate down to Mount 2, naturally because you wanted this subordinate to do something. I've only just arrived here and cannot yet tell friend from foe, so I did not dare agree to anyone's request. I decided to ask for my benefactor's opinion first." Jiang-ju nodded. "You did the right thing. I do indeed have something I need your help with. Please give your orders, benefactor." This subordinate is willing to devote all his strength. The bald man lowered his head. Jiang-ju took out an object with a strange shape and a mysterious glow. The moment the bald man saw it, his eyes widened at once. "Do you have any way to turn this invisible object tangible?" Jiang-ju asked. Duke Rain River and Flower Attendant Slave were deep in a conversation about the fate of the Fox clan. Flower Attendant Slave spoke in a voice full of implication. "I heard that the people of the Eastern Cliff Mountain faction have reached Mount 2's territory, but your people stopped them at the pass. The cooperation with the strange Immortal Alliance was decided by my master. On the surface, the demon clan elders have not opposed it. But if my master emerges from seclusion and learns of this, I fear Duke Rain River may find it difficult to bear the consequences." Duke Rain River curled his lips slightly and replied, "Lady Flower Attendant, you exaggerate. I never intended to conceal this matter. How can you say they only do not oppose it on the surface?" Flower Attendant Slave smiled faintly and continued, "This cooperation was pushed forward entirely by Brother Ju. Now that you want to seize the two leading rights over trade from him, I fear you must first consider whether your own strength is sufficient. Lady Flower Attendant, everything I do is for Mount Tuesday. This trade appears mutually beneficial, but in truth it is filled with difficulties. If a conflict arises, whose side will Jiang-ju stand on? Can he clearly distinguish whether he is Mount 2's royal consort or the alliance leader of the human race?" Duke Rain River's words made Flower Attendant Slave fall into deep thought. Tushan Lan is ill. Whether Brother Ju should be trusted at this time is truly hard to say. After discussing for a while, Duke Rain River took his leave. On the road, he turned to his subordinates and said, "Lady Flower Attendant has tacitly agreed with our approach. If my master emerges from seclusion, the matter will already be settled. I will bear all the consequences." The noisy group suddenly fell silent when they saw Jiang-ju standing in their way. A blonde-haired man stammered, "And Mr. Jiang." Duke Rain River shot a sideways glance at his subordinate, then spoke toward Jiang-ju. "Jiang-ju, what are you doing here?" "Hello." Lin Qingyi folded her arms before her chest and replied calmly, "I've been waiting for Duke Rain River for a long time." Duke Rain River watched Jiang-ju approach, the corner of his mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. Does Duke Rain River have time for a talk? Duke Rain River put on an air of superiority. If you have something to say it here. I still have many things to do and have no time to listen to you ramble. Then I will speak plainly. I can hand the passage between the two realms over to you. Moreover, from now on, all matters concerning trade between the two realms will be decided entirely by you. Jiangju went straight to the point. Hearing this, Duke Rain River was delighted inside, but on the surface he still pretended to be shocked. Then Duke Rain River looked directly into Jiangju's eyes and asked, "What do you want?" A probing light flashed in the old man's eyes. "Conditions? Of course there are." Jiangju laughed loudly. Duke Rain River urged impatiently, "Speak." Jiangju smiled and said slowly, "Although your stance and mine differ, from now on we will both be people under the Demon Lord's command. I hope Duke Rain River will be less harsh toward the human race. In the future, I will certainly repay you generously." Jiangju's words made Duke Rain River breathe a sigh of relief. The old man asked, "Is that all? You will not regret it." Jiangju smiled and affirmed it. Duke Rain River thought to himself, I wondered how capable he really was, but after just a few small tricks, he rushed over to beg me. Thinking this, the old man felt extremely pleased and said, "Since the royal consort has such sincerity, I am not a petty man. I agree to this matter." After saying that, Duke Rain River turned and left. Jiangju cupped his hands to see the old man off, still wearing an unreadable smile. As soon as Duke Rain River had gone, the old man could no longer conceal the smugness on his face. "Ah, Jiangju, royal consort, little martial ancestor, are you truly handing the passage between the two realms over to him?" Lin Qingyi asked worriedly, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Jiangju did not answer. He only curled his lips faintly, his gaze sharp as a blade tearing through thick fog. That half-smile made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. "Sooner or later, this passage between the two realms will return to our hands." His low voice rang out, carrying an indescribable confidence and authority. Lin Qingyi grew even more puzzled by this young martial ancestor's unpredictable actions. She thought to herself, what exactly is little martial ancestor planning? Jiangju looked into the distance, his plan already laid out in his mind. "Duke Rain River, it is time for you to taste defeat. Otherwise, you will never take me seriously." With that, Jiangju and Lin Qingyi boarded a boat and cut through the waves out to sea. The strong wind tossed his jet black hair, revealing a handsome face with a hint of carelessness. Taking a deep breath and feeling pure spiritual energy fill his chest, he murmured, "A land blessed with numinous spirit and refined wisdom. It truly lives up to its reputation." Suddenly, a figure flew over from afar, landing lightly on the deck. It was none other than Sword Lord. His sudden appearance startled Lin Qingyi, while Jiangju remained calm. "Lord Sword Lord is truly idle. We only just parted at Mount 2, and now you have followed me all the way here. As one of the mighty and high-ranking figures of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, could it be that you have nothing else to do?" Jiangju spoke, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Sword Lord glanced at Jiangju, his gaze cold enough to freeze all things. "Idle, I am merely following the Heavenly Demon Lord's orders to protect you at all times and in all places. As for the affairs of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, others will handle them." "Then if Tu Shanlan gave no orders?" Jiangju raised an eyebrow and asked. "Cultivate," Sword Lord answered curtly, without the slightest hesitation. Jiangju burst out laughing and raised his thumb. "A steadfast Tao heart and limitless future prospects. Keep working hard, Lord Sword Lord." Sword Lord snorted coldly and continued, "Rain River is Duke Rain River's territory. The grudges between you and him are known to all. You came here on your own. You must have some purpose. I came to see what tricks you intend to play." The boat skimmed over the waves and soon reached shore. Jiangju, Lin Qingyi, and Sword Lord stepped on a land and followed a narrow path deep into the forest. "Follow me," Jiangju said, leading the group forward. The higher they climbed, the denser the surrounding spiritual energy became, mixed with a cold, killing aura that sent chills down the spine. Ahead of them, a giant fox statue stood towering between heaven and earth. Little martial ancestor, but Lin Qingyi hesitated. Sensing the oppressive, killing aura radiating from the statue, she wanted to stop Jiangju, but did not know what to say. Ignoring Lin Qingyi's words, Jiangju still walked calmly toward the statue. How do you know the location of Duke Rain River's Dharma body? Sword Lord asked with a frown. I can see it, Jiang-ju replied. The pupil of his left eye suddenly flashed with a strange golden light. In Jiang-ju's vision, Duke Rain River's Dharma body emitted peculiar streams of light, as if silently crying out. You can see it, Sword Lord exclaimed in astonishment. Then he muttered as if to himself, he can see it. As expected, Jiang-ju can command the 9 heavens high gods and the 36 heavenly divine branches. With a wave of his hand, he can summon or dismiss them. What is dealing with a petty demon like Duke Rain River Dam? Not everyone is as fortunate as Tu Shanlan to have someone willing to bear the karmic sword in her place and cleanse the karmic force of her living deeds. Could it be that from now on, if the demon race wants to receive official divine canonization, they'll have to wait for Jiang-ju to nod? How terrifying. Thinking this, Sword Lord turned to Jiang-ju and said, if you destroy Duke Rain River's Dharma body, he will lose all hope of passing his tribulation. But with his current cultivation, he will certainly fight you to the death. Thank you for your concern, Lord Sword Lord. Jiang-ju smiled, but I will not do something so meaningless. What is more, Duke Rain River's Dharma body is hardly something a mediocre person like me can touch. Hearing this, Sword Lord fell silent and said no more. Jiang-ju turned to Lin Qingyi and ordered, Qingyi, give me that thing. Yes. Lin Qingyi was dazed for a moment before reacting, hurriedly taking something out and tossing it to Jiang-ju. Little martial ancestor, catch. Without hesitation, he reached out to take it, then unexpectedly bit hard into his finger, using his own blood to write 4 words on the object by mandate of heaven in accordance with destiny. When he was finished, he placed it before Duke Rain River's Dharma body and murmured an incantation. Purple firmament righteous deity, manifest, demons and fiends, fade away. Let the 8 wastes and 6 directions come to pay homage, honoring the divine title of purple firmament heaven. Immediately, a strange aura appeared, enveloping the object. At first glance, the object seemed about to shatter, but in truth, its shape was gradually changing. Before long, a small statue depicting Jiang-ju riding a qilin appeared. At the same time, a crack suddenly appeared on the head of Duke Rain River's Dharma body, as if it had been slashed across by a sharp blade. A tear as red as blood slowly flowed down, carrying endless resentment. From within his sleeve, Jiang-ju took out 3 sticks of incense, respectfully offered them up, lowered his head, and bowed. Above the 3,000, the Tao is honored. Among the myriad arts, incense comes first. Today, I offer 3 sticks of merit incense to thank the sacred beings of the 4 directions and the spirits of the 8 directions. By imperial order of the great Qianqin Emperor, if any are willing, please accept this incense. As soon as his words fell, the 3 sticks of incense vanished without a trace. Jiang-ju turned and urged Lin Qingyi and Sword Lord, let us go. The camp of the great Qianqin army was submerged in the stillness of night. From the main gate, black smoke billowed upward, painting an unusually gloomy scene. The exterior of the camp was strongly fortified, ready for any battle. Inside, countless large and small tents stood densely packed together. Among the soldiers' tents, one grand tent for Qin Shao stood out. Day and night, soldiers guarded it tightly, leaving no gap. Inside the grand tent, Qin Shao was dozing. In his hand, he still clutched a sheet of paper. Suddenly, a distant call rang out. Emperor! Emperor! The call thundered by his ear, jolting Qin Shao. Awake! When he opened his eyes wide, the scene before him left him stunned. Black smoke gathered from nowhere into a human shape, hovering before him. Qin Shao's eyes flashed sharply as he shouted, "What evildoer dares disturb me?" As soon as he spoke, a blazing red crimson dragon revealed its true form, blocking the shadow. From within the black smoke, a man in armor stepped out, holding something like an imperial edict. He pointed it straight at the crimson dragon and growled, "I am the North Wind General, Purple Firmament Heavenly Demon. I once swept away 100 sacred beings and 8 great generals. Do you dare refuse to fulfill your oath from years past and attack me?" After hearing this, Qin Shao murmured in shock, "Purple Firmament Heaven's true Lord of Grand Void." Before Qin Shao could recover, the heavenly demon spoke. "By the decree of Purple Firmament Heaven's true Lord of Grand Void, I have come specially to deliver a message. You are Qin Shao." Hearing this, a thread of hope rose in Qin Shao's heart. Could it be Mr. Jiang? Have you come? He thought. Just then, Qin Shao suddenly opened his eyes wide and realized he had just had a dream. Was it only a dream? Qin Shao sighed. However, every detail of the dream remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Qin Shao sank into thought. Mister, I have searched for you in vain all these years. Could it be that today, knowing I am in danger, you sent me a dream to aid me? Just as you saved me at the blood pool years ago. If immortals truly exist in this world, perhaps you are the only one. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door pulled Qin Shao back to reality. Reporting to your majesty, the state preceptor and the general request an audience. Let them in, Qin Shao ordered. The door opened, and the state preceptor entered with 2 guards. One guard stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and reported, Your Majesty, the elite unit dispatched to raid Ghostgate Ravine has been completely wiped out. Hearing this, Qin Shao's expression darkened. The state preceptor stroked his beard and sighed. We have been fighting Later Qin for several months, and victory was already within our grasp. Unexpectedly, they invited an immortal master from Divine Firmament Palace to help them hold the formation and cut off our rear supply lines. If we cannot seize Ghostgate Ravine, I fear the main army will not be able to hold out much longer. After hearing this, Qin Shao immediately sprang to his feet and walked toward the table with a battlefield model. Holding a small flag, Qin Shao said in a low voice, The immortal master once said, When mountains pile up and waters wind on, one thinks there is no road. When willows darken and flowers brighten, another spring appears. At the time, I did not understand it clearly, but now I do. He decisively planted the flag at one point on the map and ordered, Pass down my command. Immediately assemble the troops and set out for Golden Snake. At Golden Snake River, waves surged. Duke Rain River led a vast force into this treacherous land. Beside the towering mountain slope, he ordered the troops to halt, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade cutting through the air. The blonde-haired subordinate, holding a worn map, carefully examined the terrain and reported respectfully, My lord, according to the information, the 2 passages leading to the forbidden area should be in this region. Duke Rain River said nothing. He only raised his hands to clutch his head, sweat pouring from him as if he had been drenched. The blonde-haired man asked anxiously, My lord, does your head hurt again? Do you need this subordinate to do anything? No need. Duke Rain River gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the splitting pain. He squeezed his eyes shut as waves of dizziness struck, making him stagger. My lord, according to what Jiangju revealed, the entrance to the forbidden area is ahead. This subordinate fears that Brat deliberately leaked the information. I am afraid there may be some scheme. The blonde-haired man analyzed cautiously. Duke Rain River snorted coldly, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Whether there is a scheme or not, we will know after trying. He turned and ordered the 3 trembling subordinates. You lot, go down there and inspect the situation. Quickly. Although the 3 soldiers were terrified, military orders were as heavy as mountains. They did not dare disobey and could only tremble as they walked toward the surging river. They reached their hands into the icy water to test it. Every movement was hesitant and cautious, as if they feared touching a deadly trap. Reporting, My lord, the water is normal. There is nothing unusual, one soldier reported in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Duke Rain River breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward and signaled for his subordinates to move aside. He reached his hand into the river and felt the current. Sure enough, there was nothing unusual. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha! It seems that Jiangju did not dare deceive me after all. It is empty below. Into the river. Following the order, all of his subordinates moved one after another along the river. The deeper they went, the more violent the current became, surging as if it wanted to swallow everything. Duke Rain River stood on the bank and observed. He did not rush into the water, instead deciding to wait for movement. His eyes were cold and sharp, revealing the cunning of an old fox. Everything went smoothly until the river, which had seemed calm, suddenly erupted in fury. From the unfathomable riverbed below, some terrifying force suddenly awakened, sweeping everything into a deadly whirlpool. Duke Rain River and the blonde-haired subordinate stood on the bank, witnessing the horrifying scene as cold sweat broke out over them. Among the subordinates who had risked their lives by entering the water, only one survivor remained. He struggled in panic within the whirlpool, screaming for help. Save me! Save me! My lord, there is still one survivor, the blond-haired man cried in alarm, pointing toward the river. Duke Rain River shot across the water like lightning. He grabbed the poor subordinate by the collar and yanked him hard back to shore. Speak, what is down there? What attacked you? Duke Rain River growled. The subordinate was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, and he could hardly speak. They came back to life. Came back to life? What came back to life? Duke Rain River's expression changed. It's a statue, a human statue. The subordinate rasped, his voice echoing as if from the underworld. At this moment, over at Jiangju's side, Qingyi lowered her head and reported respectfully, "Little martial ancestor, Duke Rain River has already left Mount Tuesday." Jiangju sighed and shook his head. In such a hurry. Sure enough, he's rushing off to be reincarnated. He continued, "Qingyi, have our people pack up a little." Hearing this, Qingyi asked in delight, "Little martial ancestor, do you want to ambush Duke Rain River outside Mount 2? Unexpectedly, when Jiangju heard this, he rapped her hard on the head. "Ambush my foot. I'm telling you to notify my people to pack their things, get ready, and go home." Qingyi held her head, unable to hide the astonishment on her face. Go home. Back to our home on East Cliff Mountain." "Of course not. Back to the territory of the human race," Jiangju replied with a frown. Qingyi became even more puzzled, scratching her head curiously. "But Duke Rain River, over there. Don't worry. He'll soon be unable to look after anyone but himself." Before Qingyi could finish, Jiangju cut her off coldly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Beneath that surging deep current, something deeply unsettling seemed to be hidden. Duke Rain River did not hurry into the water. He ordered through gritted teeth, "Switch people. Hurry down there and take a look." His subordinates turned pale and quickly dragged several pitiful humans forward. Getting down into the river was easy. Getting back up was another matter entirely. Everyone naturally understood this clearly. They lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. "Useless trash. What are you still standing there for? Do you want to defy my order?" Duke Rain River roared in fury, his finger pointing straight at the cold water. "Get down there at once." When the humans heard this, their faces turned ashen. Trembling, they collapsed to their knees and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "My lord, spare us. Please show mercy, my lord." Their miserable sobs rang out in grief and pleading. "Please don't make us go down there. We don't want to die." Those heart-rending pleas did not move Duke Rain River's iron heart in the slightest. He coldly gave the order, and his subordinates immediately pounced like starving tigers, kicking the humans into the river. They also understood that if those humans did not go down, then their own lives would be the price. "What are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Jump down at once," a subordinate shouted fiercely, his leather whip cracking through the air as if urging them on. Several humans were kicked until they stumbled and fell headfirst into the water. Though they knew that ahead lay a bottomless abyss, and that death's scythe was waiting for them, what choice did they have? Compared with having their flesh torn apart by whips, it was better to throw themselves into the river. Perhaps there might still be a faint thread of hope. Driven into a corner, the group threw themselves one after another into the icy river. A moment later, the surface of the water returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Duke Rain River stood on the shore, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's as he watched every ripple. It seems what that fellow Jiangju said is true. Only humans can pass through this passage. My lord, those human slaves are not within the control range of the demon soldiers. If they are allowed to move freely between the two realms, could something unexpected happen? The blonde-haired subordinate asked timidly. Duke Rain River curled his lip in a sneer. What could possibly happen? They've eaten my goo insects. Without the antidote, they'll automatically explode and die within half a month. Why waste effort worrying? He paused briefly, then continued in a smug tone. Whether they want to die or live has nothing to do with me. We only need to guard the entrances and exits of the two realms carefully. The entrance is easy enough, but the exit must be somewhere within human territory. The blonde-haired one reported. That is simple. Duke Rain River laughed loudly, a crafty light flashing in his eyes. I have marked their bodies. We only need to follow the traces, and we will find it. The river's surface glittered with the brilliant golden light of early morning. On the great warship, the generals and soldiers were already waiting. Elite troops arrayed across the deck, their momentum soaring to the heavens. 3 days and 3 nights passed. The state preceptor grew anxious and cupped his hands toward Qin Shao. "Your Majesty, what exactly are we waiting for?" In truth, Qin Shao himself did not know what he was waiting for. He thought to himself, how would I know? Mr. Jiang instructed me to do this, so I must follow it. A general stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, we have already waited here for 3 days and 3 nights. We cannot delay any longer. An army values morale above all. If we drag this out, I fear our fighting spirit will be worn down and our combat strength reduced. The soldiers are now somewhat fatigued, and there are rumors that your Majesty fears battle. If we continue delaying, the army's morale will become unstable." Although Qin Shao was burning with anxiety inside, he still resolutely followed Jiang Ju's instructions. "Wait a little longer." The state preceptor frowned. Wait for what? Even if your Majesty has made arrangements in advance, you should let us know. At the very least, you should let us know the purpose of coming here. If your Majesty keeps remaining silent like this... Before the state preceptor could finish speaking, a soldier rushed over in a panic, dropped to his knees before Qin Shao, and reporting to your Majesty, a group of strangely dressed people has appeared in the valley east of Laoyuo. Qin Shao frowned. Did we not station heavy troops to guard the surroundings? How did they get in? The soldier trembled. "Your Majesty, forgive me. They suddenly crawled up from underground. Their speech is strange, and we cannot tell what country's language it is." Qin Shao's pupils constricted, and he murmured, "Crawled up from underground. Quickly, take me to see." "Yes." The soldier hurriedly stood up and led the way. The strangers who had just come through the river were brought before Qin Shao. All of them were still alive, but they looked extremely haggard. The state preceptor stroked his beard and examined them, then lifted one person's face. That person's face was deathly pale, without the slightest trace of blood, and there was a strange blue mark on his cheek. The state preceptor froze, silently drawing in a cold breath. Seeing this, Qin Shao immediately asked, "Who are they? Where do they come from? Why have they appeared here?" The state preceptor said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, they come from the 10,000 Demon Kingdom." Qin Shao's eyes widened. "The 10,000 Demon Kingdom? How is that possible?" The state preceptor explained, "Your Majesty, beneath this place lies a passage leading to the heavenly demon territory of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom." Qin Shao thought to himself, a passage between the two realms? In that dream, General Wind and Mr. Jiang never mentioned this. He narrowed his eyes. It seems the matter is not that simple. Suddenly, a general hurried over, sweat pouring down his forehead as if he had been drenched, and reported shakily, "Your Majesty, there's a large ship heading toward us." Qin Shao smiled, his smile carrying a trace of mystery. "It has arrived. This is exactly what I was waiting for." His icy gaze swept across the area, and Qin Shao's majestic voice rang out, "Where's Taigu Qi?" In an instant, a figure seemed to merge with the wind and knelt on one knee before Qin Shao. "This general is here." Qin Shao lifted his chin toward the ship gradually appearing in the distance and ordered coldly, "Sink it for me." As commanded, after Taiga Chi accepted the order, his figure flashed back several yards. He raised his hand high, and an enormous bow appeared. The divine bow was majestic, releasing surging spiritual energy as though it would tear open space itself. A radiant golden arrow reflected the blazing sunlight, forming a dazzling streak of brilliance. With a single decisive release of his hand, the arrow tore through the wind and shot forward, aiming straight at the ship Qin Shao wanted destroyed. On Duke Rain River's ship, the atmosphere was still exceedingly peaceful. Inside the luxurious cabin, the blonde-haired man was carefully pouring tea, smiling obsequiously as he said, "My lord, once we pass this coastline, we will reach the territory of former Qin. If we dock just like this, we'll attract the attention of the Qin court." Duke Rain River laughed loudly, his expression full of complacency. "You are worrying too much. The Qin realm is currently in the middle of a civil war, and there are even rumors that the Su clan's forces have gotten involved. They are too busy killing one another. How would they have spare time to pay attention to us? Besides, the other side is a vast desert. Could we really be so unlucky as to run into them immediately? Relax." Hearing this, the blonde-haired man nodded in agreement. "My lord is absolutely right. My lord is absolutely right." Suddenly, a terrified roar came from outside. You old dog Rain River. I've been killed by you this time. When Duke Rain River heard this, his face darkened and he hurried outside. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, he saw his subordinates running chaotically across the deck, shouting nonstop, "Run! Help! Help!" Amid the chaos, Duke Rain River grabbed one subordinate and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What could have frightened you like this? Speak!" Before the subordinate could open his mouth, a heaven-shaking explosion rocked the entire ship. Duke Rain River looked up in alarm, and his pupils contracted. A gigantic arrow carrying earth-shattering power was shooting straight toward him. Duke Rain River stood rooted in place, as if turned to stone before the arrow that was about to take his life. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. He had no time to react, and could only watch helplessly as death's scythe drew near. When the arrow was only a few yards from his face, a dazzling light suddenly erupted. From within that light, the image of a colossal golden dragon appeared, majestic and ferocious. It opened its mouth and let out an ear-splitting roar, as if it would split the sea apart. Duke Rain River only had time to see that image for an instant before a world-shaking explosion erupted. The golden dragon pierced through the ship like a bolt of lightning, breaking it in two and sinking it amid a sea of fire. Only a dazzling golden color remained in the sky, destructive light covering the entire space. With just a single arrow, Duke Rain River's enormous ship had been shot in half by Taiga. The dignified general, his eyes icy, still held his bow aimed at the remaining ship, his bearing ready to meet battle. After observing for a while, Taiga walked toward Qin Shao and reported respectfully, "Your Majesty, that demon creature has abandoned his corpse and fled. This subordinate is incompetent and allowed one soul of his to escape." Qin Shao did not punish him. Instead, he smiled and replied, "General Taiga, you have worked hard. There is no need to pursue." In his heart, Qin Shao had always placed complete trust in Jiangju. He thought to himself, "Mr. Jiang calculates everything thoroughly. If the other party has escaped, then he must have a backup plan." At this moment, the white-haired state preceptor finally spoke, his voice full of doubt. "Your Majesty, forgive this old man for being presumptuous, but may I ask who exactly the person who came was?" He paused briefly, then looked toward the ship that was gradually sinking. "We have stationed troops here for many days. Was it merely to kill the people on that ship?" "That is right," Qin Shao answered simply. Then he honestly continued, "But this is Mr. Zhang's plan. I do not know the details either." Although Duke Rain River was lucky enough to escape death, he had been forced to abandon his physical body. As he fled, he kept grumbling inwardly. Why would the court's army be lying in ambush right at the entrance of the Golden Snake River? Why did I run into Taiga, the #1 war god of the new court? Shouldn't they be busy fighting the later Qin army? How could there be such a coincidence in this world? As he fled for his life, Duke Rain River kept comforting himself. Faster, a little faster. As long as I return to Rain River, as long as I reach the place where my Dharma body is, I can borrow incense offerings to condense my physical body again. He flew all the way, crossing forests and streams, not daring to stop and rest. Yet the closer he came to Rain River, the more an indescribable unease rose in his heart. Duke Rain River's face suddenly paled. What is going on? Why can't I sense my Dharma body? What exactly happened? Who came here? With an ominous premonition, he became even more panicked and hurriedly increased his speed toward Rain River. He dragged each step heavily, exhausted. At last, his Dharma body, the only thing that could preserve that faint hope for him, was right before his eyes. But the scene before him left Duke Rain River frozen. His Dharma body, something that should have been inviolable, now had a long slash across the top of its head, to crack like a savage smile from fate. Below it stood a statue of Jiangju riding a qilin, towering upright, its contemptuous gaze seeming to pierce through heaven and earth. At that instant, resentment surged through Duke Rain River's heart like a raging flood. He ground his teeth, forcing out each word, every syllable stained with hatred. "Jiangju, Jiangju, Jiangju." His eyes bulged with fury, as if he wanted to burn the whole world to ash. "Jiangju, don't even dream of living peacefully until tomorrow." The next day, atop a towering mountain peak, Chingy silently walked alone toward Duke Rain River's Dharma body. Now, it was only a tiny fox, obediently lying motionless. She gently picked it up, and her tender hand stroked it until it sank into sleep. Just as little martial ancestor had predicted, She carried the little fox and vanished into the hazy mist. Jiangju handed flower attendant slave a thick stack of papers densely covered in writing. She was surprised. "What is this?" "My plan," Jiangju replied calmly. "A detailed plan for developing the route connecting the two worlds, including sources of supplies, distribution of benefits, and the distribution network." But the two-realm route was already handed over to Duke Rain River to manage. Flower attendant's slave frowned. "Did you not agree to that? Are you trying to go back on your word now?" "Duke Rain River is managing it." Jiangju smiled faintly and spread his hands. "Then where is he? Has anyone seen him these past few days?" "He is." A thought suddenly flashed through flower attendant slave's mind, and her sharp gaze turned to Jiangju. "What did you do?" "It is not what I did, but what he brought upon himself." Jiangju shrugged, his expression so calm it was frightening. The two-realm route's exit in human territory just happened to coincide with the battlefield between the new court and later Qin. His bad luck brought him there right when the main army of the new court was marching over in full force. "He's dead," flower attendant's slave blurted in shock. "Not yet," Jiangju replied calmly. Flower attendant's slave breathed a sigh of relief. Duke Rain River isn't officially in theft god. Even if his physical body is destroyed, as long as his primordial spirit returns to his infeft land, he can recreate his body. "You did not." Jiangju's cold words cut her off like a sharp blade thrust straight into her heart. The Rain River territory has changed masters. All living beings in Rain River now worship only one god, Purple Firmament Heaven's true lord of Grand Void. The other party's words struck straight into flower attendant slave's heart like a sharp arrow. She thought to herself, so it really is like this. Jiangju has received the blessing of the 9 firmament divinities. All 36 gods obey his commands. A god governs a region of heaven and earth. How could Duke Rain River possibly resist? From the very beginning, the outcome had already been decided. Though she understood this in her heart, flower attendant's slave still maintained a calm expression and spoke softly. Although Duke Rain River was somewhat biased, his loyalty to the Mount 2 clan and to Mistress cannot be denied. "Is what you have done not a little excessive?" He absolutely would not cooperate with later Qin. A trace of anger rose in Jiangju's heart, and he thought to himself, "The Qin Emperor survived because I defied heaven and changed his fate. True Lord Purple Firmament's name resounds throughout the world. Countless people revere him, and incense offerings never cease. How could I easily allow this sapling I have nurtured for so many years to be uprooted by someone else?" Flower attendant slave pondered for a while, raised a hand to lightly stroke her chin, and looked sharply at Jiangju. "Do you want to personally lead troops? Or do you want to return to Divine Firmament Palace?" Jiangju replied calmly. "The road between the two realms is guarded by a stone statue of a human sage. If I pass through someone else's territory, how can I not pay a visit? Moreover, the ruler of the new dynasty also needs to be met, so we can discuss arrangements for the humans in the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. As for Divine Firmament Palace, I still have not found it, but I can try to contact the disciples and see whether there is any way to help Tu Shanlan wake up." Jiangju's words made flower attendant slave hesitate. She remembered Tu Shanlan's previous order. "But Mistress instructed that you were not to leave Mount Tuesday. The wedding between me and Mistress is approaching. Before that, we must think of every possible way to help her awaken. If by then, Mistress still has not." At this point, flower attendant slave could not help sighing. But thinking of Jiangju's explanation, she still nodded in agreement. "Very well, but the sword-bearing slave must go with you." "All right." Speaking of the sword slave, at this moment, he was immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, surging black energy radiated from his body. A gloomy voice sounded in his mind. "Be loyal to me. Submit to me. Tu Shanlan ordered you to bear the sword for 1,000 years. Have you not sensed the destined opportunity to attain the Tao? Obey my command. Recite my name. You will witness the path to becoming a saint and grasp the heavenly great Tao right before your eyes." "Profound Sword Lord, why do you not dare?" The sword slave suddenly woke, his eyes blazing red like 2 torches. His entire body was under control, and he unconsciously walked toward Tu Shanlan. That voice sounded again, full of temptation. "Eat her flesh. Devour her origin." The sword slave could not control himself. Step by step, he approached Tu Shanlan. Just as his hand was about to touch her head, Tu Shanlan suddenly opened her eyes. The sword slave was stunned and froze for an instant. That voice also fell silent and no longer sounded. Tu Shanlan reached out and drew the sword in the box toward herself, seeing her dignified bearing, the one hidden within and controlling the sword slave was also terrified. The sword slave lowered his head and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, my lord." Damn, that was almost the end of me. At this moment, the sword lord knelt and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, mistress." Tu Shanlin's head throbbed faintly. She raised a hand and rubbed her temples, then asked softly, "Why are you here instead of looking for Jiangju? Could it be that he could not resolve your problem? Explain that to me later. I do not have much time. My primary primordial spirit is still in the outer space. Right now, I have only split off a wisp of divine sense to return, and I cannot maintain it for long." Sword Lord was utterly shocked to hear this. Tu Shanlan continued, "Through the method Mr. Mirror left on your body, I have already traced the trail back to his true body. Now, there is only one step left before he can be caught." She paused for a moment, her gaze sharp. "Go find Jiangju. Tell him that Mr. Mirror's true body is no longer in this world, and have him take my true body to beyond the heavens. He will know what to do." Just then, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared, rushing straight towards Sword Lord along with an anxious voice. Sword Lord, I have an urgent matter. May I see you?" Fear showed in Sword Lord's eyes, and sweat broke out all over him. He looked toward Tu Shanlan and said in a trembling voice, "Mistress." However, by then, Tu Shanlan had already returned to her dazed state, her clear eyes free of the slightest stray thought. The door swung open, and Aning jumped in fright when she saw Jiangju walk in. Jiangju could only look at Aning helplessly and give an awkward smile. The instant she saw him, Aning immediately kicked out. Fox flying kick. Jiangju quickly raised both hands to cover his face and shouted, "Counterattack!" With a fierce sweep of his hand, he sent Aning flying several meters away. Aning stood upright, her two front paws raised in a fighting stance, while she kept making noises with her mouth. Jiangju also immediately took a stance, looking no different from a monkey. The two glared at each other with sparks in their eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I came. You shouldn't have come, but I still had to come." That chaotic scene only stopped when Tu Shanlan walked over, hugged Jiangju's arm, and said coquettishly, "Hug, hug." Seeing this, Aning rushed over and bit the other sleeve of Jiangju's robe, reproaching him, "You heartless bastard. I trusted you so much, but you lied to me, and you even toyed with my feelings." With that, she bit down hard on Jiangju's arm. He yelped in pain and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, wait, don't touch that spot. You've bitten it all torn." Suddenly, a bag of spirit stones was tossed out. Jiangju said loudly, "Isn't this a top-grade spirit stone? Worth 100,000 ordinary spirit stones? Whose spirit stone fell here?" When Aning saw the spirit stones, her eyes instantly lit up. She thought to herself, "Tu Shanning, oh Tu Shanning, you cannot be like this. You swore in your heart that if you did not take revenge for this grudge, you would never amount to anything." Then two more bags of spirit stones were tossed out. This time, Aning could no longer hold back. She jumped down and dashed toward the bags of spirit stones, shouting nonstop, "Spirit stones, spirit stones." When she got close and confirmed that they really were genuine spirit stones, Aning's eyes shone brightly. She looked at Jiangju, her tone completely different from before. "Hee brother-in-law." The two quickly embraced each other as if nothing had ever happened. Little sister-in-law. Seeing this scene, Sword Lord coughed twice and spoke up. "Jiangju, you came at just the right time. Mistress just woke up." When Jiangju heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. He shouted, "Ah!" He rushed over, hugged Sword Lord's arm, and looked at Tu Shanlan with a wary gaze. What did you say?" She woke up. Isn't she still in that dazed state? Sword Lord recounted everything. "That is what happened. Mistress told me to tell you to take her true body to beyond the heavens." "Beyond the heavens? Ugh, but what the hell is beyond the heavens?" Jiangju muttered, his face full of confusion. People in the world had always passed down the saying that gods and immortals dwelled above the 9 heavens, and that 36 gods and immortals presided over an illusory realm called the immortal realm. In truth, the existence of gods and immortals originated from fantasy, took form through faith, and endured through incense offerings. To put it plainly, they were the thoughts of all living beings, a sea of consciousness connecting countless lives together. The power of one tiny individual no matter how strong, could never shake that vast ocean. But when the power of many individuals gradually accumulated, when quantitative change became qualitative change, a miraculous transformation would occur. That was the generation and crystallization of countless consciousnesses, forming a completely new structured entity. And that was precisely the 36 gods and immortals the world so often spoke of. The contemplative realm of humanity was not in the sky, nor beneath the earth, but nowhere at all. It was like how a single lonely stone could never build a house. But with enough stones, any house, no matter how majestic and magnificent, could be built. If one person imagined a powerful god, that was merely a simple illusion, fleeting as a passing breeze. But if enough people imagined the same god and believed in the existence of that god, then that god would truly appear. If everyone believed that the god had 3 heads and 6 arms, then that god would truly manifest with 3 heads and 6 arms. If everyone believed that the god could command the clouds and rain, then that god would truly gain the power to summon wind and call rain. As for the 9th firmament heaven, that was the heavenly Tao. A while later, Jiangju led the group, including Tu Shanlan, Sword Lord, and the others, toward the river. Everyone stood on the bank and waited patiently. Before long, a small boat and the figure of a man gradually appeared in the hazy mist. When the boat reached the shore, Jiangju, Sword Lord, and Tu Shanlan stepped onto the boat together. Suddenly, Sword Lord asked anxiously, "Hey, that gate between the 2 worlds can only be passed through by humans. Is that true, or did you make it up to trick me?" Jiangju did not answer. He merely closed his eyes slightly, pressed 2 fingers loosely together, and spiritual power surged out, forming a dazzling streak of light. Jiangju pointed at the river in front of him, and the still water was suddenly stirred in a violent motion. Seeing this, Sword Lord thought to himself, "There's the aura of sages at the bottom of this lake." Only then did Jiangju speak. "They are all ancient sages of my human race." Hearing that, Sword Lord finally felt at ease and brought Tu Shanlan onto the boat. The boat quickly moved far away. Lin Qingyi also turned back and urged everyone, "Let us go as well." Jiangju, along with Lin Qingyi and the group of humans, followed the whirlpool down to the riverbed. Jiangju was extremely calm, while the rest inevitably felt afraid as they set foot for the first time in this river known as a land of death. The moment they arrived, many people anxiously asked, "Where is this?" Jiangju led the group deeper inside a platform, where 5 sages were seated on guard. As soon as they saw people intruding, one of the sages prepared to strike. He gathered inner power into 2 fingers and pointed at the group of humans, frightening everyone into screaming in panic. Jiangju stepped forward, bowed, and saluted. "Senior, it has been a long time. I am Jiangju, escorting my fellow humans from the demon territory home. Why is Senior attacking at this moment?" A cold voice rang out. "Half-demon hybrids cannot be tolerated by this world. Kill, kill." That voice was filled with killing intent, enough to terrify anyone. Seeing Jiangju's expression, Lin Qingyi asked worriedly, "Little martial ancestor, has something unexpected happened?" "I am Jiangju, escorting my fellow humans from the demon territory back home. Why is Senior attacking at this moment?" A cold voice rang out. "Half-demon hybrids cannot be tolerated by this world. Kill, kill." That voice was filled with killing intent, terrifying all who heard it. Seeing Jiangju's expression, Qingyi asked worriedly, "Little martial ancestor, has something unexpected happened?" Jiangju swept his gaze around and asked, "Are there hybrids of humans and demons in this group?" "Little martial ancestor, the humans stranded in the 10,000 demon kingdom are the survivors left behind from the great war between humans and demons tens of thousands of years ago. Although many clans still hate the human race, after thousands of years, some mixed-blood children were stillborn. Through generation after generation, some people have more than one line of demon blood. But please rest assured, those who can join the strange immortal alliance are all clansmen who acknowledge their identity as humans. They have all undergone heart questioning before." Hearing this, Jiangju could not help sighing and fell silent. After some calculation, he took out 5 sticks of incense, lit them, and planted them before the 5 sages. Jiangju cupped his hands and bowed respectfully before the hazy phantoms of the seniors. Lin Qingyi's sincere, passionate voice rang out. 10,000 years ago, in order to stop the ferocious demon race, all of you seniors willingly remained in this desolate place. Such courage fills this junior with deep admiration. Now that 10,000 years have passed, I, Jiangju, ask permission to lead tens of thousands of people stranded in the demon realm back to their homeland. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Lead tens of thousands of people home? Your ambition is not small. Before Jiangju could reply, another voice cut in, full of mockery. Boy, 10,000 years ago, there was also someone as hot-blooded as you. He swore to wipe out the entire demon race, leaving not a single one alive. Another person said, 10,000 years have passed, and all things have changed. Little friend, would you like to tell us about the outside world? Jiangju remained silent and sat down respectfully. After you seniors sacrifice yourselves, the human realm and the demon realm were separated by the Golden Snake River. I wonder which of you created this wonder. A clear female voice sounded. As for the origin of the Golden Snake River, I fear even Senior Heavenly Wolf does not know. As much as I do, that river came from beyond the heavens. Beyond the heavens? Jiangju cried out in surprise. Yes, beyond the heavens. Only upon reaching the second grade realm can one break through the limit and set foot in that mysterious land. The female sage nodded lightly. Jiangju thought to himself, so only experts of the second grade and above can go to beyond the heavens. I am 7th grade. How could I possibly do it? Beyond the heavens is a place where countless chaotic currents converge, with vicious, strange beasts and even mysterious, powerful heavenly demons. Someone of our human race was once fortunate enough to set foot there. He said that he saw a planet overflowing with vitality, inhabited by a barbarian tribe with strange abilities completely different from the spiritual power we know. The sage continued the story. Although beyond the heavens is filled with danger, is also a place that conceals countless wondrous treasures possessing power far beyond our imagination. That Golden Snake River is one of them. Then who brought the Golden Snake River back from beyond the heavens? Jiangju wondered. The sage replied, the human Tao leader. What? Jiangju cried out in surprise. Me? The 5 sages before him all nodded at once. You are the human Tao leader of this generation? Jiangju immediately took out the writ, and the 5 sages respectfully saluted. Tian Lingzi of the Great Net Immortal Sect, Ziqing of Azure Cloud Mountain, fellow Taoist 7 Desolations, and Tang Tsong pay respects to the human Tao leader. Since you have already accepted the position of Tao leader, may I ask whether the previous Tao leader, Tian Lingzi, hesitated? Did he live out his years and die of old age? Or did he leave this world and venture deep into beyond the heavens to explore? Why are you only in demon territory? Who is the Tao protector at your side? How could they be so negligent? Hearing this, Jiangju could not help breaking out in a cold sweat. As for this position of Tao leader, even I am rather confused about it. The previous Tao leader was probably my senior brother. It was just that I made a trip and he foisted it onto me, so I ended up in this Tao leader position. Let's not talk about my identity for now. Jiangju changed the subject. Senior Heavenly Wolf, if I want to go to beyond the heavens, is there any other way? The previous Tao leader established a safe zone in beyond the heavens. Ordinary cultivators can go there. With your cultivation, if you wish to go to beyond the heavens, you can only borrow the path through Divine Firmament Palace. Divine Firmament Palace. Jiangju pondered. It seemed this matter still could not avoid Divine Firmament Palace in the end. No wonder Tu Shanlan was certain I could go to beyond the heavens. That Mr. Mirror seems to be from the same sect as me, right? On the bank of the human territory, the Golden Snake River glittered with golden light. A soldier ran over in a panic and reported loudly. Report, there's a boat. A boat is coming on the river. Hearing this, the general quickly rode over on horseback. I am the right general of the new dynasty's army. Are you Mr. Jiang? The person who stepped out of the boat was not Jiangju, but Tu Shanlan. Tu Shanlan, Sword Lord, and a Ning stepped out. The moment the right general saw Tu Shanlan, his face turned pale, and he shouted, Demon, great demon, this is not Mr. Jiang. Tu Shanlan's gaze frightened the horse the right general was riding so badly that it neighed and leaped about wildly. In an instant, the right general was sprawled on the ground. He struggled to his feet and ordered the soldiers, quickly form ranks. Form ranks. Upon receiving the order, the three armies quickly moved into battle-ready positions. Seeing this, Sword Lord spoke. The battle formation of the human race. I did not expect that although the new dynasty has only just been established, it already has such elite troops, but they dare point their blades at the heavenly demon mistress. Was this arranged by Jiangju? Or is the emperor of the new dynasty trying to seize the initiative? Immediately afterward, his hand formed a streak of purple sword light. Before he could strike, the river changed. A whirlpool appeared in the middle of the river, drawing everyone's attention. Before their eyes, a boat pulled by a strange beast came rushing toward them. It charged swiftly toward the shore and even flew over Tu Shanlin's head. When the right general saw this, his mouth fell open and his eyes widened, and he kept swallowing. The boat landed. Jiangju reached out, opened the door, and said, "Finally here. It really is dark at the bottom." Jiangju looked towards Sword Lord, Tu Shanlan, and the right general, then asked, "What are you all doing?" Qin Shao's camp was sunk in a heavy atmosphere. A letter reporting general and situation had just been delivered. The state preceptor glanced at His Majesty's worried expression and asked softly, "Your Majesty, what did General say?" After Qin Shao finished reading, flames flared up and burned the thin letter to ash. The flickering firelight reflected in his deep eyes, and his voice sank. And Ronglin was defeated. 30,000 elite soldiers, more than 5,000 dead. A deathly silence descended. But even so, they did not see the true body of even that little Taoist child at Ghostgate Ravine. Qin Shao continued, his voice tinged with disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of tables and chairs being slammed rang out with a crash. The generals' faces flushed red, blue veins bulging on their foreheads. "And Ronglin deserves death," one person roared in anger. However, someone else spoke up in his defense. It was not General N's fault. The formation laid by that Taoist child was far too powerful. General Taigu is a second-grade expert. Why not have the general forcefully break the formation? The state preceptor turned toward Qin Shao and asked in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, are we withdrawing?" The gazes of the officers and soldiers all fell on Qin Shao, waiting for his order. Suddenly, one general knelt and declared loudly, "This subject requests permission to go into battle. I am willing to issue a military pledge and will surely behead that demon child beneath my sword." Qin Shao shook his head. "That will not do." Later, Qin also has experts assisting them, not inferior to General Taigu. If General Taigu makes a move, that person will certainly act as well. The state preceptor said again, "Your Majesty, the rear supply line cannot provide reinforcements." The state preceptor's words caused Qin Shao to sink even deeper into thought. Just then, a soldier rushed in frantically and reported loudly, report, Your Majesty. There are guests on the Golden Snake River." Qin Shao's eyes flashed. Amid the layers of gloom, this news was like a ray of hope passing by. He rushed toward the soldier and asked urgently, "Where are they?" The soldier answered, "Right outside the camp." Qin Shao practically flew outside, even forgetting to put on his shoes. A soldier hurriedly reminded him, "Your Majesty, your shoes, your shoes." Outside the camp, Jiangju and Sword Lord were waiting. Jiangju said softly to Sword Lord, Sword Lord, is there any need to be so angry?" Sword Lord snorted coldly, "I'm not angry. It is just that when we go out, my mistress is also the ruler of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom. Her dignity must not be lost. We have come here to negotiate cooperation with the human race. That Sakura fellow is an old friend of mine. Sword Lord tying up their soldiers like this is not very appropriate." Jiangju smiled, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. "Is Sword Lord worried that, compared with Mount Tu, my stance would lean more toward Great Qian? Or are you worried that because I and the female emperor of Great Qian share such deep feelings, I will favor Great Qian when it comes to interests? So you deliberately gave the female emperor of Great Qian a display of force." "Think whatever you want," Sword Lord replied coldly. "Since when can cultivators of the human race at 4th grade and above interfere in dynastic affairs?" Jiangju asked in return. "Cultivators at 4th grade and above cannot interfere in dynastic affairs." While the two were speaking, Qin Shao ran over, calling out joyfully, "Mr. Jiang." Seeing Jiangju again, Qin Shao was overjoyed. Jiangju bowed and saluted. "Jiangju greets you, young master." "Ah no, Your Majesty." There is no need to call me your majesty. Just call me by my name. Sir did so in the past, and you may do so in the future as well, Qin Shao hurriedly said. Jiang Ju replied, in the past, I was a wage earner, so I called you young master. Today, young master has become sovereign. If I call you directly by name, I fear some righteous warrior will come to take your head. Hearing that Jiang Ju's words were reasonable, Qin Shao could only accept it in silence. Jiang Ju pointed toward Sword Lord and said, right, your majesty. This person, before I introduce him, my mistress has given an order that everything on this trip is to be decided by him. But at some unknown point, Sword Lord had quietly left. Qin Shao asked in confusion, who is in this carriage? For you to be so cautious, sir? Jiang Ju replied, the one I currently serve, the heavenly demon mistress of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Qin Shao thought to himself, damn. The heavenly demon mistress is actually traveling with Mr. Jiang in person, coming personally to the human race. The heavenly demon mistress is the ruler of all demons and also the sovereign of a nation. Mr. Jiang refused to serve me, yet he wants to serve the heavenly demon mistress? Clearly, half of this great Qian kingdom belongs to him. Inside the carriage, the Sword Lord stood to one side, his face cold as frost. Tu Shanlan, meanwhile, was playing with a Ning. Even brother-in-law has never called my elder sister your majesty. Tu Shanlan good. She only knew how to laugh. Ning pouted. Your husband has been snatched away, you know. Sister, I keep feeling that your position is unstable. Why don't you and brother-in-law have a child soon? Hearing this, Tu Shanlan innocently blurted out, a child? Yes, a child. You and brother-in-law should give birth to a little fox, and I'll help you raise it. Tu Shanlan was still dazed. What is a child? Ning started to get annoyed. You don't understand anything. It's a little fox that can call you mother. Call me what? Tu Shanlan still did not understand. It calls you mother. Hearing this, Tu Shanlan burst into laughter. Ning, however, still had no idea what was going on. The Sword Lord stood silently to the side, not bothering with such nonsense. That evening, in Qin Shao's military camp, conditions in the army are harsh. Please forgive us, Mr. Jiang, Qin Shao said apologetically. Once we return to Nanyang City, I will treat you properly. When the time comes, I certainly won't let Mr. Jiang feel disappointed. Jiang Ju smiled. It's all right. Food and drink are minor matters. It's just that. Why do all you generals keep staring at me like this? Hearing Jiang Ju's question, Qin Shao coughed a few times. Please don't take offense, Mr. Jiang. All the generals have long heard of the name of the purple firmament heaven grand void true lord. Seeing the true person today, they cannot quite restrain themselves for a moment. Jiang Ju smiled and explained, you have misunderstood. How could a god in the heavens walk freely in the mortal world? The purple firmament heaven grand void true lord is the purple firmament heaven grand void true lord, and I am myself. My surname is Jiang, and my given name is Ju. I am merely a minor 7th grade cultivator. At this moment, the state preceptor spoke up. Sir, you need not be modest. The common people all know that back then, protected by a miraculous divine horse, you stood upon the execution platform and condemned the muddle-headed ruler and the demonic consort. You helped our sovereign defy the heavens and change his fate, which is how the bright and flourishing great Qian of today came to be. With that, the state preceptor bowed his head in thanks. This humble Taoist is willing to thank Mr. Jiang on behalf of the people of Great Qian. Jiang Ju said awkwardly, fellow Taoist, there is no need for this. Allow me to introduce him. This is an elder of my clan, Taoist Qian of Jade Capital Radiance. He is now the right chancellor and preceptor of our court. Jiang Ju looked at the state preceptor and thought to himself, a cultivator of the primordial embryo realm. He is indeed a mighty 3rd grade expert. Thinking this, he rose and saluted. This junior greets you, fellow Taoist. Qin Shao continued the introductions. This is Taiga Chi, the number 1 valiant warrior of the Wild Tribe. In my army, he commands the 12 Nanyang Guards as Governor General. Jiang Ju narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, there is even an expert of the divine ability realm. This is a top expert on the same level as the sword-bearing servant. Qin Shao went on introducing them. This is the Governor General and Grand Marshal of the Northern Campaign, the strategist master profound strategy. And this is the Assistant General of the Tiger Crown Cavalry, the strategist Wolf Edge. Listening to Qin Shao's introductions, Jiang Ju secretly grimaced and thought, primordial embryo realm, heaven and earth realm. So everyone in this room, except me, is a big shot. Has the strength of the Great Qin Kingdom already reached this level? But the current Great Qin is nothing more than a newly founded dynasty. After Qin split apart, how could it accumulate such strength in such a short time? He recalled that back then, Su Quan had at most been at the 4th grade in cultivation, yet she had still stirred up the entire Great Qin Empire until it was battered by wind and rain. He also remembered the Sword Lord's sarcastic remark from before. Since when could human cultivators above the 4th grade interfere in dynastic affairs? Jiang Ju was startled. Could it be that some kind of restriction has been lifted? Just then, a clear voice came from outside the door. A guest has come from afar. Your Majesty, why have you not introduced him to this humble Taoist?